Good morning, good afternoon, good night, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Yeah, you thought we were getting gameplay this stream. We're reading a fucking essay, baby. Oh yeah, it's essay time. Let Max cook, all right? Y'all have no idea how long I have spent on this thing. Like the last 2 days. Hang on. Look at this shit. Wait, it keeps going. Y'all thought we were getting gameplay this stream, baby. We are cooking. We are cooking. I have set the kitchen on fire. I am cooking with all the wrong ingredients. Some of them might be right. And yeah, surely it'll taste good once I'm done, baby. All right. Anyways, I'm going to get some background music going too. I got this song, The Big Sleep, I might play on loop. And if we want to swap it up to Dreamwalker, these are both songs that played in the 2.0 version of the game that I enjoy. So play these on loop and maybe turn it down a bit. All right. Yeah, plan for this stream though. We are going to get to gameplay eventually. But this stream, I'm going to go over my notes. And it's gonna take, I assume it's approximately gonna take about an hour to get through these notes, because I also have video clips for references that I am going to go over as well. So I got clips for references, and then I also got my notes. So it's gonna be about an hour of my notes, I think, before we actually get into the side quests. But we will eventually get into the side quests, and then after the side quests, if we have time, we'll watch the, if it's not at the 12-hour mark by that time, we're gonna go over the, what's it called? The watch-a-thon, the watch-along for some of the videos that we can watch now, like the Black Swan, Sparkle, and Misha stuff, because those were all characters that released in the 2.0 version of the game. What the heck is this? We are indeed the schizo board, indeed. I do eventually, I think it would be really fun in the future if I got a physical whiteboard and then let chat like also help me out with the hints, but I have to be caught up because I know a lot of you have already played Penacony, and so you wouldn't be able to help me out with the hints here. But I think in the future, when I am caught up for future storylines that come out, it would be really fun to play along with chat and like have a physical whiteboard up, and we just leave that up for the remainder of the story as long as it's going on throughout the different updates, and we just like add to the board as the different updates come out. I think that'd be fun. All right, yeah, no help. The Dreadacony. All right, so without further ado, let's start. Let Max cook. Got a lot of notes down here. All right, so Firefly. I'm just gonna read out what I've written down, essentially like an essay. So contrary to what many might believe, I did not necessarily have a bad first impression of Firefly. It was just that she latched onto us so easily after being introduced to her character, and on top of that was clearly hiding things from us. Things that we still don't know about her, even after the rooftop scene in 2.0, where she revealed that she was a stowaway, and on top of that has some sort of paralyzing disease that makes the dreamscape of Penacony all that more seductive for her. For her character arc, I think this is genius, especially because people like me who don't like the idea of being in a dreamscape forever. I said early on in the Penacony story, when getting asked the questions by Acheron in the beginning, that even if the dream was indiscernible from reality, I still wouldn't want to be forced to stay there. However, from Firefly's perspective, or anyone else who was born or had something that made their life a living nightmare, it's not hard to see why they themselves might want to stay in that dreamscape forever, even if it meant running away from reality. Now, with that being said, Firefly was still hiding stuff from us, though. There's the more obvious things, like her saying towards the end of the rooftop conversation that there were things that she could not reveal to us yet. However, there were also several hints in her dialogue that made me feel like she definitely had some sort of combat abilities that she was hiding, and that the more innocent, cute girl act she was putting on was more of a facade than anything. First, and now I've got my points here to back that up. First was the fact that she knew we were being tailed by Sparkle, who was appearing at Scampo, as Scampo at the time, before we ever knew he was tailing us. And so she knew we were being followed from the start. She was able to detail his build and even the weapons he may prefer using in a fight. And so now if we go to the clips here at the very beginning of this is like the first clip I have here. She says, you notice her lower her lower her lashes, looking around, paying close attention to the crowd as if something was hiding in it, but she quickly collects herself and returns her eyes to you. And so this was her like eyeing Scampo somewhere in the crowd, lurking in the crowd, looking at us, right? I thought this just meant she was sus, which, I mean, she was being sus, but she didn't just up and say that someone was looking at us. She thought that it might have been a friend at the time, but then she leads us on this like quote unquote date, right? It was also this moment as well where I thought it was like a fourth wall break, but it was also her looking at Scampo tailing us, I think.
This is also the only place where one can fully experience the core values of Serapism.
You seem like a fan. Why is she looking at me like that? She abruptly freezes in that fleeting moment. You notice a cautious shift in the girl's gaze, piercing directly into your brow, or perhaps somewhere behind you. What's up? What are you looking at? Firefly returns to her warm and gentle disposition. What the hell? What was that fourth wall break? So I thought it was a fourth wall break at the time, right? Because she looks directly into the camera, but no, that was also her definitely staring into the crowd at the person that was tailing us, right? Also, I forgot to pin no spoilers. God. So let me do that real quick. No spoilers, please. And let me pin that. Manually pin at the end of the stream. Okay. Looking forward to Penacony Part 2. Let's go. Yo, Papa Sean, or no big booba means she's a liar.
No big booba equals she's a liar.
Sean, you can't say that. Billy's gonna think you're serious. Appreciate you, Sean. Thank you so much for the sub. Who's Boot Hill? I don't know. I want Boot Hill to show up so bad. I have my theories on what, when, and where Boot Hill's actually gonna show up, but you'll have to wait until the end of the notes. And then later on, so this is when she reveals that someone is tailing us.
I'm not sure whether you've realized it or not, but I took you through a very long scenic route and visited all kinds of places just now because...
Someone's watching me.
Well, someone's been following you. He's about 5 feet, 11 inches tall, give or take. Judging from his strong build, it's clear that he's well trained. He walks in long strides, but his steps are light and barely audible. That way of walking doesn't leave footprints.
Scampo! I was so excited. So this was obviously, I just want to say this went over my head kind of the first time because I was trying to also figure out who it was by the description. But the fact that she gives the description at all is pretty sus. He's about 5 feet 11 inches tall, give or take. Judging from his strong build, it's clear that he's well trained. He walks in long strides, but his steps are light and barely audible. That way of walking doesn't leave footprints. He looks like a skilled fighter, the covert kind. He has large palms, yet his fingers are slender and nimble. I reckon he has experience using knives. How do you, nah, she's not the innocent girl that she claims to be. That's what I'm getting at here, essentially. She's a Girl Scout.
He looks like a skilled fighter, the covert kind. He has large palms, yet his fingers are slender and nimble. I reckon he has experience using knives, like a short sword or dagger.
My baseball bat can't wait to show it. And then there was also, so let me go back to my notes now. Secondly, there was a weird, so what we just went over, first was the fact that she knew we were being tailed by Sparkle, who appeared as Scampo at the time before we ever knew he was tailing us. She was able to detail his build and even the weapons he may prefer using in a fight. Secondly, there was a weird comment she made when I wanted to use my baseball bat to settle a dispute with the Bloodhounds in Acheron. When I said I wanted to use my bat, Firefly replied with, "I'm afraid a baseball bat isn't an efficient weapon," before switching tones and retracting her statement. At the time, I thought it was just a downplayed joke on the fact that there are obviously better weapons you could dream up than a baseball bat, but I think she was being 100% serious because with the Scampo assessment taken into consideration, she clearly has some kind of combat history. And so we can go back to here and look at the clip of my baseball bat can't wait to show its might.
I'm afraid a baseball bat isn't an efficient weapon.
What?
No. What I mean is, we can't solve this problem with violence.
Bullshit!
Tick-tock! Tick-tock!
TikTok. Fucking clocky. Also, or I don't know if I didn't organize I didn't have time to organize the clips and the notes together, but it is also pretty interesting how she cannot see the bird, which I didn't catch the first time. But I'll play this right here. So the bird we save, right? After letting out an adorable chirp, the bird flies away. Before it left, it seems to have offered some kind of reward. The main thing is that you need to go to the tree first. Of course, perhaps you can meet with it again there. See just what exactly the nice thing is.
Is there something wrong with Clocky's statue? Why did you suddenly jump just now?
Did you not see the bird? I rescued a bird with sharp edges and points. I pulled out his eyelashes. I can actually jump in this world? Color me surprised! And so I kind of got distracted with the dialogue option saying that we could jump, but the fact that she can't see the bird is interesting because she also, or no one else can seemingly see the birds or Clocky, for example. And I think that's gonna be super important later on. I assume it has something to do with the Stellaron inside of us, but I'll talk more about that in the notes later on. Okay, so back to the notes. Moving on, I also wanted to mention, right before she died, she says she's sorry to us, right? Almost as if she knew this was going to happen, perhaps. And so now all the Firefly fans, I'm so sorry, we are going to relive the tragedy right here. Oh, there's lore! Monka.
Sorry.
What is with people getting impaled in this fucking game, bro? So, that's her death. And right before she actually gets impaled, right, she says, I'm sorry. Or stutters and says sorry, right? Where is it? Right there. Before it gets forced into her even further, she says sorry, right? So I thought that that was interesting. And right after her death, we find out her and the Stellaron's hunter, Sam, were together. This is only hinted at because she called the person that she was traveling with a mecha, and the dialogue makes it apparent that that's who it was. So I definitely have that clip in here somewhere. Oh, it's right afterwards, right here.
Why?
Mecha?
Who forced her to go that way? And
Mecca? What an intriguing statement. I recall the Bloodhound family is pursuing a criminal. A tall man in silver armor.
She's with Sam, maybe? And so that makes it pretty apparent that she was traveling with Sam, right? Now, my current theory on the relationship Firefly and Sam might share is that Firefly is either the same Titania mentioned in the Glamoth relic set, or she's at least somewhat similar in how she can control these iron mechanical knights like Sam. Titania, for those who don't know, is the queen, or in like real life mythology, Titania, for those who don't know, is the queen to Fairy King Oberon in Shakespeare's play A Midnight Summer's Dream. I brushed up on this briefly because of Lost Belt 6 and Fate as well, and so I'm familiar with the story. I think that the story having to do with fairies and dreams also could play into Firefly having a slightly fairy-like character design, along with the Glamoth relic set mentioning she connected to the Iron Knight soldiers through dreams the warriors were woven into. That's part of the actual relic set lore. I wish I would have taken screenshots of that, but I did not. I also think it's relevant that the Glamoth relic set mentions Titania was some kind of man-made weapon. The ruling council of Glamoth Republic created a weapon literally born to fight, quote unquote, and the result was Titania the Empress. Titania the Empress. who holds no power over herself, it says, but telepathically commands and controls the knights connected to her. This, I think, would explain why Firefly felt as if the dreamscape was truly heaven for her, being able to escape whatever kind of condition she had that would have been related to having a life spent connected to these Iron Knights bred for war. My current hypothesis is that when Firefly died, it cut the connection to Sam, letting him loose and possibly even enraging him. This is why we find those charred bodies, and he immediately attacks us after warning us to leave as well. She also called him Mecha in the memories we found following in her footsteps, which could just be a term used for Sam if he were a stranger, but because no other person calls him Mecha, I thought that that was interesting. Not a single other person had called him Mecha up until that point. So I thought that that could be a name for meeting Sam as a stranger, or that might also be the name you give like a personal weapon if you had a sentient one. I'm thinking that the sorry she mutters right before she died could be a hint at her not actually being dead, but it was a plan she and Sam had set up beforehand, because if she was with Sam, then that means she was also connected to the Stellaron Hunters, which in turn means she takes orders from Elio and follows the script and all that. And so I think this was all, her death was like essentially all set up beforehand. I think it's possible when one dies by the meme monster specifically in the dream world, they either wake up for real or get sent deeper into more layers of the dreams. My guess is that it's similar to what happened when Acheron killed us at the end of our first dream before arriving to Penacony. So while we may not know it yet, I'm guessing at some point we're going to have some kind of self-suicide with the meme monster as well in order to wake up or go deeper into the dream like Acheron did to us originally. Truly a Matrix/Inception mashup story going on here. I am, of course, still hoping my idea comes to fruition about our characters' memories being stolen somehow, and we just don't currently know it, of course. If Firefly actually is dead, I definitely like the idea of her death becoming much more tragic and hitting us much more harder later on, once we have more context on the relationship we have no memories of. If she actually is with Sam and the Stellaron Hunters, she may have even gotten to know us before the dreamscape itself through the eyes of Sam while telepathically controlling him. Because of course we all know that the Stellaron Hunters sort of raised us like a human homunculus before putting the Stellaron inside of us on the Herta space station and sending us on our way via Elio's orders with the Astral Express. So here in Penacony, in this dreamscape, I imagine it was Firefly's first time actually getting to meet us face to face in that way. And I hope if that's the case, we get our memories back and have this really cool moment of just a montage reel of our time spent together, then just snap back to reality and have us realize that all those memories may have been gained, but she is still gone. I could see that being a perfect way to wrap all of this up together at the beginning of Penacony again, where our character is crying, and have it all come full circle like Attack on Titan with Eren crying at the beginning. But some more dialogue that I wanted to point out that could link Firefly to controlling Sam would be this moment where Silverwolf contacts us about diving back into the dreamscape and relaying a message to us from Sam that says the curtains have just risen over the dream that cannot be reached, which is oddly similar to what Firefly confessed to us on the rooftop. She has this dialogue that says, I have a wish I want to achieve so badly in this real world, but can't. So I wish to give it a shot here. And I have the clips of that. Yeah, don't fact check me whether I'm right or wrong. Please. This is all me theory crafting here and like I'm just relaying my thoughts because I think it might be interesting to look back on in the future, if that makes sense. I do this for the Fate Go live streams as well, if anyone's wondering. Like, this isn't something I'm exclusively doing for Honkai Star Rail. I delve deep and do analyses like this as I go along in the story for Fate as well, and it's been like something I've been very fond of over the years. Join the Hoyo writing team, Max. This is more me testing like Hoyo's writing, like genuinely. Like, I'm curious to see if any of these theories will come to fruition, simply because I think it shows that the Hoyo writing team, or any writing team that I do this for, is really good if they're able to plant the seeds of foreshadowing way ahead of time. And if I'm able to catch them, I feel good about myself, but it's also a compliment to the devs and the writing team that they were able to plant those seeds of foreshadowing so early on. And so that's kind of the back and forth I'm doing here. Anyways, here's the scene of Silverwolf relaying the message of Sam.
Also, I take it you've already heard about Sam? You should look forward to the meeting. He's a straight shooter who values a fair fight. I think you'll get along with him just fine. Don't be overwhelmed by his enthusiasm. Oh, he had me relay a message to you. The curtains have just risen over the...
So right here, she says, let me just this went over my head initially because Silverwolf talks so slow. Oh my god, it actually kind of annoyed me because I didn't retain any of this information because she talks so slow. God damn. She says, also, I take it you've also heard about Sam. You should look forward to the meeting. He's a straight shooter who values a fair fight. I think you'll get along with him just fine. Don't be overwhelmed by his enthusiasm. And so this is because they're with the Stellaron Hunters or with Elio, who has this whole script. Silverwolf knew ahead of time what was going to happen. And so that's why she's like giving all these hints here. She says, I think you'll get along with him just fine. Don't be overwhelmed by his enthusiasm because she knows the fight is gonna come, right? And then right after that, she says, oh, he had me relay a message to you. And then it's highlighted here in yellow text. You can see it says, the curtains have just risen over the dream that cannot be reached. So that's important right there. The curtains have just risen over the dream that can't be reached. The various factions have started to move. I wish you luck. Don't fall behind, Nameless. And then on the rooftop with Firefly, she says at one point, or I'll just let this play out.
Even though everyone who comes here harbors the same motive in the beginning. And it's likewise for me. I have a wish I want to achieve so badly in the real world. But I can't. So, I want to give it a shot here.
So, the important key words here being, I have a wish I want to achieve so badly in the real world, but I can't. Going back here, the message that Sam had Silverwolf relay to us was the curtains have just risen over the dream that cannot be reached. I have a wish that I want to achieve so badly in the real world, but can't. It's kind of similar. Anyways, that's a little bit of further proof towards my theory I wanted to write down. Where were we? There it is. The curtains have just risen over the dream that can't be reached. Oddly similar to what Firefly said on the rooftop. There could also be a bargain she made with Elio, since it seems like every Stellaron hunter made some kind of deal with him in order to play a key part in his script, right? Another dialogue similar between Sam and Firefly was on the rooftop. Firefly mentions, in my dream, I saw a scorched earth. And during Sam's ultimate in his boss fight, he also screams out, Operation Scorched Earth. I definitely don't think that that's a coincidence. This one's a bit bigger than the last one.
In my...
Where is that? Oh, right here, I think.
In my...
Oh, I have them back to back, hang on.
In my dream, I saw a scorched earth and a new sapling emerging from it. It bloomed against the morning sun, and it whispered to me. In my dream, I saw a scorched earth.
Hey, yo!
Scorched Earth operations!
Bro, there's no way that's a coincidence, bro. So in my dream, I saw a scorched earth.
I saw a scorched earth.
Hey, yo!
Scorched Earth operations!
Yeah, so brilliant writing there by the devs. There's no way that that's not a coincidence. Back here, the ultimate of the boss fight screams out, Operation Scorched Earth. I definitely don't think that's a coincidence. On the rooftop, Firefly also mentions that her home was destroyed a long time ago. She specifically mentions it could have been the doing of the Swarm or the Legion. I'm not sure because she does mention the Legion here, but the fact that she does mention the Swarm could also tie her back to the Glamoth relic set lore, because the Glamoth Empire, or the Republic, whatever it was called, was at the time a war with the Swarm specifically, and it's still a mystery on how they went out specifically. We just know that they were at war with the Swarm, so there's maybe a tie-in there. There was also a moment where Firefly mentions a dream she's familiar with right after Sparkle sends us to the Shadow Realm or Nightmare Realm. I originally thought her saying this was just a reference to the dreamscape we were just in beforehand, but it may be possible, if my theory about her being similar to Queen Titania is correct, that she could be using her own sort of dream to control Sam. And I do have a clip of this one. Sorry, I keep hiccuping. Right here.
In any case, we must still be in a dream. It can't be anywhere else, much less reality. I'm never wrong about the distinctive sense of memoria that's in the air.
So that's interesting. She says, I'm never wrong about the distinctive sense of memoria that's in the air.
But this is very different from the sweet dream that I'm familiar with.
But this is very different from the sweet dream that I'm familiar with. This could just be a reference to the dream we just came from in a golden hour, of course, but I think it also could be a reference to the fact that in the Glamoth relic set, it says specifically that Queen Titania controlled the mechanical army with some kind of dream-like telepathy. And so I thought that like specifically the keyword dream was really important there. And so wanted to point that out. Back here, this is the last bit about Firefly here, but I'm sure she comes back in references later on. But the last thing about Firefly, in regards to her definitely holding out her true strength or power when around us, the first time the meme monster grabs her in the nightmare dreamscape, the camera pans down to show her about to clench her hand into a fist almost, before her hand goes numb. So I originally thought this meant that the monster was somehow injecting her with some kind of paralysis poison in a way that reptiles or spiders do before they eat their prey. But after Black Swan pops up to save us a second later, she seems fine, not paralyzed or anything. So my theory for that scene specifically was that she could somehow tell that Black Swan was about to swoop in and save the day, maybe because of Elio, I'm not sure. So she didn't reveal whatever her true abilities or powers were back then. And I do have a clip of that in here somewhere. It might be out of order though. I have a lot of clips. I think it was this one right here, was it? Yeah. Did it just get both of us? Right here. So see what she does with her hand? The camera specifically pans down to her hand, and it looks like she's about to do something. But then she stops. She hesitates. That's really fucking important there, because there's no... Why else would the camera pan to her hand like that? That's pretty fucking important. Did it just get both of us? Oh, she go numb? Uh-oh. Oh, wait, that's the thing! Black Swan! Black Swan ultimate! I recognize the window.
If you don't know the right technique, you might never return from the shadow of death.
And her specifically talking about the shadow of death is important, but I have a whole fucking paragraph on that later on. We'll go over that. So that's all of it on Firefly. Essentially, my leading hypothesis at the moment is that Firefly is similar. If she's not Queen Titania, which it would make sense if she is, just because her character design is very fairy-like, and Titania, the name, comes from Queen Titania from A Midnight Summer Dream, which is a Shakespeare poem and play about King Oberon of the fairies and his Queen Titania of the fairies. They're both fairies, king and queen, and so it would make sense that if she is Titania and that's her true name, that that's why her character design is very fairy-like in nature. And it would make sense if she's able to telepathically control Sam. It is the only plot hole with my theory is that I don't understand how or why we were in the dream world in the real dream or whatever, where I assume we're at like the topmost dream or the dream right before we get to reality when we're in that sort of creepy area that Sparkle sent us to, the child's dream, I think is what they called it. And I have theories on why it is the child's dream and who that may relate to. My question is why, if I don't know if like Queen Titania, if they had like Sam go into the dream and she was able to get into the dream from telepathically controlling Sam perhaps, or how the fuck that works. There's a lot of details that I don't have answers to at the moment, but they're absolutely connected somehow with everything that I've laid out. I just don't know exactly how it all works. And it might all just boil down to fuck you, it's magic, bitch. I don't gotta explain shit like it was with Don Hung's ears. Anyways, moving on. Misha, Clocky, and the dream. Here's the next section. All right, so at the beginning of the dream sequence that Sparkle sends us in, this is what I was just talking about, the child's dream itself, you can hear the child who is the creator of this dream, since the objective at the time said something akin to explore the child's dream in the notebook, right? It says, the child keeps saying tick-tock. That mixed in with the child's playroom, I'm assuming Clocky himself might come from this child's dream, almost like a comfort character the kid could have watched, considering the TV in the child's playroom clearly had some significance as well. And I do have a couple clips of this. TikTok! Oh, the TikTok emote. Oh, right here. So this is when we get sent to the true dream, right? The fish! Sparkle's fish!
Excuse me. Why don't you rest
For a little while. Inside the real dreamscape.
So she says the real dreamscape, right? So this is the real dream, or what I assume, if there's layers to the dream, this is like the top layer of the dream, and like the top layer. That's why I assumed, like, if you died in the dreamscape of like Golden Hour, would that send you up a layer to like the real dreamscape? And if you died in that real dreamscape, would that send you to reality maybe? I'm not sure. I know someone said one of the side quests in 2.0 actually explains what happens when you die in the dream. And so I'm really excited to get there to get some answers, but we'll be doing that later this stream. But regardless, Sparkle references the place she sends us to the real dreamscape, right?
Dreamscape. Inside the real dreamscape.
Too weird.
And then here's the child. When we get sent to the dream for the first time, you can hear a child saying tick-tock.
Too weird.
It's pretty quiet. Let me turn it up a bit.
Too weird. Looks good.
Tick-tock. Tick-tock. And you can see it written on the wall there too. When I turn around the corner, it says tick-tock, but the kid is saying tick-tock. Furthermore, the birds within the creepy dreamscape, the real dreamscape, whatever we want to call it, also refer to the place as Clocky's home. And the birds have some kind of connection to this dreamscape, and Clocky as well. We find out in the playroom that the child used to make origami birds for someone. And on top of that, the first time we come across one of these birds is when Firefly is showing us around. She shows us the Clocky statue, and we jump to free the bird, but this confuses Firefly because she didn't see a bird at all. I was distracted at the time because there was a funny dialogue option we chose that emphasized the fact that we're able to jump at all. But it's clear from the dialogue that she did not in fact see the bird, just like she's unable to see Clocky. And the first time we actually do meet Clocky, he's screaming for anyone to come help Misha, who was in trouble at the time. So I definitely think there's some strong evidence that to assume that they're all connected, as in the bird, Misha, and Clocky are all connected somehow to this true dreamscape world, right? The original dream, or whatever the fuck it is. I assume they're all connected somehow. Now the Stellaron. I cannot believe, throughout the entirety of my 2.0 live stream, I don't think I mentioned the Stellaron even once, when it should be apparent because every single place we've went to so far in Honkai Star Rail has had a Stellaron, right? Herta Space Station Stellaron got thrusted inside of us. The Eurilo 6 Stellaron got sealed at the end after we defeated Kokolia, and the Xianzhou Lafu Stellaron was brought on board by Fantalia, right? And so every area we visited so far has had a Stellaron crisis. Penacony should be no different. There should be a Stellaron here somewhere, and I believe our character is somehow going to be significant in this whole thing as well. The reason no one can seemingly see Clocky, I think, and the continued insistence on us being a special person here within this dream definitely has something to do with the fact we have a Stellaron inside of our bodies. I specifically remember back on Belobog, there were a few special world side quests in the abandoned town of Rivet Town. I misspelled it there. In the abandoned town of Rivet Town that had to do with us hearing voices of the deceased or lost souls, if you guys remember that. I remember going through Rivet Town and hearing the voices and doing those weird side quests that had to do with people who had passed on, and people were like throwing the schizo emote in chat saying, "You're hearing the voices, the Stellaron voices." Very creepy. I think something similar could be going on here with the lost souls of that original dream world, or perhaps even what the Penacony was originally, which was an IPC jail, right? So Elio and Kafka/Silverwolf deliberately put the Stellaron from Herta's space station inside of us and had us go with the Astral Express to have specific influences everywhere we go. This has all been pretty much confirmed by Kafka herself back on the Xianzhou Lafu, right? So taking all of that into account, I assume there's a reason we can see Clocky when no one else can, and possibly even the reason we were able to seemingly resist the dream at first when I say not Robin because it's clearly not Robin, right? Hypnotized us with the harmony powers or whatever that was, probably all has to do with the fact that there's a Stellaron in our bodies. This is also a really weird moment. Let me find that, where when we first come into the Golden Hour dreamscape. Right here. Let's watch this again.
You've arrived at the dreamscape.
Yeah, it's like distorted. Robin gives a slight nod to her brother, then locks her emerald gaze with yours. She smiles, and you see ripples shimmering in the depths of her lake green eyes, followed by a mighty vortex emerging from the depths of the pool. What? Your vision dims as your body dissolves, becoming one with the fluidity of time-space. You resonate and become attuned to the serene fusion of frequencies. Your heart drums, leading this symphony. Oh, it's like harmony? So this was very weird, right? And I assume this might have been our body resisting the dream simply because we have a Stellaron inside of us. That's just my theory. With everything I've said so far in mind, I want to point out some pretty interesting interactions that happened towards the end of the 2.0 story. When we first encounter Stellaron Hunter Sam, he specifically acknowledges Acheron and Black Swan as a Galaxy Ranger and a Memo Keeper before telling them, leave now and nobody gets hurt. Sam specifically ignores us in this interaction. At first, I thought it was simply because he doesn't see us as a threat, but the more I think about it, it's because we're what all of these parties are after, and I'll explain even more here. After the Sam boss fight in the cutscene, you can see Sam specifically go to grab us. However, Acheron swoops in to prevent that from happening. And I have the clip here somewhere. I'm pretty sure somewhere back to back. Bro, I better have it. Did I not get it? I know I took screenshots of it and put that in my Discord earlier. Oh wait, there's a lot more. Hang on, maybe I do have it. That's the beginning. That's the fake ending. Oh, maybe I don't have it, bro. Okay, hang on. I'm putting in the whole VOD and finding that real quick. It was right before and after the Sam fight. So right here is when we find Sam. Oh, she did the stinky.
Careful.
So specifically what I wanted to point out here is that Sam acknowledges Acheron and Black Swan, but completely ignores us. And at the time, I thought this was just because we're like weak and Sam doesn't need to acknowledge us because we're a weak, puny mortal, right? But what my argument is that we're actually what all of these parties are after. I don't think Black Swan and Acheron are on the same side, and I don't think Sam is on either of their sides either. This is literally a Holy Grail war, a Fate Holy Grail war, but we're the Holy Grail! So I wanted to point out this right here. Just watch how Sam interacts with the others.
Galaxy Ranger.
So he does look at us at first, completely ignores us,
Galaxy Ranger.
and says a Galaxy Ranger and a Memo Keeper.
And a Memo Keeper. Leave now and nobody
And then he says, leave now and nobody gets hurt, right?
gets hurt. Or else all of you die here.
Or else all of you will die here. God, Sam's so badass. And then after the fight, there's a cutscene. And so originally I thought that it was because... Originally I thought that he doesn't acknowledge us because we're like a weakling and that we're not important and that he could kill us with a flick of his finger, right? That's what I originally thought. But that can't be the case because of the cutscene that plays post fight. So look at this. I'm actually so fucking good at the game. That's crazy. Not even right here. I wasn't even paying attention. I was just so glad we finally beat his ass. Right here, look at what happens. So he goes for us. He's reaching for us right here. Sam is. He's flying to reach for us. And then Acheron comes in and stops that from happening, swoops in and prevents him from grabbing us, right? So if we're not important, if we're just something he could have just swapped to the side, why is he even going for us in the first place? It doesn't make sense. I think that we're something really important and Sam was trying to grab us because we're like the Holy Grail in this situation. We are the thing that all these parties are fighting for, because right after this as well, Black Swan swoops away with the real prize, which is us. Flashes us and brings us to Aventurine. And then Aventurine is like laughing and says like, great job. Great job, Black Swan. I can't believe you pitted those two against each other. Flashes us? Yes.
Thank you for your efforts, Memo Keeper. Quite a brilliant move to pit enemies against each other. When I first saw the Ranger and the Hunter together, my heart skipped a beat. I never thought you'd successfully trigger a conflict between the two.
As promised, I've delivered the child to you. Our transaction is complete.
Interesting. So now, back to here, let's see what I wrote down. So after the Sam boss fight in this cutscene, you can see Sam specifically tries to grab us. However, Acheron swoops in to prevent that from happening. Then Black Swan sneaks us away quietly while Sam and Acheron continue fighting. She takes us to Aventurine, who makes it apparent that Black Swan was the one who orchestrated the conflict between Sam and Acheron, which I'm now thinking was specifically to get those two to fight while Black Swan snuck away with the true prize, who was us, the MC, to her ally, Aventurine. If this is a Fate Holy Grail war, I straight up think we are the Holy Grail, if you get where I'm going with this now. We're clearly pretty important in whatever conflict is going on. I can only assume at this moment, with what we know, that either we are the Watchmaker's legacy somehow, everyone keeps talking about, or the Stellaron inside of us is somehow the key to getting this Watchmaker's legacy. The fact that it seems we can also see Clocky and things other people can't, I think is evidence of this. So while I don't know all the details yet, it seems clear to me now at the end of 2.0 that all the rivaling parties in this conflict are interested in us for some reason. 4, I also went back and watched the conversation between Sparkle and Aventurine, since around this time Aventurine was also trying to rally allies, or at least temporary truces to his hide. He says specifically, in any gamble, the only players that will never be on the losing side are the chips. My friends around this time, my friends from the Garden of Recollection and the Astral Express are smart enough to understand that. So this could imply a few things. Let me show you the clip as well, because I know I have that one in here. Oh, nice, I clicked right on it. Oh, this is interesting too. I wasn't really, I did not pay attention at all during this fucking conversation, bro.
You've never been friends with anyone from the IPC?
Do you think I know nothing about the history of Penacony? Don't drag me into your banal office politics.
Fool, you've been left with no choice since the moment you accepted the invitation to be here. You better pick a side while you have the chance. Or else you'll end up losing everything.
You sound very sure of yourself. Looks like you've already convinced that chicken wing boy from the family.
Chicken wing boy, she's referring. I didn't know who the fuck she meant at this point, but she said that she calls Sunday chicken wing boy at the end of 2.0, so that's who it is.
How did you do it, little peacock? Did you strip yourself naked? Apologize to him on your knees?
Where is this fan art? I need to see fan art of this pronto. Sorry.
And promise that the IPC would never harm Penacony?
Hey, yo!
Just woke up Lowell.
Yo, Yuri! Thank you so much for the 3-month sub. Appreciate it. We are doing a full-on essay review of 2.0. Oh boy, and my theories. I'm cooking.
Oh, please. You guys only treat others as your bargaining chips.
So, Sparkle says, you guys of the IPC only treat others as your bargaining chips. And what Aventurine responds with, I think, is significant. So, pay attention here.
You guys only treat others as your bargaining chips.
Oh, what's wrong with chips? In any gamble, the only players that will never be on the losing side are the chips. My friends from the Garden of Recollection and the Astral Express are all smart enough to understand that.
That's some pretty important dialogue, I think. Let me talk about why. He says, in any gamble, the only players that will never be on the losing side are the chips. My friends from the Garden of Recollection and Astral Express are all smart enough to understand that. So this could imply a few things. I think it definitely signifies that him and Black Swan had some kind of truce or arrangement even before he spoke to Sparkle here, right? I think it could also imply that Black Swan is also just as important as the main character, since Aventurine was saying that the only players who will never lose in a gamble are the chips themselves, and they'd refer to the Garden of Recollection and the Express. Oh, like the chips themselves would refer to the Garden of Recollection and the Express, possibly. Or finally, I think it may also imply that he himself may be the chips. I'm not sure what he meant by, when he was talking about the chips, I was like, who is the chips that he's referencing? It's either the Black Swan and the MC, or the Astral Express, the Garden of Recollection and the Express, or he was talking about himself. Finally, I think it may also refer to himself when he's talking about the chips, since I know I've seen his abilities and he's all about gambling and poker chips and whatnot. So I didn't write it off. I didn't want to write it off that he may be making a reference about himself there, of course. I'm not sure. Pringles. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that, Kezuke? Maybe it had nothing to do with poker chips at all and he was talking about Pringles. All right, but that's it for that stuff. That was more about the Stellaron and how it's important to the plot. Black Swan and the Shadow of Death. Here, I think I'm cooking a little bit. All right, so let's get into this. All right, so now we're going to move on to some real-life inspirations and possible implications from mythology to modern-day fiction. I'm used to doing this sort of thing for my favorite franchise of all time, the Fate series, so this was actually kind of fun to put together real quick at the end here. First off, when the Something Unto Death boss, or the meme monster as I like to call it, shows up for the first time and Black Swan saves us from it, she specifically has a line of dialogue I found interesting. She says, If you don't know the right technique, you may never return from the shadow of death, emerging without a scratch. And I do have a clip of this. We're burning the kitchen down with this one. All right, so this is where she pops up for the first time. Where we also have that interesting moment I talked about where Firefly is like clenching. She's about to like clench her fist and like punch the fucking thing. I doubt she was gonna punch it, but that'd be really funny. It looks like she's clenching her fist and she's gonna like literally project a fucking sword or some shit. Like it looks like she's gonna fucking trace on Emiya that shit, bro. I don't know what she was doing. It looks like she was about to summon a weapon though, is what it looks like. Or she was gonna punch it. That'd be really fucking funny. Oh, she go numb. But she hesitates, and I think that's because Black Swan was about to show up. Anyway, that's old stuff I went over. Numb? Uh-oh. Oh, wait, that's the thing! Black Swan! Black Swan Ultimate! All right, now, what I wanted to emphasize on here is listen to the dialogue Black Swan says. I recognize the window.
If you don't know the right technique.
If you don't know the right technique.
You might never return from the shadow of death.
You might never return from the shadow of death. And death, by the way, is capitalized in that dialogue. Death is capitalized like it's a name.
Emerging without a scratch.
So back to my notes. She says, if you don't know the right technique, you may never return from the shadow of death, emerging without a scratch. Specifically, the line here about the shadow of death and death being capitalized in the subtitles dialogue as if it were a name, I thought was significant. I remember that there was also a popular Bible verse about walking through the valley of the shadow of death, and also the fact that there's some clear Christian or Catholic inspirations here in Penacony, specifically with the family and the dude literally named Sunday. I figured there was no way this wasn't significant. So I looked up the verse, and the full verse reads, yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. The verse is a metaphor that describes David's experiences while walking the path of the shepherd, trekking up steep valleys lined with pitfalls and other dangers. But because of David's dedication, these struggles are simply barriers to overcome with the Lord's blessing on his side. Now, if we take that and apply it to the fiction we are experiencing in game, I think there's plenty of things that could be applied to, including the meme monster itself being a representation for death, since its name is literally something unto death, and it also is the thing that kills Firefly later on. The Valley of the Shadow of Death, I think, could be a metaphor for this true dreamscape itself that we get sent into by Sparkle. This is the same dream we were originally in when we first met Acheron, the one where she also forced death upon us to get us out of it, by the way. But the analogy for having hope to rely on in this Valley of Death in order to press through it could be a representation of some of the companions who have saved us, such as Black Swan herself, or more notably and more interestingly, I'd say, was Clocky for Misha, if my theory about the dreamscape being Misha's is somehow correct. As for Black Swan, I wanted to bring attention to her name also, actually involving an old folktale and or saying that involves Black Swan being an animal that shouldn't exist. So if you see one, it meant unforeseen or consequential events may soon unfold. Let me pull up the Wikipedia page for y'all. There is, I was looking up the meaning of a black swan, and to my surprise, there's actually a fucking real life black swan theory. Bro, I'm going so deep with this shit. The Black Swan theory, or theory of Black Swan events, is a metaphor that describes an event that comes as a surprise, has a major effect, and is often inappropriately rationalized after the fact with the benefit of hindsight. The term is based on a Latin expression which presumed that black swans did not exist. The expression was used until around 1697 when Dutch mariners saw them in Australia after this. The term was reinterpreted to mean unforeseen and consequential consequential events. The theory was developed, I'm not saying that full name, starting in 2001 to explain the disproportional role on high-profile, hard-to-predict, and rare events that are beyond the realm of normal expectations in history, science, finance, and technology. The non-computability of the probability of consequential rare events using scientific methods, owing to the very nature of small probabilities. The psychological biases that blind people both individually and collectively to uncertainty and to the substantial role of rare events in historical affairs. Taleb's Black Swan theory, which differs from the earlier philosophical versions of the problem, refers only statistically unexpected events of large magnitude and consequence and their dominant role in history. Such events, considered extreme outliers, collectively play vastly larger roles than regular occurrences. More technically, in scientific monograph Silent Risk, okay, now we're getting like a little too deep into it. And I thought the Black Swan theory was interesting though, and that's gotta like play some kind of role in her character, I think. Yeah, I think it definitely fits her as well. But anyways, the term originates from an old Latin expression that presumed black swans did not exist. The expression was used widely in Europe until around 1697 when Dutch explorers found black swans in Australia. Afterwards, this term was sort of rewritten, but the significance of the real-world history definitely had some inspiration when making Black Swan's character, I think. All right, and lastly, we're finally how long? Oh my God, we're already an hour into this live stream. This is crazy, and I'm just going to notes. All right, the last part, bullshit crazy mad lad notes. Okay, I'm getting lazy. I'm running out of time before the next stream. I tried my best to organize everything before this point into a coherent manner that hopefully gets my thoughts and points across. I do not have time to do the rest of my notes I had jotted down, so y'all are just gonna have to deal with exactly what I had written down throughout the week while rewatching my 2.0 playthrough. All right, firstly, Black Swan. When talking to Himiko and the Astral Express crew after saving us, she mentions the true dreamscape again, which refers to the Shadow Realm / spooky dreamscape that I am assuming is Misha's dream at the moment. She describes this dreamscape as chaotic, dangerous, and most interestingly, enigmatic, just before saying a beast of memory dwells within the ever-shifting labyrinth. I found this interesting just because enigmatic and labyrinth were used so closely together here, and it could be tied to enigma somehow, but I'm not too sure yet. I just thought the wording was interesting. In regards to my theory of death in the dream being what either wakes someone up from a dream layer or possibly sends them deeper into another dream like the movie Inception, I wonder if Acheron and this meme monster are connected somehow, because at the start of the Penacony story, Acheron is the one that killed us to wake us up from the dream where we woke up crying, right? And if my theory is correct, that's also what happened to Firefly. Furthermore, we had that weird conversation with her after Firefly that had been killed, where Acheron mentions she hesitated when slaying the meme monster, right? Then Acheron takes her own time to say goodbye to Firefly herself, where we get this really pretty CG that says, "May death be the end to your boundless dream, guiding you back to the waking world," which is oddly similar to what she said to us just before we died in the dream at the start of Penacony. She says in that instance, "You can return to the waking world," before our body explodes into a beautiful barrage of colors. And I do have that clip in here somewhere, or both of them side by side. Oh, right here. Okay, so this is Acheron at the very beginning of Penacony.
The Golden Dream is getting restless. In the coming long night, I'm afraid you will face many tribulations and witness many tragedies. And finally, your sight will only see black and white.
Oh, just like your... Wait, what about the red? Your sight will only see black and white, like her own fucking ultimate. But there's red in there too. It's not just black and white, but it's black and white with the shades of red, like that filter.
But please believe me that in that monochrome world, there will be a glimpse of fleeting red. And when you make a choice, it will reappear before you once more.
Her ultimate! Hey, yo, wait.
What you must do now is ponder its significance.
She's gonna kill us! Wake up!
And then you can return to the waking world.
Oh, she already killed us.
Find our
Oh, that's sick. What the fuck? What did she say at the end there? That's where we will all find our answers in the waking world. Okay, so specifically though, right before she kills us, she says, you can return to the waking world, right? And now this is what she says right after Firefly's death. You watch as Acheron turns away. You remember that it was there that she dissolved into a mere illusion. Like butterflies. You watch as Acheron, it's playing the song! You watch as Acheron turns away. You remember that it was there that she dissolved into a mere illusion. I am yapping for no reason, sorry. You see her pause, lips pursed, eyes downcast. After a moment, she hunches down as if gathering something with her hands and rises up again.
May death be the end of your boundless dream.
Pretty.
Guiding you back to the waking world.
Oh, that's like what she did to us, right? I did catch it back then. I didn't catch that that's exactly what she said, but she mentions the waking world in both of these scenes though, which is interesting. She already killed us. Oh, that's sick. What the fuck? Wake up!
And then you can return to the waking world.
Pretty.
Guiding you back to the waking world.
Interesting, right? Anyways. You can return to the waking world before our body explodes into a beautiful barrage of colors, with Acheron and the meme monster having a similar color scheme as well, both having a majority of their body being covered with dark purple with the shades of red thrown in. I've seen Acheron's ultimate, so I know she goes into this like black and white reality marble sort of thing with shades of red all around. She also has one eye covered, almost putting more of an emphasis on that eye, similar to how the meme monster has red eyes scattered all across its body. There's also that lore card we read about the dream nurse that went into the room of the missing person, and all she saw was a single eye in the dark. We might need to reread that page for a future reference, because I like hardly remember exactly what it said. I don't know. I admit I'm probably looking way too into this, but I wanted to mention my thoughts regardless in case this does come to fruition. But I think that there might be a deeper connection between Acheron herself and the meme monster, just because it seems like they both kill people within the dreamscape to wake them up. I don't know. They have a similar color scheme as well. I also spent like a full hour going through my 2.0 playthrough VOD, going back and forth between all the conversations with Acheron, trying to figure out what the fuck Acheron's red text dialogue means for my notes, and I honestly felt like I was going crazy. I'd find one potential answer and like... I'd find one potential answer like they were all objective truths maybe, and that's why she mentioned at the beginning of the dream sequence that our world we would see all as black and white, but sometimes there would be a glimpse of fleeting red, and that fleeting red was supposed to be her red text. But now I know from my Discord community that the red text is different for every player, and sometimes it's just red for no fucking reason, I feel like. So I've just dropped the ball on trying to figure out what the hell that is. I do know that Acheron specifically is a reoccurring character throughout the Hoyoverse, however, and every time she appears in the game, she's objectively a different person entirely. So originally, I thought she might be like Welt, where she came from Honkai Impact 3rd's universe, where she asks the player at the start of the dream, have we met before? And you can answer, you look familiar. I figured that was just supposed to be a reference for Hoyoverse fans that have played the other games, and not any objective impact on the story like I may have originally thought. At the current point in time, I'm just going to guess that the color red on the red text is just a way of saying it's a fucking red herring. And the devs are literally trolling us because I can't think of any further significance it could have had at the time, other than maybe different timelines, since she does in fact say, or she does mention at the start that she feels like countless other iterations of us could be giving different answers simultaneously. I felt like that was just a silly fourth wall break, but maybe there is some significance to that. But I know for a fact it can't be timelines, because I have been told time and time again by Hoyoverse fans that Hoyoverse is a single universe, so there is no multiverse, meaning there cannot be timeline shenanigans at play here. Again, hopefully y'all can see why I am losing my mind over this red text, but I'm dropping it there. Also, wanted to mention that the false ending where we refuse to go with Aventurine and the game just ends is supposed to foreshadow Aventurine as definitely not being an antagonist in the story. We should probably go back and reread the ending, but it said something along the lines of an IPC espionage plan was foiled and you all lived happily ever after in the never-ending dream, leading me to believe that he's actually on to stopping whatever is going on behind the scenes, but the family got rid of him due to us refusing to help him. And I do have the clip of the false ending. Red Saber, Saber of Red, and the new one, Saber with Red Excalibur. Bro, timeline shenanigans can still work in a single universe. I don't want to overthink it. Bro, my brain is already broken on the Acheron shit. At this point, I don't want to theorize about it anymore. I was literally going crazy in my VOD trying to figure out what the fuck it meant. I'm leaving.
I see.
But anyways, here's the false ending. I'm leaving.
I see. Fine. I respect your choice. Let's return to reality.
After careful consideration, you decline Adventurine's invitation. This time, he simply watches you as you depart from the memory zone without asking you to stay. The blue pill versus the red pill. Returning to reality, you reunite with your companions. After a thorough discussion, the crew decides to assist Penacony, leading to the revelation of a conspiracy orchestrated by the IPC. I knew it! While the expulsion of all ill-invented visitors of the Charmony Festival proceeds smoothly, as honored guests, you partake in the joyous atmosphere filled with... I don't know why I'm letting myself in the past read this shit. I can read it way faster. After careful consideration, you decline Aventurine's invitation. This time, he simply watches as you depart from the... Whoa, wait, it says this time. Oh, this time he simply watches you depart from the memory zone without asking you to stay. Okay. Returning to reality, you reunite with your companions. After a thorough discussion, the crew decides to assist Penacony, leading to the revelation of a conspiracy orchestrated by the IPC. I don't think we actually return to reality either. I think, dude, there's so many different fucking dream layers. I feel like the reality here that it's referencing is another dream. Like, we wake up in another dream. After a thorough discussion, the crew decides to assist you with Penacony. The crew decides to assist Penacony, leading to the revelation of a conspiracy orchestrated by the IPC. I got so excited here. A conspiracy orchestrated by the IPC. I knew it! They're the bad guys all along. With the expulsion of the ill-intended visitors, the Charmony Festival proceeds smoothly. As honored guests, you partake in the joyous atmosphere filled with laughter, clinking glasses full of Soul Glad, and the exuberant singing and dancing of the crowd. May this moment last forever, and may we never awaken from this euphoric dream. And so see, it's like a Matrix never-ending dream. Like we're somehow in reality, I feel like we're all forced into fucking pods like the Matrix. Honkai Star Rail, and that's the bad ending, right? So we never leave the dream. And so that's if we refuse to help Aventurine. And so going back to my notes, that leads me to believe that that Aventurine is actually on to stopping whatever is going on behind the scenes, and the family, if we decide to not help him, the family gets rid of him due to us refusing to help him, leading to that bad ending. Another big thing I wanted to mention was the fact that a heartbeat can be heard in some of the important scenes throughout the story. When Robin's impersonator is hypnotizing us, or whatever the dialogue specifically mentions a heartbeat, then later in specific scenes involving the meme monster, there also seems to be an audible heartbeat that can be heard, which I find interesting. And I have those three things right here. So listen to this.
You've arrived at the dreamscape.
Yeah, it's like distorted. Robin gives a slight nod to her brother, then locks her emerald gaze with yours. She smiles, and you see ripples shimmering in the depths of her lake green eyes, followed by a mighty vortex emerging from the depths of the pool. What? Your vision dims as your body dissolves, becoming one with the fluidity. Specifically, what I wanted to mention here was at the end of this sentence, it says, "You resonate and become attuned to the serene fusion of frequencies. Your heart drums, leading to this symphony, like a band, like a orchestra symphony, right? Like I assume this means like everyone connected to the dream maybe has their hearts all beating in sync, which is fucking really creepy, but I love the concept of that for fiction. It sounds like everyone connected to this dream maybe has all of their heartbeats beating in symphony. And whenever something happens to us later on, you can literally hear the heartbeat, which I think is interesting. Like when we nearly have an anxiety attack, right? We are a family. Yeah, the hearts beat in harmony, right? And so right before, in both of these times when you can hear an audible heartbeat are when the meme monster appears. So let me point that out.
The TVs are so bright.
So listen to you can audibly hear a heartbeat in the background, this thun, thun, and I'm assuming this is like a heartbeat.
So bright, it's hurting my eyes. Careful, something's up. So bright, it's hurting my eyes. TVs are so bright, it's hurting my eyes. Careful, something's
So you can see that like heartbeat happen a few times and then the meme monster shows up.
up.
Up! And then right after Firefly dies as well, you can also hear this heartbeat. You can hear it in the background there. It's kind of hard to hear. Let me pause the music maybe. Listen to this, like there's a heartbeat you can audibly hear in the background. I haven't watched any My Red Celestia trailers yet, so I wouldn't know if it mentions a heartbeat, but that'll be interesting. We're gonna watch the Black Swan and the Sparkle one again at the end of this stream, though. Yeah, so it seems like a reoccurring thing that, like, a heartbeat is mentioned right here in the dialogue, and then later on, like, audibly you can hear a heartbeat at certain moments, which I think is really interesting. All right, let me see what else we wrote. Okay, so I talked about the heartbeat. Let me replay the music too, so I'm not awkwardly talking to myself. So there's also some interesting dialogue reads whenever you fix one of the clock puzzles that are found throughout the dreamscape. Specifically, they all sound overworked, underpaid, and overall exploited due to the terrible labor conditions. I have always thought that it would be significant that the fact Penacony used to be an IPC prison would come back into the plot somehow, and I think this may be it. And I have the, this one. I have all the clocks right here. No, I never heard the heartbeat, bro. Okay. TikTok, please go chat with another ticker, dear guest. I want to quit this job now. TikTok, I have to play Clocky day and night, and I don't have any time for... I better see some TikToks in chat. TikTok, please go chat with another ticker, dear guest. I want to quit this job now. TikTok, I have to play Clocky day and night, and I don't have any time for myself. I'm so envious of my friends who turned into the Dream Jolt troop. At least they can be themselves. TikTok, Eureka! Since work's making me miserable, I'm just going to quit. TikTok, dear guest, I'm going to escape to another dreamscape to take a break. Bye. TikTok! I think I drank too much. I'm sorry, with my paycheck, I can't afford to treat you to Soulglad. Please take this as compensation. Weird. TikTok, the weather is good today and the sun is purple. You want to try some salt and pepper clocky? You want to try some salt and pepper clocky? Awaken. Wake up! TikTok, the sun isn't purple, and clocky is not edible. I have to get to work.
Is that all?
Eerie building block. TikTok! You! Yes, you! What in the world are you doing loitering around here? TikTok! Do you know who I am? I'm Clocky! Wait, I'm the future Dream Master. What are you waiting for? Pay your respects. TikTok! Oh my gears! What have I just said? TikTok! Please take these gifts as my apology, guest. Please don't report me to my supervisor. Ayo, who's overworking these clocks here, bro? This is like the slavery from the prison or some shit, like bleeding over. So you can see I even had that hypothesis there, but yeah. So I think that those clocks probably have something to do with maybe the prisons, the original prison. I don't know how the original IPC prison is going to relate to the modern day Penacony. But a commenter on one of my most recent VODs said that they had always thought that the name Penacony was a combination of the words penal colony. And for those who don't know, a penal colony is essentially a colony where prisoners are sent to be slaves, to work often without pay, and to be isolated from the general civilized population. With how many Western and American themes Penacony's arc draws from, I definitely think this is the case, especially when these terrible prison labor laws are still legal today in the USA, which I briefly talked about last stream as well. For those who don't know, when the United States of America made the amendment to ban slavery, the 13th Amendment, you can look this up yourself if you want to, the writers of that amendment simultaneously made a loophole in it that would allow slavery to persist as long as it was punishment for a crime. So while Americans love to call ourselves the land of the free, it is really a joke in reality, and anyone who wishes to do an objective material analysis on that will come to the same conclusion. I feel like that that may be where Penacony is heading as well, as the place displayed everywhere as the land of hope and dreams, where all your wishes can come true. The reality under that lie is much more darker and sinister. Disney workers in general here in America have also always been roughly abused, exploited, and taken advantage of. There's lots of stories about Disney workers being exploited that you can read up on. I feel like the clock puzzle dialogues are also a reference to that for sure. Moving on to the last thing I wanted to point out, I re-listened to the Interastral Peace broadcast number 2, and in it they mentioned that the Galaxy Rangers have been tasked with securing stolen memories, which is interesting. And I wonder if that's why Acheron is involved here in Penacony. While trying to, and I didn't get the clip for this unfortunately because I was running out of time, these are the schizo notes, right? While trying to recover these stolen memories, she may have had her own memories stolen herself, and that's why she seems so lost and can't remember shit half the time when we speak to her. I also wonder if that's how Boot Hill will get roped into this story later on. If he maybe gets tasked with finding Acheron, since they're both Galaxy Rangers, he might show up to Penacony specifically looking for her. And so that's my hypothesis there for Boot Hill. And finally, last but not least, we're finally done with the notes over an hour into this fucking stream. In the Interastral Peace broadcast number 3, they mentioned that the IPC has plans for the Charmony Festival to broadcast Robin's song over their intergalactic radio or IPC broadcast, and that itself sounded pretty suspicious. I wonder if her song uses the power of harmony somehow to like mind control people and to assimilate them into the harmony. I just wanted to point that out because if it becomes apparent that that's what the Charmony Festival is supposed to be and we have to foil that plan somehow, it may be quite interesting if those are the stakes. But we're finally done. Oh my God, we're finally done with my notes. Hopefully y'all found that interesting. Like I said, I probably will not go this hard on the future story arcs for Penacony for sure, at least. This was just my overall thoughts at the end of 2.0. Look at how fucking long, dude. Just looking at this shit, dude, I wrote a whole fucking essay. This is fucking ridiculous. Holy shit, man. It took us over an hour to get through. Big cooking session, yeah. I had fun writing all that, though. I hope y'all enjoyed as well, even if it was pretty scuffed for the most part. I'm doing scientific writing out here. Oh boy. All right, we're finally ready to get into the actual game, though. We'll see if we can actually finish all the 2.0 side quests before we hit the 12-hour mark today. Goodness gracious, man. All right, let me close all my shit. I know, LB7's gonna be insane, man. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait. And we're gonna open Star Rail now, finally. Who let bro cook? Can't wait to see you do 2.1. Yeah, I probably will do like some kind of quick analysis, but I don't think the other Penacony cooking sessions are gonna be that long. Like there was so much to digest in 2.0. I feel like that was kind of why I was feeling iffy on it by the end of 2.0. I remember saying like, I have so many questions. Like, I got like none of my questions answered by the end of 2.0. I just got more questions now than anything. And so I am really excited to like go on to 2.1, and everyone says 2.2 is fucking insanity. And so I'm really excited for that. Bro still hates I don't hate Firefly. There's just so much more to her character that is hidden from us as of 2.0. I am excited to see where Firefly's story goes, because I definitely think there's some kind of greater connection between her and the Glamoth Empire and Stellaron Hunter Sam. So I'm really excited to figure all that out. All right. Holy moly, man. What the fuck are we doing? Missions. Let's get this shit on. All right, so we're not doing 2.1 today, if anyone's just tuning in. We are going to be doing the side quests, and I suppose we can go to messages first. I have a bunch of messages. Oh, Misha has been texting me all week, because I guess Misha doesn't message you unless you've unless you finish 2.0, because I've had Misha as a character for a while, but I've never gotten a text message from them. And now, like, every other day I've been getting a text message from Misha. And so I'm assuming the reason why is because I finally finished 2.0. Ghosted, yeah, Misha texted me and I never responded. Poor guy. I don't know which way these are ordered. I guess we'll just go bottom to top. Scared. It's getting closer. There's a huge shadow in the hotel. Oh my goodness. Where are you? I'll head over. Run! I want to, but my legs have gone weak. I can't move. Misha's gone offline. I was saved. I ran into the elevator and came down when it was going into a different direction. Thank you. Your message comforted me a lot. I'm glad you're okay. I've seen it before too. No need to thank me. I've seen it before too. Actually, it is not Max that is speaking with you now. It is me. You never would have guessed it, would you? I have already devoured your friend. ... Is this for real? What the fuck? Of course it isn't. Cough. It's a joke. Of course it's not real. Misha has gone offline. Misha? Hello? Hello? You scared me silly. I'm so glad you're okay. I was just looking for a way to rescue you. Wait. A grimacing shadow. Crying. It's back. I'll use my broom as a baseball bat. It should work to serve me well, right? I'm going in. What the fuck? You can do it, Misha. That's crazy. Misha's gonna get devoured. Why would we tell him he could do it? Oh, that's right. We have to go back to Firefly's hideout. We should do that because I forgot to do it at the end of 2.0. Are you there? Excuse me. I wanted to ask if there are any recommendations for things I'll need for traveling. The Express has everything. Phone, credits, a baseball bat. They're all pretty practical, right? Yeah, communications, currency, and an item for self-defense are all absolute necessities. But these things aside, what else will I need? I finally got a short amount of vacation time, but I haven't even decided where I want to travel to. I want to prepare my luggage, then select my destination, then I can just set off right away. Would you like to come with us? You could vacation in a hotel. That's so fucked up, I'm gonna say that. You could spend your holiday in the hotel. That's a really good idea. I may have worked here a long time, but I've never enjoyed the hotel services as a guest before. I just know there are lots of exciting things to explore. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. Remember to send pictures. No matter where you are, pictures can always bring us closer together. A solitary and frozen land. Do these snow plains have a name? What planet are they on? Can you visit without an invitation? You can go wherever you like. These snow plains are on the planet Eurelos 6, outside of the town Bellablog. You are free to go whenever you like. Great. I have to go and see this place. Speaking with you makes me so happy. It feels like I've already started on my dream adventure. You have to tell me more next time. And then the last one, I want to buy a big storage chest. You've got too many things? Yeah, with exploding cloud candies that the customer gave me yesterday, my drawers are already stuffed full of souvenirs from various planets. Wait, exploding cloud candies? Is that Sparkle? That a customer gave me yesterday. I split them into smaller portions. I'll bring you some when I see you next time. They taste a bit like a spicier version of mint, but the aftertaste is surprisingly fresh and sweet. This flavor matches the impression I get from that customer perfectly. He was tall and strong with a ferocious expression and a great axe on his back. Wait, what? He looked a lot like Boss Stone. Who is this? I spent a lot of time preparing myself mentally before going to help him. I have no idea who that is. Interesting contrast. A customer that likes gifting you sweets, it's got a nice contrast to it. It does. I was super cautious when I asked if he wanted to help taking up it. I was super cautious when I asked if he wanted to help taking his luggage up. When I realized he was the silent type, I got even more scared and actually tripped over. When I climbed back to my feet, I realized that the customer had already taken his luggage up and taken the lift up the stairs. Thankfully, I didn't make any mistakes when I went to clean his room, and I even fixed his dreamscape room clock. When I went back, he was not there, but he had left a pack of exploding cloud candy for me. I breathed a huge sigh of relief. That kind of recognition felt amazing. Do you think if I keep working hard like this, I'll receive enough candies from guests to cover me for the rest of my life? Yes, but your teeth will rot. Probably, but your teeth will rot. Kids should take better care of their teeth. I'm not a kid anymore. I may have had tooth decay before, but I've been careful ever since. I have to go and greet the guests. Talk to you soon. Oh, that's cute. TikTok. Oh, Boss Stone is the crocodile. Oh, okay, the cartoon crocodile. Weird. So Misha must be talking about the other side of the dream, maybe. The true dream. That I am assuming is Misha's. I mean, that dialogue kind of makes that make sense. Anyways, which one should we do? Which one of these should we do first, chat? Or should we, before I forget, let's go to the Firefly's hideout, because I am going to forget. Firefly is just so forgetful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. It was a joke. Is it Dream's Edge? Yeah. Is it up here? I assume it's up here. I like how the loading screen changes. I think I mentioned that last time. Oh, this is not where it is. Where the fuck is the... Oh, do I still have the music playing? I do. Let me turn that off so we can hear the in-game music. It's so pretty. God, I love this area. I gotta get really fucking high and chill in this area. Sounds like a good time. Anyways. West. Oh, past the boss right here. Oh, this is it, isn't it? La-di-da-da-da. Hell yeah. Here it is. Oh, the music's gonna change. Aw. Oh, there's something on the railing too. Oh, that's where you get the Firefly sticker. In the sea of neon lights and hedonism, kindness is rare a find as a firefly's light. Yeah, shit. If I make this like super fucking big and just put it in the middle, will that make all the Firefly fans forgive me? There you go. Now you all can't be mad at me. Yeah, screw Sunday. In the sea of neon lights and hedonism, kindness is as rare as a find is rarefied as a firefly's light. After everything has concluded, return to where you created those memories. So we're gonna have to come here after the end of the story too, maybe. Firefly's secret base. The observation deck with breathtaking views, you can almost see the entire Dream's Edge at a glance. It's not an easy place to find. The person who introduced it to you truly values your friendship by sharing this view. You recall the time spent with that girl, her gentle smile, her graceful steps, and the tears she shed in her last moments before she was murdered by that monster. Goddamn, that's bleak. At that moment, why did she apologize? What was she thinking? If you had reacted faster, would that silly girl not have died? A tinge of sourness wells from the depth of your heart, followed by a flame of anger, intense enough to reduce the strongest metal to ashes. Facing the railings and skyscrapers, you clench your fists. Ooh. Angry gear. That's not good. Oh, sad gear. Sad gear and angry gear. Does it just replay the dialogue? Yeah. You monster, you spent all of her money? Hey, she offered. Get some achievements for that. Between the sky and you, revisit the secret place alone. Return to Firefly's secret base after everything is concluded. What else was I gonna look up? Oh, I wanted to point out, it made me think of it because of the dialogue there. Where are the, like, upgrade things? Because they're not in the lore. I don't think they're in databank. It was this? Oh, there's a couple of them. Okay, that's interesting. These three things I think have some interesting lore. And then there was also the eye, this raging, my webcam. Here, look at this. I think this is pretty interesting. So this eye is in the center of all the enemies in the dreamscape, right? Every single one of them has this thing, and they also have these mirrors surrounding them and shit, right? They're like made out of this shit. So the lore on this stuff reads, the Memoria core of a shell of a fated rage can be used for the ascension of fire characters. The flames of anger will eventually consume themselves, erasing the original cause of the rage, and leaving behind only lingering resentment and an unquenchable core of poisonous hatred. The Memoria of Fury will persist due to the hatred, yet it will also become unrealistic due to that hatred. And then down here, I haven't read these two, but I did read this one, so let's read the other ones. A Memoria fragment of fleeting thought, crude material used for enhancement. Within the memory zone, thousands of thoughts flutter like dust. Broken thoughts accumulate, serving as nourishment and components for memes, meaning like memories, right? A fleeting thought may dissipate into the thin air or amass into obsessions. A Memoria fragment of profound impression, normal material used for enhancement. Within the memory zone, the form of memories float as fleeting glimmers of light, and only profound and memorable fragments can condense it into crystals. Memory is not a mere replication of past sensations, but a reconstruction of past impressions. And then the last one I think is really interesting. A Memoria fragment of obsessive desires, advanced material used for enhancement. Within the memory zone, Memoria of Desires develops ceaselessly. It absorbs thoughts and impressions, nurtures magic mirrors of desires, and reflects the eerie shadows of mimetic entities. Hopefully I said that right. Memory points to the past, while desire this is really important, I think, for Penacony. Memory points to the past, while desires point to the future. To seek desires from memory will cause dreams to become inverted, and the inner demons will naturally be born. That is, I think, going to be really interesting for Penacony. We might come back to this a couple times. Memory points to the past, while desires point to the future. To seek desires from memory will cause dreams to become inverted, and inner demons will naturally be born. Interesting. All right. Clocky statue? Should we do that one first? Which side quest do y'all want to do first? I was thinking we'd go... I still have a lot of messages we got to go through. The main story one? The 2 point... Wait. We're not doing 2.1, if that's what you mean, Soviet. Companion quest? Well, which one is that? I have no idea what, like, I haven't looked anything up, so I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. The Dr. Edward is companion? Okay, we can do that one first. Hello, Max. Someone just donated a dream bubble to our store. After conducting a psychometric and spectral analysis on it, I suspect you would be interested in the contents of this dream bubble. Sounds suspicious. Who donated it to you? The donor is an elegant lady with the name Black Swan. If you have the time, we would love to have you come by. Masquerade Duet. You receive a message from Dr. Edward. Dr. Edward has invited you to the Dreamscape sales store to experience a dream left for you by the lady named Black Swan. Of course, you know who Black Swan is, but cannot think of why she would have left a dream for you, because she's sorry. Go to the Dreamscape sales store to see. Perhaps you will only receive your answer once you experience it for yourself. Oh, we get a music piece out of this too. This is a good one.
It's still early. Where to now?
The Clocky statue is good for jades. Aw, snap. We do like jades. I have 50, let me get rid of my webcam. I've got 50 tickets right now saved up. How many normal ones do I have? I only have 3 normal ones. I have 50 tickets saved up, almost to another one too. This is all for Boot Hill! Saving for Boot Hill. Worst companion mission. Someone hates Black Swan. Who? I can't believe y'all. Oh, that's right. I didn't do the shop reset stuff. I'll get that. Don't worry.
From the Astral Express. Welcome to the Dreamscape sales store.
Is that usually how you welcome customers? Long time no see, old big eye.
A long time no see. Diamond in the rough.
Sunday? What do you mean? Sunday's not playable.
You must be here to experience those dream bubbles. I've already made the necessary preparations. Be careful, though. We did pass the safety inspection stipulated by 027 damage Ferris and Article 076.
Wait, what the fuck? Is bro lagging out? What's going on with bro's voice?
You must be here to experience those dream bubbles. I've already made the necessary preparations. Be careful, though. We did pass the safety inspection stipulated by 027 damage Ferris and Article 076 real wasteland.
What the fuck?
However, this dreamscape will feature unfiltered and unpolished fresh memories. You will make for a very vivid experience. Veteran gamers call this type of dream a thrill dream. I don't know if you're into that kind of thing. If you feel any discomfort, please leave the dreamscape immediately and seek professional medical help.
Bro, what is he saying? Veteran gamers call this type of dream a thrill dream. I don't know if you're into that kind of thing. If you feel any discomfort, please leave the dreamscape immediately and seek professional medical help. No!
Luckily, I just so happen to be an excellent doctor, albeit a psychiatric one. Let us begin. Please, close your eyes and rest your forehead on the dream bubble.
I'd do anything for Black Swan. I'm not so sure about this. Touch the dream bubble. Black Swan left it for us. Surely it's okay.
Oh, yes. I nearly forgot. That elegant girl mentioned something before she went.
Dream mama? Dude, you know the fucking... Wait. Someone needs to make a meme of... the meme of the... my beautiful witch girlfriend and me laying in a fucking sacrifice circle, letting her do whatever she wants to me. Literally me and Black Swan, bro. Oh, I need to make that later.
The nature of this memory is special. Don't ruin the dreamscape experience for anyone else by spoiling the ending.
Don't spoil the ending, she says.
In my estimation, there is no question about it. This is murder.
Murder. Such a foreign word to us.
Oh!
People of Penacony could never come to any harm while under the watchful protection of the family.
Someone said that there is a side quest in 2.0 that will further explain what happens when someone dies in the dream. Is this the one? Because if so, I'm really interested to find out more, because that sounded interesting, because I was already doing my own fucking analysis on what could have possibly happened to Firefly after she was killed. So I'm really interested to find out more.
In a dream, even if you're bashed 1,000 times with a hammer, at worst, you'll still wake up in reality in a hotel.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
Scampo!
Even if the result does not constitute harm, the criminal intent is clear enough. You specifically came here to cordon off the scene because of the unsavory nature of this case, right?
He actually sounds like Scampo there. Someone left a comment on my VOD, and there was a huge Scampo fan that left a comment on one of my VODs saying, finally, someone else who loves Scampo just as much as me, because the moment that man opened his mouth, I knew that was not Scampo because of the fucking voice acting delivery. I was like, yeah, that's right. Bro did not sound like Scampo. It was that mixed with the fact that at the end of the Pokemon event, Scampo specifically said he wasn't going to Penacony, but regardless, I thought that was funny. What did he say?
Not necessarily. Even if the result does not constitute harm, the criminal intent is clear enough. You specifically came here to cordon off the scene because of the unsavory nature of this case, right?
Right. That sounds like Scampo there.
You're not wrong. Even if there are no casualties, being smashed over the head with a hammer in the middle of the street for no reason at all? This is not the kind of thing that happens on Penacony.
Wait, they actually were smashed over the head with a hammer multiple times? I thought you were just saying, like, what if that did happen, you would still wake up. Is that actually what happened? That's fucking crazy.
You are guests of the Oak family, so you may investigate the crime scene. I'll be on standby over here.
Slow walk. Hey, there's the hammer! I can't believe it. Oh, is that Sparkle's hammer? It kind of looked like Sparkle.
Are you a witch? Just how did you manage to convince them in the blink of an eye that we're some kind of detectives?
Tell the truth, offer no explanation. Ooh. Chat, do we tell Scampo the truth or offer no explanation? Hammer? Was she small? A bit annoying? And saying Kurukuru? It would fucking hurt her. 111, truth? Truth equals lore? Oh, okay. We'll do truth. I need the lore. Thank you. You saying truth equals lore? Please do not take advantage of this fact in the future, chat. But if you tell me the dialogue option will give lore, I will pick it. Do not tell me that in the future. Do not use that against me in the future, though, please. Tell the truth.
Just some suggestions at the memory level. If something happens in everybody's memory, then that something becomes a fact.
Oh. That fucking deep deep way to fucking gaslight. That's crazy. That's some inner monologue gaslighting. That's crazy.
If we had a little more time, I could have even convinced her I was Shippei the Harmony.
Ain't no way. You're already Shippei the Harmony for me.
Then on to the next order of business. Let's discuss your companion, shall we?
Memo Keeper of the Garden of Recollection. I've been watching you for quite some time.
What does that even mean, Max? That she's my goddess, is what I was implying.
You stole a glance at me when you first entered the hotel. You followed me wherever I went inside the dreamscape. In the windows along the commercial street. In the pond water reflections of the Iden Park. Even in the reflections of the wine glass. Everywhere.
What the fuck is she saying? We need sparkle emotes. You have the aha emote. You still, I wanted to, I didn't mention it in my analysis notes or whatever, but I was actually kind of disappointed with Sparkle's 2.0 appearance in the story, at least, just because I've seen when we pulled for Sparkle months ago, we watched her trailer and her lore, because people were saying that her what are the lore trailers called? I forgot the name of them. Celestia something? Myred Celestia? The Myred Celestia Sparkle trailer was really interesting because I thought that her character, the way her character came off in the Myred Celestia was really interesting because it was almost like like the mask was empowered with aha or something, and it was like controlling Sparkle, and the real Sparkle was like the actor beneath the mask, and I don't know. It made her character seem much more interesting, and we saw none of that in 2.0. So I hope we get to see more, like her character is a little bit more interesting like that in the future, because like the Myred Celestia made her character seem really fucking interesting. But anyways, moving on. Her mask is speaking. You stole a glance at me when you first entered the hotel. You followed me wherever I went inside the dreamscape, in the windows along the commercial street, in the pond water reflections of Eden Park, and even in the reflections of the wine glass, everywhere. Oh, Black Swan was following her?
My dear, do you have a crush on me? Well then, seeing as you're so interested in me, let's play a little game. I left a puzzle for you, Nero Timal. Solve it.
Why is she quoting? Why is this in quotations? Memo Keeper of Garden of Recollection. Is this like giving her... I'm so confused on what the fuck is going on here.
And prove that you're capable of pleasing me. If you can solve it, then we can talk. Don't leave me waiting, my dear. Before Penacony gets flipped upside down, try to find me, catch me, and stop me.
So that's Sparkle relaying a message to Black Swan, I assume. And I assume that this has to be Black Swan as well, or Black Swan. Sparkle. This is Sparkle relaying a message to Black Swan, and I assume this has to be Sparkle as well, but Black Swan doesn't know that.
There's actually more than one Memo Keeper who's come to Penacony. She's mixed me up with someone else.
What?
But no harm, no foul.
And she doesn't lie, I don't think, either, so there has to be another... That has to be a truth, right? Black Swan said... She had some dialogue in the main story of 2.0 where she said something along the lines of, like, I will not lie, but that doesn't mean I won't keep truths from you. But anything she, like, deliberately says as a fact has to be a truth, no? I think. There's actually more than one Memo Keeper here who's come to Penacony. I think that has to be a truth. But what if it was a lie? Originally, I don't know. I want to trust her. I love her.
The address that the mask gave you is right here.
I'm going schizo,
but
bro.
You never would have thought that when Miss Sparkle mentioned a game, she was talking about wanton slaughter on the streets of Penacony.
What the?
Such a direct act of provocation is enough to get my competitive side worked up too.
Madam, Forgive me. I had no idea about anything she said. As you saw, I went through a brain scan and everything.
Max, how can such a beauty like Black Swan lie? Let me tell you about a fairy named, oh god, what's her name in Lost Belt 6? The one that raised Melusine? Aurora. Let me tell you about a lady named Aurora, bro. Holy fuck, her character was complex and fucking insane. My god, bro, Aurora. Let me tell you about Darth Plagueis the Wise. Forgive me, I had no idea about anything she said. As you saw, I went through a brain scan and everything. What?
I'm just a friend, helping her deliver a letter. That's all. I never knew this was actually a declaration of warfare. They say you shouldn't kill the messenger. So, maybe you can just, let me go. You all are the big shots here. I'm really not on your level.
Please, Black Swan, say you see through the disguise.
What a frightened look you have. Don't worry. Since this has nothing to do with you, I won't be suspecting you of anything. Why don't you come take a stroll with me?
Oh, seems like I can't escape being an assistant detective. Oh, fine. It's all fine. No big deal.
Trial, Black Swan, let's go. Alright. Wait, could I have 2 Black Swans? Is that possible? No? Oh, she was already in this team. Okay, never mind. Don't be greedy, Max. What's better than 1 Black Swan? 2 Black Swans. Stare. All right, what are we doing? Let me see what the mission is. Ask the Bloodhound family member about the case. Masquerade Duet. It seems that there was a murder case. Fortunately, in Penacony, it is almost impossible for people to actually be murdered. Almost. And the murderer is without question the enigmatic Sparkle. Enigma? It seems that Black Swan has no intention of telling the Bloodhound family about the murderer's identity. She is instead planning on playing with Sparkle. You cannot grasp what either Sparkle or Black Swan is thinking.
If there's anything you'd like to know, please ask away.
Regarding the victim.
Who was the victim?
An IPC employee named Shamari.
Oh, who cares then?
Eyewitnesses reported that a tall, strong man wearing a large robe with long sleeves walked right past Shamari, and suddenly assaulted him with a hammer.
Eyewitnesses report that a tall, strong man wearing a large robe with long sleeves walked right past Shamari, then suddenly assaulted him with a hammer. The fuck?
Shamari collapsed on the spot and woke up from the dream. The murderer vanished in a flash.
See, so he woke up from the dream, so death in the dream would mean you wake up.
Ooh,
in this case, at least.
That sounds just like Sparkle. Her best asset is transforming her appearance to look like someone else.
Regarding the Sweet Dreams troop present at the scene of the crime.
Who are those 2 little guys?
Seems like the assailants stole the troop from elsewhere and deliberately placed them here. What nerve.
Oh, it does sound like
Not the
Acheron.
slightest consideration for public order.
Seems like the assailants stole the troop from elsewhere and deliberately placed them here. What nerve. They don't even have the slightest consideration for public order. Oh, so the assailants stole these guys and put them here for some reason?
Those 2 have clammed up. I wonder if you 2 could help pry open their mouths.
Looks like a puzzle that Sparkle has left behind for you.
Regarding evidence at the scene of the crime.
Any leads yet?
This is a developing case, so there aren't many clues yet. All we have to go by are the weapon used by the assailant and the victim's ID. They didn't even take the weapon with them. Sounds like they're trying to provoke us. Despicable.
Can we summon the victim?
Where's Mr. Shamari right now? I'd like to meet him.
I'm afraid you can't. The Oaks came forward and calmed him down. Mr. Shamari expressed that he understands the unpredictable nature of dreams, and went on to vacation in another dreamscape. Best not to bother him. Guest experiences always have to come first.
Oh, I'm afraid by the time we find him, half of Penacony will have been sent back to reality by Sparkle.
Looks like we'll have to play this little game of sparkles then.
Sparkle left a lot of items behind at the crime scene and used them to construct a bizarre stage play. It seems that this murder was simply bait to attract the attention of her audience, and this puzzle was actually the challenge that she had left for Black Swan.
Lady Black Swan, you're here! I'm the constable, and this here assisting me is the bailiff for this case.
Mr. Coldfeet, why'd you do it?
So they can talk after all. Miss Black Swan, they're heading straight for you.
Don't interrupt, I wasn't talking to you. I understand Lady Black Swan has quite the intellect. I'm sure you'll be able to get to the bottom of the Sparkle murder case.
The Sparkle murder case? Wasn't the victim Shamari from the IPC?
You're wrong, Lady Black Swan. The victim is evidently none other than the matriarch of the Goldhammer family, Miss Sparkle Goldhammer.
Huh?
Oh, I guess Miss Sparkle has written herself into the skit here, and this has nothing to do with the actual case. Goldhammer? Is that her real surname?
Never heard of it. Sounds made up. Sparkle doesn't sound like a real name either.
Miss Sparkle was supposed to receive 3 valiant warriors at the Goldhammer residence today, but upon their arrival, all they found was her body. Miss Sparkle had been smashed over the head by a hammer and died on the spot. Such a brutal act of violence.
My investigations discovered that the 3 warriors were supposed to escort supplies back to their territory the day before, but they were unexpectedly ambushed by the Annihilation Gang.
The Annihilation Gang, they finally showed up!
They narrowly escaped and barely got away with their lives, finding their supplies almost completely raided. So they all shared a motive for killing Miss Sparkle, to escape punishment.
So the 3 of them teamed up to kill her.
Is the case closed?
No, there can only be one murderer. It's not an unsolved mystery if there are 3 murderers.
I'm so fucking lost.
Wait.
If you can't justify it, don't bother.
Got it! Those 3 were all vying against each other to be number 2. They couldn't have cooperated on anything. So it must have been one of them acting alone.
That actually doesn't make much sense. Even if they were on bad terms, those 3...
Please begin your investigation, Lady Black Swan. There are lots of clues at the crime scene that are sure to help you apprehend the real culprit.
I've got the case file right here. If you want to learn more about the suspects, talk to me.
Bro, what the fuck? Ask bailiff about the suspects? Black Swan begins collecting clues, trying to solve the puzzle that Sparkle left behind. You can't help but wonder why Sparkle would go through all this effort. However, when it comes to people like Sparkle, asking why normally means you are on the wrong track. Why not play with Black Swan? Why not play with Black Swan the logic game that Sparkle left behind? Perhaps Sparkle's true motive is concealed within. Where's the hammer? Oh, I can't interact with the hammer. Damn it.
Lady Black Swan, allow me to introduce the 3 suspects to you. Lefton, Zhongshan, and Wright.
Wait a second. Legs? Lasagna? No.
Lefton is one of Miss Sparkle's chief lieutenants, whose right hand was unfortunately severed while he was valiantly fighting off the Annihilation Gang.
He's now learning how to write and hold a fork with his left hand. How tough that must be.
Question marks. Legs, lasagna, and what was the last one? Legs, lasagna, and someone else. Oh my god, when are those names coming up? Tier list, yeah, that was right. Legs, lasagna, and tier list. We gotta find them, bro. Left On is one of Miss Sparkle's chief lieutenants, whose right hand was unfortunately severed while he was valiantly fighting off the Annihilation Gang. He's now learning how to write and hold a fork with his left hand. How tough that must be. What the fuck?
Then there's Zhongshan. This guy's a coward who ran away as soon as a group spotted some bandits along the road. He ended up smashing into the side of a cliff and getting his face disfigured.
No way!
It's a real shame, as he used to be one of the rare handsome men left around town.
So, one of them got their right hand cut off because they had to learn to do everything with their left hand, right? Right hand was cut off. The other one had their face disfigured.
Last of all comes right. This guy was so insatiably greedy that he still came back to try and embezzle the rest of the supplies after they narrowly escaped with their lives, lying about how the gang had taken off with everything. Lefton and Zhongshan were so incensed that they broke his legs.
Legs! Lasagna? Tier list.
Hang on, I'm confused here. Left on? Right? Is this some kind of joke?
What? Where did you get that idea from? Do you need me to go over it all again?
Yes, please. That won't be necessary.
That won't be necessary. I've memorized every detail.
No wonder you're a memo keeper.
The case review. While you are experiencing this dreamscape, you can re-examine the details of the puzzle whenever you wish. This seems to be a convenient feature prepared by Dr. Edward. He is so nice. Bro, what the fuck is this quest? Investigate the evidence.
Look, an ID card. Talent Motivation Department, Shamari. Is this the victims?
Mr. Shamari's belongings should have disappeared alongside him as he woke from the dreamscape. The fact that this ID is here means Miss Sparkle placed it here on purpose to prove that she definitely attacked someone.
You should read the Pom-Pom Intel Penacony later. Where is that? Is that in the databank? Feels like they only did this quest because they had to, because we needed a Black Swan. Is there a Sparkle quest as well in 2.0? Brain rot type quest? Or I guess this one had to do with Sparkle, so maybe it's somewhere online. Oh, the Pom-Pom Intel Penacony thing. Mr. Shamari's belongings should have disappeared alongside him as he woke up from the dreamscape. The fact this ID is here means Miss Sparkle placed it here on purpose to prove that she definitely attacked someone. Yeah, this technically is like the Sparkle and Black Swan quest, I suppose. Evidence Shamari's ID. The ID belonging to Shamari, a worker of the Talent Motivation Department in the Interastral Peace Corporation. Most IPC staff value their ID greatly. Apparently, some of them even installed it onto their forehead, ensuring that they can show it off to people wherever they go. Sparkle probably left it at the crime scene to prove that she really did assault someone. And they said, wait, the dialogue said that people's belongings disappear when they wake up, right? But because Sparkle, like, interacted with this one specifically, it stayed? Right? Despawn time, I guess? Character story quests are more into the actual story, I guess, this time? Well, I just wanted to point out, just remember this is also a dream bubble. Well, I wanted to say that's interesting because fucking the photo, Firefly's photo that she dropped after she was killed, we picked it up and then it dissolved in our hands. And so I think that that might even be further proof that she actually fucking woke up. I don't know. Anyways.
Holy moly! This hammer is super heavy! This must be the murder weapon for the Sparkle murder case.
Miss Sparkle also used it to attack Mr. Shamari.
I'm barely able to lift this using both hands. I have no idea how Sparkle could ever use this to hit a target.
Well, we're in a dream, dog. Evidence, the giant wooden hammer. The giant wooden hammer Sparkle used to attack Shamari. It seems to be a custom-made model specifically for her. It is extremely heavy, and even Sampo can't lift it in one hand. What a Herculean woman. Strong. Sparkle is actually Bunyan. Black Swan begins collecting clues, trying to solve the puzzle that Sparkle left behind. You can't help but wonder why Sparkle... Oh, okay, I already... This is the same thing as before.
Is that all the evidence? How are we meant to solve this with so little to go on? Oh, you scared me! When did you pop out?
The two pieces of evidence that you found are related to the attack on Shamari. Miss Sparkle didn't leave them lying around for no reason. They're clues to the puzzle. But there are still some other clues that were placed in other areas, so they won't spoil the crime scene.
Isn't that a bit unnecessary?
No. It's disruptive to have a stack of irrelevant things crowding a crime scene. Miss Sparkle is a law-abiding citizen who'd never bring extra trouble to the family.
Seems quite nice of her, if you ask me.
Looks like Miss Sparkle is adding a little spice to the investigation. Let's take her up on her offer then. Mr. Assistant Detective, this way.
Truly a member of Elation. Into the room where Sparkle hid the puzzle. Black Swan begins collecting clues. Oh, is it? It's still the same message again? All right. It's morphin' time!
What's this little device here for? Could you please let me know? It looks like a little button.
It's a fucking bomb button, bro.
Don't push it, Lady Black Swan. Whatever you do, don't push it! That's the mutually assured destruction button that Miss Sparkle installed. Once pushed, Miss Sparkle and the entirety of Penacony will instantaneously go up in smoke. Miss Sparkle also has her own button. The second she pushes hit, you and the entirety of Penacony will instantaneously go up in smoke.
Ain't no way.
That sounds like both buttons can do the exact same thing.
Correct. Exactly the same.
Oh,
Aren't you going to ask me why?
okay. Why?
Because she is fair.
This is nuts!
Let's go. Evidence, the mutually assured destruction button. Apparently, one little press of this button will level all of Penacony. Who wouldn't want to try pressing it? Sporkle. Try it? I don't think I can press it.
Yeah.
Wait, what am I doing? Have I forgotten how to do this? Mighty Morphin Power Rangers! Ah. Is that Pom Pom? Pom Pom ain't no way.
What's this? A plush toy?
Regardless of why it's designed to look like the conductor aboard the Astral Express, this doll, is it connected to the case?
Have you ever heard of something called a red herring in detective stories? It's a fake clue that leads you down the wrong path.
Just like Acheron's red text, chat. The red text is supposed to mean it's a red herring to lead us down the wrong path.
I see. But when it's so obvious, doesn't that defeat the purpose?
That's just in case you didn't realize the ingenuity of Miss Sparkle and were worried about her throwing out a random, useless clue.
Exactly. Why did they take away Pom Pom's clothes? Sparkle truly is an evil genius.
I see. Thank you for your keen insight. Then, let's pretend we were misled by a red herring. This doll, could it be connected to the case?
You don't have to play along that hard, you know.
Yes! We got the Pom Pom toy. An exquisite Pom Pom toy. Who knows why Sparkle would have something like this? Maybe it's truly because the conductor's beauty is famous throughout the cosmos? Yes. Sometimes you can find heavy items. Can we smash it? Push. I win! Hanu has overcome Boss Stone's minions with his wits. Impressive. Pom Pom equals Adrilla confirmed. There's nothing here. Oh, it's a note.
This notice seems like a hint for us from Miss Sparkle.
Goldhammer resident security regulations. To prevent criminals from hurting our great and lovely Miss Sparkle, the Goldhammer residents shall abide by the following regulations from today onwards. 1. All retainers and visitors must enter and exit the Goldhammer residence using the facial recognition system. 2. Those who cannot pass through the facial recognition system will be killed on the spot. 3. These regulations are in effect immediately, or indefinitely.
That sounded like a story from ancient times. And why did the facial recognition system suddenly go out?
This is so her style, isn't it? Doesn't look like there are any more clues. Let's head back to the crime scene.
Next, should we pin down the identity of the perpetrator? This evidence, I've been staring at it all day, but there's nothing that can identify the perp. Lefton, that guy lost his hand.
Lefton!
Remember Zhongshan's face was disfigured after the incident at the cliff? Right. I remember this one best. Right has a broken leg.
Why don't we flip the question and start by asking who couldn't be the murderer? After all, there are only 3 suspects, so elimination could be a valid method.
If you put it like that, then do you already have someone in mind? Tell me, come on.
What the fuck? Evidence, Goldhammer resident security. A copy of the Goldhammer resident security regulation. Sparkle probably made it up on the spot just for this detective game. It says, everything we just read. Okay. What are we doing?
So, who exactly is the murderer? Remember Zhongshan's face was disfigured after the incident at the cliff? Right?
His face was disfigured at the cliff. Was it because of the facial recognition?
Poor guy. He was seriously injured and was all wrapped up in bandages to keep his good looks safe. If that's the case, then he couldn't have made it through the Goldhammer residence's facial recognition system.
Yup.
That would suggest that Zhongshan is not the murderer.
I assume if you don't have legs, there's no way you could be the murderer because it'd be hard for you to get around, but the hammer also was so heavy that they, the hammer was so heavy, it couldn't be any of them, I don't think, right?
So, who exactly is the murderer? Lefton? That guy lost his hand.
And he couldn't have done it because the hammer was so fucking heavy.
Based on the bailiff's statement, Lefton's dominant hand was seriously injured to the point where he had to learn how to live using only his left hand. Swinging that giant sledgehammer to murder someone, that must be hard for him. Probably impossible. Lefton's suspicion level can be downgraded.
Who is Black Swan's voice actress, man? Oh my goodness, I love her.
By process of elimination, it seems
pronunciation
that
of
only
words.
Right could be the murderer. That was easy. Let's tell the council.
Wait, no, it wasn't him though. But the guy without legs, there's no way the guy with fucking broken legs actually got around. Oh, she voices someone from Ruby. I've never seen Ruby. That's interesting though. Why not use the pom-pom doll for once? Oh, would there have been funny dialogue?
Please begin your investigation, Lady Black Swan.
He was on a bike, probably? What?
Help you apprehend the real culprit.
How do you ride a bike if your legs are broken, dog? Aluka, you are a member of Elation for sure.
The murderer is right.
Babe, you have answered correctly. As expected, you didn't disappoint, Lady Black Swan. Game rules stipulate I must tell you where the next puzzle is.
More?
Huh? The next puzzle? I didn't sign up for this.
I didn't either. I guess if I get to hang out with Black Swan more, though, it's alright.
Looks like the key to winning lies not in the puzzle itself, but in the motives behind Miss Sparkle's strange behavior.
I have to remind you that Sparkle is a masked fool? Do you plan on finding logic in the mind of a masked fool?
I don't think I'm afraid this chase could go on forever.
Looks like the key to winning lies not in the puzzle itself, but in the motives behind Miss Sparkle's strange behavior. I'm afraid this chase may just go on forever. That's exactly what I plan on doing. Even if it's just subjective, there must be an overall principle behind the behavior. Memories cannot lie, and hers may just understand more about her than she does herself.
She's fucking straight psychologist, bro.
Right now, let's follow her train of thought and head to the next puzzle. I hope this time we can get ahead of the Bloodhound family. I want to try and avoid using my Memo Keeper powers.
Max is gonna go schizo on one when he starts researching through it in the coming week. Oh my god. What does this shit say? You have solved the puzzle, but the game is not over. The constable has told Black Swan that Sparkle is about to commit another murder, and Black Swan definitely would not have enough time to stop her. You feel a brief but intense surge of emotion flash across the dreamscape, likely because Black Swan dislikes this feeling of being led on a wild goose chase by others.
So why are you so focused on Sparkle's challenge? Or should I ask, are you more focused on Sparkle herself?
No.
I told you, it's purely out of a spirit of competitiveness. And as a Memo Keeper, I also have to fulfill my responsibilities and harvest some interesting memories.
Where is everyone?
Become part of the family. Raise a glass and enjoy feasts fit for a king.
Whoa, this place is a complete mess. And those two weirdos are probably here too.
There's nobody else at the scene. Seems like Miss Sparkle used the same method to send dreamers back to reality. Let's talk to those two there, then.
Another murder, another play, another puzzle. Sampo seems extremely distressed and ready to escape back into the secluded and quiet Winterland. Black Swan, on the other hand, seems calm and contented, thoroughly enjoying the detective game that Sparkle prepared. However, they are not the type to have their emotions displayed across their faces, so you are uncertain whether they are really distressed or calm. However, the Dreamscape sales store is still a place of entertainment, so perhaps it would be better to focus on investigating the puzzle Sparkle left behind than trying to assess the true thoughts of these characters. Let's enjoy a game of logic and deduction. Interesting. Yeah, I like how they say another murder, another play, because Sparkle likes to play in the plays right from her Celestia trailer, and then the thoughts of these characters as if we're like witnessing a play too, right?
Oh, Detective Black Swan and Detective Sampo, you finally made it!
We don't know what we'd do without your help.
Scampo.
Oh, why are you talking like that? Is this some sort of artistic performance that young people are into these days?
Is there something wrong with the way we are talking? Deputy Sheriff, am I talking in a strange way?
Oh, of course not, Sheriff. The way you talk is no stranger than the cat that climbs the apple tree in my grandma's backyard.
Huh. The skit this time is a modernist one.
Let's discuss this difficult case then. The victim is a galactic business magnate named Sparkle.
Her again? Sparkle really is obsessed with scripting her own death.
Oh, for the laughter. If you undercut me one more time, I swear I'm gonna kick you in the butt. Miss Sparkle came to the fashion store to buy herself a brand new tie. She didn't come back out.
Script? Is the audio bugging out again?
After a long time, the shopkeeper went in to see what was going on, but instead discovered Miss Sparkle's body. She had been strangled to death. There were 3 suspects on the scene, namely a Pepeshi shopkeeper named Wright, a Foxian gambler named Zhang Shan, and a wealthy Intellitron trader called Lefton.
Wait a second!
Our old friends.
It's not just to aid your memory. We've added more descriptions to help tell them apart.
Miss Sparkle is so gracious.
It is bugging. I think it's, what's that shit called when you get miniaturized into the guy that goes, huh? I think every time we do that, it bugs the audio, because it happened last time right after we did that minigame. I think it's connected to that somehow, because the audio is bugging again right after we did that. The curse of Hanyu. We gotta call that shit, yeah. The curse of Hanyu.
Based on surveillance footage, witness testimony, and various pieces of evidence, the killer is ultimately among these 3, and they were not working in cahoots.
You're too lazy to be a suspect, right?
Oh, for the laughter! If I talk any more with you, it'll make my pure soul filthy!
This has to be Sparkle voicing them, right? Oh, for the laughter. It'll make my pure soul filthy. That's gotta be Sparkle talking.
Detective Black Swan, the dossiers are over here. You can learn more about the suspects from me. I trust you'll be able to cut through the hogwash and find out who Miss Sparkle's killer is.
What the fuck? Oh my gosh, I hate this style of fucking fetch questing. It's just, it's too much.
Let me introduce the identities of these suspects to you. It's very straightforward. First of all is the shopkeeper, Wright. He's one of the Pepeshi people and only stands as tall as Sparkle's waist, which is often a source of teasing for him.
Oh.
He can get pretty salty about it.
The Pepeshi people were the people with the puffballs on their head, right?
Next up, you have the merchant Lefton.
He wants to join up with the Penacony Trading Guild and is in direct competition with Miss Sparkle. That could be a motive for killing her. Finally, there was the gambler Zhongshan. He lost a bet to Miss Sparkle,
Bust!
and he had to hand over his family heirloom. It's possible he harbored a grudge against her.
The
That's
Pepsi
all the
people.
information we have. Do you need me to repeat it?
That won't be necessary.
That won't be necessary. I remember it all.
I don't remember, but we'll be all right. The case review. While you are experiencing this dreamscape, you can re-examine the details of the puzzle whenever you wish. This seems to be a convenient feature prepared by Dr. Edward. He is so nice. All right, what are we doing now?
And there's the tie.
That skit before said that the deceased was strangled. Is this tie some kind of joke murder weapon?
Joke.
The tag on the tie reads, "Only for Imperial Master Lefton." Seems like it's one of Miss Sparkle's personal belongings.
That's not how you use the word imperial.
Evidence, Lefton's tie, a couture, how do you say that? Couture tie. The label says for Master Lefton's use only.
There's an accounting book lying on the ground. It must have been specially placed there by Sparkle.
On the title page is written Chen Katong. Is that someone's name? A code name. Oh, I think it's the name of the owner of this book.
This Jian Katong person should be Sparkle's targeted victim this time around.
God, the voice actress's pronunciation of, is that Chinese, I assume, because of the Q? There was an earlier name, a Chinese name earlier that she pronounced, like, almost fucking flawlessly that impressed me. The account book of the rich merchant Chen Katong. For a merchant, it is probably something second only in importance to money. Sparkle probably left it at the crime scene to prove that she really did assault someone. Oh my god, we gotta do another one of these. Alright, good thing I didn't reset the game to fix the audio issues.
So, it's just like the first case then. Only 2 pieces of evidence. The rest hidden inside her memories again, right?
Miss Sparkle doesn't want to distract your investigation.
She doesn't want to distract our investigation? What a law-abiding citizen this Sparkle is. Why doesn't she surrender then?
Couture is French, like sewing. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Huh. I'm about to be so cool. Huh. Oh yeah, it muffles the background music when you're in this sequence, so that's probably why it doesn't fix itself when you leave. You have to fucking restart the game to fix it. Kind of annoying. After being shrunk by Boss Stone, climbing the staircase becomes as challenging as a mountain hike. Let's try another route. That's funny. Where the fuck am I going? Oh, I can squeeze through there.
A little stool that seems quite normal. There are 2 small footprints drawn on it in crayon.
The footprints, which are half as big as standard, must belong to a Pepeshi person.
Perhaps it's just that this person's drawing skills are extraordinary.
So cool. A small stool with 2 small footprints drawn on it using a crayon, indicating it once belonged to a Pepeshi worker. This is perhaps the most crude out of all the evidence Miss Sparkle had fallen from her pedestal. TikTok! I'm assuming that's the real evidence up there, right? So let me see what this one is.
What's that smell? Why is there a smoked red herring there?
Mr. Sampo, take a look. This is a wonderful smoked red herring.
Somebody save me from this cringe joke.
Mr. Sampo, take a look. This is a wonderful smoked red herring.
Somebody save me from this cringe joke.
Even among the fools I know, Miss Sparkle's sense of humor stands out from the rest.
Oh, it was actually a red herring fish? I didn't even catch that. That was fucking so dumb.
Have you dealt with many masked fools before?
No, only a handful. After all, I prefer warm memories baked in sunshine. They're the ones that usually belong to kind people.
I would like to take you into a field with a warm, baked sunshine. I don't know where I'm going with that. Evidence, smoked red herring. This evidence is obviously something comical Sparkle made. To avoid you thinking that you wasted time investigating this useless evidence, here's a recipe. Smoke the red herring or any type of preserved fish until it turns golden on both sides. Place it into a dish, remove all bones, then crush the meat, add raw eggs into the frying pan, and fry it until well done. Then add vegetables you like and fry that too. Then add it in the crushed smoked red herring and day-old rice and some salt. Be very careful with how much you put in. There's already preserved fish in it. Stir, fry evenly, then plate, and voila! Here's a smoked red herring fried rice. You're welcome. Sparkle's so nice. She even put a recipe in there. Max, don't let the dogs out. I don't know what you're talking about. Max, is that how you flirt? If so, the neighbor's dogs will be disappointed. I usually can't find the courage to flirt in the first place, don't worry. What the? Escape velocity reached? Admit nothing.
This clock is...
TikTok!
Open it up and take a look.
This clock is huge. Doctor, you're huge.
So there's a ring inside. This is evidence too. Why was it planted inside another device?
Because this ring was found inside the victim's mouth. We want to reconstruct the scene of the crime.
In the victim's mouth.
Hey, there's something engraved inside the ring. Zhongshan family heirloom. That should be it. Let's head out.
I have to thank you, Mr. Assistant Detective, but the puzzle this time is pretty strange.
Have you found out who the killer is?
Just some shallow intuition. Anyway, let's report back to the sheriff for now.
ZH is like a J, right? Is it Zhongshan ring? I probably butchered that. I'm so sorry. An expensive looking ring. The words Zhongshan heirloom are carved on its side. Gotcha. That hasn't changed. Okay.
Oh, for the laughter! Didn't think I'd be seeing Detective Black Swan so soon. What's that? You found out who the killer is?
Pretty much.
You live up to your reputation, Detective Black Swan. As smart as the nest of magpies roosting in the roof of my Uncle Frank's garage.
What?
You live up to your reputation, Detective Black Swan. As smart as the nest of magpies roosting in the roof of my Uncle Frank's garage.
Bro, that's a crazy line. I gotta screenshot that and use that later. That's so fucking funny. Crucial lore. Why is that so fucking funny, bro? You're gonna walk the dog, be back later. That's a line to flirt.
This guy is mixing up his birds here.
Then go ahead. Who is the killer, and what evidence do you have to prove the case?
Identify the murderer. Do not identify the murderer. Which one, chat? Wait. Do we want to identify the murderer or not identify the murderer? Which one gives more lore? Both? I don't think I can do both, can I? Aha, we want to flirt. Oh, by the way. Is the voice changer working now? It should be, because I think I fixed it from last stream. Let's go! It's working! Let me tell you what, boys. I got the IPC credits here. And if you want to win, you're gonna have to enter the giveaway. Wait, you can't hear? Y'all fucking with me? Can't believe this shit. These motherfuckers. Anyways, yeah, this is the Black Swan and Sparkle quest. Do not identify the murderer. Max is giving IPC money now? Traitor! Let's just identify the murderer.
Then let us appreciate your powers of deduction.
Whoa.
Have you solved the case? This guy, Zhongshan, is a card shark who used to play Get the Koi with Miss Sparkle. He gambled away his entire family fortune.
The ring was related to him, right, Shirley?
This ring is a piece of evidence, right?
That's right! That's the one! What would a penniless wretch of a gambler like Zhongshan be doing at such a fancy fashion store as this? Because he was planning on robbing it! He'd stolen Lefton's tie and was just about to get away when he saw Miss Sparkle, the one who'd stolen his family fortune from him. So, he darted into the changing room and tried to get back his ring. Who could have known that Miss Sparkle would end up swallowing that ring? All Zhongshan could do was use the tie in his hand to try and strap down her neck to prevent her from swallowing the ring. But he unexpectedly managed to strangle Miss Sparkle to death.
Bro, what?
What a tragedy! If it weren't for your incisive detective work, the murderer would still be at large.
Is something wrong here? This is too easy. The first case wasn't hard, but this one...
As you can imagine, the conclusions that the evidence points to are not mutually exclusive. Which means, this is probably another prank from Miss Sparkle. Mr. Assistant Detective, please feel free to point out a suspect as the murderer.
Ah, I see. Sheriff, the murderer is Lefton. The evidence is the tie, right?
Correct, Detective Sampo. I never thought you'd be able to deduce the truth.
Sheriff, the murderer is right. The evidence is the stool, right?
Yes! For the laughter, how did I fail to realize this formidable intellect of yours?
So every answer's right. All right, that makes sense, because the previous one, remember, I was like, it couldn't have been any of them, because one had a broken arm, so he couldn't have wielded the fucking hammer. One had broken legs, so there's no way he could have escaped the crime scene, and the other one had a fucked up face, so there's no way he would have gotten past the facial security system. So it couldn't have been any of them. And then in this one, it could have been, it sounds like every answer would have been right. I want to see what the dialogue would have been if we would have clicked on the red herring then. They probably would have made up some funny-ass fucking story with the red herring fish.
Dead. Right from the start, there was no murderer. The evidence is the ring. Whatever, I'm just spitballing here.
Goodness me! Deputy Sheriff, is he really a genius? How could such an unfathomable mystery be solved so easily by him?
Ugh.
Look, Miss Sparkle has given us a puzzle where every single answer is correct.
Hilarious.
I take it so seriously. Miss Sparkle is a masked fool, not a masked genius. If it's a challenging puzzle you want, please go out there and turn right until you get to the Intelligentsia Guild. We're only responsible for providing an entertaining detective experience. Anyway, since our genius detective Black Swan has cracked the case, I will now share Miss Sparkle's next puzzle with you.
Oh no.
So that's it? This is just going to go on and on forever?
His face.
We can't do that.
Then I wish you both the best. Oh yes, if you're not in a hurry, I can tell you the answers for some of the outcomes you never chose.
Yes, please. Wait.
Detective Black Swan, would you like to hear about the other answers that you didn't guess?
Yes.
Why, I wouldn't miss it for the world, seeing as you put so much work into everything.
Lefton is a wealthy merchant who has been competing with Miss Sparkle for decades. They're always at each other's throats.
What if I would have said the red herring?
This evidence doesn't really prove that he is the murderer.
Damn it.
Nothing. I thought there was an answer for every single permutation.
That's what I thought too. Oh, this is interesting.
Don't go too far. Miss Sparkle will get tired. Lefton is a wealthy merchant who has been competing with Miss Sparkle for decades. They're always at each other's throats.
What if you use the tie? His own tie?
This tie is a piece of evidence, right?
That's right! That's the one! This tie belongs to Lefton, and it just so happens to be the murder weapon in this case. Could the evidence be any more solid than this? Lefton snuck into the changing room and waited for poor Miss Sparkle to enter before using this very tie to brutally kill her. And then he stuffed Zhongshan's ring into her mouth as a way to try and frame him. What a tragedy! If it weren't for your incisive detective work, the murderer would still be at large. Wright is a Pepechi citizen, and Miss Sparkle can be very uncivilized. She'd often laugh at his height.
Bro!
This evidence doesn't really prove that he is the murderer.
Nothing. I thought there was an answer for every single permutation.
Don't go too far. Wright is a Pepechi citizen, and...
What about the red herring?
This evidence doesn't...
Nothing.
Don't go too far. Wright is a Pepechi...
What about the stool?
This stool is a piece of evidence, right?
That's right! That's the one!
That's right! That's the one! Miss Sparkle always teased poor Wright until he was unable to take it any longer. Eventually, murderous intent was born. Taking advantage of his position, he stole Lefton's tie and told Miss Sparkle, "Miss, please come with me to the changing room. I'd like to show you a matching tie." Miss Sparkle never thought Wright would retaliate against her, so she went back with him to the changing room. As Wright stood atop the stool and helped Miss Sparkle try on the tie as usual, he then suddenly pulled it tight. And that's how he killed Miss Sparkle. What a tragedy! If it weren't for your right as a perpetual.
Nothing.
Don't go too far. Right as
Okay.
a
All right. Hurry to the upcoming crime. Black Swan has solved the puzzle that isn't a puzzle. Clearly, the game is still not over. Once again, Black Swan follows Sparkle's instructions and rushes to the next crime scene. You feel as if you sense another brief burst of emotion. Black Swan is getting a little tired of these games. Ooh.
Just as you said, solving puzzles is all just a cover for something else. That girl is toying with us. What should we do now? Just keep getting led around by her?
Truly, Miss Sparkle is a fascinating person. She seems chaotic inside, but easy enough to understand. Like a performer on the stage or child hungering for attention. This game will be over soon. This time, we're going to catch her.
Can I exit here and will I... Oh, see... Pause and save. Can I come back to it right where we left off? Is that a thing? That's why I was gonna wait to reset the game until after we finish the quest. Pause and save. Okay.
It's still early. Where to now?
Okay, let me reset the game. All right, we're back. Hopefully the audio is fixed now. Let's see the end of this quest line. Oh, is there no dialogue? Where's the dialogue?
Miss Black Swan, Mr. Sampo, you're finally here. I am the famed detective of Penacony, and next to me here is my assistant detective.
A murder in a locked room has left us all stumped.
As expected, another change in setting.
Yesterday, my assistant and I were visiting the famed artist Miss Sparkle, and we stayed the night. But this morning, Miss Sparkle didn't come out of her bedroom. The butler, Zhongshan, said that the door was locked from inside, so we ought not to have disturbed her. But Miss Sparkle had never slept in so late. And no matter how hard he knocked, there was no answer from inside.
As soon as I heard, I knew something must have happened. So I acted decisively and broke the door down to get inside.
The room was covered in spattered blood. Miss Sparkle's body was lying right in the middle, her face white as snow. One look told me she'd been dead for some time.
Thinking quickly, I grabbed the artist's canvas to staunch Miss Sparkle's blood, but... alas, poor Miss Sparkle! She's left us now forever!
I grabbed the artist's canvas to staunch Miss Sparkle's blood.
Besides us and Zhongshan the butler, Lefton the cook and Wright the driver were also at the scene of the crime. What would you like to do?
Presumably, Miss Sparkle is now carefully arranging the next crime scene, right? Why don't you skip all this rigmarole and just have a heart-to-heart conversation with me? It might tickle a little.
Tickle?
Wait up! Wait up!
Honest kid. I know where you are, Miss Sparkle.
No
cheating!
Detective and Scampo! I knew it!
Huh. Mr. Assistant Detective. You seem to be getting anxious.
Caught.
No, it's... This locked room murder case is pretty fun. I want to guess who it was.
Let's go. Can't keep a girl waiting, can we?
Hey, Miss Black Swan, wait up, wait up! Miss Sparkle has one final message to announce.
Ding-a-ling! Now comes the most exciting and romantic moment in any drama. The audience challenge. Everyone knows that the mighty masked fool Sparkle can change her appearance to look like others. And in this drama, the villain Sparkle has disguised herself as another character. So then, I put to you, which character is it? Also, if you're interested in the locked room case that the memo keeper ignored, you can try out your powers of deduction. I put lots into coming up with the puzzle, so don't let it go to waste. Thus, the masked genius Miss Sparkle has thrown down the gauntlet. All the clues are in motion. Happy hunting!
Give your guesses, Max. What? Wait, what do you mean? Like, who actually was Sparkle? She was like all of them simultaneously, it seemed like. Oh, and you can still play this game, I assume? The detective and the assistant detective have become two lifeless bodies. It seems they can no longer complete their mission. What? Sparkle lied? Ain't no way. I thought she only told truths. I thought I could still play this game. Hurry to find Sparkle's hiding spot. Hurry to find Sparkle's hiding spot. Challenge the audience. You have read a lot of detective novels that March 7th shoved into your hands and are no stranger to this kind of plot. Although normally it's the job of the author or the detective to challenge the reader or audience, is it not? How is it that in Sparkle's game, it's the murderer who's throwing down the gauntlet? Surely this is closer to threatening the audience than challenging. It's just what you've come to expect from Sparkle. Either way, happy hunting. Honkai Sparkle Rail.
Miss, why didn't you just do this earlier?
Such a crude approach violates my aesthetics of memory. But as a means to an end, I need to put this aside for a more indifferent process.
Ooh.
Discard your worthless destiny.
She's so pretty. What was the detective book that March read on Cienjo Lafu? God, that quest was so funny. Pom Pom the mob boss. The trash can! Ain't no way it's a trash can. Inspect the unusual trash can. What stands before Black Swan in this moment is undoubtedly a trash can. A Belabogian style trash can. This sight is supposed to shock you, but it does not. You have seen many strange things on your journeys. This sense of being unfazed by the bizarre makes you feel like you have really gained some life experience.
There's no weird, sweet dreams troop, nor is there evidence strewn all over the place. We finally caught up with her. But what's that thing? A Belabogian trash can? In Penacony?
Hey, dear Memo Keeper and Mr. Coldfeet, you made it. I didn't expect you to skip the final puzzle. That's on me. All right. Miss Sparkle cares not for the faults of ants like me. Come then, this is the final question. Listen up. What creature has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs at night?
Chat!
No murder case this time around?
Sometimes it's nice to take things easy. Come on, dear, give me your answer then.
The neighbor's dog, bro. Tick-tock! People, bugs, sweet dreams troop, a trash can. Do we go with trash can, chat, or do I get lore for every dialogue option here? I kind of want to just go straight to trash can, but I don't know if it's going to be like the Firefly dialogue option where it skips the other ones if I click that one first. Oldest puzzle in the book? Or is it all just the same? It has arrows, so it skips. So did the Firefly one, though, I think. A trash can.
Seeing as you're right here in front of me like this, then I guess the answer is a trash can. Right?
Womp womp. Wrong answer. That's funky, but a wild guess. The correct answer is Sparkle. When sleepy in the morning, she can't get out of bed. She runs about all afternoon in a fluster, so is exhausted by evening, but has to still raise a hand to hold a toothbrush. Poor Sparkle. So naturally, she's got 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs at night.
What the heck was that jibber jabber?
What a cute answer.
Thanks for the compliment, my dear. But you can't try to fool me, seeing as you've just tried to cheat. Wrong answer. Accept your punishment.
Everything is Sparkle. Fun fact, Sparkle is rapping all of that in the Chinese version. No way, I gotta hear that. That's funny. Oh, now we gotta fight it. Wait, what's the lore on the trash can? A peculiar entity born within the realm of fiction, its story documented in the Nameless Chronicles, a lone and valiant trash can bearing the mission of the Garbage King to seek formidable warriors to eliminate all waste that threatens the world. Amazing.
Ill tidings manifest.
Hit.
Stand still.
The Chad trash can.
May as well kill them all. Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Can I get a Kafka boom in chat?
Ill fate descends. Memories are ever changing. Beneath the waters lies an endless abyss.
Holy smokes! What's up with this guy? He just came out swinging from nowhere. Huh? No voices? This guy's pretty quiet. Miss, let's hurry up. Flip open the lid and find the girl.
Wait. Don't move. Something's off.
Miss, you killed Sparkle. How is this possible? How can people die inside Penacony's dreamscape? In the Garden of Recollection. What did you do? You did this, didn't you? Killing people in their dreams. Only the Remembrance has the powers to do that. You planned it out all from the start because she teased you and was pranking you. You wanted to kill her.
Dude, I love Scampo's VA so much.
Oh, I understand. You refused to let me go because you wanted to drag me into all of this. If I don't agree, I'll end up just like she did.
What's with all the coins? Wait a second. Where are we?
There is no death inside Penacony's dreamscape. That's the promise of the family and the blessing of the harmony. Not even a memo keeper can break this barrier.
Oh, because it's an eon promise? The promise of the harmony?
There's no need to take such great pains. If you just want confirmation, I've already told you the answer, Miss Sparkle.
Miss Sparkle? Who are you talking to?
You. Sparkle has disguised herself as another character. Wouldn't that be you, Mr. Sampo?
Scampo!
This? Don't jump to conclusions! If you want to accuse me of being Sparkle, you have to provide the evidence. Oh, I'm afraid evidence is a little too hard to come by. So, deduction will do.
The hint for the final question was a little too obvious.
Oh, you mean the locked room murder? I thought you weren't doing that one.
All the painstaking effort that Miss Sparkle put into it. How could I ever miss it? The key to solving the puzzle lay in two pieces of information put forward by the detectives. First, the large splatter of blood at the crime scene. Second, the victim had been dead for some time. Based on my shallow understanding, I can only draw two conclusions. One is that the murderer did not need to create a locked room case, because a locked room always needs a reason to exist. But, based on the detective's description, this locked room did not delay the discovery of the body. There was no third party at the crime scene to frame, and the blood everywhere didn't look like a faked suicide. That being so, the murderer seems to have no reason for creating a locked room. There is also reason to speculate that if the crime scene was a locked room, then its creator might not necessarily be the murderer. As for my second conclusion, it's even more obvious still. When everyone broke into the scene of the crime, why did the assistant rush off to staunch the blood? A trained professional was somehow happily destroying a crime scene just to save someone who's obviously been dead a while. The answer is simple. It's because the assistant detective is the murderer.
Oh!
At the time, I was in such a hurry that I didn't hear the whole mystery. I tentatively speculated that the murderer had killed the victim the night before, but hadn't locked the door from the inside. And so, when he learned this piece of information, he realized that the victim had created their own locked room mystery. That's why he had to rush to the crime scene as soon as possible, to confirm whether or not the victim left any evidence implicating him. And, judging by his behavior, it probably had something to do with that canvas, like some final words. Of course, this is just a simple mind game. The answer to the puzzle isn't important. Miss Sparkle just wanted to pass on one hint to me, that the murderer is the assistant detective. Which means it's you, Mr. Sampo.
Scampo!
I've been using this term of address, but it was you who first came up with it.
Look at bro's face.
Has anyone ever told you that you're more like a detective than a memo keeper?
In my opinion, there is no difference between the two. Follow ripples along the surface of the water. Use some abilities and tricks to keep diving deeper, and touch that secret deep inside people's hearts. Salvage it and protect them carefully. The truth does not lie. Neither do memories.
Exquisite reasoning, and very close to the truth. But I have another answer. Would you like to hear it?
Another answer?
The great artiste Sparkle locked herself away in her bedroom using red paint to create the semblance of spattered blood everywhere. And that assistant detective who was first on the scene, who confirmed her death, was not the murderer, but rather an accomplice who assisted her in faking her own death.
What a pity, such a pity. My dear, you were so close to the right answer. Unfortunately, the right answer is Miss Sparkle's body. Sparkle was disguised as Sparkle's body. Ding-a-ling! I won!
You cheated!
Does Miss Sparkle's body even count as a real character?
Why not? Miss Sparkle's body appeared in all three of those skits just then.
It's a little bit forced, but it's fine. So, who is this Mr. Sampo, then?
Beautiful lady, I already confessed everything to you earlier on. I really didn't know a thing. I just helped a friend send a letter. That's all.
Can I get a sausage in chat?
So I've been running a fool's errand this whole time.
My dear, why so serious?
Oh no.
Haven't you been having a great time? I have, at least.
She said the fucking Joker line. Why so serious?
You take memories, and I get joy. We get what we need from each other, seeing as we're such kindred spirits, but also such loners. Why don't you come and work with me?
She winked.
Ooh, we can dance ballet together.
Oh? Am I understanding this correctly? A masked fool inviting me to work together?
A show of unprecedented splendor is about to be staged in Penacony. If you're too late to take the stage, you can work behind the scenes.
Which is like what I predicted she's kind of been doing the whole time as well. I think with Aventurine's dialogue, when Aventurine was talking to Sparkle, I had the assumption that what Aventurine said when he referenced the Memo Keeper and the Astral Express as chips on the table themselves who can never lose. The only people who can never lose in a bet are the chips themselves, and he referenced the Memo Keeper and the Astral Express. I assumed that meant that we and the Memo Keeper were pretty fucking important to the background of the plot, and everyone's kind of fighting over us, but I'm not sure. So she as well is like kind of already working behind the scenes in the plot.
If you want to appreciate this drama, you have to stand up under that spotlight as you take the stage and watch the dancing envelop you. Come with me. This is the best seat in the house.
I don't really understand why you're so fixated on destroying family barriers. But, as I said before, a Memo Keeper can't help you. It's frankly above my pay grade. Also, I don't consider you a loner. Oh, I don't mean him, but rather behind you.
Clocky?
The one who hired you to come to Penacony probably doesn't want you secretly linking up with other forces, right?
The one who hired you to come to Penacony probably doesn't want you secretly linking up with other forces. What? Someone hired Sparkle to come to Penacony.
How did you know?
Memory is like the deep blue sea. But if you try to catch two fish with one cast, you might not be satisfied with your catch.
That might make more sense for why Sparkle declined Aventurine too. Who could have hired Sparkle to come to Penacony? That's definitely going to be one that keeps me up at night thinking for the next fucking week. Oh no, who could have hired Sparkle? Memory is like a deep blue sea, but if you try to catch two... Let me read all that again. I just wanted to see Sparkle. The one who hired you to come to Penacony... I don't really understand why you're so fixated on destroying family barriers, but as I said before, a Memo Keeper can't help you. It's frankly above my pay grade. Also, I don't consider you a loner. And oh, I don't mean him, referencing Scampo, but rather behind you. I thought she was referencing the Clocky statue there, but... The one who hired you to come to Penacony probably doesn't want you secretly linking up with other forces, right? How did you know? Memory is like the deep blue sea, but if you try to catch 2 fish with 1 cast, you might not be satisfied with your catch. What does that mean?
So, you mean you're refusing? Memo Keeper, did you think you could just leave?
Why not?
My dear, I don't want to scare you. You'll know the answer sooner or later. We're just getting to know each other a little today. If you ever change your mind, come find me at the tavern. That is, if you can find me.
The lines from the lobby at the beginning of Penacony? If you change your mind, you can find me at the tavern. There was also, at the beginning, I think it was Firefly referenced the fool at the tavern, and I thought that that was interesting, because I figured when she said fool and tavern, she was referencing Sparkle, but I wasn't sure where the tavern came into that. That's definitely, okay, so the fool at the tavern is Sparkle, which is just, it's really interesting that Firefly on the rooftop named off every single member that was like, that had a play in the conflict here at Penacony, before we even knew that Firefly like knew of them, which is interesting. Like Firefly specifically mentions like the Stellaron hunters, the fool at the tavern. I'm trying to think of who else she referenced. All fools are at the tavern. Tavern is Masked Fool's gathering place. Oh, okay. It's their home turf. You have good memory? Well, I rewatched that Firefly. It's not that I have good memory. I rewatched that Firefly rooftop scene like several times trying to dissect all the dialogue from it. Come find me at the tavern. That is if you can find me, because she obviously like changes form, right?
Let's go, Sampo?
Scampo!
Sampo. Who is Sampo?
What?
This is Bellabug, right?
She took their memories!
I said, why not? Don't worry. Such a crude approach violates my statics of memory. So once you leave my sight, you'll be able to remember everything again. And also, I'm sorry, my dear. My dream dance partner? I've already got sights on someone else.
Oh my god, she's so hot. I'm screenshotting the wink. She is talking to us? She's talking to me! What do you mean, us? No, she's talking about Acheron, I'm assuming, because, like I said, I haven't watched the animated short, but I have seen GIFs of Acheron and Black Swan dancing together in a ballroom. I just don't know the context behind it. Still trying to decide whether or not we're gonna watch that this stream, but if we don't watch it this stream, we'll watch it at the end of next stream for sure. Yeah, I have not seen the ballroom dance. I think it's called Rondo, everyone said. You can watch it safe. Yeah, everyone was saying I can watch it, but we've got a lot of other 2.0 videos to watch first. I don't want to watch that one before the others. So my dream dance partner, I've already got my sights on someone else. I'm assuming that means the Acheron, just because I've seen the GIFs of them dancing. So she can steal memories. I had assumed that just because of some of the dialogue.
Did you notice its nested structure? Being part of a play inside the dreamscape is as weird and captivating as being in a dream within a dream.
You don't say. Oh, now we have to speak with him. This is the line from the very beginning. Wait, what? Oh, the dream dance partner? What was I gonna say? Fuck, I forgot. Oh, I wasn't sure if, I was not positive. I was like pretty sure, but I was only like 70, maybe 80% sure that Black Swan had the ability to take memories from people. I wasn't 100% sure she actually had that ability. I was just guessing based on some of the dialogue implications that have been made before. Now I'm 100% sure that she has the ability to take memories, and I have a feeling that that has a major, that is going to be a major plot point going forward. And probably is why, like I said, Acheron, the way Acheron acts is like her memories have been taken. And there was also, in the IPC broadcast number 2, they specifically say Galaxy Rangers are going after a case, or Galaxy Rangers are involved in a case in which they are trying to retrieve stolen memories. That was in the IPC broadcast number 2. And they said that Galaxy Rangers were specifically on that case. I had a hunch that Acheron was actually sent to Penacony to investigate that, and maybe in trying to get those stolen memories back, she had her own memories stolen, and then that is why Acheron is like completely lost and doesn't know where the fuck she is half the time whenever we talk to her. On top of that, I feel like that might be how Boot Hill gets roped into the story later on, because I assume Boot Hill, being another Galaxy Ranger, might go looking for Acheron, who is like now like a missing Galaxy Ranger. Maybe I know all the Galaxy Rangers like specifically are supposed to work alone. I think the lore specifically referenced that every Galaxy Ranger works alone. They don't typically work together. But I imagine if they're all like buddies at least, and they all communicate with each other from time to time, maybe it would have gotten out that Acheron went missing and Boot Hill goes searching for her, and that's why Boot Hill shows up on Penacony's door, maybe. I'm just guessing why he might show up. Who the fork is Boot Hill? We have no memory of such person. God damn it. What the fork? Buddies from this particular Reddit sub? Sauk Valley. Anyways. Speak with Dr. Edward. This wonderful dream has finally come to an end. Dr. Edward would like to hear your thoughts. Go and talk with him. Oh, and don't forget what Black Swan told us at the start. The nature of this memory is special. Don't ruin the dreamscape experience for anyone else by spoiling the ending.
That's the end of Miss Black Swan's dream bubble. Are you satisfied with your experience?
You heard that, chat? What? Wait, don't spoil the ending? Wait, are they not buddies? I'll go to the lore tab again and tell you what I was talking about. How fascinating. How boring. It was kind of easy. Sampo turned out to be...
I noticed that the people in your dream were familiar to you. It's worth repeating that dreams are just dreams. And in Penacony, dreams can be processed, or even tampered with.
Oh.
Things in our dreams cannot be trusted, let alone in someone else's dreamscape. If there's any information that you'd like to confirm, please do so by the cold, hard light of reality. Sweet dreams.
Speak up, bro. I can barely hear him. Wait, what the fuck? It was a dream within a dream.
Really?
Whoa.
I wouldn't do anything to her.
Is this the tavern?
Don't worry about that, Memo Keeper. Let's talk about my thing. I've helped you out with everything you've asked, as agreed. Shouldn't you give my mask back to me now?
What?
Since when did the masked fools suddenly start respecting agreements? Just kidding. I loved seeing that look on your face. Take this key to the tavern cellar, third barrel on the left. You never saw me. But Sampo, after all this time, what made you suddenly want to take back your mask? This doesn't seem like the Sampo I know.
Oh, so all the masked fools have masks? I'm gonna be honest, this whole time, I didn't think that it was actually Sampo, because Sampo said at the end of the, Sampo was talking with that other masked fool from the, I forgot his name, the other masked fool from the Pokemon event, and we saw a dream bubble at the end of the Pokemon event, and it was Sampo and that guy talking, and Sampo specifically said something along the lines of, I'm not going to Penacony because she is there, and I figured he meant Sparkle, and the way he talked about Sparkle made it sound like he was intimidated by her, which was interesting. The masked fools have masks? Yeah, no, I get that, but I never really put it together that, like, even though Scampo is part of the masked fools, he doesn't have a mask. 5 stars Sampo when... Giovanni, yeah, that was his name, and he had a mask on. So after all this time, suddenly you want your mask back? This doesn't seem like the Sampo I know.
Let me guess. A catastrophe is coming to Urello 6. Am I right?
Well, no comment about that. But I love that line you said. If you're too late to take the stage, you can work behind the scenes. That really makes sense. Sometimes even an old-timer like me feels like taking the stage and making a fool out of myself.
Bro.
If you're all out of options, please get in touch with me. I'm the kind of person who values friendship highly.
That's a crazy shot of Sparkle. God damn, look at her smile. That's some devious shit. There's a demon in this girl, bro. If you're all out of options, please get in touch with me. I'm the kind of person who values friendship highly. Please tell me we get to see the mask. I'm so interested to see what Sampo's mask looks like.
Forget it. You'll be doing me a favor if you stay away from Bellabog. After all, the elation that Miss Sparkle seeks isn't something old Sampo can stand by.
Old Sampo. That's the dialogue that I remember him saying something around. He said, so this is so interesting because I love how people that follow the same eon can have different philosophical perspectives on it. And that's the initial reaction or thought process I got from, I have to go back and see what the memory bubble at the Pokemon event said, but something in that dialogue said something along the lines of, the elation that Miss Sparkle seeks isn't something Sampo can stand by. That's like literally what he said. And I took that as like Sparkle takes her jokes way too far, whereas Scampo just likes scamming people and not necessarily invoking violence, whereas like Sparkle like might actually go down that route if it'll give her a laugh, right? And I figured that's why Scampo didn't really fuck with her, but I don't know. That's why I was surprised to see him here on Penacony, because I remember him saying, I'm not going to Penacony because she will be there, but obviously he came back for his mask, I guess?
Go tell Giovanni I said hi.
And that's the guy from the Pokemon event. It all comes around. Show me the mask!
Fine, I'm just spitballing here. Don't take it so seriously.
Dark humor versus the funny, pretty much. Remember the Annihilation Gang and Nanook's relationship? Yeah. Like, I love how different, like, there can be people that follow an Eon's path but have completely different philosophical perspectives on it. Sparkle is chaotic neutral, Sampo's chaotic good, it seems. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't know if you plan on diving into Honkai 3rd. I want to say a fun fact, though, but won't say it without your permission. Well, I mean, does it spoil anything in the story? I don't think I plan on playing Honkai 3rd anytime soon, so if you want, as long as it doesn't spoil Honkai Star Rail story, I wouldn't mind if you want to spoil Honkai 3rd story for me. Hate to see their chaotic evil. Yeah. It doesn't? Okay. Yeah, you're fine then. Hope chaotic evil will be an emanator of elation. That would be insane. Just someone who's like It'd just straight up be fucking like Joker, like straight up. All right, do we get to see Sampo's mask? I hope so.
Why so serious?
Speaking of Joker, Jesus fucking Christ. In the past, Sparkle and Sampo are on Mars, aka current events of Honkai 3rd. What the fuck? Black Swan has sent you a message request. Max, I imagine you have already seen that dream bubble. Relax, I just want to know if anything, or if anyone has come looking for you. Black Swan? What's up? I'll make this simple. That fool named Sparkle is currently searching all over the place for that dream bubble. I do not know what her intentions are, but allowing it to slip into her hands will only make this situation more confusing. Max, can you do me a favor and go to reclaim that dream bubble? Of course. Why don't you do it yourself? I didn't expect you to refuse me. I guess I could go myself. But I don't remember where that dream bubble was left. Can you remind me? It's not her. It's the, I had my suspicions. That's why I said, why don't you go yourself? See how the question mark is there too? It's not Black Swan. In the Dreamscape sale store, I stole it. How could a memo keeper forget a memory? Are you really Black Swan? You figured me out? Well, I'm not a true memo keeper after all. Ghost. I can't believe you figured me out so quickly. How dull. Pranks are all about the back and forth. You've seen how much fun I have with that memo keeper. You should learn from her, young nameless. This is just the beginning. I'll be back. Bring it on. Please don't come back. Please don't come back. Nothing good ever comes from hanging out with a fool. Message failed to send. The user does not exist. Wow, that was cool. Challenge to the reader. New music. All the clues are in motion. Happy hunting. The dance is on. New message from Black Swan. Max, I imagine you have already seen that dream bubble. Relax, I just want to know if anyone has come looking for you yet. I'm getting deja vu here. You may also know that interesting young fool, Sparkle. She's recently gotten into disguising herself as other people, Max. Has she tried this with you already? Wait, then you might be. In that case, you could be Sparkle in disguise too! I see you're on high alert. What would you have me do to prove I am me? A unique expression? A unique action? Can I get her to send a picture just like Kafka? Chad, is that an option? Can we do the Chadwick side quest? It wouldn't prove that she's not down bad, Max. It wouldn't prove that she's not Sparkle. But we'd win with the picture regardless. No picture? A unique expression? Some unique linguistic habits, like whether you add full stops or not to messages. But if that little fool, Miss Fool, excels in observation, there is a chance that she could perfectly imitate everything about a person. I think that the only thing that can differentiate someone from another is their memories. There is no way for an outsider to completely steal or imitate every ounce of a person's memory. It's just like when we met in Penacony, is it not? A strange dreamland surrounding us, a series of strange murders, people with differing dreams, the truth that lies beneath the water's surface, just like your ultimate, is an endless abyss! Do you need me to go on? That's enough. I need more. I think I need more. I can't be the one doing all the talking. By your logic, you should also have to prove that you are not Sparkle, Max. Huh? I'm just joking. As a memo keeper, I naturally know who the person is on the other side of the screen. Miss Sparkle's pranks are not without their benefits. She is able to make us re-examine what we have seen and think about the appearance and reality of the dreamscape. This is also the reason that I shared the dream bubble with you. All right, looks like she hasn't caused any major damage. I will put my mind at ease. Talk to you again soon. God, I love her. The dance is on. Complete the companion mission, Masquerade Duet. Nice. That was cool. I like the ending of that one. All right. What are we doing next, chat? Chadwick quest? Which one's that? Show is Dill. The show is Dill? What? Oh, we have a lot more side quests to do. Which one's the Chadwick? Oh, it's on the map? It's at Dream's Edge. Oh, look at it. It says reality. My webcam's blocking. This is kind of interesting. Look, it says reality with like an eye open and then dreamscape with an eye closed. That's kind of cool. I dig that. I never noticed that before. I have a feeling that this isn't reality, though. I think that we've been in a dream the whole time. That's my hypothesis currently. I think the reality isn't. This is still a dream, personally. The little details. You said Dream's Edge? The globe. Oh, the Fates Atlas? Whoa! I haven't even seen this yet. Oh, it's like the clock. This is the clock, huh? These are all the different dreamscapes, huh? TikTok! Whoa, look at that. That's cool. Where am I going? You said Dream's Edge. And it's an explanation point, right? This one? The tree is at peace. Talk to the old man at the Dream's Edge. You encounter an old man with a profound gaze at the Dream's Edge. Talk to him to learn more about the experiences. That's it? Okay, cool. Non-voice quests that should have been voiced? Oh man, it's not voiced. Oh no.
You all need to report this to the family immediately.
All right, where are we going? Chadwick, the kind elder. The elderly man in front of you gazes calmly at the city of dreams in the distance. Following his gaze, you see puffs of smoke billowing from the fictional horizon of the city, signaling yet another time of merriment for the dream chasers. The clamorous city of festivities sounds so distant that it feels like a world apart from the elderly man and you. He sits upright like a statue. Even his breathing is hardly perceptible. You can't help but holding your breath when staring at him. To your surprise, you realize that one does not have to breathe in the dreamscape. How are you doing, young nameless? How did you know? I thought you were breathing your last. The elderly man's face breaks into a faint grin. Many don't realize that breathing is unnecessary in the dreamscape. For most organic life forms, forgetting to breathe isn't an easy task. It's been so long since I talked to someone, far too long. My name is Chadwick. May I have yours? I'm Max, it's confidential. My name's Max. Max, what a special name. I used to be able to tell a person's origin from their name, but you're special. You are my special. I can feel the surging vitality in you, even though the thick filter of the dreamscape you can't stop. You spend every moment of your life going on an adventure, or more precisely, a trailblazing journey. The energy you possess is inexhaustible and seems to be constantly overflowing. It's more than most beings I know can take. The elderly man's voice is palpable with excitement. The unknown about you intrigues and delights me. Both are emotions I haven't experienced for a long time. After all, I still know nothing about myself to this day. Thank you for being here. What? What is he saying? The energy you possess is inexhaustible. Huh. Is he saying even though he's in the dream world, like he still feels like he's like completely out of energy at the end of his life? After all, I still know nothing about myself to this day. Thank you for being here. He's been in the dream so long. You're very perceptive. Admire the elderly man's wisdom silently. As much as I want to keep this conversation going, I'm afraid I cannot, as they are here. The Bloodhounds? Sorry for disturbing you, Dr. Chadwick. We have received word that you are being harassed by an unknown individual. We're here to help you. We're here to help evict the intruder. I didn't do anything. We were just having a chat. Are you looking for trouble? Intruder, do I have to remind you that this area isn't open to dream chasers? We have the authority to expel anyone who violates the family's rules from the dreamscape. Are you trying to pick a fight? I'm leaving. Don't you dare lay a finger on me. Are you trying to pick a fight? Please, Moira. I like this kid. Could you let him off the hook this time? Please do it for my sake. You know how I detest violence. Fine. Dr. Chadwick, I'm doing this a favor for you. Just this once. Go away, Dream Chaser. Don't ever go near Dr. Chadwick again, or you'll suffer the consequences. Tick-tock! Over here! Quickly! That's the what's his name? Who's the guy that made the dreamscape? The Watchmaker.
Constructing dreams is something sacred.
I'm saying that because I said this guy. I said last stream, this guy was the Watchmaker last time, because our emotion, when we used our emotional, what's the TikTok power? Official clock EVA. What's the clock power? We used that on this guy here, and none of the powers. Clockwork, yeah. Clockwork didn't work on this guy, which was interesting. And I was like, that guy's gotta be the Watchmaker. Maybe it's that old guy over there. Clocky. Tick-tock! There's something fishy about that old man. Why is he all alone here? And why is he being supervised? It's bothering me. Tick-tock! I think he's no ordinary guy. Do you think I can beat that woman? Violence isn't the best solution! I can sense that the old man is missing something. Tick-tock! What a poor guy. How about we hide and wait for the family people to leave so we can help him? It's time for my clockwork to do its trick! After a long wait, the Bloodhound family member guarding Chadwick finally leaves. She's finally gone. What a patient bunch those family members are. Hurry up and check on Chadwick. How come you're still here? I'd really love to talk to you more, but you can't stay here long. The Bloodhound family never gives second warnings. Activate clockwork! Oh, he's angry? Or do we use the angry gear? Uh-oh. Without a doubt, the clockwork is successful. However, Chadwick's expression remains unchanged. Yet, you can discern an underlying change taking place beneath the surface. Years of experience have taught the elderly man to conceal his emotions, but he can't stop his body from trembling in uncontainable joy and anger. My memory seems to be coming back. Things are coming out in a surge. The memories are fragmented and incomplete, but I can see them. The elderly man's limbs stop shaking in a fury. He shuts his eyes, trying to trace back everything in his life. Countless scattered this is him speaking. Countless scattered fragments flash before me. I try to catch them with a net, but they keep slipping through the mesh slyly and vanish into the ocean of unconsciousness. Only a few fragments are caught by the mesh and stay in the net. I have to pick them up cautiously. I saw something. It looked like a type of weapon which brought about endless slaughter and death. I seem to be related to it. Why, I don't see myself as someone who finds pleasure in violence. That's a dreadful thought. What else do you remember? Maybe you were once caught up in a war. This man designed the Death Star. That's probably the case, but there's something different about that sensation. I don't want to continue that train of thought. I also saw some people. Oh, those extraordinary characters. Even in fragmented memories, they can shine. I used to be one of them. I am... The Genius Society. I finally remember I was once a member of the Genius Society. If so, who were you? If so, why are you here? You might need help. I concur. I've been stuck in this meaningless dreamscape for far too long. Why would I while my time away without the slightest thought of rescuing myself? Could it be? Chadwick furrows his brows as he glances at the spot where the Bloodhound family member walked past earlier. The family, they must have done something to me that left me powerless to fight back. They took away his memories. That's what I'm saying. It seems like in the dream they take away memories, and that's why our character was crying at the beginning when we woke up from a dream and we were crying. Our memories got taken away. I can't free myself on my own. Some sort of powerful external force has to interfere, like the Genius Society. I happen to know a few of its members. Would you be willing to lend a hand to an elderly man you barely know? The fact that you're confined by the family bothers me. I don't think you're a bad guy. He might be a bad guy. I don't know. There's a lot of members of the Genius Society I think are fucked up. The fact that you're confined by the family bothers me. This is still true, though. I see. You're driven by your own sense of justice. Thank you. This dream is beautiful, yet unreal. If I keep staying here, I won't ever be able to rescue myself. You've brought me a glimmer of hope. No, I like Skrullum. Most of the Genius Society members I don't like. At first, I thought I wasn't gonna like Skrullum, but I definitely like him now. And I don't think Herta is like objectively bad or evil either, but she annoys the hell out of me. I don't like her snarky ass fucking tone. This shit was peak. It's a shame it doesn't have voice acting. Max hates Firefly and Skrullum confirmed. No, I like Skrullum. Polka Kaka. She's got a weird fucked up story. Her lore is in the simulated universe, and she was like an assassin or some shit that wanted to erase herself from history, and that's why her face is all fucked up, right? You don't like Kurokuru, Sag? Not really, if I'm honest. He likes Skrullum but hates Firefly, confirmed. This fucking chat, man. Rupert as well was super fucked up. Yeah, Rupert's insane. You know, like 6 Maximum, there's like 80. Yeah, I know. I don't remember any of their numbers either. Yeah, the Polka Kaka lore is crazy. Don't bully Firefly. Why is this coming up now? Wait until Skrullum activates the anti-organic equation. Nah, that's what the Emperor did, right? What was his name? Emperor Rupert, I think, activated an anti-organic equation and like forced every mechanical life form to like literally go ape shit and like kill the nearest organic life forms they could find. It was crazy. That's like the lore of that. Emperor Robert. Anyways, let's keep going. Thank you. This dream is beautiful yet unreal. If I keep staying here, I won't ever be able to rescue myself. You've brought me a glimmer of hope. That's more than enough. You should go before the Bloodhound family members are back. I'll be waiting for you for your return with hope. Anti-organic equation is like Judgment Day, yeah. From, it's basically Judgment Day from fucking, Terminator, yeah. Where they had Skynet and all the AI, like, literally wipe out, humans everywhere. Chadwick from Genius Society, I haven't heard of him before. Let's text Herta and ask about him. No, Herta's not even gonna answer us, it's gonna be her fucking robot. I want to ask you something. Do you know someone named Chadwick? Chadwick? That's a pretty common name. Is it? There must be tens of billions of Chadwicks across the universe. Can you be more specific? I'm surprised she messaged back. Usually it's like, your call has been directed to an automatic voice messaging system. He's a Genius Society member. I met an old man named Chadwick inside a Penacony dreamscape. He said he was once a member of the Genius Society. Question mark. You think I have time to waste joking around with you? You're joking, aren't you? I'm not joking. I don't understand what's funny about that. So you're serious? Come back to the space station and meet me ASAP. Oh, and... keep your lips sealed about this. Do not go blabbing about this to anyone. I am not joking either. Monka. Chadwick's emo dial has been locked. Tick-tock! Uh-oh. What is that supposed to mean? Oh, no, bro. What have we done? Oh, he stood up. I'm ready. Let me help? Oh, no! This person's emo dial is locked! But we might be able to find a suitable replacement lock cylinder. A mysterious medicine Scroolum hands to you. It may evoke memories buried deep within the Oh, I just spoiled it, bro! Okay, so we gotta get Scroolum to help us, I guess. Where is this? Trees at Peace. Travel to the space station and talk to Herta. Surprisingly, the old man named Chadwick was once a member of the Genius Society. Why is he stranded at the Dream's Edge? Herta is shocked by the news of this presence in Penacony and requests that you immediately head to the space station to discuss further information. Oh, there they are. Oh, they're looking at someone. That was fast. How come Scroolum is here too? You've got a lot going on here. It's been a while, Sir Max. I hope life is treating you well. There's no time for pleasantries now, Screwy. Let's cut to the chase. There's no rush, Herta. Assumption. If Chadwick has been stuck in Penacony for tens of thousands of system hours, I think we can afford a couple minutes to discuss the issue. You can act all righteous all you want, but I can no longer wait. The things he is keeping are too valuable. I don't get it. So are you saying Chadwick was... Right. He was indeed a member of the society back then. That man is the real deal. I mean, his research is very valuable. Calderon Chadwick, Genius Society member 79. His expertise includes solid-state physics, applied theory of imaginary numbers, and ballistics. His seat is higher than yours. Our seats do not influence our statuses. You're not going to be able to rile me up like that. I've been traveling across the universe since the flame of life was ignited in my core. Throughout the long journey, I rarely met souls that truly deserve to be called a genius. Madame Herta is one of them, and so is Calderon Chadwick. Thanks for throwing in a compliment for me. I met Dr. Chadwick twice. Our first encounter happened when he was still young and ambitious, and the second was decades later. His situations in both the meetings were starkly different. Recollection. Dr. Chadwick once asked for my help. He was about 50 at that time. I agreed to help him at that time. Ever since then, I have never heard from him again. It was as if he had never existed in the universe at all. Until Madame Herta received your text. He's alive, but his memory has been stripped away. He's being confined in Penacony. Let's say the memory's been stripped away. The family, who knows what kind of scheme they're brewing. Screwy, what do you think we should do? There are too many uncertainties surrounding this matter. For now, I'm unable to come up with a convincing solution based on the limited information. Hypothesis. Dr. Chadwick offered the family, for some reason, Dr. Chadwick offended the family for some reason and was confined in the dreamscape as a result. Things don't quite add up in this scenario. As far as I know, Calderon Chadwick is not a long-life species. It has been decades since I was last in touch with him. Something is keeping him alive until now. I'm afraid there's only one way to unravel this mystery. I'd like to travel to Penacony myself and find a chance to visit Dr. Chadwick. Sir Max, would you like to join me? I don't know if that's a good idea, Screwy. Let's set off right away. I can't wait to find out the truth. It's my honor to travel with you. It'll be my honor to travel with you. Likewise. There is something I have to tell you before we go, Sir Max. The most outstanding achievement of Calderon Chadwick's life is the invention of the weapon called the Imaginary Impulsion Pulse. That weapon took millions of lives and destroyed countless homes. Is that like the fucking black barrel, bro? Alright. Mission says... Surprisingly, the Screwlum decides to personally travel to Penacony to uncover the truth and invites you to meet at the Reverie. Space Nuke, Oppenheimer of HSR. If y'all have never heard of the Black Barrel from the Nasuverse lore of Type Moon and Fate, for example, oh my god, that is an insane fictional conceptual weapon, dude. It is a weapon that when aimed at a target can measure its lifespan and then bring its end to fruition. It operates on the logic that as long as the universe has a finite lifespan, anything within the universe has to meet an end eventually. That weapon, when aimed at a target, calculates that target's lifespan and brings its lifespan to an end faster. It's fucking insane, dude. The concept of that weapon is fucking crazy. Alright, we're going to Penacony with Screwlum. I don't like the idea of bringing another Genius Society member here, though. I feel like they're gonna fucking trap Screwy as well.
It's still early.
Basically, finality emanator. Yeah, like in a weapon. That would be like a finality weapon. It's fucking crazy. Nobody messes with the king. You're finally here again, Sir Max. It's good to see you in person. Each of our encounters bore an extraordinary significance, and for that, I am grateful. It's been quite some time since I last came here. The lobby of the Reverie is still extravagant as I remember. Let's head to the reception and ask about Chadwick's whereabouts. Oh, so he's been here already. I've always regarded dreams with awe, hence I rarely frequent Penacony I rarely frequent Penacony. To me, the so-called sweet dreams are often insincere, a stark contrast to the true shape of a dream. Oh. I wonder, after immersing himself in the dreamscape for so long, is Dr. Chadwick doing well in the realm of reality? What is this thing on his back? It kind of reminds me of Firefly's, like, color scheme. Interesting. He also, the first time we met, Screwlum, he also had, like, a butterfly that had the same color scheme on his fingers. I doubt there's a connection there. It's just, I don't know, interesting. Something I wanted to point out. Yeah, it's like the butterfly from the... Screwlum is Firefly confirmed. The butterfly effect? Yeah, that's probably more so what it's a reference to. Welcome to Penacony, Mr. Max. How may I help you? I see you've brought a friend today. My name is Screwlum, madam. Please forgive me for coming here uninvited and without checking in. You should be able to see my name on the permanent VIP list of the family. The permanent VIP list? What the fuck? Does this mean you hate Screwlum too? I swear to God. I'm never gonna be able to live this shit down. Allie's face twitches slightly upon hearing the name of Screwlum. Ooh. But she is quick to compose herself. You really admire her professionalism. Just a moment, Mr. Screwlum. Your name is indeed on the permanent VIP list. Welcome back to Penacony, Mr. Screwlum. What can I do for you? Max and I are here to visit a hotel guest here. Dr. Calderon Chadwick. Could you arrange for us to meet? From what I know, he's been staying here for quite some time. Calderon Chadwick? The name doesn't ring a bell to me, which is strange. Please bear with me while I check the system data. That won't be necessary, Allie. Who dis? Sunday? Ah, it's Moira again. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Dr. Chadwick can't meet with the visitors at this moment. It's you! What if we insist on seeing him? Count yourself lucky that Screwlum is with you, Dream Chaser. Otherwise... Let's not escalate the situation. The family wouldn't want to disturb the guest in the lobby, right? To the best of my knowledge, Calderon Chadwick isn't a long-life species, and the last time I talked to him was 2 amber eras ago. Question: by what means did the family extend the lifespan of Calderon Chadwick? Has that means been approved by the Interastral Health Organization? Does it comply with the regulations of Penacony? I don't have the authority to answer your questions or allow unauthorized visits to Dr. Chadwick, sir. Please leave. There is no room for negotiation here. Understood. Your action speaks of your loyalty to the family. Well, can I assume that you'd rather turn the family against Planet Screwlum just to uphold your principles? Am I correct? Are you prepared to bear the consequences of being the enemy of the Genius Society? Holy shit! What the fuck? Dude! I've never heard him speak like that. Bro is threatening them. I screenshotted that shit. Holy shit. Let me read that again. Anti-organic equation engaged. God damn. Well, can I assume that you'd rather turn the family against Planet Screwlum just to uphold your principles? Am I correct? Are you prepared to bear the consequences of being the enemy of the Genius Society? And then it says Planet Screwlum, Intellitron Planet IX. What the? I assume there's no connection there to IX themselves. Screwy, I've never seen this side of him. He's so intimidating all of a sudden. IX question mark? Please excuse me for a moment. I need to consult our family head. Moira is gone for a while. When she returns, her facial expression has softened a great deal. He's not Screwlum, he's Screw You! Moira says, my sincerest apologies for the inconvenience. The family head has instructed me to let Screwlum and this nameless gentleman here through. Please, come with me. Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. Screwlum joins you in the investigation of Chadwick's past. Thanks to Screwlum's negotiation, the family has accepted your request to check Chadwick's room. How do I get over there?
You can actually book a stay on credit, and the interest is surprisingly low.
Ah. Screwlum has a detachable, hey, it's Max! These two are still out here? Y'all haven't found the keycard yet? That's crazy. This is Dr. Chadwick's room. The regulations prohibit the bloodhounds from entering the hotel rooms without the guest's permission, so I'll stay outside. Should I knock? You guys have the stingiest regulations around here. Should we knock first? I don't think it's necessary. I'm afraid Dr. Chadwick can't answer the door in his current state. Let me open it. Come in. Dr. Calderon Chadwick. Sorry for showing up here all of a sudden. We hope you don't mind our unexpected visit. After you, Sir Max. Aw, he's so polite. All the sad young men. Men. God, I love men. All the sad young men enter the special hotel room in the Reverie reality for the first time. Maybe this is reality if we were able to go to Herta Space Station and bring Screwy here. Unless this was all a dream and Herta Space Station was a dream too. Anyway. Chest.
Looks good.
Talking about men, I miss Argenti. Search for evidence. Can I talk to Screwlum? I cannot. The fireplace. The fireplace heating is turned on, yet the whole room is chilly like an icy tavern. You can't imagine a normal person living in a space so cold. Where's Boot Hill? That's what I'm saying. I miss adventuring. I wonder what meeting the other Knights of Beauty will be like. I'm really hoping, I don't know if anyone has heard this, me talk about this before, but I'm really hoping in the Fate collab, we get either 1 or 2 more Knights of Beauty, and all of them, or at least before the Fate collab anyway, and we have Argenti and one or 2 other Knights of Beauty, so you have 2 or 3 Knights of Beauty that are head over heels for Artoria, if Artoria, Saber from Fate Stay Night, gets added into the game. And they all think Artoria is a Drilla. That would be so fucking funny to me. It has to happen, please. God, that would be so fucking funny. Everyone has heard this. My bad. You weigh a dusty suitcase with your hand. It's obviously empty. It may have been left untouched in this room for centuries. Holy shit. In this dingy, stuffy room, the only thing that reminds you of flowing time is the pulsing, hovering liquid bubbles in the dream pool. But they won't be able to tell you where Professor Chadwick went. Sir Max, I think I might know where Chadwick is. Please come and take a look. Huh? I still hear a chest. Y'all hear that? It's probably in the other room. If my assumptions hold, where else can he hide? Has the family taken us for a ride? No, that bloodhound didn't lie. The secret is right in front of us. Screwlum reaches his hand slowly into the dream pool. No, Screwy, don't do it! Gently, he scoops up a translucent bubble from the liquid. The moment the bubble leaves the surface of the liquid, it starts floating upward until it is hovering in midair. At last, we meet again, Dr. Calderon Chadwick. What do you mean? Is this bubble Chadwick? Deduction. The likelihood of Calderon Chadwick as a short-life species remaining alive to this day in a corporeal state is close to 0. As of now, no longevity technology has been able to extend the natural lifespan of a normal human by over 2 amber eras. On the other hand, the family in Penacony has a deep understanding of Memoria and its related technologies. Even though they can't sustain Chadwick's body, they could still extract the substance from the depths of his brain, allowing his consciousness to survive. Oh, I thought he was gonna deduce that Chadwick is dead, but his memories live on within the dreamscape. That would be interesting. I would be surprised if there's not another side quest that has to do with that, because that'd be interesting. If the actual person is dead, but their memories exist still in the dreamscape, because this storyline has so much to do with memories, right? That'd be really interesting too. They could still extract the substance from the depths of his brain, allowing his consciousness to survive. Can he even be considered to be alive? It's immortality in a sense, I guess, but he's not alive, right? It depends on how you define alive. Many in the galaxy opine that machines, which are made of cold metallic chassis and veined by electrical circuits, cannot be seen as life forms. One question remains. Why would the family go through such lengths to store Chadwick's memory here? What significance does his memory hold for them? Perhaps they're concerned about that weapon you mentioned? Imaginary Pulse, that's the name, right? I don't think the family is capable of extracting any useful information from Chadwick's mind, Sir Max. It's because... Screwlum hesitates and trails off after the sentence. Let's talk about this elsewhere, in case someone is listening to our conversation. The Bloodhounds have excellent hearing. You have the right to learn the story in its entirety, Sir Max. If you hadn't informed Madame Herda of your discovery out of kindness, it cannot be said how long Chadwick would have been confined here. So, I need a favor from you, Sir Max. I'd like you to pass something over to Dr. Calderon Chadwick for me inside the dream. I believe that thing will help him come to his senses. Oh, this is the drink we're gonna get from him. What about you? I'll negotiate with the upper echelons of the family towards the aim of taking Chadwick's memory bubble with me. Until then, I hope you'll learn the full story of Chadwick, including matters that happened before he went missing. May you have a nice dream, Sir Max. I love Screwlum so much. A mysterious medicine Screwlum handed to you. It may evoke the memories buried deep within Professor Chadwick's consciousness. Nice. I'll negotiate. Okay, he just said that. Have a nice dream. Okay. Interesting. He didn't have Yaoshi. Can we go in here? A faint smell of dust comes from the space behind the friendly locked door, suggesting that the room has not been cleaned out for some time. This is not unusual as people like... Okay, there's a thing in there. There's a chest in there! Okay. Oh, do we just teleport there now? Yeah, we do, it looks like. Oh, you get this when you're going in between the instances in the dream. I just realized that. That's pretty cool. Oh, he's up. Father of the Imaginary Pulse? That's a dude, that's a crazy title. Holy shit. Hey, yo, Chadwick. The elderly man in front of you gazes calmly at the city of dreams in the distance. Dr. Chadwick? Oh, youngster. I'm glad that I can still recognize you. You still remember the elderly man's upbeat voice when you two parted ways last time. That tiny, flickering flame of hope in his eyes seems to have been snuffed out again. I'm happy you're willing to talk with me, but you shouldn't come here. Moira, and the rest of the Bloodhounds for that matter, won't be pleased to see you. They won't come around looking for trouble anymore. Don't worry, the problem has been solved. Do you mean... I probably don't need to know the details. I've heard stories about the Nameless, and I believe you must be as talented as those in the stories. Do you remember Screwlum? Screwlum? Screwy. As if struck by lightning, Chadwick's eyes suddenly widen and quickly contract again. The gloom covering his eyes dissipates, and he appears bright-eyed. Screwlum? Oh, where is he? He promised he would help me. Wait, no. He did not fulfill his promise, and he didn't fail me. I was the one who went missing. Both my ears and mouth were covered, and I was blindfolded. Why? Why is everything in such a chaotic, disorderly manner? I remember I'm a member of the Genius Society, but what did I do? And what have I forgotten? Who bound me to this illusionary world? Show the bottle of pills to Chadwick. Is this a bottle of pills? It can help you recover your memory. Screwlum wants to help you. Is it gonna make him disappear? For good? Oh no. Got it. This is his idea, right? Now my chest feels like it holds the entire universe in it. I can see it flicker and feel its pulse, but I know nothing about it. But when you showed me this bottle of pills earlier, a voice came from a distant corner of my universe. It tried to persuade me to trust Screwlum, and you. Chadwick's face beams with a smile. It is the first time you have seen genuine joy in his face. Who am I to be picky now, right? I'll take it. Chadwick's physical body has already vanished, leaving behind a cluster of memory bubbles. Return to the dream's edge with Screwlum's keepsake and help Chadwick recall his forgotten past. Oh, now we have to install it, don't we? I'm ready. Let me help. Unlock the emo dial. Emoscape. You're about to enter Chadwick's Emoscape. Are you ready? TikTok! Wait, we're going inside of his mind? What the fuck? Oh, it's his memory. What the fuck? Witness Chadwick's experiences. Oh, this will be interesting. Is that those are IPC members. You have entered Chadwick's Emoscape through the clockwork. Follow the shadows of his past and witness fragments of this genius's past. Yeah, I'm the memo keeper now. This is why the world quests are so peak. The young Calderon Chadwick is standing right before you. Oh, this is him with the glasses. He wears the same contemplative expression even after several amber eras. Is this the place? Yes, Dr. Chadwick. Starting from here. Wait a second. This looks like the same guy that was in the memory on 700 years ago. Someone pull that up. The image in the, y'all remember the image of 700 years ago, the people that did the contract with the people of Belobog 700 years ago before the actual collapse happened? There was an IPC member that was trying to get the Belobogians to sign a contract that looked just like this guy. Am I cooking? Yes, Dr. Chadwick. Starting from here, we, the technology department, and your team will shape the future of the galaxy together, the IPC department. Don't be overconfident, Dudley. I'm not fully certain that this project will work out. Oh, that's Chadwick. It's probably the same model, yeah. Reusing NPCs. Your memory is something else. I can't even remember this quest. Usually it's not. I mean, I remember really dumb things because I think they're significant sometimes, and you, like 99% of the times, the things that I think are significant aren't. But that 1% of the time, the clock is right twice a day, and then I feel really smart. Take it easy. What we need is you on our team, not 100% success rate. Honestly speaking, Dud, I'm a bit apprehensive about this. What you guys are seeking is a weapon that only exists theoretically. It could cause an upheaval in the galaxy. Of course, Chad. Don't ever underestimate the technology department. We may not be geniuses like you, but we're plenty visionary. The Amber Lord just swung their hammer, announcing the beginning of a new era. It means that the legendary cosmic catastrophe is drawing close. No explanation needed. I've read the brief history of the universe to know enough. By the way, I'm surprised you're a supporter of the catastrophe theory. That's not totally true. I'll just support any theory with the most commercial value. This motherfucker. If I'm not mistaken, that what he's talking about though, the supporter of the catastrophe theory, that was the one that Noose thought up of the end of the universe, right? And it involved a bunch of different eons. But it was like that was the one that involved like three things that had to happen. It was part of the Golden Gears lore, right? I briefly went over it, so I don't remember all the details, but I think that's what he's referencing, correct? I think? The VA's kind of hitting. This dude said, I'll support any theory with the most commercial value. It sounds like something you would say. There's something you can't deny. Since the cancer of all worlds started spreading, the Legion and the Annihilation Gang have become more and more active. Our mission here is to prepare and ward off those threats. What was it that I remember specifically happened when the cancer of all worlds started? Something else happened. Oh, it was Penacony. Penacony's creation. There was something in I gotta reread that. There's something in Penacony's creation that mentions something changed when the cancer of all worlds started spreading as well. So this was around that time. I don't want to say things like we're working for just a cause. I don't want to say things like we're working for a just cause because I know you aren't that naive. Chad. I just think that our lives can be a lot easier if we don't complicate stuff. I don't want to spend all day delving into this subject with you. Let's go down. Nothing new. I'm a little scared, but my excitement is stronger. Wait, what did he say? But I can tell you this, you will absolutely not be disturbed here. Oh, I see. But you should know too, that's if I wanted, I would say that the locate my position, it's not that hard. Diddley laughs out loud instead of fielding a response. Of course he knows that it is a genius who stands before him. Wait, what? Your voice for Diddley reminds me of your voice for Beryl. Yeah, that's my like arrogant, that's my arrogant dude voice. Like arrogant anime dude voice. Hope chat saves a good quest for later, so it's not all good followed by a snooze fest. Well, I hope it, all of y'all were the ones saying the Penacony side quest for peak. Did I hear Beryl? The swarm. Are those true stings? You're right, and I think they're probably from the swarm disaster era. It's been so long. It's been a long while since anyone stepped foot here. I wouldn't be surprised by anything I see in this facility. I'm impressed you guys managed to find this place. This is the first time I've seen living true stings. Wait, is this at the Herta space station, or where the fuck is this? There's no way this is Herta space station. It's gotta be a different one, huh? It's a pity you aren't a biologist. Let's clear this place up, or we can't start working. Oh boy. It's just an asset reuse, I guess? Yeah, okay.
Say bye to breathing.
Destiny isn't chosen. Ill tidings manifest.
Lance at the ready.
Relax.
Lance ablaze. Lance! Forward!
Yeah, that's what I figured as well. That's why I was asking.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Boom.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Anything new in this? Nope. Not playing this with JP voicing? You want me to speak fluent Japanese? Ladies and gentlemen, the space beyond this door is where we concoct the miracle. Is Dr. Chadwick inside? I never thought I'd end up working alongside that genius. Please hold your horses. Before you all officially become Dr. Chadwick's colleagues, there's something I want to remind you. By walking through this door, you'll be selecting a different life for yourselves. This lab will be your life for a very long time to come. You will work, research, have fun, and make friends here, isolated from the outside world until the project is launched or fails. This is actually fucking Oppenheimer. That's crazy. Y'all, wait, chat pre-played? What the hell? Omae wa mou shindaru. Nani? If you aren't ready for this kind of life, you may go before I open this door. I've been studying imaginary theories since the age of 15. Working with Dr. Chadwick is my lifelong ambition. Right? This is an opportunity others could only dream of. That door is nothing. As scientists, we've long dedicated our lives to this science. You guys are just like him. I believe you will have a great time working with Dr. Chadwick. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please come on in. I can shake the world. What does that say? From right here? I can shake the world from right here. We study, research, and work night and day. They rarely question things. They trust me. Smash! Oppenheimer. The 37th detonation test unsuccessful. The energy waves from the collision failed to tear up the imaginary fissure. The detonation capsule did not reach the critical threshold. Why? Lift the safety protocols. Increase the collision rate to 1.3 times the default threshold. Let's take it up. Let's take it from there. But this is too risky and might even compromise the researcher's safety. Exactly. We can try one more time. There's no need to. We've tried too many times. It's clear that we won't make progress if we go down the same road. Over the past 3 years, we've overcome nearly every theoretical hurdle. The scientific achievements born from this lab are enough to leave the universe amazed. But if we fail to build the imaginary implosion pulse, our efforts will be in vain. The IPC won't allow us to take the scientific results with us. Not even a single page. As physicists, we must proceed. Something tells me they ain't gonna let them walk away with it regardless. After overcoming the bottleneck, the experiment went smoothly. The lab even received visitors. Screwy! Oh, this is what this is the promise maybe. Screwlum talked to Chadwick and Chadwick asked to help him get out of here and he went missing after that. My team and I are honored to have you here to watch the detonation tests. This lab doesn't welcome visitors, but you're special, Mr. Screwlum. The technology department wants to stay in your good graces. You're welcome, Dr. Chadwick. I'm floored by you and your colleagues' achievements. Please allow me to ask you some questions, as curiosity sometimes compels me to ignore the decorum. Just like what organic life experiences, what do you agree to take part in this? Why did you agree to take part in the development of a weapon as destructive as the imaginary implosion device? Dudley, my friend from the technology department, said that the weapon could be used to contain the destruction's forces. He said we were doing the right thing. I'm very sorry, Dr. Chadwick. I shouldn't have sprung that question on you and put you in the position to give an insincere answer. I think we're all free to choose the life we prefer. We can put aside those redundant thoughts that distract us and focus on the tasks at hand and areas of expertise. But you must be cautious, Doctor. For people like us, even a minor slip-up can impact the entire universe. Our wisdom is both a blessing and a burden. Some advice is too late to be given now. Now, we already know that the box contains a monster. I hope you'll safeguard it and make sure it won't be opened by some ignorant kids. Thanks for your advice, Mr. Screwlum. I hope I'll see you again one day. Hurry it up! Round up anyone who dares to resist! No one should hinder the detonation. Are they really going to use the pulse? Professor Chadwick, where is he? Only he can put a stop to all this. Captain, we've located Professor Calderon Chadwick. Good, we still have time then. Take him to the control room. I'll notify Director Dudley. Hurry, go! Screwlum's words forced me to face myself. But the moment of clarity always comes too late. Ah! I didn't think he was gonna fight me. What's with that fucking hallway and jump scares?
May as well kill them all.
Ill fate descends.
Stand still. Say bye to breathing. Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
You didn't think that? Oh, they did it earlier. What do you mean? We walked down the hallway earlier and they were all lined up and they didn't attack me then. Got me twice with the jump scares in this exact hallway. That's crazy. That bro's sleeping on the job. Wait, their speed is crazy.
Not a scratch.
May as well kill them all.
I attacked first. What is that shit?
What do you want to know?
Ill tidings manifest.
Lance at the ready.
Relax.
That'll take nap time.
Say bye to breathing.
Build issue?
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Does that hurt?
Ass. Sorry.
Lance ablaze. Lance! Forward!
Destiny is apparent.
Ill fate descends.
The human body is beautiful in its fragility.
My nightmare finally came. I'm very sorry to tell you this, Chad. You might be a genius in your field, but you know nothing about power. Your naivety blinds you from seeing the big picture, and you don't even understand the era you're in. You should have realized long ago that we're both merely pawns in this game of chess. Once we're placed on the chessboard, we are no longer in control of our fate. We made a choice, go fight against your fate! Weapons are made to eliminate enemies. Is that hard to understand? Over a dozen Vanguard units of the Legion are preparing to attack the joint trade routes. Their presence can directly threaten Pier Point's safety. Our enemies are closing in. This is the perfect time to test the power of the imaginary implosion device. You have 1,000 other ways to stop them that incur lower costs and affect fewer innocents. I've got it. Finally, what we've done for the past 20 years is just an experiment. The result of all of our work never truly belongs to us. Stop lying to yourself, Chad. You knew what you were getting into right from the beginning, but you chose to ignore it. Come here, bomb maker. It's time to show the Legion our might. Me? FGO player playing a game with attainable pity, you must feel great. Oh yeah, do not ask Chad about my roles. They will get angry. The end of my creation and of me. Control system. Ballistic trajectory. Oh, artificial intelligence. Let me use the voice.
Ballistic trajectory pre-calculation is complete. Margin of error 0.08%. Charging detonation platform 60%, 70%, 85%. Complete. Reviewing collider statuses 30%, 50%, 75%. Complete. Automatic cruise AI deployed. Enemy contact detonation AI deployed. Imaginary implosion pulse preparation complete. Ready to detonate at any moment.
How many collateral targets are there in the blast range?
Confirm the female AI on there. Calculation in process. There are an estimate of 24 planets at the Saturn level or above within the blast range. Among them, there are 3 secondary planets with civilizations of grade D or above.
The amount of collateral damage is acceptable. The detonation plan can proceed as scheduled. Bro said, fuck it. It's time, bomb maker. Hit the detonation button. Do not press the button. Hit the button. Refuse it. 24 planets is acceptable. Do I get a cool CG of an explosion if I hit it? Refuse for some interesting dialogue. There's no cool CG if I hit it? It's just 24 planets. We're Armored Core now, I guess. I gotta play Armored Core. Don't do it. Yeah, well, I wasn't going to, but I was curious if like you got a cool CG art of the explosion would be cool. All right. Do not press the button. What are you doing? Press it now! I get it. You're afraid of taking the blame, aren't you? Fret not. The one who presses the button is neither you nor I. We won't even be mentioned if this incident is later reported. Now, do it. There was that interesting, I don't know how many of you guys watched the Oppenheimer movie, but there was that interesting dialogue near the end of the movie when they talked about who actually has the blood on their hands, the guy who made the bomb or the guy who sent the bomb. And I think it was President Truman at the time, right? Was like literally fucking, Oppenheimer was like, I have blood on my hands. And he's like, are you fucking stupid? He's like, I'm the one who, I'm the one who sent the bomb. I'm the one with blood on my hands. Get this sissy out of here. And then like, I don't know, it was such an interesting, and that's an actual conversation that happened too. Truman did say shit like that, but I thought it was interesting just because from a philosophical sense, it's like the person that used the weapon can't see past their own ego of like, I'm the one that pressed the button. I'm the one with blood on my hands, when it's like, yeah, but it never would have happened in the first place if I never even made the weapon. And like Truman couldn't even see that. Keep refusing. Okay. Do not press the button. Hit the button. Do not press the button. You sympathize with Dr. Chadwick, right? I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but Calderon Chadwick isn't worth your sympathy. He'd long foreseen the outcome, but he chose to ignore it and carry on the research at all costs. Selfishly, he put his talent before everything else. He doesn't care the least bit about anyone else. Now, do it. Fucking Palpatine. Do not press the button. I'm not going to say anything else. You've just wasted your final opportunity. Hey, you, do it. They killed him. Is it the same dialogue? It is. Do not press the button. Do not press the button. Do not press the button. They killed another one! Do not press the button. Do not press the button. Do not press the button. I can't believe it! They just killed 3 employees! All right, I'm done. Never give up. All right, hit the detonation button.
Detonation command confirms. Collider charging in progress. 20%, 50%, 75%. Critical detonation threshold reached. Automatic cruise AI activated. Locking target 30%, 70%. Complete. Lock on AI activated. Boarding out 40%, 30%, 80%. Chamber temperature has reached threshold. Planetary implosion device is about to be launched. 5.
Dud. 4. Don't hold it against me, Chad. We have to be responsible for our choices.
So we...
My name will forever be cursed, Vale. What's the price you have to pay, Dudley?
2.
Look, Chad, this is your problem. You always take your gifts and talents for granted, and you have no idea there are people like me.
Yeah.
No one will remember us.
Zero. Imaginary pulse device detonated.
Crazy. What I just experienced was the first half of Chadwick's life, but this memory isn't over yet. Let's take a look at what happened to him afterwards. Where's Clocky? TikTok! In Chadwick's Emoscape, you have learned about the mysterious yet astounding first half of his life. Leave this place and discover the twists and turns throughout the second half of his life. Yeah, fucking, yeah. Who's my goat? My goat done, bro. Fuck the IPC! Oh, there he is. I love the soundtrack. Some people say the IPC aren't all that bad. Boot Hill, save us, Boot Hill. Where is Boot Hill? Oh, Max, it's you again. Now you have experienced half of my life and learned about my story. How many people did the imaginary pulse kill? A number that I try my best every day to forget. Ever since that day, I haven't dared look in the mirror, even once. I'm worried I might see a monster, a murderer who has killed countless people and ruined even more lives. That day in the control room was the last I saw Dudley. Perhaps it's true that pawns don't deserve to be mentioned, just like how he put it. After that, I disbanded the team and left the lab. I managed to take some crucial data with me to keep them from falling into the wrong hands. I later learned from others that the higher-ups at the technology department who ordered the imaginary implosion pulse detonation were subjected to an internal review. They were never heard from again. But I knew that the IPC wouldn't let that matter rest. The result of our research was way too valuable. Although they released a statement condemning the detonation, they would never really give up the technology related to it. Sound familiar? They needed me to control the knowledge and keep it out of their reach of other factions across the universe, so they would always be breathing down my neck. So I decided to escape, not wanting to live the rest of my life being controlled by others. A name came to my mind when I needed help the most. We only met once, but he saw through my hypocrisy and excuses. Screwlum. Yes, I made up my mind to look for him, thinking that he could help me rebel against the IPC. You went to the wrong guy. You had to find Boot Hill. Or Done. This is the story of the later part of my life. Wife. Oh, man. Oh, look, we're gonna make Screwlum. TV! Boot Hill doesn't exist? Nuh-uh. He exists in my dreams, which means he's gonna show up in Penacony. Voice of the Mind. Ooh, let's use an echo for this. Once upon a time, when there was no interaction between different worlds, some civilizations were already in possession of weapons powerful enough to destroy themselves. Out of fear for power, they established complicated laws and regulations in an attempt to prevent these self-unmaking devices from falling into the hands of the insane or the violent. It's like literally a fourth wall break to Earth, by the way, humanity for sure. When the starry seas later became interconnected by winding routes, the exchange of technology and resources began. New weapons, many times more powerful than the original ones, emerged one after another. Bewildering, those complicated rules in place to limit the abuse of weapons became increasingly simplified as more and more powerful weapons were invented. People were more tolerant of weapons when they were used against enemies. Let's say there was a faraway planet where its people were being ravaged by ferocious flames, with their cries echoing throughout the sky. Yet for you and I, lying beneath a tree and gazing at the sky, that planet would be just another star plucked by someone from many others. That's some banger dialogue. Wait, what? Was there a fountain up there I missed? Piano time. There we go. Wisdom. What a perplexing word. Some see it as an answer to every problem and the ultimate of all virtues. However, many of those with extraordinary intellect are troubled by secular problems. Is it because the geniuses are too arrogant, or is it because jealousy gets the better of the mundane? No one has the answer for this. Only one thing is irrefutable. Wisdom can coexist with selfish desires. Banger philosophy here, bro. Oh no, there's so many. Oh, there it is. Oh, that one leads to that, though. And now we can shortcut. What's up, Moe? How you doing? Big Sag because my Oshi is graduating, but gotta thug it out. The chat salutes. What did Xandar see when he was recording Tomes on the Imaginary Tree in his strange and ancient language? When I was little and first discovered the imaginary theories, what came to my mind was the image of a dense forest, not a huge tree. After going through so many things, I still find it hard to believe that the foundation of the universe is a giant tree that nurtures countless leaves, selflessly and voluntarily. I prefer to see each planet as a seed carried by the wind that happens to land on the soil. The seeds then begin to take root and grow bigger, eventually forming the forest. Is my boy explaining a fucking multiverse right now? In terms of Hoyoverse lore? I prefer to see each planet as a seed carried by the wind that happens to land on soil. The seeds begin to take root and grow bigger, eventually forming the forest. The universe isn't concerned with our presence. It merely exists and observes. No, I get that. No, you're going over stuff I already know. I was more so talking about the fact that Hoyoverse fans were like very angry with me, or not angry, but they all like really doubled down on me when I was talking about different characters like XBs and a multiverse like within like Honkai Star Rail and like Honkai Impact 3rd and the other games, Genshin Impact and Zenless Zone Zero, and I was talking about like the multiverse within the Hoyoverse works, and like Hoyoverse fans doubled down and were like, no, there is no multiverse within, it's all one universe, hence the name Hoyoverse. It is one universe, there is no multiverse, everything is within the same universe. And dude, it took me so fucking long to be able to comprehend that shit. Whose seed? That's the one. Look up Brony real quick. I am not looking up Brony, bro. You're asking for a death sentence. Where am I going? Over here. It's a multiverse in one universe, duh. Wow. Screw'em! I finally found you. We haven't seen each other for years, Dr. Chadwick. Please forgive me for not telling you that I feel very sorry for your plight. I know you have long seen it coming. I brought this upon myself. After all these years, I no longer have to be reminded of that. I need help, Mr. Screw'em. I can tell you've been driven into a corner, as you're willing to talk to me after going through all of these hardships. Planet Screw'em can be your temporary shelter if you need it. No way. I've pledged myself to never involve in any more innocent people in this matter. No matter where I hide, the IPC will find me. It's just a matter of time. I can't be on the run forever, so I need to fight back in some way. I've heard that a genius has developed a secret drug capable of blocking parts of the consciousness and memory of a person. I've never been close with anyone from the Genius Society. Oh wait, this is him talking, sorry. I've heard that a genius has developed a secret drug capable of blocking parts of the consciousness and memory of a person. I've never been close with anyone from the Genius Society, so I need you to pull the strings for me. The selective blocking agent, I've heard of it. I suppose it's the brainchild of the eccentric pharmacist indeed. That lady has no dealings with the IPC, so the risk of her selling you out is low. Question, do you think this is a surefire solution? All I'm certain of is that it has the smallest price to pay. As long as I can forget the knowledge temporarily, the IPC will have no means to extract it from my brain. As for whatever I'll be going through, I deserve it. Everyone must be accountable for their actions, and facing the consequences is part and parcel of the process. So, the reason Chadwick couldn't remember anything in the dreamscape is because of Screw'em here in the past, I assume? Is what the plot twist is here? I understand, Dr. Chadwick. I'll get you that drug. You're finally honest with yourself, Doctor. I'm glad for you for that achievement alone. I hope with all my heart that you can pull through these tough times. Did I start because of the future collab? Yeah. Yes. I started back when the collab was announced, and I'm just now getting to Penacony. The mistranslation is the reason people initially thought it was a multiverse, yeah. Whoa, where the fuck are we? I don't think I've been in here. Witness the final moments of Chadwick's life. Chadwick appears in a sealed-off study, his eyes looking confused. Go and examine his situation. Aware. Dr. Chadwick, in front of you, is at an advanced age. He looks very similar to how he was when you first met him. He still has those contemplative eyes, now tinged with a hint of gloominess. He can't seem to sense your presence. Perhaps you can take a look around the room first. Investigate the secluded study for clues. One wonders what's inside of the safe on the wall. It could be completely empty, because the Calderon Chadwick right here has no more secrets he can hide. Monka. A few books are scattered on the floor. You peer at their names and are certain they have nothing to do with Chadwick's specialization nor research subjects. You find it hard to believe that the old man would be interested in the Cienjo Vidyadhara folk music theory, or perhaps he must have lived here for so long. Wait, what's sparkling? Oh. The desk before the old man is stacked with unsent letters. On a letter cover, written in hastily writing, unauthorized send request, return recommended. Oh, Professor Chadwick has been placed under house arrest here? I should go talk to him. Doctor?
Did you send their guys over again? Who is sent here makes no difference. I've said time and time again that I'm no longer of use to you guys.
You took the selective blocking agent.
How did you know? Oh, I get it. This isn't reality, and you aren't an IPC lackey, are you? Wonderful. It's been so long since I had a normal conversation with someone. I don't need anything here, as they'll get me whatever I want. I'm just deprived of freedom.
What have they done?
At first, they pretended to be friendly with me. They tempted me with valuables and promises in return for my knowledge, all to no avail. Eventually, they lost their patience and started forcing me to read articles related to the theory of imaginary application. But the drug was surprisingly effective. Not only did it block my access to the related knowledge in my mind, but it also hampered my ability to even learn the knowledge. Much later on, they accepted the fact that I had been reduced to a useless old man. Starting from some point in time, they changed their strategy and decided just to wait for my death.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You don't have to be. It's the price I have to pay. The passing of time and the increasing pain seem to have alleviated my guilt, which is the only good thing about being confined here.
What will happen next?
I've gathered bits and pieces of info from the people they sent. Combined with my own deduction, I believe the IPC might be scheming to tamper with the memoria left in my brain after the death of my physical body. They probably think that no matter how tight-lipped I am now, whatever remains of my dead body will be at their disposal. I'm scared, youngster. I'm worried that all the precautions I've taken so far will have negated upon my demise. At this rate, the IPC will one day regain control of the Imaginary Pulse's technology and monopolize it. My efforts will be in vain when that time comes.
Question mark. Please allow me to rebuke that, Doctor. Your effort isn't in vain. Here we are again, Dr. Chadwick.
Screw 'em! I never thought I'd see you again!
I once thought so too. Life is unpredictable, but it has eventually shown us its benevolent side. I'm here to tell you that your effort isn't in vain. Even after death of your physical body, you're still safeguarding your knowledge, leaving no chance for those harboring ulterior motives. It isn't the effect of the drug, but the ingrained dedication and perseverance of your consciousness.
That's great. It couldn't be better. You know what, Screw'em? I've always regretted not listening to the voice inside of me when we first met. It's just a simple phrase, but I haven't been able to say it. It's probably time I hear it myself now.
Say it, Chadwick. Life is fleeting, and many reach the end with regrets. I can't say your life is a happy one, but it is at least complete when this moment takes place.
I joined the experiment not for a good cause, but for myself. I wanted my talents and expertise to be seen by the whole world, and that is it. Thank you, Screw'em. And you. I feel much better. Probably never better.
You've been through a lot, Dr. Chadwick. Now, if you don't mind, please let us be with you as you make your way to the end. Congrats on fixing Chadwick's emo dial. TikTok! Bro. The fucking pop-up after such a depressing end. Jesus. The timing, man. Witness the final moments of Chadwick's life. Assist Chadwick in standing up and guide him out of his spiritual labyrinth. Yay, you got depression. Help Dr. Chadwick to his feet. Bro stood up so quick.
Mr. Screw'em, please.
There's one lady's assessment I believe I can convey on her behalf. In a few short years, Cauldron... Why is it skipping the dialogue? Bro! Bro spent the last 2 Amber eras with unwavering resolve not to let the IPC get its way. Yeah. Salute. Let's wake up Mr. Max. Yeah, time to read the wiki for the dialogue. Screw'em message. Yo! Thank you, Mr. Max. You managed to unravel the mystery surrounding Dr. Chadwick and gave him freedom. I didn't do anything. He is not in the dreamscape. He's no longer in the dreamscape. I found a way to convince the family to bring the remnants of Chadwick's memoria to Herta Space Station. As the witness to the completion of his life, I would like to invite you to pay your final respects, should you wish to do, that is. I'll be there. Miss Herta and I shall await you in the seclusion zone. Man. To the seclusion zone. Paraphrasing, I believe Chadwick asked what people thought of his legacy and relayed Herta's thoughts of him. Gotcha. Yeah, I figured he said he was relaying a message from Herta in the way, or the little bit that I got. Smashy smash. Welcome back, Sir Max. 2 Amber eras later, Dr. Chadwick is finally freed. He is now with us. Why is he in the dream? How did he end up like this? What Dr. Chadwick dreaded the most became reality. After his demise, the IPC extracted the memoria in his brain with the advanced technology provided by the Garden of Recollection and sealed it in this memory bubble. They must have prepared for it in advance, as the process took place right after his death, so fast that even his consciousness in the final moments was preserved. That step alone wasn't enough, as the memoria preserved that way was, in essence, a stagnant pool. If it remained inactive for too long of a time, what was in the water would eventually die out. Therefore, the IPC came up with a solution, sending Chadwick to Penacony to maintain the activity for the memoria. Speculation: the technology department must have struck some sort of deal with the family. Under the family's supervision, Dr. Chadwick wandered into the dreamscape for 2 amber eras. If it weren't for you, Sir Max, their supervision would have continued. What about now? Now he can rest, I guess. I agree, Sir Max. This is such a miracle. It's hard to believe he managed to resist the IPC until now with what little consciousness remained in his memoria. I was right about taking him back then. He's always been a genius, Madame Herda, but he isn't always this determined. Science and technology is not good or evil. For the past hundreds of years, he's been trying to redeem himself for a thought he had when he was young. When Max told me about him, I thought I would finally have the chance to learn about his research. It's a pity that things turned out this way. Those devices have been used to maintain the vitality of the memory bubble temporarily. By turning them off, Dr. Chadwick will be able to enter a peaceful slumber. Sir Max, let's pay our final respects to him together. Lore! The Nature of Emotion, a psychological analysis. Author, blank. Correspondent address, blank. Bering Lane, Mechanical City, Planet Screwlum! Summary. Emotion is the most mysterious phenomenon among all existences. For a long time, we were not clear about the essence behind the premise of emotions. By conducting a psychological analysis of various life forms in the universe, this article attempts to answer the challenging yet significant questions. What are emotions? Keyword, emotion, psychology. Human emotions. Before moving to Planet Screwlum, I met Emma, an unusual brain cancer patient. She became a changed person after having her tumor removed. From being enthusiastic and active, she transformed into an antisocial, irritable, and aloof person. Intellectual-wise, she was not affected, and she remained an excellent college lecturer. Yet she could not... Excuse me. She could no longer handle her teaching work. After a thorough examination, I found that Emma's reasoning, memory, attention, and other cognitive abilities were not impaired. Still, she had problems feeling and reaching to things that happened to her. In other words, she was suffering from a severe emotional disorder. By analyzing these data, we can draw a firm conclusion that the existence of human emotions is reliant on certain bodily tissues. Fear is associated with the amygdala and resentment with the insula. The expression and regulation of emotions are controlled by the prefrontal cortex, while empathy and remorsal are related to the insular cortex and, how do you say that? Cingulate cortex? Apologies if I butchered it. So does this suggest we could potentially manipulate or even control human emotions by altering these physical organs? On the other hand, if some life forms do not have these tissues as humans do, does it mean they are without emotions? That's kind of creepy considering in Penacony we fuck with people's emotions. Emotions of inorganic lives. To find answers to these problems, I visited Planet Screwlum, a place crowded with inorganic lives. With Screwlum's help, I gained access to the Mechanical Lifeform Lab. I saw a structure completely different from the one humans to the one of... I saw a structure completely different from the one of humans when I scanned the body of a mechanical life form. Case 1. A mechanical girl who escaped the Annihilation game and exhibited a strong sense of guardedness against all external matters. Her core circuit showed signs of burn. Case 2. An elderly mechanical being was unable to move after the passing of a family member. Upon examination, there was no issue with her body, or with his body, but he was unable to answer questions posed by external sources. Electricity flows in the body like blood. Although mechanical life forms are nothing like humans, I can see them having similar torrents of emotions. Could this be just an illusion? Or could emotions be unrelated to any physical organs and instead are dependent on something that transcends psychology? Or psychology? Conclusion. When I was leaving Planet Screwlum, a good friend of mine got emotional when sending me off. It was the first time I had ever seen tears in shiny was this a mechanical life form that had teary eyes? A good friend of mine got emotional when sending me off. It was the first time I had seen tears in shiny, silvery color when they trickled down his crystal-like face. At that moment, I felt love. I was very sure about that. So what exactly are emotions? Instead of being a privilege exclusive to certain life forms, it is the essence of all life forms. It is an abstract behavioral pattern and a common inner language. Perhaps this language was already known to all life forms when they were created. By virtue of this language, all beings are able to understand each other, giving rise to the existence of love. More questions will be solved by further research. Acknowledgements. I would like to thank Mr. Screwlum for providing the lab. Ruan May's Oh, was this Ruan May doing that? That's interesting. Ruan May's annotations. Emotions are the common language of life forms. That's the conclusion. Blank spent an entire lifetime to reach. Perhaps Blank was simply that kind of person, but I find it hard to agree with even understanding this finding. I wish I could ask her about it. Huh. Chest! Under the watchful eyes of you, Screwlum, and Herta, Dr. Chadwick, who has endured eternal, external, and mental struggles throughout his entire life, finally reaches a peaceful end. Deactivate all life support devices and send him on to his final journey. Can I get 07 in chat? Salute. Before you lies more than just a lifeless machine. It embodies a third of Calderon Chadwick's existence. Deactivate the life-sustaining system. You hope for a response from the world to the departure of this brilliant mind, yet all that lingers is a profound silence in the air. I don't know you very well, Doctor. We've known each other for a century, yet we've only met 3 times. Nevertheless, please allow me to address you as a friend. Deactivate the life-sustaining system. I understand this may not be much of consolation, but in my calculations, your research had the potential to save billions of lives. Regrettably, the era has slipped through your fingers like sand. Prior to the onset of an actual disaster, all we can do is pray. Pray that the discerning gaze of Noose may turn towards the next Calderon Chadwick. That's also synonymous with to go back to the Oppenheimer comparison, also synonymous with Oppenheimer and the fact that like nuclear power could also like save the world in terms of energy. Well, should I also say something? Dr. Chadwick, although I've never met you in person, I deeply admire your intellect and research. You know, I don't usually give compliments, but our fields of study share many commonalities. Your work on the theory of imagination applications has sparked my inspiration on more than one occasion, and I have to say, it's even made me, a tad jealous. It's a shame we never had the chance to work together. From what I've heard from Screwy and that troublemaker, you've had your share of hardships in your lifetime. Rest in peace, Doc. Troublemaker! Deactivate the life-sustaining system. Phew! Is this over? Well, it's a calm conclusion. For Dr. Chadwick in his later years, this would count as quite a significant luxury. I never imagined I'd be bidding farewell to a fellow society member in person. It feels rather peculiar. It's a real pity. If only I had realized 2 Ember eras earlier. Madam Herta. Madam Herta. Who is it? Did you hear that voice just now?
Is the space station haunted?
It's a miracle! A miracle! Is the space station haunted? Calm down, both of you. I heard that voice too. Could it be the residual consciousness of Dr. Chadwick?
Herta, please come closer. It's happening again, but this time it seems...
Oh wait, this is her. Got the voices mixed up. It's happening again, but this time it seems quieter. Speculation. Dr. Chadwick's self-awareness still lingers faintly. It's making an eager effort to communicate with us. Madam Herta, Sir Max, let's get closer. Residual consciousness.
Madam Herta!
Eh? I'm listening, Doctor. If there's anything else you wanna say, now's the time.
I'm honored. My research, my knowledge, I will leave behind.
Don't give that shit to Herta, are you insane?
Please accept.
Wait, are you saying?
Memoria is dissipating. Please, come closer. Touch foreheads.
I understand, Doctor. Herta's puppet takes a step forward, pressing her forehead against the trembling memory bubble. The memory bubble which... I'm assuming it gave her the memories, though. Calderon Chadwick. It's absolutely infuriating. He was nothing more than an ordinary person with a lifespan of just a few decades, yet he managed to achieve such astonishing feats. What did he say to you? It seems like you truly admire him. Admire? I suppose you could say that, but to be honest, I'm somewhat envious a bit, maybe even a bit jealous. At that very moment, he entrusted me with all of his life's work. It appears that in his final moments of life, Calderon Chadwick chose to place his trust in you, Madam Herta. Even though the two of you have never met before, the reasoning behind organic life is truly unpredictable. Nevertheless, the impulses of organic life frequently embody a grand and romantic poetry that never fails to leave me in awe. Remarkable! Truly remarkable! Tens of thousands of formulas and equations are flashing through my mind right now. I never imagined there would be such a way to analyze the problem. From imaginary overflow to imaginary implosion, from theory to application, from a mere paper to the birth of the imaginary pulse. Ah! What did you see, Madam Herta? I saw the final words he left behind. To Madam Herta, while I've held my position during my lifetime, given the resources the IPC possesses, they will inevitably discover the means and techniques to reproduce the imaginary implosion pulse. The die was cast at the moment the imaginary pulse was created. Every corner of the universe is destined to be on guard against its threats. I can't turn back time, but there's still one thing I can do. I can entrust my knowledge and technology to those who are worthy, thereby establishing the groundwork for a deterrent system robust enough to counterbalance the IPC's might. My life is nearing its conclusion, yet from this moment forward, I aspire to be an unyielding blade eternally poised above tyranny and malevolence. Why did you give that shit to Herta then? Aw, Scholar. Geniuses will never overcome power due to jealousy or fear. Max is making her incompassionate as fuck. Have you listened to her dialogue? Do you know the importance of Herta? No. Herta gonna nuke Pierpoint. Herta becomes more powerful than any other emanator of erudition, like way more. Alright. Surge of warmth. The good deeds of a man is done. You don't deserve the Herta? I didn't want her to. Easy skip. Witness the struggling life of a scientist. The good deeds a man has done. Surge of warmth. Clockwork helps people discover their true selves. Resolve one emergencies in Clockwork. Oh, so there's more quests like that? Huh. Blasphemy! Why are you treating Herta like Firefly? Bro. Oh my god. And no, I like Skrullum. Skrullum's dope. Skrullum's the only Genius Society member I've met that I like actually really like. Herta doesn't deserve this. I don't know. She has not shown. I'm willing to see if Herta can prove me otherwise, but everything I've seen, I hated her at first. Just for the way she talked down to everyone around her. Oh my god, that shit was fucking annoying. I was like, who is this lost child over here? the fucking One Punch Man meme. Who is this lost child? And then I kind of warmed up to her in later quests, but I'm still not that fond of her just because of her fucking attitude. Lil twerp Herta, yeah. She has the right to talk down to— are you fucking kidding me? Link the clip of you reading something about her when you were on a Kafka tutorial if you want to know. He hates every woman that isn't TOT. No, what about Natasha? Natasha's the original waifu of this game for me. Now I kind of want somebody to make that meme just to have Max pointing at Herta saying, "Who is this lost child?" We need that. What I've learned is Max loves mommy characters. Yes, this has never been that has always been the point though. Dominant women in general, I have always had a thing for. If you look at I made a tweet a long time ago talking about, oh, I know where all this shit started. And it was like my childhood 2D crushes were like the Hex girls from Scooby-Doo, the Ember chick from Danny Phantom, the Ember, you will remember, that chick. Azula from fucking Avatar The Last Airbender, and Shigeo from Kim Possible. Like, those were all my childhood 2D crushes. That set the stage for, like, the type of woman I grew up to love in fucking fiction. Shigeo. Sounds like you just like goths? Not just goths. Shigeo? Shit, how do you pronounce it? Bro, it's been a long time since I what? Shit. Shigo? And we thought Shigeo was bad? Shigo is how you pronounce that shit? Confirmed submissive masochist? Not opening my mouth. Anyways. Herta says, to think he would entrust his life's work to me! Did he not know the space station was connected to the IPC? That's what I was saying. But his wishes, they must be honored. They better, Herta, or it's your head. Find a way to circumvent the IPC surveillance then. With my reputation as a genius on the line, I will surely get this done. For Dr. Calderon Chadwick. Jing Liu's VA got clowned on for a while because she kept saying Shigeo. Worst pronunciation, the Amelie. Oh no. Max is a carnival phantasm Gil when he met Salter. Yes. Salter in a maid outfit? Oh my, are you kidding me? Gil teased her though. I would have fucking bowed. My king. According to my calculations, Calderon Chadwick's research could have saved hundreds of millions of lives. Now it appears that this outcome has an extremely high rate of becoming reality. May you find eternal peace among that sea of trees, Doctor. Nice. All right, which one are we doing now? I might have to go to the bathroom too. Let me go to the pretty This is the pretty area, right? I wonder what he's gonna be like with Jade. Dude, I know 2 things about Jade. I've heard people say that the only people that like Jade are the people who have mommy problems. But she's a member of the IPC, so there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way I'll like her. IPC, immediately disgust. I want nothing to do with you. Jade will dominate his mind. Nah. Perfect for you? Oh, no. Fuck Jade if she's in the IPC. IPC hatred over Dami mommies? Yes, absolutely. Absolute. I have my principles. Thank you very much. You like Topaz? No. I thought she was an interesting character though. In terms of IPC, like she's definitely like lower on the list. She still has like some principles and morals, but I see a bird. No, I don't want to read this fucking shit. Pull the bird. Firefly hater. I will clip this. I will send this to you if you ever bark to Jade. I'm whoever said in chat, so IPC hatred is higher than your love for Dami mommies. That's 100% true. I don't think I'm giving up my, I don't think there's anything that could make me give that up. Straight up. I have my principles, but you like Dumpy? No. No. Fuck that pig. It also joined the IPC. Fuck Jade, I'm sure you want to. No. I can't speak English with this chat, man. God damn it. Everything. I say I like Firefly and they hear the fucking opposite. I say I hate Jade and they hear the opposite. What do you want me to do? Anyways, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. The fuck are y'all? I just see a bunch of lulz when I get back. Y'all making fun of me? His chair says 0, just like the countdown with the detonation, so he supports the IPC. I get it all now. I cannot believe it. These fucking guys. Scott propaganda. Oh boy. Anyways, we can put that thing up here. God, the Penacony soundtrack has been great so far. There's a lot of tracks I really like. I'm not sure, even though I like the boss fight music for both the Something Unto Death and Sam, but is my dude, y'all are fucking, I swear to God, you are gonna make me freak out. I thought my mic wasn't on. What the fuck? These fucking guys. Chad, Sam, I love Robin's album. I haven't listened to I saw Robin does have an album, but I haven't listened to it yet because I don't think all the songs have played. This is the only one I've heard, I think, the one that's playing in the background right now, but with vocals. But I don't think I've heard the other ones yet. I didn't want to spoil myself. Has scenes for later? Yeah, don't listen to it. Gotcha. That's what I figured. What else was I gonna say? Oh, I was talking about the boss fight musics. The Something Unto Death and Sam boss fight music I thought were all right too, but I definitely don't think they beat dude, it's gonna be really hard to beat Fantalia's, I think. Oh my God, dude, I am such a sucker for orchestra with vocals. That's why they like didn't beat that for me, but oh my God, Fantalia's fucking, and it makes sense because they're kind of, it seemed like they were more like mini bosses than like full-size bosses because they had 2 phases instead of like a 3-phase or a 3-phase, or I guess Cocolia was a 2-phase too. Fantalia was a 3-phase boss fight though, so it was like a lot more of a, it was much more of a big deal, but I love how every phase like got its own track, and oh my God, the 3rd track goes so, the 2nd track with like the rapping, that how fast the vocals go is so fucking cool. And then the 3rd phase where it comes in and mixes in the Cienjo theme with the fucking like heroic moment inside the OST. Oh my God, it's so fucking, it's so peak, bro. Fantalia's OST for that boss fight is so fucking good. It's gonna be really fucking hard to top that shit. 2nd phase is your favorite? I like the 3rd phase a little more, but that's just I think it's just like the heroic element of it. I love, like it goes with a fight like specifically so well, I think. I do really like the 2nd phase though with the vocals as well. Sam has a 3-phase in the Divergent universe, so I'm not looking forward to that shit, bro. Oh man. You'll probably like the final boss theme for Penacony. A lot of people have said that, they said Penacony's soundtrack, for a lot of people, they said that they liked it more than anything that came before it, and so I am excited. I don't think I don't know. For me, it's gonna be really hard to top Fantalia's boss theme, but we'll see. I haven't heard anything yet. I've been doing my best to stay spoiler free on everything. All right, what do we do now, chat? Should we do the clocky statue ones, just since that's been staring at me? Wait, there's more here? I also didn't read the other sticker, but oh well. Oh, nice. He moves 4 times before I can act. It's funny. Have you done the companion quest? If that's the Black Swan one you're talking about, yeah, we did that one first. I didn't like the beginning of it because it was like just a bunch of going back and forth and just a bunch of like dialogue. I had to sit there and I was like, what the fuck are we doing? But by the end of it, I really liked it. I liked the ending of it with the cutscenes and the conversations was interesting. The Envision a Rose Coming Forward side quest. Hang on, let me do the clocky statue one first because that one's been staring at me since last stream. I'm interested to see what this one has. What was the point of us coming here?
It's still early. Where to now?
I don't remember what this one was related to. 13 clocks. Investigate the Clocky statue. You never thought you'd come across a living and breathing Clocky, the cartoon character in the Golden Hour. Do you remember the statue shaped after it? There might be something fun happening around there. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! Here we are again, my gray friend! I rarely run into people who can see me, so I must make the use of this opportunity to tell you all the wonders about Dreamville! See that statue in front of you? Tell you what, it is made based on me! Tell you what, it is made based on me, Clocky! Wow, that's amazing. I can tell I'm not blind, you know. Tick-tock, tick-tock! There are more secrets about this statue! Next, I'm going to tell you the things I can reveal to my friends! You do occasionally receive a kind of golden banknote with my face on it during your journey to the dreamscape, right? I do. What's that? Haven't you come across it? It doesn't matter. You'll get one sooner or later by exploring the dreamscape more frequently. Here comes the crucial part, so listen closely. Many have no idea that those golden banknotes can be used to replenish my dream energy. By handing those golden banknotes, let's call it clock credits, to the statue, I'll become even more famous and influential in Dreamville. The more energy the statue I cannot do this fucking voice anymore. The more energy the statue acquires from clock credits, the sooner everyone in Dreamville will see me. It's like Santa, chat. We have to believe. If we believe in him, he'll become real. Weak. When the time comes, I'll be able to hang out with you and your buddies. What if I don't want the others to see you? I get it. You're just hungry for the money. What do we say? This fucking dialogue. Santa doesn't exist, kids. My immersion. These options, they're both good. IPC Clocka. I get it. You're just hungry for the money. Tick-tock! My gray friend, please retract that statement. For your information, you can't use clock credits to buy stuff in the regular stores in Dreamville. You might even get yourself targeted by pickpockets if you try to use them in public. So you might as well let me have them. As long as you can replenish my dream energy, I'll give you some awesome gifts in return. Tick-tock, that's all I want to say. Remember to explore the Dreamville as much as you can, earn clock credits, and take them to the statue here. See you later, my gray friend. Cannot believe it. Obtain clock credits by exploring Penacony and completing missions. This is just like how every destination has a vendor where you give the destination vendor, like, stuff, right? That's what this is? Oh, it is a little different. Never mind. Whoa, I have 4,970. I said I had never seen it before.
Tick-tock! Oh boy! I've eaten too much this time!
What? Yo. Bro exploded. Oh, we got a new mission. Listen to what Clocky has to share. You have brought enough clock credits to the Clocky statue. Clocky, having absorbed enough dream energy, decides to showcase a signature trick to you. Bro killed Clocky?
Wow! I'm surprised you've gathered so many clock credits for me, my gray friend. That's terrific! Although I still don't have enough dream energy to make myself visible to everyone in town, this is already a significant improvement. I owe you a big one, my gray friend. Tick-tock! Pay closer attention to the next time you interact with the statue. You'll see how the clock credits can indeed make me more influential on Dreamville. See you next time, my gray friend.
Is he silver now? Wait. That should change colors?
Time outweighs money, buddy.
Oh, there's even more rewards. Okay. Bro does so much side quests that he already has the 9th tier. I've only done like 2 side quests at this point. All right, what was the other world one we had on the map? Oh, I guess they were both on top of each other. Here's a tough choice, Max. Herta or Firefly? Firefly, for sure. Not even a question, dude. I despise, dude, the rude how do you say that? Condensating tone, like being so like she just speaks to everyone like they're beneath her. I hate that shit. God, she's so mean. I don't despise you guys are like making up this reality in your heads that I just hate Firefly. I don't hate her. I just think she has. Get the fuck away from me. You hate Herta but despise Firefly? Dude, I am being fucking, what's happening here? She doesn't like people wasting her time. Neither do I, but when I said she was wasting my time, she scoffed. The Enigmata has, oh, we need an Enigma disinformation fucking emote. That'd be good. Chad is Enigma and Elation combined. Kuro. She's my favorite along with Skrullum. I like Skrullum. I don't like, or I shouldn't say I like hate Herta either. I just, she's so mean every time she speaks. Dude, I want to be like, dude, I want to tell her to shut it. Wait. Why did I not see this flying car here? Is that why this guy is fucking on the street? What happened here? Why is there a car here? What about Ruan Mei? I described at first I didn't like Ruan Mei, but that's specifically Ruan Mei. I didn't like at first, but that's specifically because she drugged us. I think that's pretty understandable. I warmed up the Ruan Mei after her quest line and thought she definitely wasn't as bad as I originally thought, but I defined her as a college philosophy student that was having like a midlife crisis. And that's like exactly what she is, so I don't know. I'm not like all over Ruan Mei either, but I wouldn't say I dislike her. I'm surprised you are the opposite of the fandom. Bro somehow crashed a flying car. Can you open the Fates Atlas? Yeah, let's see where we're at. How do I get to that again? It's from the map, right? Oh, the quest stuff? Okay, my bad. Here we go. Cat among pigeons. I'm assuming we go here to see what's available. Not quest menu, mission? What? Am I not in the right spot? This is what you were trying. Someone asked to go to Fate's Atlas. That's what I was doing. Y'all want me to do the Lafu? All right. You asked for it. Yeah, these. Which ones do y'all want to do? Is this everything that's available right now? We only have 3 to go? Everything before 2.2 is done once I finish these 3? See? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I want to do everything in 2.0 before we move on to 2.1. So is this the only things that were available in 2.0? Was these 3 that I haven't done yet? Once I do these 3, we're ready to move on to 2.1, right? This is not everything? There's some secret quests with clockwork. These are major ones. Okay. These are major ones. The other ones are like minor ones. Technically, there's more smaller world quests. Okay, I just want to do the major ones for now then. Maybe we can come back to the minor ones. Because the reason I wanted to do the side quests was because I figured they would give me more context to help understand the main story. So those are the ones I want to do. So I figured those are going to be the main ones, right? Which one can chat collectively decide which one of these quests we should save for last if we want to save the best for last? Which one should we save the best for last? Cosmic Star? Cosmic? Rose, you think is best? First and third are best? They're all great? All right. We'll do the one that no one's saying then. Goodness is rare. You meet a strange but kind-hearted person. She is considerate, warm-hearted, and helpful. You don't know why she calls herself Emperor of Penacony. What's more puzzling is that the people of Penacony recognize her as the Emperor. Follow your Emperor. Join her in helping the other dream chasers. What? Tizasik the second? How do I say this shit? Can't find that idiot pooch anywhere, Your Majesty. I've never really been to the Golden Hour before, so I really don't know where he could have gone to. Worry not. I will help you find him. This city is a sprawling maze, though. Even my capital was not this vast. This is kind of like finding a needle in a haystack. Do you have other clues, like places he might have gone? Your dog's gone missing? Eh? Dog? Oh, idiot pooch is just a nickname. It's a person. Who might you be, Your Majesty? Is this a subject of yours? Who isn't my subject in Penacony? But I don't think I know this one. You're the Emperor of this place? How rude. The Emperor of the Golden Hour, Her Majesty Tizasik the second stands before you. The family may not recognize her sovereignty, but in the hearts of her subjects, she is none other than the true descendant of the dragon. That you don't recognize your own emperor shows that your understanding of the Golden Hour is meager. No matter, if you wish to help as well, come with us. It's always good to have some more helping hands. But I don't know him. Heed my words, Mr. Chinapon. Goodwill can be spread. Understood, Your Majesty, kind soul. After the matter at hand, I am a dream chaser of the Klimt Republic. I am to negotiate a record deal with the Iris family in a few system hours. But that blistered brain business partner of mine went missing right after entering the dream. I was to meet him here to start negotiations, but he's nowhere to be found. Can't you just return to reality to get him? I wish. That fool probably thought I'd be cramping his style. He refused to even tell me his room number, and if I don't know the number, the concierge can't help me contact him. Can't you make a call? I did. I couldn't get through. His phone might be off or he lost it. That moron is capable of anything. Can't you ask the Bloodhound family for help? Ask the Bloodhounds for such a paltry matter? Forget it. There is only one person in all of Penacony who would aid in earnest for such a triviality. Her Majesty. I'll just have a look around the city, I guess. He must have run off somewhere to have fun. Not the first time Ephraim's done something like that. Why am I so dumb to trust him every single time? That unreliable fool. Fool, you say? Enough, Mr. Chenapon. Your aimless anger will not change the present, and you really do need him, don't you? Ah, Your Majesty, you're right to admonish me. This fellow's still got some talent. Having released several hit records, he's just obsessed with having fun and has no concept of time. How about this, Mr. Chenapon? You stay here and wait for Ephraim while I look for him in those entertainment spots. My loyal subject, walk with me if you wish to help. I'm really sorry for troubling you, Your Majesty. But not me? It appears this Ephraim is very much a fun seeker. Then I can guess where he has gone. Come with me. This is not starting off great, bro. What the fuck are we doing? Do I have to... I'm not tracking the quest, am I? You'll get some gears.
Keep bumping into colleagues.
Oh, this one? I can't believe I'm getting motion sickness even in my dreams. I can't play hologram games for more than 10 minutes. I've made the effort to come to Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Grab a bottle of Soul Glad. Isn't this a dream? Why am I still so short? Is it a dream? I
really craving some half-price blocky pizza.
Yo, he getting down.
Quite a bit to drink.
In the golden hour, if you lose contact with someone who has sunken into entertainment, odds are that person is stuck there. This is a house of a criminal decadence? Did he get kidnapped? More or less. This place is a bar called the World's End, a depot of debauchery for acolytes of elation. Oh, this is the tavern they talked about? These believers will lure dream-seeking newcomers into the bar and egg them to commit embarrassing acts in public. It's a form of lowbrow entertainment. Tizok II sighs, then immediately draws a deep breath, faces the bar entrance, and yells out, "Lady Greenham, come out here!" You've barely recovered from the startlement when you see a woman with a fawning smile sashaying out of the bar. Oh, if it isn't Your Majesty, why didn't you call in advance? We haven't prepared for your arrival at all. Max, what are you doing here? Cut the chit-chat. There's a musician by the name of Ephraim from the Klimp Republic. You've seen him before. Oh, indeed I have. He stopped by to have a drink. He later got drunk and said he wanted to promote profound music on the profound planet of Penacony, and he ran out while singing a tune. We left him alone. It's because of you who egged him on. It's because of you lot who egged him on anyway, yet you treat it like a joke. Where is he now? I don't know. Why not ask the other near... Oh, she's laughing. Why not ask the others near the bar? They might remember. Ephraim was a drunkenly flamboyant character. He's not easily forgettable. That's all I know. Did you wish to know anything else, Your Majesty? You scoundrel, so be it. My words fall on deaf ears anyway. My business with you is concluded. You're dismissed. Lady Greenham dramatically curtsies, turns around, and ducks through the bar's door. Follow me to inquire from the folks nearby. A wildly drunk person would be hard to miss.
You've had quite a bit to drink.
Yeah, wait a second. Can I go in there?
Sure you're okay.
Y'all said, wait a second. The bar, this is the bar that, or the tavern that, what's her name? Sparkle and Scampo were at the end of the Black Swan questline, right? And so if that's the case, if we go to reality and go back to this bar, the VIP lounge, a luxurious salon designed specially for VIPs, the most important guests from across the universe gather at tables indulging. There were side doors, I remember, that were locked.
It's still early. Where to now?
These side doors. A firmly closed door that does not mean that exploration is impossible. They have to open sometimes. You just need to be patient. Does the other side say the same thing? This hotel has prepared a lot of real-life entertainment, but they are not as attractive as entering the dreamscape. Epsilon.
It's still early. Where to now?
My God, it's fucking below me.
You've had...
Oh, if it isn't your majesty, come out for a patrol again. Mr. Doramanka, I do hope you observe a little more respect for your emperor. I'll be mindful in the future. Have you seen a really drunk person? Oh, I did. A man singing loudly on the road, and it wasn't all that bad either. I shouted for a friend to listen, but he was already gone when I turned around. I'd almost forgotten about it. If you didn't ask, anything can really happen in this dream. It's not really something to be flabbergasted about. Speaking of singing, how about we hit up the karaoke bar later, your majesty? Didn't you proclaim that you had emperor tier vocals? You've got to flaunt them a little to your subjects. Next time, I still have business to attend to. Sure, you do you. Your majesty, it's been a while since you took a stroll here. This person with you is a kind soul who is helping out. I'm an imperial retainer. I'm the consort. I see. What? Concubine? I'm still single. I'm so old. You're better off seeking a more fitting partner. He is compassionate subject on official business with me. Have you seen a drunken man nearby singing loudly along the street? Oh, how unfortunate. I just entered the dream and didn't see a thing. It's all right. We'll ask someone else. Bro takes any milk.
You've had quite a bit to drink. Are you sure you're okay?
Your Majesty, is there anything I can do to help? Did you see someone in a drunken frenzy? A drunken frenzy? This is the World's End's bar right here, is it not? There are plenty of them around. From what Lady Greenham said just now, this person should have been loudly singing next to the road, and he sounded decent too. I did hear someone singing, and it came by to take a look, but when I got here, the noise had settled down. I apologize, Your Majesty, that I couldn't be of more help. Oh, stop it. Thank you. Let's go ask someone else.
You've had quite a bit to drink. Are you sure you're okay?
It doesn't matter how much you drink in a dream.
I ain't saying gold digger. Wait, who have I not talked to yet?
Are you sure you're okay?
Oh, impolite. Oh, what winds have brought you here this time, Tizasik? I thought you detested such establishments of sinful pleasures. You will show some respect. Remain silent. Who's this person, your Imperial Guard? I doubt it's uncommon for an emperor to have a retainer, is it? I am obviously here on business. Did you see a drunken man just now singing loudly on the street? Singing? Of course I did. There was a drunken fool singing and acousting passerby. He was taken away by some bloodhounds. Detained by the bloodhounds. This is going to be a little troublesome then. How much trouble could there be? Aren't you the emperor? You just have to show your face and the bloodhounds will release him, no? You will show some respect. Huh, a method actor, aren't you? You really think she's the emperor? I'm sure I can have them what the fuck is that? Acquiesce this request, but I can't simply flout the rules by abusing my authority. No choice then. I'll have to make an exception for this urgent matter. Wait, that guy's throwing up rainbows in the background. What the fuck? Rainbow vomit. You really think bloodhounds recognize such a lame emperor as yourself? That's hilarious. You really believe in your own act? Don't mind him. There's a member of the bloodhound family over there. Let's go talk to him. It's a pleasure, Your Majesty. Is there something I can do for you? At ease. I wanted to ask, have you arrested a guest named Ephraim? Yes, we did. That man was drunk on the streets and the bloodhounds kicked him out of the dreamscape. The family's public relations officer is currently interrogating him. So, here's what happened. Tizok II explains the bloodhounds regarding Ephraim's urgent matter in a few system hours. So, can you take my honor as a guarantee and release Ephraim early? I promise he won't do it again. This is too trivial a matter to be worthy of Your Majesty's guarantee. I'll inform the family mansion to release Ephraim shortly. Thank you, my loyal subject. I will remember your aid. It is my honor, Your Majesty. I shall return to reality and see to this release. As for you, what is your name? Max, I do good deeds, not for glory. My name is Luke Skybatter. Oh my fucking god. Skybatter? Ah, I see. It's because you're so skillful at using that bat, right? This name does have a certain charm to it. Well, since you've been accompanying me to perform good deeds, I shall reward you with a title. How about this? From now on, I'll knight you as the Grey Knight. My deepest gratitude, Your Majesty. Just like that. Of course not. I only reward those with goodness in their heart. Good-hearted people are rare to find. You need not accompany me out of the dream. I will go on my own. I'm always making rounds in the golden hour. If you run into any trouble, feel free to speak to me. Take heed, Grey Knight. It's easy to be bound in this dream filled with carnal desires and easy to forget where one should go. Grey Knight for the Emperor! Congratulations, you're now a knight. She's really the Emperor? Jealous. What's there to be jealous about? It's a fake knight title given by a fake emperor, and even has no fiefdom that comes with it. When Tizok II just started to call herself emperor, no one really acknowledged her, but she's done a lot more than just call herself emperor. There were many good deeds she performed, locating missing people and items, resolving conflicts, and even helping the family. As time passed, at least in the golden hour, everyone has been helped by her in some way, so they are willing to show some courtesy and address her as Majesty. Do most people respect her? How do I put this? Although I don't know why she calls herself Emperor, she's definitely a good person. Look, the family's members theoretically should all be united as one under the banner of the Great One's harmony and their teachings, but you inevitably can't dismiss the tinges of personal avarice within them. If it is so for the family, it is even truer of the dream chasers like yourself, not meant as a slight, no offense, who would consider everything from their own perspectives and can't put themselves in others' shoes, would consciously ignore the interest of others. That's why everyone supports Tizok II. She's sincere, empathetic, and genuinely cares about others' interests, always putting herself in their shoes. As Her Majesty said, good people are a rare resource in our time. It's getting late. I'll need to continue my rounds. See you later. Huh. Her Majesty should have picked up Ephraim by now. Let's go back to our meeting point. Genopon, you dunce. Why aren't you thanking Her Majesty? Thank you, Your Majesty. If it weren't for your genius aid, our business would have been ruined. Mr. Ephraim, firstly, I'm not the one who should be you should be apologizing to. Secondly, rather than an apology, I feel that Mr. Chenapon would much rather have your promise. I'm sorry. I'll never slack off during work hours again. I'll let it go this time. I'm used to it. However, I've placed my own honor on the line to get you out. If you return to your old ways, it'll be a slap in my face. Understood? Understood. Absolutely. I promise to never do it again. It's getting late. You two should prepare for negotiations. Now that I've finally gotten you out, you should return to your business. Thank you all once again, Your Majesty. We will return to the hotel to prepare for negotiations. See you next time. Wishing you all the best of luck with that deal. Basically, she's weird, but they play along because they like her. Yeah, I got that. I'm just trying to figure out where this quest is going to go, if there's going to be any, like, bigger implications here. You've come, my Grey Knight. With our efforts, those two young men finally got their business settled. It's all thanks to you. To be honest, I didn't feel too involved. Perhaps. I'm guessing that instead of searching for missing people, you're more suitable for jobs that require your fists. Or bat. Head out there and do some good. You'll definitely find an avenue for your talents. Let me think. If you're good at fighting, are there any good deeds that are more suited to you? Oh, there is. I've always been running into this group of people. Never mind. It's nothing. You've met a bunch of guys, then what? You can't teach a new dog old tricks. You're speaking strangely. No. It's something major. I've always emphasized the importance of peace and avoiding conflict, but those guys at the World's End bar are a little hard to shake off. Tizok II stiffly changes the subjects and begins to talk about her battles with the masked fools, as if she wants you to quickly forget the subject that she regrettably brought up in the first place. Since then, Lady Greenham has bent her knee. You see, today I called for her, and she came right out. Tick-tock! Over here! Quickly! What's wrong? Why are you glancing around? I have some urgent matters to attend to. Let's talk later. Oh, okay. Speak soon. Clocky? Tick-tock! There's something wrong with the Emperor! My instincts tell me that she's in some sort of danger! But she refuses to tell you! Is she being threatened? Is she being deceived? If only it were that simple! She must be missing something! It must be because she is missing something, and that's why she refuses to ask you for help! Max, we need to get to the bottom of this! It's the only way we will be able to keep her out of danger! Fucking Clocky, bro. We have to fix her.
Spare the formalities, noble one.
You're back, Grey Knight. Is there something you need my help with, or perhaps you would like to chat? Try reading her inner thoughts. Angry gear. Oh no, I can't fix her. Quick, chat, we need to find an angry person. Gaslight powers activate.
Woof! Woof, woof, woof!
Woof. Where do we find an angry person? It's been a while, mister. Remember me? I'm Keenan from Alfalfa Bank. Stop pretending you know me. Who are you? Well, our Alfalfa Bank Credit Center has recently launched a new financial product. I think it's perfect fit for you. The annual interest rate is as high as 34.8%. It's stable, risk-free, and will make a great long-term investment. No transaction fee is charged. Are you interested in learning more about it? Oh, that sounds pretty good. Not interested. Please don't go just yet. You don't have to pay the extra cost for this product, even if you don't need it for the time being. There's no harm in learning more about it. See, the grand building across the street? That investor is one of our top clients. When he first approached us, he was just a dream chaser new to Penacony with nothing but dreams in his pockets. The Alfalfa Bank graciously accepted him, and he chose to trust us. Now you can see he owns everything here. Everyone deserves a chance to succeed, and that's true for both you and us. Would you rather see money slipping through your fingers instead of trying to keep it in your grasps? Having arrived in Penacony after such a tough journey, surely you wouldn't want to go home empty-handed. Passing office worker says, you said the interest rate was 48% per annum the last time you bragged, was it? What's it? Have you chickened out? Look, you shouldn't make baseless allegations like that. I must warn you on behalf of the Alfalfa Bank that you can be held accountable for the rumors you spread. You're a member of the upper crust. Don't be swayed by people who know nothing. If you're interested in the financial product I mentioned earlier, is he your client? He seems to know something. Perhaps I'll have to check the files for details. As you already know, we have a lot of clients, some who may be the laissez-faire in the attitudes and end up in poverty. No one can save them. Bro. Jesus. Ignore him. Let's keep chatting. Passing officer worker says, who are you calling poor? If it weren't for your fancy talk, I wouldn't be stuck working for someone else. Here, take a good look. All these arrangements state it's all safe. Don't worry. And now there's nothing but scrap paper. I've been made a pauper. It hurts to even glance at these papers. Now you understand who hasn't run into the salesperson or two along the way. Everyone's just trying to hustle. No, wait. If you have no confidence in our financial policies, I still have an insurance package to recommend. Please give me another minute or two. Can I touch the fluff ball on your head? If it can instill greater confidence in our financial products, I am more than happy. For those of you who weren't here for my last stream, there were multiple people of this puffball person race. They're like short people with puffballs on their heads. And they're like disgusted when I ask that question. Like it's extremely, like it's an extremely like almost like racist thing to ask. Like you're not supposed to ask, can I touch the puffball on your head? They all took it as like an extremely rude comment to make. But when I asked him if it can instill greater confidence in our financial products. Oh, that's so funny. Please make it quick. There are many people around and I'm a little embarrassed. New sticker, yo! Clipping. The latest statistics show that the guests at the golden hour have an average asset level of 3,584,680,988 credits per person. Have you reached that average number? Jesus.
Do you require investment in financial management?
Activate clockwork. Oh, he's calm. Never mind. I want to take... I'm looking for people to take emotions from. Damn it.
You've had quite a bit to drink.
I have 1/10 that amount. Can I find the emotions on the map to make this go a little faster? Where's someone that's angry? I need angry, I think. An angry cogwheel. Get the fuck away from me.
How are the tickets sold out already?
It's just a black text around above random NPCs. Oh, is that a Memo Keeper card that Black Swan has? It kind of looks like one. Robin? Wait a second.
Checked off.
Planet of Festivities. Robin! Welcome to my... Whoa! The collectible cards of the Planet of Festivities series are designated and released by the Dreamstar Entertainment of the Alfalfa Publishing House. Oh my gosh, that's the guy we just talked to. All rights reserved. Unauthorized reproduction will be prosecuted. When the baby bird broke free of its shell, her first chirp immediately drew the attention of the stars. Fate had arranged a bright future ahead of her, and she was destined to be a galaxy-illuminating superstar. On the stage made from a myriad of diamonds, Robin belted out a song that praised the beauty, kindness, affection, and vitality of the world. Was it the Welcome to my... Whoa! Surrounded by vibrant lights, the audience was moved to tears by her voice. All the flaws, ugliness, deception, and loneliness in life were all forgotten.
majestic hall of art?
Oh, see, I knew someone last stream was saying I was going crazy, saying that I remember seeing the rings. The original rings we saw at Penacony when we woke up after Acheron killed us or whatever. I remember saying I looked up and I saw rings. Look, the rings are still there. What rings? You look at the rings. They're like rings around, like halo rings around. You can see the stars beyond right there. That's space right there. But then there's like rings. See that? Lord of the Rings, Clueless? It's like remember how I mentioned? Oh. The flutter here? No, but it kind of reminds me of I was talking in my Discord about I was like, the final boss of Penacony better be with all the Catholicism and Christian influences that I've noticed in Penacony so far. I really hope the final boss is like a biblically accurate angel. What if we fight Penacony itself? The final boss is like literally a biblically accurate angel and it's Penacony itself. Like, look, because a biblically accurate angel, for those who don't know, it's got a bunch of feathers. It has eyes all over it, and it has like, it's a bunch of rings like orbiting itself. Penacony is Primus. I'm gonna pull it up right now, actually, just so everyone knows what I'm talking about. A biblically accurate angel, like the way the Bible describes what an angel looks like, is like something out of a fucking nightmare, bro. Y'all ready for this shit? Hang on. This is what a biblically accurate angel looks like. Like, the way the Bible describes what an angel looks like is this. Like, they look fucking crazy. They're described to be a being with, like, multiple feathers and wings, with eyes all over their body, and they have this, like, ring-like structure that's like, it's a bunch of rings, like, all over itself like that. Like, look at that. That's what a biblically accurate angel looks like. And so I was saying the final boss of Penacony with all the Christian and Catholicism better be a biblically accurate angel. That'd be crazy. The lore accurate angels, yeah. They're so cute. But yeah, look at with the rings. I wonder if that's supposed to be a reference. I mean, maybe not. I'm probably looking too deep into it, but with all the rings moving around, it just reminded me of that. Huh. Oh. The city down there looks crazy too.
Considered the majestic hall of art?
Look up Avian Oddity from MTG. Oh shit, that looks crazy. Oh, is it MTG is Magic the Gathering? Yeah, that looks crazy too. This is like low resolution, but that's like definitely, yeah, like biblically accurate, angel inspired. You can see the same rings in reality outside the train's window. That's what I was pointing out. That's exactly why I pointed that out and was talking about it, yeah. I remember, I mentioned it last stream, but someone said I was crazy for saying, because we went to, I was wondering, so you can see them here. We're supposed to be supposedly inside the dream right now, right? But you can see the rings from reality here. But if you go to, we just went through a manhole cover to get to Dream's Edge, right? But if you go to Dream's Edge, they're not there anymore. Look, now they're gone. Going schizo? There's no rings here. See, it's just you. I know, but so I was up here last stream and I was like, wait, the rings are gone. And chat was like, what rings? What are you talking about? And I was like, nah, shut the fuck up. I saw some rings, bro. Fucking gaslighting motherfuckers. Go to reality?
It's still early. Where to now?
Well, it's only inside the... I don't think you can see anything from the parlor car. I already looked off stream. There's just nothing there. We're just like in space. Pila! Yeah, you got some jade for me?
I didn't think that black drink would taste so good, and really energizing too. If only I could get a cup when I'm pulling those all-nighters.
You drank Himiko's coffee?
Judging from its appearance, I thought it'd be unpalatable. The wonders of the universe are endless.
Oh no. Do you mean Kalikapo? Do you mean Jim Rogers? Do you mean Himiko's coffee?
Yes, coffee! I think it's pretty tasty, but according to Himiko, everyone on the Express doesn't really appreciate that drink. Himiko gave me a big handful of coffee beans when she saw how much I liked it, and then she gave me a coffee machine. It's a bit embarrassing. Next time I visit the Express, I'll definitely bring her some Bellabog specialties in return.
Rip Pilo. She's hallucinating. Yeah, but yeah, Penacony's like not even there on the Express, but this has happened before too. It's like the same skybox when like you're not at a planet, so no idea why that is. They probably just don't want us to see it until later in the story, I assume. We can go to reality and see what's there though. I don't think you can see the sky here though.
It's still early.
Oh, you can.
Where to now?
No rings. We did see, where was when we it was on the train. It was at the train when we were right next to the hotel. That's where it was at, and I saw the rings. But now it's not there. You can't see it from here. For whatever reason, they don't want to show us the hotel now when we're parked outside of it. What does it look like on the map? I mean, I guess these could be the rings. I swear we could always see it. Maybe the other compartment? Oh, should I try going, see if it changes when I go over here? Same skybox. How do I get to that? The missions list, right? Wait, no, how do I get to the map? How do I see the list of planets? Oh, the Quest radio might be the reason it's blocking it. Gotcha. M? Okay, now what? When I click down here, it shows this. How do I get out of this? Dude, that radio's been fucking me up with since the beginning. Oh, Star Rail map. Thank you, Jesus. What the fuck? What is this shit, bro? What is Penacony, the penal colony? Penal colony. What is the true nature of the land of dreams? A planet? Bullshit, bro. We arrived by that thing next to the train, and that shit looked like a space station. penal colony. Yeah, bro. A spinning top. A flat Earth with a sea of Memoria.
It's still early. Where to now?
I knew the Earth was flat. Y'all ever seen the Smiling Friends episode where they get abducted by aliens? God, that shit is so fucking funny. Smiling Friends is so good. Where are the people with the black text above their heads?
What a scam.
Ba, ba, ba. Was that emotions back there? I thought that was the one where you fix them. This one? Oh my! How could you bully a billboard? I would bully a billboard. What do you mean? Is merely telling the truth enough to get canceled nowadays? Oh, fuck yes. Since it dared to display these ads to the world, it should be prepared to get chewed out. Holy old, too real. I need the, can someone pull up the clip of fucking, I'm not a fan of XQC, but the clip of him going, "You're not canceled! That's the law!" That shit is so fucking funny. I retweeted it the other day. Let me pull up just the audio of it. God, that shit's so fucking funny. Here it is.
It's not canceled! Yo! That's not canceled! That's the law! That's the fucking law! When you do a crime, you go to jail! You're not canceled! You're a criminal!
PM.
You're not canceled! You're a criminal! God, that shit is so fucking funny. I miss the old XQC, yeah. Is merely telling the truth enough to get people canceled nowadays? Since it dared to display these ads to the world, it should also be prepared to get chewed out. And what's more, even if it really was bullying, so what? Is a billboard capable of reporting me? Pull out your phone. Pull out the baseball bat, bro. I'm about to be a criminal. Hang on, what are you doing with that bat? Don't you get the joke? It's no good being so brash at such a young age. Come on, let's drink a bottle of Soul Glad to calm down our nerves a little, huh? I have 5 sad gears? Bro, I'm a saddie. I've got no mad gears, but I got 5 sad gears. That's crazy.
Enjoy Clocky's Pizza. Every tick of the clock is a tasty one.
Where? Oh, we can change the singer's mood too. Damn, there's a lot of side quests you can do with the emotions. An exploited worker! I must save him.
By the Stent family?
TikTok! What do you do? What do I do? I'm going to be scrapped soon! No! TikTok, the average working lifespan of us tickers is only 133 years. I have another 129 years before I get scrapped. I don't want to be scrapped. Did I just miss some? What? Y'all lying to me. Damn. This shit easy. TikTok! Come to think of it, 129 years still seems like a long time. Okay.
that all?
What the?
So
Oh.
glad diesel flavor. Aromatic.
I'm just so ordinary. I've lived for almost 30 years, but I haven't done a single thing worth mentioning in history. I'm nothing compared to those cosmic superstars. Look at the bright side, mate. Why do you have to think it that way? The fact that you're here in the dreamscape proves you're extraordinary. Real ordinary people can't even afford a room and won't get invited. The calm gear. I passed someone on this street? Ah. We're in a dream now. Why would someone eat 0-calorie sundae? It's a body image anxiety. You know, high-calorie food can make you feel anxious, even in a dream. Body image anxiety? What's there to be anxious about? I shouldn't waste my time talking about this with a Papeshi. It's frustrating. Angry gear. Oh my god, it was the one, chat. I cannot believe it.
Well, isn't this a dream?
Spare the formalities, noble one.
Angry gear. Tizak II clenches her teeth and furrows her brows. She seems to be going through an internal turmoil with a fury that hasn't surfaced in years. Huh? Well, what's going on? I feel... You've arrived just in time, Grey Knight. I need to ask you for a favor. Tell me who to kill. I've always considered Penacony was, at the very least, a civilized place. That at worst, there would be a meager riffraff who disrespected the Emperor. But these days, there have been a bunch of unruly hooligans who assaulted me time after time. Benevolent as I am, I refuse to stoop to their level. But the more I think about it, the more seething I become. Each time I'm alone, I would be attacked by those scoundrels. There have been a few times where their attacks were even fatal, waking me from the dreamscape. How is this any different from regicide? And now, I'm starting to worry that those thugs may be plotting to end my life in reality. Grey Knight, I am aware of your skills in combat. Will you help me rehabilitate these ruffians? Who are they? Where? Are you sure one beating is enough? Isn't it better to call the police? Who are they? Where? No clue. I really don't understand. I've devoted my lifetime to doing good. Why would disgruntled subjects be trying to hinder me? I have a plan. They usually wait till I am alone to ambush me. In just a bit, I'll pretend to be alone, and you hide behind me. When those assailants reappear, we'll arrest the lot of them. What if they flee? Then at least help me identify their faces, and then report them to the Bloodhounds. Let's do that then. I thought you didn't want to involve them. I did not wish to trouble the Bloodhounds to help me look for the ruffians. Once we found them, they will still be subjected to the legal system. How could I mete out personal justice? That is against the law. I get angrier the more I think about it. What wrong exactly have I done that I am relentlessly hounded by these scoundrels? Let's go to a quieter place. We'll see if they can take the bait. Oh no, Tizak II's emo dial has been locked. Tick-tock!
This is ridiculous.
Looks good.
Fuck out of here. Okay, hide behind here and don't move. I'll go fish for the baddies. Oh ho ho, how dismal. Dismal. The loyal retainers who patrol with me are busy today. All of them. It's good they're keeping busy, though. Busy is good. Your acting is terrible. Alas, I'll have to make the rounds all by my lonesome self. Good thing Penacony's a super safe place. So safe that we won't even run into any danger walking down a dark alley alone. Your Highness, your acting skills need work. So very quiet and no family members on the streets, so different from the hotel premises. Your Majesty, help! I'm stuck in the phone booth. Who's calling for help? Stuck in a phone booth? How careless. Hold on, I will be right there. Tizak II runs out of your line of sight in an instant, probably forgetting she's still in dire danger. March level of acting. Why did she suddenly run off? Gotta hurry to keep up with her. If she was assassinated right under my nose, I'd totally ruin the nameless reputee through the mud. Trash can. It's not the same. Don't try anything funny, they say. You can't have forgotten. Even soulless livestock would not forget such an atrocity. Elephant, calm down. We're executioners, not bandits. But, Swanga, how could she have forgotten everything and lived life like nothing happened? It's probably just as we feared. After coming to Penacony, she made a deal with the family's upper echelon and sealed her past memories away. That's a thing you can do, maybe, huh? Screenshot that. Even after so many ambushes, after assassinating her so many times, she still can't remember at all. This is more distressing than anticipated. Gentlemen, I really do not know what you are talking about. I don't remember what I did that made you vengeful. You must have mistaken me for someone else. You really think you're some hotshot emperor? How about I kill you again and we'll see if you really have forgotten. Let's calm down and discuss this. Everyone, eyes on me! Elephant, stop. Dude, this has nothing to do with you. Please leave now, as it is in everyone's best interests. I can't stand by and watch someone die. The nameless and danger are never too far departed. Fine, I'll be leaving then. Dewey touch Stitcher, bro. The nameless and danger are never too far departed. Maybe if we say we're the nameless, they'll get scared. Oh, the nameless. I know your creed, but you don't understand the ins and outs of this. Swanga's right. We're not bandits, but we have to do something we need to do. Sorry about that. Oh, we're fighting. Okay.
Memories are beneath the waters lies an endless abyss.
Yeah, it sounds like those guys are from out of Penacony. I'm assuming she probably, before coming to bed, it's probably exactly like they said. I bet they're trying to get revenge over, maybe she was an actual emperor in life and was responsible for some pretty crude shit, and these are like old subjects of hers that are trying to get revenge or some shit.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Destiny is apparent. Ill tidings manifest.
God, DOT is so sick. Don't run! I can still fight. Forget it, Ilfan. Stop. Any more and we'll alert the family. Grey Knight, please stop. You there. It's not that I revel in forcing your hand, but you will explain once and for all your repeated ambushes on me. Pupsha profanity. Wait, what does that mean? He says profanity? Looks like you really don't remember a thing. Have we done Kakolia's quest yet? Kakana? What the fuck is that? What exactly do you want me to remember? Your crimes! Yeah, she did some fucked up shit before coming here, and but it's probably just like they said. I bet she doesn't actually even remember. Can we stop repeating ourselves? Spill it now. Stop beating around the bush. I know it's really annoying to do this, but she must recall her own crimes, or else it won't matter even if we bring her back. It's because of the accursed arm of the law. But if it weren't for that accursed justice system, you would be no different from her. My memory's pretty good. I've never forgotten anything, nor will I. Where were you born? What sort of idiot question is that? I was born in... Huh. I do have some memories, no, plenty of them, that feel like they didn't exist before. I only remember I am an emperor governing the citizens of Penacony, but where did I come from? Where did I become emperor? I truly can't remember. Those memories were too cruel, even for someone like you. After fleeing to Penacony, you asked the family to seal them off. Grey Knight, I'm in a conundrum. Should I be finding those memories? Then at least it'll be clear why these ruffians hate me so much. You should find your memories. You shouldn't do that. You should decide for yourself. I think you should find your memories. Like I said, I don't know. I can definitely see why. It's so interesting. They definitely picked a really good story and setting to really decide these philosophical questions for yourself. But I think I even made it clear when Acheron was asking me these questions that I am not someone that would want to run away from reality. One of my biggest fears in life is actually not being able to remember certain things. The reason I post YouTube videos and actually post my VODs to YouTube is because I want to be able to look back on them in the future and be able to reflect on past playthroughs and adventures in video games that I have gone on myself, and be able to recall like really hype moments or cool moments and revelations in video games that I've experienced. And so for me, like, one of my biggest fears is actually losing memories and having what's the disease that where you lose memories? Bro is a memo keeper. Alzheimer's, yes, thank you. I was spacing on the name of it. Getting Alzheimer's is actually, thankfully to my knowledge, it doesn't run in the family or anything, but that's my, I could not imagine a worse fate for anyone than like gaining Alzheimer's. To have a disease where you can't even recognize your own family members and you can't remember your own past in your life, and to have to continue living on like that is a fate worse than death to me. Like, I would not, if I ended up having a disease like that, I personally would want to like be put out of my misery. It's such a sad state to have to be forced into, that I personally, that's how I personally look at it. Obviously everyone's gonna have different opinions on it, but memories are very precious to me because of my outlook on life and my own philosophy on life being an experience to cherish. And to have that experience stripped from your own mind is a terrifying concept. And so that's my own view on it. And so I'm going to go with you should find your memories. She does not get a choice. She must find her memories. I should find my memories, especially if those memories are buried heinous sins that I've committed. Oh, she says, that's because you're a good person. Yes, I'm a good person, and good people must face their evils. It looks like Penacony has indeed changed you. It's a pity that... Never mind. I'll drop it for now. If your memories have really been sealed by the family, then I don't know how to retrieve them either. It's a dead end. If the family did it, I have an idea. You do? What could you possibly have? You are from the Astral Express, yes? I've heard that you can do the impossible. I trust him. Illifen, now, it's up to your skills. Nameless, how about you? Do you agree, Emperor? Yes, please. Help me retrieve my memories, Grey Knight. We can never escape our own past, for better or for worst. You got any items that you got any items that have to do with your past? An item to do with her past, let me think. How about this? Try something that is connected to us. It is her past, after all, that created that present, the present me and Illifen. This is a part? This is a piece of the community center in Pastrak City. What? Where's that? You beast! Does Pastrak truly mean nothing to you? Illifen, enough! Nameless. If this old part can let you do your thing, we'll leave it to you. Where's your sympathy for March then? I want March to get her memories back too. I think she even wanted to get her memories back. I remember the ending of that quest line. The memo keepers and the people from the Garden of Recollection were like trying to protect her from her own memories, but even then, I think she still deserves to know what her past was. If she consciously chose to seal them, isn't it different? Well, it depends on the person. I don't think so. I think you have to face reality regardless. Or else reality catches up to you just as it is right now. Like, you have like people were literally trying to kill her for what she did in those past memories, it seems like. I think if you tried to hide from reality and hide from the past will find a way of catching up to you. So it's better to face the past and make amends, even if you did some heinous things in the past. She literally takes pictures to remember everything. Yeah, March is adorable. March getting the Firefly treatment? What are you talking about? This fucking chat, man. Reminds me of the TV show Severance. I have not heard of this. Help Tizek remember her memories. Okay. Why did I can't say her name. Tizek the Second seal the memories of her time as the Emperor? Were the memories so horrific that she never wanted to recall them? Yeah, I'm assuming she did some fucked up shit as an actual Emperor. Once you're ready, please help me retrieve my memories, Grey Knight. We can never escape our own past, for better or for worse. Let me help. Hurry and use Tizek the Second's replacement lock cylinder. Tick-tock! You're about to enter the Emoscape. Are you ready? Yeah, okay, so we're going into her mind just like the Oppenheimer dude. What if March did some atrocities too? Well, then she's got my opinion on if you do, because I've never been someone who... Is that the Bellabog theme? I've always been someone who firmly believes that death is never the answer for someone, no matter how heinous the crime. However, I do understand that in some situations your hand is forced and you have to make that decision in order to save others. Self-defense, if you will, or protecting another. However, if you have the option to spare a life, I think that is always the right answer. I think sparing a life when you can is always the right answer. And then getting the person to realize their past sins or past crimes or whatever it is, rehabilitation. I have always been someone who believes in or not always. This has been something that has changed over the years for sure. I used to be a very, very vengeful person actually, but I came around to the idea that rehabilitation is always the way to go. And if someone does something heinous, no matter the crime, they should be rehabilitated. They should realize why what they did was wrong, and their sentence essentially is then having to live with the guilt of what they have done for the rest of their lives, and do their best to be a better person in the future, and try to do good in the future, and try to what's the word I'm looking for? Atone, yes. To try to atone for their sins by doing good in the future for the rest of their lives. That's how I look at it. Some people are too far gone to help them, though, in some scenarios. In situations where it is like a straight up mental illness, I still don't think death is the answer. I think at that point they can stay in some sort of rehabilitation center where they're treated humanely for the remainder of their days in a just society, at least. In like a situation where you're like in a pre-society situation where you don't have that choice. Obviously, there's other options there, but I think in a truly just society, you would essentially not lock them up even behind bars for all eternity, but give them some sort of humane prison where, and I don't even like using the word prison, but it would be some sort of rehabilitation center where they would stay for the remainder of their days and be able to have watchful eyes look after them to make sure they don't do anything terrible, but at least let them live out a humane life for the rest of their days. That's how I look at it. In Germany, for example, death sentence is illegal because constitutionally all human dignity needs to be protected. Yeah, there's a lot of Northern European countries that actually have really good rehabilitation programs. Like in America, with how we have our laws, you would probably think, if you're an American, you would probably think it was insane to hear that there are some like Swedish or Finland countries that they don't have like straight up prisons in the way of like cells where they lock people up in like solitary confinement. Instead, they have like essentially hotels where these people stay at for their cells, and they have to stay there, but they can, even if someone did like murder, as long as they are in a decent mindset, they just have a watchful eye on them, and they can still live their lives like day to day, have a job, study college, and try to be a better person for society in the future. But they still have to they have a curfew, and they have to come back to the quote unquote prison, but it's like a rehabilitation center every night. When I learned about that as an American, that blew my fucking mind. But those are things that can be set up for the future. Obviously, they still have areas where if someone doesn't pass a certain like mental cognition test, they're not allowed to leave the rehabilitation center or prison. But yeah, if they pass certain tests, they're given an amount of freedom that would be impermissible or unthinkable to give to like someone who did murder in America. And so very, very different outlooks and perspectives that I enjoy listening and reading and learning about. Too much focus on the rights of a criminal, too little attention on the rights of the victims. That's a perspective that I am not ignorant to, that I understand. Anyways, before we hop into the stream, let me go to the bathroom again. All right, we're back. Denon says, agree with Max on this. There are safety nets in countries where poor people would live better than them. Yeah, because at the end of the day, not all crime, but a majority of crime can be bottled down to someone's material conditions, such as poverty, for example, and people doing, especially non-violent crimes. Like, I think it's insane that we give, like, prison time behind bars for non-violent crimes. I think is, like, insane to me personally. Like, I don't think someone deserves to be locked behind bars in a metal cage for a non-violent crime like theft, for example. Like, I think that's ridiculous because most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, theft can be whittled down to, like, someone doing something out of desperity or being desperate and, like, literally just in, like, survival mode if they're in, like, really deep poverty. And so the fact that, like, our society doesn't, like, help those people out, like, hurts me in the feels. Agree. Severe punishments haven't proven to change anything about the occurrence of the crime. Yeah. And again, I just wanted to say, like, it's okay if people disagree with me too. I'm not here to try to get everyone to agree with me, but I wanted to point out, I think it's really, really fucking cool that Honkai Star Rail, a fucking video game, has the ability to draw out these conversations. It really shows the skills and the dedication of these writers. I think, like, the fact that, like, we're even having conversations like this speaks to the talent of the writers, I think. Will you react to the fan songs for Honkai Star Rail character inspired songs? I think a lot of people were wanting me to watch, like, VA songs as well, but we'll probably do that once we're actually done with the story. Shout out Las Vegas! Penacony is all about philosophical debates and ethical discourse. Even before this, though, like, I was having conversations like this even back in, like, Belobog and also on Cienjo. Like, a lot of philosophical conversations with chat have come out of Honkai Star Rail in general, going all the way back to the beginning. So the writers for Honkai Star Rail are definitely talented. A lot of the crimes are also committed against those who are less fortunate, who despise hardship, did not turn their life on crime. Yeah, so so you agree that the material conditions in general should be fixed, and if the material conditions are fixed, crimes in general won't occur, at least as often. That's, like, the point that I was trying to get across, not necessarily that, like, poor people commit crimes against other poor people. My focus was on the material conditions of poverty in general evokes those responses against each other. Dedication of the localizers. Jesus, there's so much text. I love how it feels like everything has a connection to reality that the players can relate to. Yeah, for sure. One thing I love about HSR is they tackle some really good problems. Yeah. Like, this is just a side quest too. Like, y'all were not kidding when you said these side quests are crazy good. Let's find out what, let's find out the history of the Empress here, though. It'll be crazy if she is tied to Belobog. I don't know why the Belobog music started playing. 7 hours in and we're only 2 blue quests down. Oh my goodness. All right, hopefully the other ones won't take as long. Hey, Grey Knight, stop standing there in a daze. We are in Belobog. Grey Knight, what's going on? Are you asleep? Oh, this might be actually like the last one, the Honkai Star Rail, the Herta space station. How they reuse the assets for that, for the memory. Maybe that's what's going on here. Grey Knight, what's going on? Are you asleep? Who are you? Stop giving me a fright. Are you out of your mind? I am your most beloved Poopsha Empire's princess, Tizazik II. Why was your majesty turned into a child? Your Majesty? You want to lose your head? You call the Emperor your Majesty? I'm a princess, so you will address me as your Highness. How many times have I told you not to get titles wrong? Why can't you remember? Bah, you knights risen from the common lineage are excellent in everything but etiquette. Your Highness, looks like these are Tizok II's sealed memories. She's an actual member of the Empire? Snap out of it! We're off to the florist. There's a lot of reusing assets in this game? Yeah, I gotcha. As long as it makes sense. Oh look, there's... What the fuck's a Penacony car doing in Bellabog? Oh, that's funny. I've had so much homework lately, it feels like forever since I visited the city. I've made an appointment for the florist to only cater to the both of us. Oh, enter the florist. Yo, Sked, thank you so much for the 2 years. What the hell? 2-year resub. Thank you so much, Sked. Appreciate it. Welcome back. For your Highness to visit our humble shop, we are... What is that word? Splendorously honored to meet you. And for you to specially make this trip, all you had to do was make a selection of your favored blooms and would deliver them personally to you. My lowly shop is not worthy of your glorious presence. It was just an excuse to come out of a stroll. You probably don't know, we Imperials rarely get any opportunities to leave that labyrinth hellhole. Aha ha ha, aha. In any case, please call me if you wish to buy anything, Your Highness. My older brother has ascended to the throne for more than 2 years, and our relationship has grown distant. If I gift him with spindle blooms that he used to love, I think he'd be happy. We have plenty of spindle blooms in storage. I'll fetch as many as you wish. It's just that spindle blooms are bargain bin flowers for commoners. To present them to His Majesty, would that be somewhat... It's fine. Spindle blooms will do just fine. Even if he's the Emperor, he's still my older brother. No one knows him better than I do. Your wish is my command. I will prepare the arrangement immediately. Please wait a moment. Take your time. We aren't in a hurry. The gift of flowers is mainly to let brothers think that I'm still his naive younger sister. That will make discussions of many future matters much more amicable. Given him some flowers to cheer up, and maybe he'll be willing to lift the tax levies on those poor folk along the frontier star districts. Oh. I wonder if, so we're gonna see her whole life here, huh? So she seems like pretty kind-natured right now. She wants to get flowers for her brothers and is wondering if her brother will lift the tax levies on the poor folk along the frontier star districts. You're really too naive. It's a pretty adorable way of thinking. He's not a child, so he won't play into your hands. It's a pretty adorable way of thinking. Yes, that's exactly my goal, to remind His Majesty of how totally adorable his younger sister is. One must know the reason to move the heart. Those high officials have done this sort of stuff before, but none were able to move him. It probably wouldn't work either to verbally spar with him using facts and reason. In the realm of governance, even children have their own weapons. They don't lie, plot, or vie for power, or at least that's how everyone thinks of them. So when I skip with a huge bouquet of spindle blooms, crying and wailing to beg him to remove the tax levies, no one will think that it's an issue of governance, just an innocent desire from a little girl. If the scenes reach that stage and His Majesty will still refuse to soften the people's hardships, the resulting pressure will surely be excruciating torturous for my silly older brother. And I know him. He may not care about the people, but he cares about what the history books will write about him. You've got some guts, girl. You're scary. That thinking of yours is pretty naive. You've got some guts, girl. Teehee, I was born into imperiality, after all. Just putting what I've learned and heard to practice. Where's the shop owner? Is he planting seeds or something? Your Highness, Grey Knight. You must take Her Highness and flee. Lieutenant Chapuk, what's wrong with you? It's a coup. Your second sister wants to usurp the throne. What the? His Majesty has just been assassinated. What? Second sister? She killed? Grey Knight, run! Take her with you. That mad woman. Why'd the happy music start up again? Bro, it's just like what's the Callus and Keitel from fucking Destiny 2? It's the Midnight Coup. Grey Knight, run! Take her with you. That mad woman will exterminate all successors to the throne. Hurry! The lieutenant musters all of his strength and yells at the top of his lungs, then coughs up blood and stops breathing. What in the world happened? I don't get it. I really don't. Let's leave this place first. Yes. The Majesty is dead. We are happy. Oh, look at all the soldiers. Who's there in the background? Is that Hook? Fierce General, Your Highness is hereby requested to return to the palace. The Emperor wishes to reminisce on days past. But I heard that the crown has fallen. Step aside. Her Highness has business to attend to. Get lost. But I heard the crown has fallen. The crown will not fall, and the throne will never be vacant. General Patet, my older brother has been nothing but generous to you. Your Highness, affairs of sentiment only mean something to people of your age, and that filthy commoner beside you. Since you won't return with me, forgive me for being brusque. Hide behind me. Oh, we're fighting.
Ill tidings manifest. Mind your manners.
Didn't hurt.
Ow.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it. Thanks. You're too good to me.
Time for a shot. Next
Stand still.
Ill fate descends.
Dub. Where's the trash cans? Grey Knight, when I think about it, second sister isn't my mother's biological daughter, and they've never seen eye to eye. Second sister isn't my mother's biological daughter, and they've never seen eye to eye. Once she ascends to the throne, the authority of the Empress's Dowager's clan will greatly be reduced, which is why we should first escape the Kinchurige's state, and that's the Empress's Dowager's fiefdom. What are these words? Second sister's soldiers are crawling the streets. Let's find a car and set off, and try not to alert these turncoats. Gosh, why do you park the car so far away from— Oh, the car's actually relevant! Why do you park this car so far away from the florist? Oh wait, I think it was my terrible idea to drive less and walk more. Bah! No point blaming yourself now. Let's go! Oh, so we have to avoid the soldiers? Back then, I was really little. Everyone around me said I was mature beyond my years and smarter than my peers, but I'm sure that was just an illusion I created. I was just an insecure little girl pretending to be wise and smart. Before my father died, he told me, in the royal family, only the cunning survive. I wasn't great at politics, but I wanted to survive. Who's this person over here? Oh, they're just like regular citizens. Grey Knight, quickly, get to the car. There are rebels everywhere. Now is not the time to potter about. What's going on over here, though? They need help. What? These people need help.
I see you.
No, you don't.
Who goes there?
Grey Knight, you drive. Stay off the main roads and take a detour through the countryside to the exit in the city. They probably won't be able to set up the stringiest blockade so quickly. No help. Sorry, citizens. Later, the Empress Dowager rallied her army and overthrew my second sister's short-lived imperial rule. So there were multiple coups, okay. I ascended the throne and became the Hupsha Empire's emperor. In order to protect her young daughter, the Empress's Dowager began ruling in her stead. It was disheartening that when I was of age, the Empress Dowager passed away, and my extended family did not intend to return the imperial authority to me. My conflicts with the regents became intense, and our relations gradually soured. It was clear to me that I was fast losing my position as a puppet ruler. It was clear to me that they intended to kill me sooner or later. Uh-oh. You should have given up the crown for your life, but you didn't. You probably pressed down on the citizens. General Duet, I've known you since I was a babe in arms. You were so heroic back then, but... Oh, look, there's us. You were so heroic back then, but now here you are, pathetically denying your own crimes. Your Majesty, even if you say that, I did not do it. Tax collector Turian, he was an upright and moral official. Yet you, Uncle, gave in to your vileness and burned their whole family of 49 to death. I have received more than one memorial for you to pay your blood debts, but you are my blood kin, and I have not the heart to execute you. If you confess to your crimes on public broadcast and repent, I will only relinquish you to your duties and send you home. Tizasik. How do you say her name? Tizasik? You were the one who killed them, didn't you? Such insolence. You committed mass murder and dare frame family for it. You're worse than a beast. General, do you remember? I was a puppet dancing in all your hands. How could I ever commit such a brutal deed? I know what you want. You want your powers back. You just needed an excuse to purge your loyal servants who toiled for you for all these years. After my death, you will announce that the fiery tragedy was a result of consolidated authority among your relatives, and that you will force the council to pass a vote to reinstate your imperial authority. I could tell when you were just a baby. You and your father, your elder brother and sister, you're all the same. All beasts of nature. Enough. Retainers, take him away. Just accept your fate without resistance. Calm down first. You repulsive tyrant. I will end you today. Retainers, take my uncle home, and then summon Lenamar. Understood. Summon Lenamar. A short while later, a young woman named Lenamar enters the throne room. Tizasik, the second, motions for the retainers to leave them, leaving just the two of them in the throne room. Lenamar, you've done well. The suspicious woman. Your Majesty has naught to do but command me. It is my utmost honor to serve your Majesty. I do not deserve any praise, especially when your Majesty has even promised me that I would be the Empire's spy master. This is the fortune that my ancestors have bequeathed me. How could I not reward you for such an important mission? But I do have some words of criticism. You overdid it this time. Your Majesty, words ring true. I reflect upon my acts as well, but forces of nature can't be controlled. Arson is something that is hard to grasp with precision. That is true. All right, enough of this upsetting talk. Let me raise a glass to you, Grey Knight. Bring out the wine for her. It's gonna be poisoned. Damn, so she did kill those people. And she had the spy master do it, I'm assuming? I don't think I've ever killed anyone with my own hands. Before my mother died, she told me, the battles of the court are zero-sum games. If you want to survive, you have to ensure others cannot. However, she emphasized that you should never kill anyone with your own hands. You will bear the weight of the life you took, and it will be more than you could ever bear. Once I realized that I could erase someone's existence from the world with just a few words, things became much easier for me. Yikes. Tizak II nonchalantly tips a vial into one of the glasses. You witness everything. Just pick any glass and bring it to her. The Empress has decided to leave the decision to you. Present the poisoned wine. Let's bring the safe wine. Tizak II nods her head. She agrees with your decision because she trusts you far more than anyone else in this world. A toast, Spy Master Lenamar. I thank you for your graces. Allow me then. This wine is amazing. Over the next few months, I used the tax collector extermination as an excuse to eradicate the Empress's Dowager's clansmen within and without the Imperial chambers. I traded 49 innocent lives to restore my own sovereignty. I thought that I would be safe if I just slayed my political enemies. But the more I slew, the more afraid I grew. It felt as if I had to kill more and more people who opposed my rule. Yeah, I was gonna say, if people find out about that, they're not gonna stand for it. Grey Knight, Grey Knight, Grey Knight, I have a matter to entrust to you. Come right now. Where is this? Tizak II's memories are muddled. Let's see where she's gone. Kill one political enemy, create two more, yeah. if the truth gets out, I mean, that was my whole reason for, like, really disliking the end of the Belobog questline. There were multiple reasons, but, like, the main one was, like, if people find out you lied to them about Cocolia... Oh... But Max. Hear me out? Oh boy. Tragedy of the Mad Queen, basically. Witnessed Tizisix II become a ruthless ruler. I know what they said about me later. Outrageous. Murdering for pleasure. But they were wrong. After gaining power, I had never been happier. Neither have I gotten a peaceful night's sleep. The fear surges forth like a giant squid from the abyssal depths, entwining its tentacles around my heart, attempting to pull me back into the black abyss. Apart from severing the origins of these fears, Grey Knight, what can I do? What do I do? Found out about what? Guards, get him! What do you think the reaction would have been if we told everyone they lied in the first place? Next chapter, Belobog Civil War. That's what the pure fiction thing was, and I explained it all back then. I'm like reiterating old thoughts. Oh my god, every time I mention I didn't like the Belobog ending, we have to like reopen this can of worms. I put my trust in the people, and I would like to think because I have hopium. You can call it ignorance, or you can call it like being too nice. Hopeful's not the right word. Idealistic, I guess? Too idealistic, but I'd like to hopefully think that like the people of the underworld and the overworld could have actually came together and like saw a optimistic the French Revolution of Belobog would begin, and it would have been, yeah, I understand that if a conflict like that would have broke out, it would have been the end of the Belobog specifically because of the freeze. I understand that. About what optimistic, yeah, I stay optimistic about what could happen, essentially. You are crazy. A person can be smart, people are stupid. Yeah, we've been over this. I don't want to reopen an old can of worms because I literally talked for like fucking 2 hours about this, I feel like, in earlier streams. You consorted with insurgents in a plot to overthrow my imperial rule. My punishment to you was fair. Oh wait, that was her talking. I thought that was him. You consorted with insurgents in a plot to overthrow my imperial rule. My punishment to you was fair. There are, and then the rebel says, there are winners and losers in war. This is only fair, but please release my family, especially the children. They know nothing about politics, treason, or war. Now she's gonna kill him anyway. I don't want to do this either, of course, but can you guarantee that when they grow up, they won't hate the one who killed their father and attempt another coup? That's right. Even I cannot promise that. Streamer hates Firefly, thus all of his arguments are invalid. Grey Knight, I've been waiting for you for a while. Once again, the impoverished plot another insurgency, rallying together in an attempt to overthrow my rule. It's too important to leave to anyone else, so I'm entrusting you to handle this. No, I refuse. Witness to Tizilok II become a ruthless ruler. I know what they said about me later. Outrageous. Oh, okay, I read all that again. Grey Knight, what? Bro, I refuse. How do I join their side? Wait, I got Wildfire's leader right here. Please. Grey Knight, your chivalrous repute is known among the common folk. We don't wish to kill you. If you wish to abandon that villain, we would welcome a mighty warrior who fights for righteousness. But if you insist on being a tyrant's fangs, we will not fear death either. Oh. I am loyal to the Emperor. Leave and I will pretend we never met. No, I can't join them. I am loyal to my Emperor. Leave and I will pretend we never met. Oh my fucking god. I understand. You do not wish to break your oath, but neither do you wish to harm the people. Thank you. I hope you will one day figure out where your true loyalty lies. Oh, wait, do they actually listen? Goodbye, Grey Knight. Oh, they actually left. This is oppression. Do we need a Spartacus emote so bad? Did somebody say oppression? Spartacus is my actual goat. For those who don't know, there's a character. So Spartacus, the legend of Spartacus in Roman legend is that there was a slave in the Colosseum that was forced to fight other people for others' entertainment, right? This motherfucker broke out of his cage, stole the kitchen silverware and knives and shit, freed the other gladiators that were slaves in there as well, and incited an entire rebellion against the Roman Empire that lasted like months to years, I think. I don't know the exact timeline of how long it lasted. It lasted a long ass time though. Like, and this motherfucker didn't just want freedom. He wanted to bring down the Roman Empire. Like, that's fucking crazy. He didn't just pack up his bags and say, I'm out. I got my freedom. See you later. He said, no, I want to return to the Roman capital, free the people who are enslaved there, and bring down the fucking empire. Bro is fucking crazy. Holy shit. It's not why Rome fell, but it's just such a, they ended up finding him and killing him, unfortunately, but his story is so fucking sick though. Absolute Chad. He, where was I going with that? So he's in Fate, right? That character, he is a Fate character because Fate's characters are from actual history, human history, whether they're myths, mythology, some of them are religious deities, some of them are actual people who lived, some of them are from mythology and folklore. But Spartacus is a character in Fate, and this motherfucker embodies revolting against oppression so much that his, like, one of my favorite lines in Fate is this motherfucker goes, "Gravity is the greatest oppressor. I will jump and defy gravity." And this motherfucker jumps and starts flying. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. Spartacus is so dope. God, I love the concept of him in Fate. Grey Knight, where are you? Grey Knight? Get over here. There are plenty of matters I need to handle. I can't do it all by myself. Uh-oh. I don't really play Fate, but that's fucking hilarious. It's so good. The concept of him, like, anytime oppression is mentioned, that man is lurking in the shadows like, did somebody say oppression? Yeah, that Lost Belt definitely gave us a lot more than Apocrypha did, for sure, in terms of his character. That's right, Rome fell because Constantine's guards forgot the door. I forgot Constantine was the last emperor, that's right. God damn it. Same for Gordy. Yeah, Gordov had such a good character development throughout the Lost Belts. Is there anything new here? No, there's not. Okay. Is it the spy lady again? Or no, it's someone else. Lenamar, the Grey Knight has let you live for too long. Oh, it is the spy lady, and I've been letting her live? Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Did you not know the Grey Knight let you go once? But that's not important. What is that he should not have done so in the first place. I don't understand. I've served your Majesty with all my heart. I've gone through heaven and hell for you. Why would you? I'm sorry, Lenamar. I am very grateful to you, really, but you overdid it. When it could have been resolved with peace, you would meet it with violence. When strength was required, you'd massacre innocents. When you were in court, the other ministers stood uneasy. No, I let her live and she used her power for evil. Weren't they all on your orders? And shouldn't you, your Majesty, be the last one to accuse me of massacre? Since you're about to die, I will forgive your verbal indiscretion. So your Majesty is going to kill me now. I already have, with that wine glass half a system hour ago. To have me eat ice cream first and then roasted chicken later, I am very aware of your tricks. What do you mean? Using ice cream to numb my tongue so I would not feel the taste of the poison on the meat. You think me a fool? I would never do that. The weather was blazing today, and ice cream melts easily. Oh, that's why I advised you to eat the ice cream first. It would have been tasty. It wouldn't have been tasty if melted. Don't deny it. Retainers, take him away. Your Majesty, I've been wronged. I've been wronged. Yeah, she calling Berserk because of paranoia. Yeah, it's absolutely, I mean, it said that in the fear, you guys. It says, I had never been happier once I gained power, but neither have I gotten a peaceful night's sleep. The fear surges forth like a giant squid from the abyssal depths, entwining its tentacles around my heart, attempting to pull me back into the black abyss. Apart from severing the origins of these fears, Grey Knight, what can I do? What can I do? Give up your fucking crown. Grey Knight, you're finally here. Another batch of Imperial guards has deserted. These guards have plenty of so-called evidence against me, and they intend to use it when they join the IPC. Intercept them for me. The IPC has no jurisdiction in the Hupsha Empire's affairs. True! I will kill the IPC. Grey Knight, I knew she would send you. You're different from her in the fact that you can be reasoned with, which is why you should understand that we have to do this. Tizazok II rules must be ended, not just for her Imperial guards, but for the entire Hupsha Empire. Help me understand, Grey Knight. You fight for righteousness, but why would you wholeheartedly serve such a tyrant? She was not born cruel. Aw, yeah, I like that. I was gonna say you literally watched her turn, because at the beginning she was literally trying to get flowers for her brother and cry and try to get her brother to end the taxes on the people of the outer ring of the system. And so she wasn't born like this. She wasn't like that when she was young. Of course, certainly no one is born a brutish beast, but to walk a tyrant's path, one does not need a cruel soul, just a weak heart. You wish to die to blind... That's a bar, actually. To walk a tyrant's path, one does not need a cruel soul, just a weak heart. I like that. You wish to die for blind loyalty, or will you muster your courage and do the right thing for once? My oath is unbreakable above all. You should leave. Thank you, Grey Knight. You've made the right choice. Hello from France. Yo, what's up? Grey Knight, get over here, quickly! You've toiled for so long, I hope to reward you lavishly. Did the mission change at all? Nope. Reward us with poison wine, sus. Pass down my orders, execute a saturation bombing on Pastrak City. Oh, that's where the one guys were mentioning some shit happened there. We had the piece to remember it, to bring up the memory, right? Your Majesty, the uprising has been quelled. What in the world are you doing? 3 rebellions have occurred in that city within 5 years. You want me to believe that the insurgency has been quelled? Cease your jesting. Your Majesty, Pastrak City may have been the insurgents' main base, but it does not belong to them. It belongs to the 4 million citizens who live there. I understand what you said, and I do not wish to do this either, but for your great Hupsha Empire, some brutal insurances are... Oh, this is her saying, sorry. My bad, I thought this was the guy talking. I understand what you said, and I do not wish to do this either, but for the great Hupsha Empire, some brutal insurances are required. I hope you understand. But this is just some kind of... This isn't some kind of insurance. You're just burning the forest for the trees. Enough! Since you love Pastrak so much, men, take this wizened thing up to the airspace of Pastrak and toss him out along with the bombs. She said, what's the guy say on Emperor's New Groove? When the Emperor kicks out the old dude? You screwed up my groove. Sorry! I gotta watch Emperor's New Groove again. It's such a banger movie. You're killing my groove. Beware the groove. I know you didn't mean to conspire, but I am clear that if I simply release you, it will send a signal to the others. I was merely using my own assets to provide relief to disaster victims. How is that wrong? The stellar winds this time were particularly intense, and disaster victims litter the Empire. While the whole Empire is suffering from a famine, only your hometown's victims received your kindness. How is that fair to the rest of the refugees? Is this really the time to discuss fairness, Your Majesty? Every life saved is a precious one. I know that, but the famished common folk don't. They'll think I don't care for them, and that only you do. But I do care. I do. Which is why you can't be soothing relief with kindness. You must be the one who declares himself king of the hill as he prepares his army while the kingdom is weakened. This is why I must kill you. Don't you get it? Goddamn, she only cared about helping people for her fucking image. That's crazy. Your Majesty, history will judge us all. Squeaker squeaking. Pull the lever, Crunk. Wrong lever! Dude, this movie is so good. I love how the end when they're fucking Yzma and Crunk get to the place before the main characters. And they're like, what? How did you guys get here before us? And Crunk pulls out the map and he's like, by all accounts, it don't make sense. God, that movie's so fucking good. Oh, she's gonna kill us now. Yep. Grey Knight, my most trusted one. I believe in no one but you, and this is how you repay me. You release the traitors. The traitorous army has almost breached this place. If it weren't for you, would they even had a chance to rise again? I once thought that in this world, there was at least one person I could trust, but it appears I was too naive. Retainers, do it. Grey Knight the Chad. When the revolutionaries barged into the palace, I had already packed my valuables and fled to Penacony. I asked the family to seal my past memories, for they brought me nothing but fear. In Penacony, I became a renowned, kind soul. That's a crazy questline, dude. That's just a world quest. Grey Knight? Nah, it's me, the Trash Knight. So, you remember everything now? Tizazok II dejectedly looks at you and suddenly starts bawling. Grey Knight, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I should not have killed you. I did not want to. Why would I have done those things? I am not the Grey Knight. You really are a beast. The Grey Knight will understand you. I am not the Grey Knight. I know you're not, but you two look so much alike. What are you crying about? As if you didn't do anything of those, as if you didn't do any of those things. Ilifan, let her cry. We can wait until after she calms down. She starts bawling? I mean, that's understandable. She just regained all, if she didn't have her memories. She's a tyrant, don't get me wrong. I'm not sympathetic towards that, but I mean, I'm sympathetic towards the fact that she didn't have any of these memories and she like just got flooded with all of them out of nowhere. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Swanga, executive leader of the Old Empire Dissolution Committee of the Pupsha Republic. Oh, now it's a republic. I am his second in command, Ilifan, executive vice leader of the Old Republic Dissolution Committee, the Old Empire Dissolution Committee of the Pupsha Republic. We have come to take you back to stand trial, Tizazok II. You have been charged with over 70 war crimes, 13.12 million murders, 127, forget it, there are too many. This is an arrest warrant. Take a look yourself. Holy fucking shit, dude. Let me screenshot that shit. You still like her, Max? I never know. After I found out that she was a tyrant, I like stopped liking her in general. I I'm trying to be sympathetic towards the fact that she was once like an innocent child, and that the story of her, like the tragedy of her growing old and becoming a tyrant. That's what I was trying to be like more sympathetic towards. Someone still got the better KDA. That's crazy. Likes a war criminal, hates Firefly. I can't believe it, bro. Killed almost half the world's population. Yeah, that's straight up fucking like genocide, bro. Holy fucking shit. I can fix her. You've been charged with over 70 war crimes, 13.12 million murders, 127... forget it. There are too many. This is an arrest warrant. Take a look for yourself. If I return with you, what will you do with me? What else can we do? A fair trial and a lenient judgment. Be content with your lot, as your subjects have never had this chance. I feel that Penacony has certainly turned me back to my old self. A good person should be brave to face her former crimes and stoically accept punishment. I am willing to return with you. Good person? You've certainly got some imagination. That's good. Grey Knight, I still have a question for you. I've done so much good in Penacony, and I am now willing to return to my kingdom to face judgment. Will this atone for my sins? I don't think I'm the one to judge. You're basically Space Hitler, girl. We ain't the citizens. It's not my place to it's not my place to say, I don't think. Who knew your biggest crime was hating Firefly? Dude, never offer a date and a meal to Max. Oh my god. We've got some real fucking enigma chatters, man. I'm gonna say I don't know. I don't think it's my place. I think it's between the citizens and her. You don't know. I do. It can't. Atonement? How do you intend to do that? You think the tens of millions you've butchered will find peace just because you've apparently made peace for your sins? You think evil will disappear with your own death? All a person can do is pay the price, and you will pay for it. That much is enough. But don't think for a moment that your sins will be erased just because you've made peace. You are not worthy. Ilifan is a little overboard, but he's right. Atonement is a fallacious concept in itself. No matter how much good you perform, your past evils and repercussions cannot be easily forgotten. God damn, the writers cooked with this shit, dude. Let's go, Tizazok II. Thank you, Grey Knight. Thank you, Nameless. The three of you say your goodbyes and leave the dreamscape. You know that this is your final farewell, Tizazok II. I hope we hear about like what happened to her in a future quest or in a future storyline. That'd be interesting. We read about it in a newspaper or something. Perhaps she's not really a devil by nature. Oh, this is gonna be good, I think. Perhaps she's not really a devil by nature, but Ilifan has a point. Even though she has turned over a new leaf, it doesn't matter to those who died by her hand. Yep. Maybe I'll be able to get an update on her life when I browse the network in the future. Yes, I hope so. That'd be cool. The hotel lobby after the quest? Oh, okay. Crime and punishment. That was a good banger quest. That's your favorite of the four? Yeah, that was a good one. Let me look at the achievement for that. Learning and sleep. Collect 15 readables in Penacony. Crime and Punishment. Witness the story of a good person. Oh, that's... I love that. Dude, the writers cook, man. God damn. Hoyoverse writers cook. You might see a difference when you return from the dream. Now to reveal the name of origin. Tizazak. Oh, the Tizazaka Sin, usually known in English as Tizak, was the 17th Teletonian, to these words. His name means he who makes sacrifices or he who does penance. Oh, interesting.
This is ridiculous. How come I keep bumping into...
It's bad enough bumping into a colleague. What's worse, it turned out to be that Rutgers. Yes, that sarcastic guy. I dare say there isn't anyone more annoying than him in the entire building of material logistics department. I'm livid. What am I doing spending all this money on vacation just to meet this darn annoyance? Angry! What does that say? At 5 o'clock, indomitable rage! Angry gear. Madge. These names, Max will not survive LB7. When you said Talilok, what's her name? The pretender character? Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to. I probably just butchered her name in general. You can see her in the. Oh, okay. We can get an update on the lobby. Okay, one sec. The latest statistics show that the guests at the Golden Hour haven't. Oh, okay. We read that one already. Let me place it. Give me that jade, baby. I am not decorating this shit. I gave up a while ago. Will Max reach 10 hours today? Probably. What are we? We still have 2 more side quests to go, and we're almost 8 hours in, so yeah, probably. Okay, you said the Reverie Reality in the lobby. Front desk after the quest is over. Okay.
It's still early.
And we have all the trailers too. Oh my god, I forgot about those. Do I talk to someone?
Ooh, this dream's quite crowded. Make sure to stick together.
Do everything to not talk to Adventuring. We're not doing. We were never doing that this stream in general. We were always doing side quests. Next stream is 2.1, which is probably going to be next weekend. Look for an NPC that looks like her? Not this girl, right? No.
Room rates keep going up.
Ooh, this dream's quite crowded.
The area's not updated? Need to reset? Okay, well maybe we leave. What if we leave Penacony entirely? Oh, does it take a day to appear?
It's still early.
Try one more time. See if I had to leave the planet, maybe.
It's still early. Where to now?
Yeah, she's not here, huh?
My phone clearly shows that there are rooms available.
You can actually book a stay on credit.
Yeah, must have to wait a day, huh? You'll get a phone message to remind you? Okay. Gotcha. We will save that for the beginning of next stream, then. That was a good quest line, though. I really enjoyed that one. I love the philosophical like implications, and because like the philosophical implications in the writing specifically make it so like everyone's going to have like a different opinion, and probably like the choice at the end there was really hard for me, but other people might have obviously found it a really easy choice. What am I doing? Side quests. Missions. Or we can go to the map, huh? 2 quests remain, that's right. Okay, how do I get to the map again? Is it here? This one, I think. Nope. Why is it always so hard for me to find this shit, dude? Mission list and then Fate's Atlas. There it is. Jesus Christ. All right. We're gonna save Cosmic Star for last. I think most people said that that was their favorite one. So we'll do Envision a Rose Forthcoming. Special deal. Spent 46 million alfalfa credits to enjoy a 12% discount on an additional item. Discounted items include, but are not limited to, jewelry, watches, bags, high-quality tailored clothing items, and more. Our distinguished customers are welcome to stop by and make a selection as they please when visiting the OT Mall. For detailed information regarding the sales event, please speak to the store manager, Kokonia. Envision a Rose Forthcoming. You have received a promotional message from a luxury store. Ask the shopkeeper, Kokonia, to get more information on the deals. Kaka?
It's still early. Where to now?
The manager, Kaka? Welcome, guest. I'm the shop owner here, Kaka. How may I assist you? She smiles at you with a precise smile, obviously honed from years of training. A mere notch more would be flattery, and a notch less would be indifferent. What particularly captures your attention is her voice. Limpid, bright, but with a hidden tinge of fatigue. Perhaps she has to repeat this umpteenth times to umpteenth customers a day. Jewelry, wristwatches, handbags, and haute couture. You can find the most high-end and opulent merchandise in Penacony here. I'd like to pursue your goods. I think I came to the wrong place. That's fine, no harm in learning more. If I'm not wrong, you're a first-time dream chaser in Penacony. Are you having fun here? Yes, I am. I haven't tried everything yet. The Golden Hour is Penacony's most grandiose dreamscape, brimming with the cosmos myriad of treasures. It's worth spending some time in. It's nice being young. Seeing you reminds me of the times when I was still a student. Back then, as a native of Penacony, I dared not utter a wrong word more, nor take a wrong step. Huh? Apologies for suddenly spouting such strange words. I have a few outfits that I think would look perfect for you. Would you care to take a look? Fitting clothes are like bosom friends? You're still young, and you'll encounter them eventually, so why not get to know them beforehand? I'd like to take a look at your gray overcoat. I'd like to take a look at this pair of black boots. I'd like to take a look at these white pants. This all sounds boring, chat. Is any of these interesting? Salt on my no-skins wound. Read them just for her reactions? I'd like to take a look at the gray overcoat. This overcoat took 50 Dreamscape weavers 30 system hours to thread together. Other mass-manufactured products pale in comparison to its astounding artistic details. If it is... Dude, I do not want to listen to this fucking dialogue. From ancient materials harvested from the memory zone, the overall style is chic yet elegant, perfect for important occasions. Blah, blah, blah. I'd like to take a look at your black boots. These boots materials hail from the outer planet, requiring the colossal mental efforts of 80 Dreamscape weavers in tanning and tailoring process. The journey to harvest these materials was highly dangerous, the very reason that only 300 pairs of this limited design were sold this season, and our shop only has 3 pairs left. I'd like to take a look at your white pants. These pants are avant-garde creation to the renowned designer Mr. Kund, but special mention has to be made of its embroidery. Its inspiration originates from a certain famous painter and is woven with gold threads. Why does he hate women? Y'all, what? Y'all find that dialogue interesting? How many slave laborers did it take to make, though? Oh, Max isn't a fashionista? Definitely. Are you kidding me? Half the fucking shirts in my fucking dresser. Half the fucking shirts in my dresser are like dumbass fucking Bungie Destiny 2 shirts. Why does it feel a bit forced? This is the latest issue of Dream Couture. You can learn more about the fashion items in this magazine. Don't fuck the dresser, what? Chat's going wild with these claims? Dude, they think I fucking hate Firefly. They keep spouting misinformation. As Kakanya passes you a magazine, she shuts her eyes, a frown creasing her brow, and her body wavers slightly. Could she be unwell? You pick up Dream Couture and flip through it, your eyes pursuing the stream of its dazzling catalog until a note falls out from between the pages. What's this? Month blank, date blank, a leather coat delivered to Miss Vititata, a limited edition handbag delivered to Miss Anna. Today, 3 more customers have appointments at the store. Miss Gerwin. No, Miss Gerwin passed away a long time ago. What am I writing? After I had a visit from someone in the family, I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. They took away our memories! I'm not as easily discouraged as before, but my heart always feels empty and I get tired easily. When I get the chance next time, I'll ask the family. I keep feeling that they took something away from me. They've always been doing that. That's fucked up. TikTok! Over here! Quickly! Well, Are you a customer from just now? Kakanya looks a tad lost at the sight of you, but you two just chatted a few moments ago. Miss Kakanya, are you feeling all right? Sorry, I've been a bit tired recently. So, how may I assist you? You look pretty tired. You should take a break. I'm sorry for providing you with such an unsatisfactory shopping experience. Clocky! Kaka! TikTok! Something's not quite right about this person you just spoke of. I feel it too. She looks really tired. That lady with the nice voice, she's lacking something in her. You saw what she wrote too, right? She thinks there's a void in her heart, like she's forgotten something really important. I reckon she's lost a part of her heart. Max, we must help make her whole again. Complete the emo dial. The shopkeeper Kokanya appears to be lacking a crucial mood. Try to restore it to the completion together with Clocky.
Found something you like?
Oh, it's you. My sincere apologies for the subpar experience just now. How may I assist you? Clockwork! Sorrow streams into Kakanya's heart like a stinging surge, jumbled memories and past drowning her like a turbulent tide. Aw. So, this is the life I live? So meaningless, so worthless. Miss Kakanya, are you alright? It's fine. Kakanya tightly clutches her clothes, and her body starts to shiver. Miss Kakanya doesn't look good. Why is this happening? Can you hear me? Deep breaths, Kakanya. Deep breaths. It's working hours now. You've got to get it together. When you wake up, it'll all be fine. Just like before. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Don't cry. You just have to get through this. The situation seems to be getting out of control. I'll go get the dream nurse right now. Just got to wait till the light appears over the horizon. Till then. Oh no, Kakania's emo dial has been locked. Tick-tock! Kakania seems to have fallen into an abnormal mental state after regaining the mood of sorrow. Giovanna... Wait a second. Giovanna, the dream nurse at the hotel in reality, should be able to provide aid. Giovanni is different? Yeah.
It's still early. Where to now?
Yeah. Don't act surprised that I suss anyone who's a masked fool. That's what Giovanni wants you to think. Ooh, I get to use the voice.
If you've just woken up from a dream, remember, this is reality.
Miss Kakania is not feeling well.
Kakania? Oh, that luxury goods shop owner. What's wrong with her?
This is the part where Max realized his filter wasn't working in the last stream, yeah. She suddenly became very depressed. It feels like she's become somewhat dazed. She's depressed.
A common symptom. Looks like her old problem is acting up again. I recall that she received special treatment not too long ago. Did something happen again to upset her? She has a decent job and a great income, but is always plagued by such problems. It really baffles me.
Giovanna nonchalantly continues working on whatever she has on hand, as if it isn't the first time she has encountered this problem. Is Miss Kakania ill? What sort of treatment did you give her?
The relevant personnel have already handled her emotions accordingly. She should have already forgotten all the unhappy memories. Conversely, forgetfulness, sleepiness, and cold reactions are unavoidable side effects.
I hate this. This shit is so dystopian, bro. Holy shit. That has to be what happened to our character. I think we're still in a fucking dream, and the reason at the beginning of Penacony we were crying is because our memories got stolen. That's gotta be what happened. Fucking losing my shit here. I was right from the beginning. Fucking going schizo. I hate this filter. It isn't working. What do you mean? The crunchies. Oh, wait. Oh no, I have no note. Sometimes I have noise suppression on and that fucks with the mic. I don't think I have that. Sounds too similar to the drug ads here in the States. Grandpa Max forgot to take his meds again. God damn it. The relevant personnel have already handled her emotions accordingly. She should have already forgotten all the unhappy memories. Conversely, forgetfulness, sleepiness, and dulled reactions are unavoidable side effects. That's so dystopian, bro. Holy shit. Please forgive me for not being able to reveal too many details regarding the treatment. It's a rule set by the family. Thank you for informing me of Miss Kakania's recent situation. I will dispatch people to deliver more of the special drink to her. Special drink? It's the Coke! It's a very special recipe of Soul Glad. It is! Specially prepared for those like Kakania. A special drink unique in the dreamscapes. Drink it within the dreamscape and she will temporarily forget her troubles and suppress those negative emotions, allowing her to properly focus on her work and lead a normal life. Let me deliver it to her then. You mean... I understand, I'll give the special drink to you then. Please deliver this to Miss Kakania. You're such a helpful little dream chaser. I've met many guests from all walks of life. Those with character comparable to yours are very few and far between. I'll be troubling you with this matter then. Just as well, I have other guests to look after right now. Giovanna is visibly pleased that she can end this conversation quickly. She turns away and busies herself among many tasks. I hope we get the choice then. Soul Heal Specialty, a special beverage given to you by Giovanna, the Dream Nurse. It helps suppress negative emotions and assists people in engaging with their normal jobs and lives. Yeah. Drink it yourself instead. Yes, the best way to fix your problems, forget them and deal with them later, yeah. The underlying problem here is the problems don't actually get solved, repeating the same treatment and expecting different results. Isn't that the definition of insanity? Have you ever heard the definition of insanity? I played that game like years after it came out, Far Cry 3. It's actually
It's still early.
It's not a very good game. I don't see why like people view it in such high regard. I played that game like I think a decade after it released, and I was like, this game did not age well. I can't believe people called it like Skyrim with guns when it came out. It's not so terrible to the point where it's like unplayable or anything, but like I replayed it and I was like, this game did not live up to the hype that it got. Not a fan of the Far Cry games. Yeah, it was fucking weird. That's why you repeatedly think Penacony has rings! God damn it. Caconia is standing there, trying her best to smile. Fine beads of sweat emerge from her forehead. Some passing guests notice the strangeness and start to murmur and point at her. Welcome, esteemed guest. I am the shop owner here, Caconia. How may I assist you? Caconia, it's me. Oh, it's you. I'm all fine now, thank you for your assistance. Back then, I was just momentarily shocked. I never thought I had forgotten so many things. Look, I'm all recovered. I am able to work just like before. Miss Caconia has suddenly returned to normal. But I still feel like something's off. Better chat with her some more. I brought the Soul Heal specialty mix. Thank you, but I don't need such a thing any longer. I'm very happy to remember the events that happened in the past, even if they bring back unhappy memories. They're all bygones. I used to be trapped in my hesitation, afraid to move forward, but now, I think I've finally found a way to resolve it all. I'm truly happy, mister. I really am truly happy. You sure you're really all right? I've never felt this good before. Please don't worry about me. If there's nothing else, I'd like to get back to work. I really miss the gentle breeze and grass in real life. I really want to find a quiet, soft meadow to lie in it and doze off. Take the day off today. I'll take a walk with you. I can't. It's work hours now. I can't simply leave my station. But if you really do wish to help, I do have a request for you. I lost something at the hotel in the dreamscape. It was a record. Could you help bring it back? You look like you have a mighty air around you. You definitely won't be intimidated by those strange indecents going on in the hotel. As for the reward, you don't have to worry. I'll pay whatever it takes. Money has no meaning to me anymore. I'll help you get it back. You should really drink this special drink first. No! Fuck the drink. I'll help you get it back. Thank you for your kindness. But you must first drink the special drink. No, dude, why is that a must? All right. Okay, if it will make you happy, please give it to me. Cancel. Ha ha! Wait. Aware. Bring the special drink from Giovanna back to Caconia and get her to drink it. God fucking damn it. You can't escape the doctor's prescription. Okay, if it will make you happy, please give that to me. Here you go, I guess. Look, I've drank it all. Now please, rest easy and go. Caconia left a record at the hotel in the dreamscape, and you promised to go retrieve it for her. Natasha would never. Max hates her. He gave her the prescription. No. Oh my fucking god. This place that Miss Kakanya mentioned should be around here. Oh my god, why are there so many enemies? Intense emotions will cause anomalies in the dreamscape. It appears that the emotions contained in that record are quite strong. I should be able to get the record after eliminating those misshapen creatures. Time to fire on all cylinders then. I wonder, so it is clear, some of the lore we've read makes it pretty clear that like strong emotions, including negative emotions, especially negative emotions that have to do with the past, kind of cause the monsters here in the dreamscape to escape. Could you imagine what would happen if everyone got their bad memories back all at once within the Penacony dreamscape? That would cause all hell to fucking break loose, and I'm assuming that's what the family's trying to prevent. I wonder if that's gonna happen in the main story. Because like these monsters like appear because of strong emotions. If like somehow all of the suppressed emotions and memories all flooded back into everyone around us. Oh my god, dude. Bad ending. Surely. I should be able to get the record after eliminating those misshapen creatures, or misshapen creatures. Time to fire on all cylinders. That would be crazy.
Beneath the waters lies an endless abyss.
Good times. No time to say bye.
That's right, so take your medicine, yeah. That's the only option then, right?
Destiny is apparent. Ill tidings manifest.
A record laden with dust and scratches. Looks like it can't be played any longer. There's only one song recorded on it, and its name is Envision a Rose Forthcoming. Oh, that's the name of the quest! In any case, I'd better bring this back to her first. An old record tape discovered at the hotel. Oh, when they said record, I thought that they were talking about like a record disc. They were talking about a cassette tape. An old record tape discovered at the hotel in the dreamscape containing a single track titled Envision a Rose Forthcoming. You have retrieved a worn record. You can now take it back to Kakanya. Back we go. VHS? Oh, cassette, yeah.
Hard work needs hard rest.
You should probably check the other Penacony material if you want answers to that. The website one of y'all linked? Is that what you're talking about? Maybe we can read that at the end of the stream. This so-called Soul Heal special mix, it's disgusting. It's just to make me stay obediently here, to make me forget who exactly I am. That thing, I don't need it ever again. Never again. Oh, she barfed it up. What a soldier. You read the purple shards earlier. There's another material on assignments for Penacony. What do you mean by material, Kazuke? That's what I was wondering. Oh, you mean like, oh, you mean physical? Oh my gosh. I thought you meant like fucking art material or like something outside of the game. Okay, you mean the materials used for upgrading your characters. Oh my god. That went right over my head. My bad. Ascension and Talismans. Gotcha. Okay. Welcome, esteemed guest. Ah, it's you. Look, I didn't forget this time. Huh? You've already retrieved the record. Wonderful. Is it very important to you? Was it sung by a singer you like? No, it's gotta be something related to someone she knew. Is this very important to you? I'm just somewhat nostalgic of the moments it holds. Kakanya takes the records and fruitlessly tries to clean up the grime on the record, but to no avail. Aww. To think it really is this worn out. After I lost it on that day, I had never thought I would ever even get it back. Thank you. Tonight I will fall asleep listening to it. Even better if I don't ever wake up. Aww. To a scarred and battered soul, this is probably the best ending. Kakanya's tone is a little strange. Tick-tock! Max, get over here, quickly! I have something to tell you. It's urgent. Get over here.
I think something's very wrong. Everything is too normal. Kokonya's change is too abrupt. I'm really worried about what she's thinking. We patched up Kokonya's lost emotion and made her memory somewhat more lucid, but it's just made her sadder. I've got a feeling she's being tortured by something horrific. I've got a bad feeling that if we leave her alone here, something very bad will happen. We can't leave her alone. Yes, we can't leave Kokonya alone. It may be a bit intrusive, but the only thing we can do is take a look at her. Take a look inside her heart. We have to give her a hand if necessary. That record she values so much could be used to break the locks over her heart. Go try it now! Fucking clocky, bro. They do have some comics for this game. I know they do for Genshin Honkai. What were the materials you were talking about though? It'd be an inventory, right? So I looked at the dream ones. These ones we read were all really interesting. Specifically, I really like the let me get rid of chat and my webcam real quick. I really like the lore on this one specifically, but all of these are kind of compared to emotions and memories, and they take the shape, the memories and the emotions take the shape of these shards, and they ultimately grow into this. A memoria fragment of obsessive desires, advanced material used for enhancement. Within the memory zone, memoria of desires develops ceaselessly. It absorbs thoughts and impressions, nurtures magic mirrors of desires, and reflects the eerie shadows of mimetic entities. Memory points to the past, while desire points to the future. To seek desires from memory will cause dreams to become inverted, and inner demons will naturally be born. That's crazy. The battery and valve items. Oh, okay, these ones. These one, or did you mean this one? This is the valve, right? Or is this all the same? Are these the same? Okay, this is a battery that turns into a valve, right? Okay. A storage device for the dreamscape creations. Crude material used for enhancement. A storage device for broken dreams. Oh, providing a fundamental energy source for dreamscape creations. Install this device and you will get a member of the Sweet Dreams trope. What's the Sweet Dreams trope? Is that the Clocky characters? Like all the characters, like the birds, Clocky, and the alligator and whatever that guy's name is. Is that what the trope is? The TV dogs and stuff. Oh, the enemies. The enemies are the machines before they turn nuts and become enemies. Gotcha. A storage device for broken dreams, providing a fundamental energy source for dreamscape creations. So when they lose this energy source, they turn crazy, I assume. Install this device and you will get a member of the Sweet Dreams trope. Trace material. A control component for dreamscape creations. Normal material used for enhancement. A dream building device that regulates desires and controls the dreamscape creation's emotions. If this device fails, you will get a member of the Dream Jolt trope, which I assume are the enemies. A dream building device that constructs fantasies and grants souls to the dreamscape creations. If this device malfunctions, try to wake up before you descend into a nightmare, my friend. God damn, that's sinister. Huh. Yeah, a lot of playing with emotion that the family's doing. I don't like that. It's so fucking dystopian. They get souls? Wait, what do you mean? The red one? Oh, grant souls to dreamscape creations. Oh, wait, what? I see what you're saying. It makes the dreamscape creations, it gives them souls. What the fuck? That went right over my head. What? They gain sentience from it, yeah. What? Enough emotions get thrown into them that they just gain sentience? That's fucking crazy. Wait, we have enough,
Yeah, baby. Yeah, boy. I haven't done the... Here it is. The monthly exchange. There we go. Hell yeah. I'm out. I can't get the second one. Oh well, I got the tickets at least. I have 65 tickets currently. Let's fucking go. Imagine being born in a dream world as a dream trope. Yikes. Don't even get me started on the philosophical implications of that. You're gonna get me going. In other languages, they're called the nightmare trope? Huh. Sweet dreams are made of these. Kokonya's eyes stare at the record, oblivious to everything around her. It's as if she's been completely devoured by her dejection. We will not abandon you. Unlock the emo dial with the tape. Emoscape, you're about to enter Kokonya's Emoscape. Are you ready to TikTok? What's the French one? Enlighten me. This is the world of Kokonya's heart, swaying buildings on the verge of collapse and such dizzying heights. Kokonya is up ahead. I gotta catch her. So if we went inside of the first side quest mind and it was her to space station, and we went inside of the second side quest mind and it was Eurilo 6, and this third dreamscape mind is Penacony, then that means the last quest must be Xianzhou. Yeah, I'm good at guessing. Pursue Kokonya. Kokonya seems to be running towards a particular location. Catch up with her and see what has happened. Whoa! Music change. The tide of memories surges towards you and the waves pass through you when you— No, I wasn't done reading! A young girl's singing faintly echoes across the area. It lingers for a long time while as if longing for something, and then a memory rises from the sweet epilogue.
Kokonya, that's amazing! Be it pitch, rhythm, or emotion, your vocal performances far surpass those of your age group. You have superb understanding of music and can quickly capture the spirits that's being conveyed in the song. You are a rare talent. And your timbre, it is as smooth as Satan. And from low to high pitches, you've managed to keep your timbres steady to a considerable degree. You have a rare and precious gift.
I truly appreciate your guidance, sir. I've never dreamed that such a beautiful song could be produced from my voice.
Don't thank me, thank your own talent and hard work. If you wish to become a 1 in a million singer, you must find a better teacher and embark on an even more arduous training. The competition in this industry is brutal. Only a fair few can stand under the limelight and bask in applause.
I haven't thought that far yet. For now, I just simply love to sing.
Are you not ready yet? I understand, but you will have to make a choice one day. I missed many golden opportunities when I was your age. Listen to your teacher this once, Kokonya. Treasure your talent, and don't make a choice you will regret.
Oh no, she's gonna go down the path of industry and eventually hate her own talent, huh? Sir.
Having a dream is childish. It's a cruel thing. If it is not attained, the pain from a shattered dream may utterly destroy a person.
Don't get me going on this. I can relate to it.
Work hard and walk forth, child, and don't look back. You belong to a grander, more magnificent stage.
I understand, sir. I will do my best.
This is your final lesson, Kokonya. I will teach you everything I know. I will not hold back.
Kokonya? Oh! Wait a second. L for logs? I didn't know the black screens could be playable, I didn't know the black screens, you could look at the logs for those. I say Shirley because I don't actually remember, god damn it. Oh, whoa, wait, I never saw the background to this area, what the fuck? Or maybe I did and I just forgot. I think I do remember looking at that last stream, actually. The hotel and the... whatever the fuck they call that shit. The black screen timing in Penacony particularly is too fast. They just can't get it right. I have finished the 2.0 story. Yeah, those VODs are either on my Twitch or YouTube. They're on my YouTube VOD channel you can check out now. Sorry, I keep hiccuping. Just read faster. This piano is like my friend. Joy or sorrow, it will always share them with me and bring me comfort. Each time the piano plays, I will feel myself transported into another world. Old friend, will you sing with me this time as well? Play a string of chords, play a melody. Let's play a melody. I've suddenly thought of a good motif. If we expand on it just a little, perhaps we can even pen a nice melody? What name should I give it? Hey, a bass. Kokonya, you're about to graduate soon. Have you decided on what you want to do in the future? Me? I haven't decided. Don't be shy. How about I tell you what I want to do first, and then you tell me? I've no grand ambition, no desire to become some financial elite. I only hope to get a decent job at the Gilded Hour and live out a comfy life. But our mysterious Kokona? There is no Kokona. Y'all fucking me up with that shit. People were saying Kokonya, Kokolia, and I fucking fused the two together. Kokona? Beautiful Kokona, smart Kokona. She's definitely different from me. Let me guess. You want to become a singer? Yes, I'd like to work in something related to music. I knew you were different, Kokona. When you hold a concert at the Penacony Theater, I'm going to show off to everyone. Look, that's my best friend. You're so smart, and you'll succeed in anything you do. I can't wait for the day I'll be able to wave glow sticks and cheer for you on stage. I bet you'll be so gorgeous when that time comes. I'll work hard and become that image in your mind. Kokona, have you been working hard recently? You're always in a daze in class. You must be writing a new song again, aren't you? How did you even guess? I've only written the opening so far. Come on, let me take a peek. Even just a name will do fine. The name is from my favorite poet. Oh, Envision a Rose, Forthcoming. A wonderfully poetic name. I'm certain it'll be a great song, judging just from its name. You have to show it to me when you're done. Wait till you're performing this song on the stage. Your dream will shine as bright as Penacony's 12 hours. I'm impressed just thinking about it. Coconut? Blaming chat. We have Robin at home. I don't know. Kokona might be better than Robin, chat. Robin hypnotizing people. Oh, Kokona's parents. The great value Robin. The black screen is designated with CN in mind, and EN is just a language with too much information density. Yeah, true. I get that. Max hates her to Robin. Kokona, you're all grown up now. Have you thought about how you want to live your life yet? Kokona, why do you keep refusing to tell us your plans for the future? I hear your classmates have found their places in life, and we're being antsy too. Oh, this girl, she's always been an odd one since young. I wonder who she takes after. And what gives you the right to say that? Have you ever cared about her one bit? Useless bum! Hey, yo. Please don't fight. You know what? Keep fighting. Please don't fight. It's all because of you. We were worried to death. All right, stop it. Stop screaming. Kokonya, tell us. What are your plans for the future? I'd like to work in something related to music. What? Say that again? I don't think I heard you right. I knew it. We shouldn't have let her join that student choir. I'd like to work in something related to music, though. Music, singing, Kokona. Is it because you've been so tired recently that you've been having such naive thoughts? You're not even classically trained, and you're not exactly pretty, and your voice is ordinary at best. Kokona, let's think of something more practical, shall we? My teacher said I could walk this path, though. I want to go out and learn and work hard for a scholarship. My teacher said I could walk this path, though. And you believe what anyone tells you? You're not so young anymore. Stop acting like a naive child. Have you been misled by that music teacher again? Is that why you're having such strange thoughts? He just thinks you're a naive and easy to fool, and is trying to scam you into paying him more tuition. Kokona, you must remember that we're different from the family and those wealthy dream chasers. We're Penacony natives. Compared to those rich folk, we don't have many choices laid out for us. Listen to your parents. We've worked a long time at the hotel and have some connections with the family. I heard there's a luxurious goods store at the Golden Hour that's hiring. Why not give that a try? But singing is my dream. Kid, why are you so stubborn, mouthing off the word dream in Penacony? Do you think yourself strange? When you accept this job, you'll be so immersed in dreams all day that you won't ever want to wake up. What's there to gripe about? Kokona, Mom knows that you love singing, but your hobbies are just that. Hobbies. They aren't meant to be a means of living. You should face reality and then make a proper decision. For once I agree with your mother. You should choose carefully. Do not disappoint us. Work at the luxurious goods store? No. I wish to work in something related to music. Choose carefully. Do not disappoint us. Work at the luxurious goods store. No, I wish to work in something related to music. Choose carefully. Do not disappoint us. Your only choice is to work at the luxurious goods store. Right, that's our girl. When you officially start work, we'll help save up your wages for you first. When you're ready to get married, we'll return them to you. You don't know the first thing about managing your expenses. It's better that you safekeep your wages with us. Of course, father, mother, no matter what you say or do, it's all for your own good. Ah, yes, choose. Touch the gift box that unveils your future. That beautiful and intricate gift box holds my already rotten future. Kokona is just up ahead. What memories will I encounter this time? Maybe I have to see this through to the end to reach the depths of her heart. Kokona is still running towards a particular location. Once again, you must experience the events of her memories to catch up with her. Well, I was thinking this quest was gonna go down the path. They kind of foreshadowed it earlier in one of the dialogue, or one of the bits of dialogue said something along the lines of, even when you chase your dreams to the fullest extent, they can still shatter, and once you reach that point, the sorrow you feel, the sorrow of a broken dream when you did everything you possibly could. Oh. Very little pain in this world is similar to that pain. I've experienced it myself, and that's why I was like, oh, I can relate to it. I put like everything into, I've been doing content creation a long time, and outside of high school, that was what I wanted to pursue. That was my dream, and put in like a full decade of work into it before like nothing came out of it. I would like upload on YouTube every day. I tried streaming, and eventually I couldn't make it a career. And ultimately that's what got me into labor and like really wanting to be on the side of like labor movements, because I ultimately like realized like, okay, well, if I have to settle on a job, why do I not, or why have I been so against settling on just like a normal job? And it's because they're fucking dog shit. Like a typical job is dog shit because they're so exploited. Like usually especially in America, you have to have a job for healthcare. You have to have a job for, like, most of the time it's dog shit retirement, and like a 401k is like all you can really muster when you should have the option of like a pension, a 401k, and Social Security to be able to pull from when you retire. That's like the best outcome you can possibly get. But that's ultimately what got me into being like super pro labor, is because of what I've gone through in my life, and having to like realize after a decade of trying to push or a decade of trying to achieve my own dream of being able to do content creation for a living. And when I realized at a certain point, I snapped and I realized like, I'm not gonna be able to make it a career. And that shit hurt me so much. That was right before the pandemic hit too. So when the pandemic hit, it pushed me into a really deep depression from like 2019 to like 2021, I think. I had to like deal with that and really drag myself out of it. But I understand it's a very relatable story to pursue a dream to your fullest extent and like still have it shatter in the end. Not a fun experience. Continue into the sea of memories to experience Kokonya's past firsthand. An old lady who dressed to the nines stands outside the luxury store, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Mrs. Gerwin, you're here. What would you like to do today? Or how would you like to look today? Okay, so now she's working at the store. Kokonya, you're finally here. I've waited for you for so long. Oh, Gerwin was what she mentioned too. Remember, she passed away in the note we read? This is that person in the note we read from Kokonya. My apologies, I was taking stock. Were you satisfied with the long coat the other time? Of course, everyone complimented me when I wore it out, as if I looked 10 years younger. Finding clothes that suits you is as difficult as finding a soulmate. It's all thanks to your recommendation that I've been able to find a few soulmates myself. A few soulmates? That's great. You're especially suited for cooler tones. It matches your skin tone and body shape. Your voice is ever so melodious. If I recall correctly, you love to sing, right? My son studies music too, and you two should talk when you're free. I'm afraid you've recalled wrongly. I've never studied music before. Ha! I was just joking. You know how people ramble on at my age. Accompanying me around the store, I haven't heard your voice in a while, and I do miss it. Yes, please, follow me. That day, Mrs. Gerwin had a fruitful haul. The capable and down-to-earth Kokonya did not take long to become the store's star employee. You can also set up the IRAs and Roth IRAs, use them as an intern financial advisor. I do a Roth 401k is what I've got. I figured that was smarter just because of the fucking... I figured it'd be cheaper to have them tax it now than later. I'd love to get myself a pension though, but that's something you gotta fight for, typically. Chat with the colleague. Congrats, Kokonya. I've heard that Mrs. Gerwin and Mrs. Rilk are both infamously tough customers, picky and rude. If only I had a beautiful voice like yours, I'd surely mesmerize those fat cats into emptying their pockets on their own. They aren't like that. I'm only being sincere to the guests. Are you saying our attitude isn't sincere? We all know someone even ran into you having a meal with Mrs. Gerwin's son the other time. I heard you two were quite cozy too. So how far into the relationship are you? Beware of those rich folk. They're all masters at manipulating people's feelings. Oh, there was another time when you were in the boss's office not long ago, chatting and laughing. I bet you got quite the windfall in customer leads, didn't you? It's not what you think. Please, hear me out. Come on, it's fine. You're still young, and it's perfectly normal to be showy about these things. You think the more senior staff don't think about using relationships to skip ahead? They don't have the means for it. You Penacony natives sure put everything on the line, willing to go through the whole length just to rise through the ranks. Oh, right. I hear you also got this job through connections. A word of advice from someone who has been around the block. Those parlor tricks are enough for you to find a decent job, but to knock on the door of the elite with such moves, you're better off giving up right now. Huh? Oh, don't cry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said those things in front of everyone. It's getting late. I'm clocking out. I'll leave the next system hours shift schedule at that report to you. Thanks. Sure. Amidst the low snickers and jealous stares, Kokona returns to reality, dreading the next day's arrival. Pain. Sales jobs aware, yeah, bro. Oh, this is the supervisor. The supervisor says, Kokona, what's wrong with you recently? If you keep this up, you're going to start wondering whether I should renew your work contract. Well, there's a problem with this recent batch of goods. I can't scam our loyal customers. Who told you there was a problem with these? Kokona, you best remember, in the golden hour, those wealthy customers don't care about product quality, but branding. As long as there's a brand and a story, they'll gladly buy up even a torn hemp pouch. The rich care not if a purchased pair of shoes is easily worn out, because they've never had to rely on their own 2 feet to walk. Do you get it now? But it's still lying. This is unfair to the customer. If lying is cause for punishment, you think those indolent rich folk would still be alive now? Speaking of lies, isn't this entire dreamscape a beautiful lie spun by the family? Wake up. No one cares if what you say is the truth, as long as you can get people to foot the bill. Also, I've already received more than one complaint these past few days from other employees that you maliciously stole away their loyal customers and damaged our work culture. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed in you. Your family's not wealthy, right? Then stop posing like you can afford to maintain so-called virtues. You really think Penacony is some beautiful dream? Let me tell you, the reason it burns so brightly is because of the fuel like us. God damn, bro, these side quests be spitting. Kokona made the mistake of caring about ethics in sales. Oh, poor girl. I'll give you the deadline of 5 system hours. If you can't get your performance up to par by the end of it, just go home. But I'm not in the wrong. Then who is? Me? You should absolutely rid yourself of your bad habits and learn from your coworkers. I may never be able to hold my own in a dreamscape. I've been a caged bird since birth. I should have realized that, but... Be more strict on yourself, Kokona. You carry the wishes of so many people on your shoulders. Perhaps these are the rules of the game in the adult world. What the? Ego? Who are you? You look just like me, but I don't recognize you. I'm Kokona. I don't remember who I am either. I don't blame you. Many are the same in this world. Kokona, you can lie to everyone, but you can't lie to yourself. You haven't come to find me for a long time, and yet you're here now. What do you want? What do you desire? I need a new me. Do you remember, when you were young, you once made yourself a promise. No matter what happened, you would always smile, but now, you've entirely forgotten. What cruel punishment will you meet upon me? You will use any and all means to destroy your own innocence, kindness, honesty, and principles? Will you sever it into a heartbeat, or torturously grind it down with time? After you kill me, what will you have gained? What else can you leave for yourself? God damn. I'm sorry, I had no choice. I already know I am not your match. All virtues are shattered with a single touch before the inescapable and ugly truth. I'm taking screenshots of these. But I will give my all to resist you, because I am your innocence, kindness, honesty, and principles. No matter what, I still hope to leave behind a seed, a bloom of a future's rose. Aww. The name of her song. Oh, we have to fight her. Oh!
May as well kill them all.
Kokona, vanquish your innocence, kindness, honesty, and principles, and then embrace your victory. God damn.
Ill tidings manifest.
It's time.
Relax.
Lance ablaze. Lance! Forward!
Oh, the enemy names? I didn't even see that. What are the enemy names? Oh, Kokona's principal.
Nap time.
Wait. No! Oh, Kokona's purity. Kokona's kindness. They were all the names of those virtues. You won, Kokona. Remember to leave a seed for yourself, to leave a blooming of a future's rose. No, the ice cream. Touch the ice cream and enter the memory. I don't need that version of myself anymore. She only brings me harm. From today, I'll start learning how to live again. I'll integrate myself into their world. I'll free myself from this sadness. I still remember the only hint of sweetness in my life. That sweet ice cream looks unmeltable in memories. What will the final memory have in store? Where's Boot Hill? Kokona, who lived in cold darkness, used to possess a single ray of light. Pond. Oh, is this the sun? I've thought it through. I do not wish to continue living like this. After winning this match, we will earn enough money to leave Penacony. Still remember that planet we talked about? Blanketed in azure seas? It has distinct seasons and is a place where we can truly live. We would be with each other, and we could pursue our own dreams. It's too dangerous. Do you have to compete? Kokona, we'll have no problem supporting ourselves temporarily with your income, but you and I know that this isn't the life we want. We clamor to birds soaring through the skies. This life shackled in dust does not belong to us. But cheer up, Kokona. I'm a pro at Roboball. Look, we heard that earlier. I still don't know what Roboball is. There was a guy that was obsessed with it earlier, though. Kokona's lover poses comically. How do you say that? Eliciting a laugh from her. They embrace and cuddle up against each other yet again. Aww. I'm noticing for the first time that Penacony looks quite pretty in reality as well. The neon lights of the dreamscape make me think of the unfathomable sea. I feel lost all the time. The people who built Penacony, what intentions did they bear? Did they think that one day there'd be someone foolish enough to flee this haven they have built? Penacony is a wondrous, dreamy illusion to outsiders' eyes, but only we know its true nature, Kokona. You're right. Buried are the numerous remnants of people's dreams beneath the golden hour. Screenshot that. That's some important dialogue. Buried are the numerous remnants of people's dreams beneath the golden hour. Inspiration has suddenly struck me. Envision a rose forthcoming. Yes, I know how to end the song. I've also made up my mind. Huh? The ending is, in 10 days, we will board the spaceship departing Penacony and wake up from the dream, embracing our real lives. Before that, I have to train hard and reach my best state to bring the trophy for you, Kokona. Are you really not coming to see me? Pond, I get nervous too easily, and you won't feel relaxed either if I'm watching the match. I should also take this time to hand over my work. All right, it's decided then. Await my triumphant return, Kokona. When the time comes, we will meet at our old haunt. Uh-oh. Something tells me this don't end well. Boot Hill isn't real and only in your imagination. Before leaving Penacony, there are still some things to collect. Retrieve what Pond wants to give to her. Kokona, close your eyes. You feel something made from a soft, smooth, and solid material sliding into your palm, the warmth of another person lingering on its surface. Look at the name as Lover now, it's not Pond. Guess what this is? A record? A concert ticket? A harmonica? Whoa, such a simple question and you still didn't get it right. The answer is a ship ticket. A ticket departing in 10 days. I even bought 2 window seats. We can enjoy the stars together that way. Kokona? Why are you crying? Kokona, we should be happy. The palm-sized ticket rests in her hands, so light, yet so heavy, as if it possesses a power to drag the future along with it. Is she scared of change? Or is it because she got rid of her dreams that she has no desire to leave? Kokona, I'm going to Taikian and joining the competition. I'll come back and look for you when it's over. We'll meet at our old haunt. In case I forget, I'm leaving my file and papers with you. You can count on me to keep them safe. Don't get too stressed out. Me? Stressed? Don't worry. I'm the only one who can beat me. Don't worry. I'll hurry back first thing. Speaking of which, Kokona, is there something you're forgetting to give me? Kokona tiptoes and gently kisses Pond's face. With this kiss, I'll never lose. Don't forget, Envision a rose forthcoming. I will be the first person to hear it. Oh, did he never return? And so she never fucking played the song? That's fucked. Oh, that's where it is. I was gonna say, I looked at this statue earlier, and I was like, that's like an optical illusion statue, and I was trying to, maybe y'all saw me when I was talking to the old guy over here earlier this stream. I was looking at the statue, and I was like, that's definitely an optical illusion statue, but I don't know where I gotta stand for it to happen. It's over here. That's cool. Look. It turns into a triangle. Enigma! It's an enigmatic reference. Ain't no way. He's hallucinating again. God damn it. What an enigma? Mind blown. Meet up with the person who has been waiting. She forgot his name because it said Lover before. Pound, I'm here. Did you... Oh, she didn't forget the name. I'm here. Did you have to wait long? I was worried sick since you didn't contact me after the competition ended. Huh? That isn't Pond? Miss Kokona? That's me, and you are? Ah, a pleasure. I'm Pond's friend. I'm here to deliver a message in his stead. In his stead? Why? He promised to meet me here, and then we would leave together. I'm afraid circumstances have changed, Miss Kokona. I'm guessing that the reason Pond had me deliver this message to you is because... it's because he probably won't be returning to Penacony. Are you alright, Miss Kokona? I understand. It's just regretful, but Pond hoped that I would tell you the whole truth. He believed that it would make you feel better. In order to achieve his promise to you, Pond borrowed a sum of money from the family, an inordinate amount. He used all of his money on a bet. He bet that he would become the champion in an amateur bracket of the Roboball competition. Alas, Pond's technique was superb, but competition always has its unpredictability. Pond only lost the championship by a hair's breadth. And that also means... I think you know what that means, Miss Kokona. Is he safe? Truthfully, Miss Kokona, I do not know, and I don't think I want to know. This news may be hard to swallow, I understand, but you should understand. Pond really cared for you greatly, and hoped that he could trade himself to fulfill your wishes. Otherwise, he would not have undertaken such a great risk. Oh right, Pond wanted me to give this to you. It's 2 expired tickets for the Roboball competition. I'm guessing it was a match you both watched from back then. Received the tickets with trembling fingers. Then, that's all I have to deliver, Miss Kokona. I wish you a happier life down the road. Damn. Tickets, music, I don't need them. I don't need any of them anymore. Discard the things that induce heartbreak. Kokona stares blankly at a plant before her, as if her soul had been buried in blackened soil. Throw Pawn's tickets away. Throw away the record. Throw Pawn's tickets away. Well, the record was somewhere else, right? The tickets disappear among the verdant leaves, making nary a sound, just like her heart shattering mutely among the splintered pearls and jade. Throw away the record. She hurls the record into the flower bed, and it emits a dull echo as it hits the edge. As if that sound marks the end of a sentence, she also is a prisoner in this web of tragedy. This place, it should also be the destination of Kokona's memories, right? Wait a second! Kokona, where are you? Black and white? Chat. We're in Acheron's reality marble. Where's the hint of red she talked about? What did Acheron say specifically? Yeah. Wait a second. It's like going down the path of nihilism. Hang on, let me go back to what did I'm going back to my VOD real quick. Feel, what's your wish? What did Acheron say specifically? She didn't.
And finally.
Here it is. Listen to this. Hang on.
Coming long night, I'm afraid you will face many tribulations and witness many tragedies.
I'm cooking. Grandpa forgot to take his meds? Nah. I'm cooking.
The golden dream is getting restless. In the coming long night, I'm afraid you will face many tribulations and witness many tragedies. And finally, your sight will only see black and white.
Oh, just like your, wait, what about the red? Your sight will only see black and white, like her own fucking ultimate, but there's red in there too. It's not just black and white, but it's black and white with the shades of red.
Stop
like
yapping, Max!
But please believe me that in that monochrome world, there will be a glimpse of fleeting red. And when you make a choice, it will reappear before you once more.
Her ultimate! And then she kills us. Crazy. Huh. What does it all mean, chat? He's cooking with meds. We're breaking the fourth wall. Not this time, Max. All right, anyway. There lie. Oh, look, wait. Look at the objective, too. There lies not void. Yeah, no, this is straight up like going down the IX path. The IX path, what did they call the people that kill themselves? The self-annihilators or whatever? Uh-oh. Kokona is standing at the edge of the rooftop. No! A silent wind breezing against her silken hair. A single teardrop is carried by the wind towards you, grazing your cheek. It is still boiling hot. Kokona, I must calm her down. This may be my last chance. I have to help her out. Kokona, it's me. Please let me leave. I've heard all by now. It's all pointless no matter how much effort I put in. Kokonia, do you remember your song? Envision a rose forthcoming. That song? It probably can't be called a complete song. It's nothing but a third-rate defective piece of work. Just like what I am now, to survive in this world, I have kept cutting off pieces of my own soul and discarding them until, finally, there's nothing left but an empty shell that detests life. On the path to becoming a shop owner, I discovered many inner qualities that made me hate myself. I betrayed myself time and time again in exchange for what is so-called success in the eyes of others. But I was unable to change totally. Guilt always caught up with me, inevitably interrogating my conscience. I was too twisted and it was too painful. This dream had no place for me. As long as there's life left, everything is worth saving. No matter what happens, don't give up on yourself. Give up? No. This is my salvation. Thank you for your compassion, but I'm afraid you won't understand. For someone like me, this choice isn't up to me. The choice within guides me. I have no freedom. I am the only one, or I am only to be led by them. It's all right to respond to it, even just once. It agrees. As long as I follow it, all bad things will disappear. Please talk to me, Kokona. Life has its ups and downs. That's not gonna help. Please just talk to me. Your life, I bet, it was fulfilling and lively, no? That's why you think all hardships can overcome through talking to your closest friends and your most innermost truths. The writing here is so fucking good because, like, this is exactly how it feels to talk to someone, or in the shoes of someone that is depressed. You feel like talking is not gonna fucking fix it. There's no way you could ever relate to someone like me. I've tried it before, many times. Sometimes it's begging, sometimes it's a struggle, and other times I'm drowned by its black tide. No matter how hard I try, the outcome stays the same. I can't win. I just can't. Listen, it's here. It's finally taking me away from this place of sorrow. Come with me, Kokona. Grab Kokona's hand. You watch Kokona leave. Leave this place. Leave all your troubles behind. Grab her hand. You grab Kokona's hand in one sweeping motion. The touch of icy cold shoots a pain up your arm. The warmth seemingly drained from your grasp with each passing second. Mister? Who are you? Do you wish for me to stay? To stay in this world with nothing but desolation? To continue bearing suffering? You shouldn't have interfered. You have no right. I can't take this anymore. This is my limit. Let me go. Please, let go. Let go. Let go, or grab her hand. Grab her hand. I'm sorry, Kokona. I can't just stand by and watch and let you fall. Your grip remains tightened over Kokona's hand, trying your utmost to transfer your warmth to hers. Do you think that you're helping me? You're hurting her. You hurt her. Don't you think others have tried? You think I've never met people like you? They're all just trying to do something in the spur of the moment, to feel good about themselves. None of you can understand. You're not helping me. No. Let me be free. Let go. Let go. Grab her hand. I'm sure I don't understand, Kokona, but I know as long as there's life, there are possibilities. The surface of her cold skin appears to have grown hooks, sharps. Searing pain pierces into your palm, but you refuse to let go. Idiot. Idiot. I've had enough. I've had enough. All of you keep showing up in my life one after another, giving me false hope time and time again. Don't believe in promises again. Don't be fooled again. And then, abandoning me halfway, leaving me to pick up the pieces, leaving them to grow on me like parasites, decaying, spreading. I can't bear it any longer. I've had enough of playing the tragic support role in all of these stories, all that suffering. Please just let it end. I don't want to struggle any longer. Let go. Let go. Grab her hand. I'm not your family. I'm not your mentor. I'm not even your doctor. All I know is it's absolutely not the time to let go right now. You lose almost all the feeling in your hand from the cold and the pain, but you still hang on even more tightly. Ugh, this shit get me choked up. You see the sadness on Kokona's face, her loneliness and rage slowly subsiding, replaced by a sliver of puzzlement. ... I will always hold on to you. Till the dreamscape disintegrates, even I have to force you to stay here. Or even if I have to force you to stay here. Do you know that this thing you're fighting against, it isn't a real person. It's a disease, a nightmare, and an unseen enemy that can't be touched. I know you're very strong, but no matter how powerful you are, you will never be able to defeat a formless enemy. Even if it's pointless, I still have to challenge it. Even if it means you'll stay, I have to give it a try. Mister, you really are a strange one. The voice is gone now. It will be back, that I'm sure of, but at least for now, in this very moment, I'm not being wielded by it. Thank you. Thank you for not giving up on me, even if it's just for a fleeting moment, but you've at least let me understand now that someone still cares. That someone believes in my resolve to fight it. I also have one last request, mister. I'll listen to every single word. Say it, and I'll do my utmost to grant it, as long as it doesn't hurt you. A smile breaks out on Kakana's face. You are certain the smile is coming from the bottom of her heart, unmarred by emotion or complications. Could you please loosen your grip a little? It kind of hurts. Oh, what a fucking great-ass quest. Do a backflip, bro, come on.
Where to now?
I have to find her quickly. I hope everything's all right. Oh, that was good. That was so good. Am I okay? I am okay. Yeah, it's relatable. I said it near the beginning of that one that now is not the time for billboards. Ugh. That was good. I was not expecting a fucking side quest to make me cry today, man. God damn. Oh, that was so fucking good. Hoyo writers really managed to show the struggle of suicide in their side quest. Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with that. Yeah, the writing. All right, I said near the beginning of that conversation that they really captured the fact that like when you're in that mindset, yeah, like talking doesn't help. The absolute feeling of total despair trumps all other feelings when you go down that path. I've been there myself. I'm sure many people in chat have also been there themselves, where when you have suicidal thoughts, like nothing, it feels in that moment that nothing else can stop it. But like the line said that I really liked, as long as there is life, there is possibility. Oh, so fucking good. And having people that, it's so important to have people in your life that really care and understand that. Because I personally think that like even when someone you're close to is suicidal, getting them to not commit that act no matter what is of the utmost importance. Like I don't care if I have a friend who is suicidal. I don't care if they hate me. I don't care if they end up despising me by the end of it. I'm not gonna let them take their own life. I will do anything possible to prevent that from happening. If you hate me for the rest of my life, at least you're fucking alive, right? Just like the MC, there's ups and downs. There's one person in the center of the map who is standing on the outside of the railing like a jumper. They aren't even suicidal. Jumping there just wakes you up. That's the mental jump though. Very devious quest that gives you the illusion of choice, but later down the quest, but you think there's an illusion of choice. It gives you the ability to make a choice that matters. The Penacony side quests have all stayed with me more than any other planets. Yeah, they've been fucking bangers so far. Oh my god, every single one of them. I've run out of credits. Tomorrow is the check-out day for my room, and I'll go back to reality. If only someone could lend me a few hundred credits. I really don't want to leave the dreamscape. If I go back to reality, I'll have to walk on crutches again. Aw. Sad gear. Oh, fuck the billboard. I wanted to talk to her. Which weapon is your favorite? Baseball bat. That's quite unique. Oh, I can't talk to her? Okay. Oh, she's still here. Ah, it's you. I felt like I just had a long dream within a dream, and you were in it too. The dream's details, I can't remember them clearly, but I can vaguely feel that. Kokona's gaze and yours meet, and her face suddenly flushes red. Aww! I somewhat feel that the reason I'm standing here is all thanks to you. But I've always been in a dream. How could I have fallen asleep? It's all very confusing to me. Could it have been an illusion? You don't have to get everything clear. The feeling's what matters. That's true. I've lived a long time in Penacony. I'm more than clear that some things are best left unasked. I'm now feeling very good. The last I felt so refreshed. It felt like a lifetime ago. It may be a little embarrassing to say, but I now really want to sing. I don't know if you know how I feel right now. It is your dream after all. Go forth and let loose your voice then. Huh? But I don't sing very well. Come on, let everyone hear your singing voice. Huh? Please, hold on. You grab Kokona's wrist and take her to the Clocky Plaza. Mister, I'm nervous. I can feel my knees going weak. Don't be afraid. I'm your most avid fan. Everyone will love your singing. I will keep applauding you. Mister, I got it. I'll give it a try. This song is called Envision a Rose Forthcoming. I will dedicate it to you and to myself. Close your eyes and look ahead. Those unfinished paintings and the songs that are still playing, what would that vibrant world look like? Will there be a dream there too? Will there be a fathomless sea? Will birds sing at sunset? Sing it, you coward? Absolutely not. I will not. It would be a disservice to butcher Kokona's song. I will absolutely butcher Robin's song. Can you smell the fragrance of time? Lost ones look forth, their lies not void. But that rose from the future has yet to bloom. With the crowd's encouragement, Kokona's voice becomes more euphorious. You know the perseverance is not in vain. Yeah, that should have been voiced for sure. There should have been a song for that at the end. I would have fucking cried. Again. Holy moly, what a fucking banger. Towards the brighter side. Best side quest ever. Towards the brighter side, hold on to your life, even if in the face of adversity. Oh, so good. There's a fan-made song? Oh, shit. Close your eyes and look ahead. Those unfinished paintings and the songs that are still playing. What would that vibrant world look like? Oh. Banger. Yeah, there's only one more quest left. Trailblazer be like, if you have 1 million fans, I am one of them. If you have 1 fan, it is me. If you have no fans, then you know I no longer exist in this world. Exactly. What a fucking banger, man. God damn. Yeah, was not expecting. I know people said the Penacony side quests were bangers. I was not expecting one of them to full on make me cry, dude. Holy shit. Not voiced at all, by the way. That's fucking crazy. Cinema. I really like the moment where it said like the hand was cold and thorns erupted from your hand too. Like it was hurting you to hold on, but you kept persisting. Mimic reference! Treasure chests, just don't get killed by the chest mimics. Free Rin. Mimics? Where are they? They're extremely rare. That's true. You kill a mimic, you get the item inside. Fuck, what was I doing? Last quest. Last quest, chat. Finally time for the final one. How do I fucking get there again? Is it map? And then Fate's Atlas? Nope. How do I keep forgetting? Mission list and then at the bottom, huh? Yes, there we go. Cosmic Star. Don't look up what happens if you don't help her. Well, it wasn't a dream. I assume she falls and then wakes up in the dream because it was like a dream within a dream, right? Rehydrate? You're right. She actually dies? No way. All right, Cosmic Star. This one everyone said was their favorite in chat, so excited to find out what's this one's all about. Sweet Dream Times. Unofficial channels indicate that Leslie Dean, the superstar actor who passed away at a young age, has recently appeared in Golden Hour and in Penacony, creating a quite the shock. There is currently no evidence to show that Leslie Dean appearing in the dreamscape is the real Cosmic Star. The Sweet Dream Tides editorial office would like to urge fans to act with constraint and not break the rules of the dreamscape. These quests were like, came for the jade, stayed for the story. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to beat Kokona's after that one, which is crazy because, like, it started... If it weren't for that finale, like, I definitely wouldn't have liked it as much. Oh, holy shit, the finale was so fucking good. All right, according to the Sweet Dream Times reports, a certain deceased superstar has appeared in Penacony. Intrigued, you decide to catch a glimpse of this superstar. I'm gonna teleport over there. I ain't walking all the way over there.
Please do not hit the entertainment facility.
Oh, if she does, if you do let go, someone else does her job at the store and you never see her again. Holy shit. Bronya! Leslie Dean. I have been with you. The man before you has not noticed your presence. You do not blame him. You find your eyes tracing his chiseled jawline and becoming immersed in the glow of his residual radiance. You almost lose yourself. It's fucking Sea-Dog VA. What the hell? Ah, my apologies. I was preoccupied and did not notice you there. Are you here for an autograph too? Just a moment. He thinks he is him. I don't know who you are. You seem familiar. Familiar? You look pretty grown up to me. You're not still a minor, are you? This is Leslie Dean, a galactic superstar of Epsilon. Wait a second. How could you say he just seems familiar? There's no need to get carried away. The cosmos is vast, and all come from different environments. We will be exposed to different things in life. I am merely a regular actor, far from the level of a superstar that can illuminate the entire universe. Epsilon message? Yes, sus. He is so eloquent. He's so modest. Ah, why is everything going dark? Please excuse this terrible force of habit. I simply assumed that you were here for my autograph. I would not wish to seem arrogant. Please accept my apologies. You're too polite to be famous. True! How can I be sure that you're really Leslie Dean? You're too polite to be famous. What are you even saying? Look at this autograph. How could someone forge this? This must be the real Leslie. The young lady is right. I was suspicious at first, but when I saw this elegant signature, I was sure. I knew eons would not be so blind as to allow a rising star come crashing down so soon. Crashing down? I see you really don't know anything about this. I happen to be a newspaper cutting from the incident. Read this for yourself. Whoa, you carry it on you even in a dream? I didn't realize you were a crazy kind of fan. Don't tease me. The snippet is here. Take a look for yourself. Clippings from fans. Devastating news. Cosmic superstar Leslie Dean passes away. Breaking news from Epsilon E News. According to the reliable sources, the Galaxy-class cruiser known as the Nebula's End exploded 7 system hours after departing from Epsilon X United Skyport. The cause of the incident is still unclear. The Epsilon Merchant Guild promptly dispatched a fleet for the rescue operation, but no survivors have been found so far. Leslie Dean, a rising star in the entertainment industry and hailed as a cosmic star, is reported to be one of the passengers on Nebula's End. All of us from Epsilon E News express our deepest condolences to the families of the passengers and crew members who lost their lives in the explosion. Do you understand now? They said that Leslie was gone, but they were wrong. The true Leslie Dean is right here, standing before your eyes. Survivors aren't common in incidents like this. This is unbelievable. Now that you mention it, Mr. Dean, this may be a rude question, but how did you escape the accident? I'm sorry, I can't help my curiosity. There is nothing to be rude about this, miss. This is not my first time being asked this in a dream. The engine of Nebula's End cruise ship that I was aboard malfunctioned completely without warning, causing an explosion. Logically, my chances of survival were almost 0. At that moment, I did lose consciousness. It was a long time before I opened my eyes again. For a split second, I really thought I had ascended to heaven. That wasn't until a kind young nurse by my side informed me that I had survived a terrible accident. That was the moment that I realized that the world around me was in fact real. I was told when the explosion occurred there was a spaceship named the Knights of Beauty that happened to be passing by Nebula's End. At that moment, a heroic knight boldly charged into the scene from the disaster without concern for his own safety and searched for signs of remaining life. My goat Argenti. Finally, he found me. Unfortunately, I was the only one that was able to be found. As for many souls that deserve to be rescued aboard Nebula's End, may they rest in peace. I would expect no less. Even the beauty could not allow someone as perfect as Mr. Dean to leave us that easily. Could that have been Argenti? Regrettably, though I survived, the accident has caused irreparable damage to my body. I am unable to continue with my acting career. What's more, wait, bro, skip my question. What's more, my life under the stage lights have long exhausted me both mentally and physically, so I simply requested that information be concealed from the outside world so that I may continue living a regular life. Something sus about this guy. Argenti's all over the place, man appears at the most random times. I've only seen him in the side quest. I have not seen him appear in a main quest yet. I want fucking, there's no way this guy's Sparkle, right? This guy, he comes from Epsilon, so I feel like this is like a masked fool in disguise or something. That was when someone reminded me of the existence of Penacony. In this dream world, I am able to return to my life as Leslie Dean I once was and forget the pain that tragedy inflicted on me. Being able to meet you all here, who continue to support me as ever, my heart feels truly joyous and blessed. Leslie Dean raises his slender finger to gently wipe a pearlescent teardrop from his eye. To your side, you hear a number of his fans, including an Intellitron, gasp in unison. Jesus. The charisma and charm that he emanates with his every move are captivating, filled with emotion, yet unaffected and unrestrained. You start to understand how the name Leslie Dean has come to resonate across the galaxy. May I have an autograph? I have a friend that would really like your autograph. Of course, what is your friend's name? Max. Max, a delightful name. Max, may the stars shine light your path, your faithful Leslie Dean. There we are. I wish you and your friend could be in good spirits from this day forth, mister. You obtain the autograph of the galactic superstar Leslie Dean. You are unsure of what receiving an autograph in a dream actually means, but you are still extremely excited. Tick-tock! Over here! Quickly! Clippings from fans. Devastating news. Oh, this is the same note I just read. I just have the actual physical piece now to look back on. Tick-tock! There was something off about that person. You mean Leslie? You mean the people crowding around that man? Well, what are you talking about? I clearly mean the one that gave you an autograph. My instincts are razor sharp. That person is missing something. As soon as someone is missing something, they can no longer be called a complete person. Tick-tock! An incomplete person! How terrible, Max! We have to think of a way to help him! Okay. This is kind of weird.
Dandelions gone with the wind.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Max. I'm so happy that I got the chance to meet with you in the City of Dreams. Sorry, as you can see, I'm a little busy. If you're interested, perhaps we could talk properly a little later. Here comes the clockwork! Tick-tock! Mr. Leslie, what's wrong? Do you feel unwell? No, things like this shouldn't happen inside of a dream. My apologies, everyone. I suddenly feel... I do not know how to put this into words, but I feel terrible. I do not wish to rain on your parade, but I think I may need a little space. Are you tired? Shall we leave it here for today? We have pestered you long enough already. I agree. I'm so sorry, Mr. Leslie. I hope you will feel better soon. Leslie Dean's brow scrunches up and he began to twitch gently. Your actions seem to have cast him into some unknown pain and sadness, seeming to have sensed your presence. He forced himself to open his eyes. You're still here, Mr. Max. My apologies, I don't know what is happening to me. What's wrong? Describe how you feel to me. Let me help you. Just now, suddenly and without warning, it felt like I had been struck with a bullet that tunneled through my chest, leaving an invisible hole. When it went through my chest, my existence seemed to lose all sense of reality. I started to feel like I had never been alive. All the memories in my mind suddenly seemed completely false. It was as if someone had forcibly implanted them inside of me, like they didn't belong to me at all. How should I explain the feeling? It was like I had been cast into a corridor of paintings. All of these paintings recorded my past experiences. But no matter how vivid the scenery, it was all a picture. I still felt like a complete outsider, like an onlooker trespassing in this gallery. Perhaps all of those images were recorded did actually happen, but I just cannot seem to connect the memories to the person that I am now. Perhaps I have spent so long reveling in Golden Hour that the boundaries between dreams and reality are starting to blur. You should seek help. This is a bad sign. You should seek help. Who should I go to? I know this may sound a little scary, Mr. Max, but I fear I may have forgotten how to wake up. What do you mean? I'll try talking to the family. That could work. How strange. Never before had I had this idea of saving myself. Reality, it is so frail and fleeting that a single breeze can scatter it like a dandelion in the wind. This was one of my lines in the movie Ancient Dreams of Distant Stars. It feels very appropriate in my current situation. Mr. Max, if you can move freely between dreams and reality, would you be able to consult with a family representative in the real world? I do not wish to spend the rest of my days submerged in a dream, giving my all to play the part of someone else's shadow. I can only imagine nothing more tragic. Mr. Max, I wish to save myself. Will you help me? Yes. Leslie Dean's emo dial has been locked. Tick-tock! All of a sudden, Leslie Dean becomes overwhelmed by a whirlwind of disorienting emotions, and he tells you that he has forgotten how to return to reality. He desperately needs help, returning to reality and consulting the hotel staff for guidance. I wonder if he's not... This is what I was talking about earlier with similar to that first quest we did with the Oppenheimer guy. I feel like his real body's not actually there, and it's only the memories... I referenced how it'd be interesting if there was the memories of a person actually took shape of someone in the dreamscape. I wonder if that's what he is. Maybe.
It's still early. Where to now?
You can actually book. Greetings. Is there something you need?
Welcome to the Reverie, dear guest. How may I assist you? Leslie Dean needs help. Huh? Leslie Dean? I know that name. I remember. Isn't that the name of the superstar that passed away? When you say he needs help, you mean... Explain the situation to Allie. You explain Leslie Dean's situation to Allie. Naturally, you exclude a few details for your own sake. This is not good. A client clearly experienced an irregularity to the point that you would describe it as forgetting how to wake up. I shall inform the inform the member of the family's staff. Why does she hesitate like that? I shall inform, she was gonna say bloodhounds. I shall inform I shall inform a member of the family's staff. I'm sure they will handle this situation appropriately. Sausage. Can I get a sausage in chat? We're sus and Allie now. Thank you very much for providing this information, Mr. Max. Was Allie about to say the Bloodhound family? I have a bad feeling about this. I should return to the dream and check in on Leslie. Sausage? Yes. God, I love sausage.
It's
really
still early.
Big.
Where to now?
Thick sausage. Oh my gosh. Could go for some sausage right now. You have a bad feeling that the Bloodhound family might be working against Leslie Dean. Return to the Golden Hour and check on him. Hey, yo. Did I say something wrong? Y'all don't like sausage? Big, greasy, wet. Help me! Someone is calling for help. Let's go take a look. What happened? Where's Leslie? It's Leslie. Someone is trying to take Mr. Leslie away. These thugs came out of nowhere and came rushing down the street. They just took him away without saying a word, and then they ran away. I'm begging you. You have to help him. Wait, first, can I touch the puffball on your head? Who are you? What do you want? This is a dream. You can't take things you steal in a dream back to reality with you. Annoyed Bloodhound. Are you certain this is an anomaly? I am certain his existence here has already violated multiple conditions in the dream agreement. Understood. Begin the removal process. Oh, yeah, I don't think he's real. Or he like is a person that was created in the dream or some shit. What are you doing? This is bad. I have to stop them. A side of cream sauce? Who is this? It does not matter. Interfering with family enforcement is a breach of the dream agreement. They must be removed along with the anomaly. Hey, yo!
Time to say bye.
We're about to help Leslie escape.
Boom.
Ill tidings manifest. Beneath the waters lies an endless abyss.
Nap time. Stand still.
This guy, there's no way you can convince me this man ain't Sea-Dog VA. I'm in your debt, Mr. Max. If you had not rescued me, I don't know what they would have done with me. Before you arrived, I overheard them mention a room number, room 1007. Could that be the hotel room I entered the dream from? Also, they kept saying something about a dream anomaly. What on earth could that mean? I think, it's interesting. I don't know. I don't know how to wake up, and I can't remember the room number I entered from the dream. Maybe there is something wrong with me. I think a dream anomaly might be like literally a creation within the dream that someone like dreamed up within the dream. I don't know. Maybe they were here to wake you up? Really? I wouldn't be so certain. If that were the case, why would they have been so violent? The family would not normally treat guests in such a way. Yeah, I don't think you're real, dog. I must confess to you, Mr. Max, I am very scared. I am scared that I will be faced with a terrifying reality when I awaken. I am also afraid to lose the consciousness that I have now. At least now I can see, hear, and sense the world around me. Who knows what kind of changes my body has undergone in reality? Even if I know that this is a dream, so what? This dream world is realistic enough for many people to be immersed in and feel alive, is it not? There's gonna be and I feel like there's gonna be a choice at the end of this quest whether or not we let him live as like a figment of our imagination that has been born into the dreamscape. I don't think there's any harm in letting him live. but the philosophical meaning of this quest line is probably going to be like whether or not someone dreamed up within the dream world is considered like a life or not. He seems to have like full cognitive functions though, so I don't see the harm in it as long as he's not harming others. With every dream comes an awakening. Are you not curious about what's happening in reality? Leslie falls silent for a moment. He lowers his head slightly as his slender eyebrows droop. His eyes that radiate warmth and greatness become hidden from sight as his handsome face becomes half devoured by the blue shadows. What? It would be a lie to say that I was not concerned with my real self in the slightest. I still remember that last time I met you in the dream, Mr. Max. I said I wanted to save myself. However, after you left, I calmed down and began to think in greater depth. I began to question whether or not this fantasy of mine really needed to be shattered. I have everything that I could ever want here. Everything that I lost in the real world has been given to me once more in a dream. Dreams and reality, truth and falsehoods, must we separate them so clearly? I am willing to believe that the person you see before you is my true form. I don't wish to believe that in reality. I am nothing but a deformed body covered in scars. We all have to face reality eventually. It's your life, your decision. We all have to face reality eventually. I'm gonna reassure him with that. Leslie raises his head. Inside his lax gaze, you catch a glimpse of determination. Room 1007. Perhaps you could find the time to look and see what happened in there. I think it's gonna be empty. If you happen to learn the truth, I shall leave it up to you whether or not to share it with me or not. Right now, I find myself racked with innocent anxiety. I cannot bring myself to calm down and carefully consider my future. You are my savior, so I trust your judgment. For now, I should find a discreet corner and lay low. I don't want to find myself in trouble again. Huh. Dream Ghost, yeah. Sea Dog, if the dark timeline actually happened. All right, return to the hotel in reality and locate Leslie Dean's room. According to the Bloodhound family, Leslie Dean is staying in room 1007. Leslie Dean wants you to investigate the room. Oh, wait, this is the room. This is the room that hadn't been touched in forever. Remember, chat? The one we literally read that both last stream and this stream. The one that said, it stinks in the room.
Where to now?
It stinks in the room because it hasn't been touched in so long.
I'm sure I put it in my pocket.
You found it, room 1007, the room that Leslie Dean mentioned. It is possible that the truth behind the cosmic star lies behind the door. Perhaps he has fallen into a deep sleep from which he cannot awaken. Knock. There's gonna be no one in there, is my guess. No answer. Try to open the door. Go to search for an attendant. Let's try to open the door. You sense that something is not right. If something were to happen to a great man like Leslie Dean, the family would surely not just ignore it. Considering the way the family treated Leslie Dean inside the dream, getting them involved may not be a good idea. That's if they haven't already taken action. Turn the door handle. You try turning the door handle with only a paltry amount of hope in your heart. Is it empty? The door is unlocked, but there is no guest to be found sleeping inside. Oh! Let's go in and investigate. How the fuck? Both of these fucking doors had no one in them. This was the one we were in earlier with the Oppenheimer guy, and it turned out that his consciousness was like a bubble in the water, right? And now the other guest is missing from this one as well. Where's that chest I heard? Because remember I heard it. Yeah, I heard a chest on the other side of the wall. Let's go! This one seems a lot darker though. There is a stack of pictures of Leslie Dean on the hotel room floor, and some of them have his personal autograph on them. Would someone really carry this many pictures on their person? You can't help but ask yourself, maybe this cosmic star is just self-obsessed. Maybe you know how you are able to make yourself someone else within the dreamscape. It's just against the rules, right? You're not allowed to impersonate others, because Sparkle does that within the dreamscape. I imagine anybody has the ability to do it. It's just against the rules. So maybe they're impersonating Leslie, and maybe they've done it for so long that they actually think they're Leslie. I don't know. At first, you could not understand why paper checks would still exist in a world like Penacony. But having read what was written on the paper, you understood. Having this string of papers printed on each note especially was a sign of the family's dwindling patience. The guest staying in this room was already nearly 2 weeks behind on payments. It seems that the family's attitude is treating overdue guests is more lenient than you imagined. Is Leslie Dean's situation already so dire that he can no longer afford the room fee? This would not be surprising, as the news about stars going bankrupt pops up in interastral peace broadcasts almost daily. Leslie Dean. Trading card? Planet of Festivities, Leslie Dean. The collectible card of the Planet of Festivities series are designated and released by the Dreamstar Entertainment of the Alfalfa Publishing House. All rights reserved. Unauthorized reproduction will be prosecuted. The worlds among the River of Stars overheard a number of hundreds of billions, unceasingly releasing light in a heat of 1 trillion years. But on this long beach, a brilliant grain of sand will sometimes appear, blanketing the entire horizon's radiance with a twinkle and smile. The waves will eventually wash away every grain of sand, but those who remember that ray of light will lustily sing, "The cosmos envies his splendor," in an infinitesimal yet grand victory. Sorry. What's the TV? There's a movie playing on the television. Quick cuts and dazzling special effects quickly overwhelm your senses. After a series of shocking scenes featuring exploding warships and a close-up of Leslie Dean's handsome face takes the screen. It seems that he's playing a warship pilot, likely a heroic figure that played a critical role in the long-drawn-out interstellar energy war, someone whose name people remember well. You see his name in the subtitles, Captain Cromwell. In this tense showdown, he seems to be engaged in a war of worlds with a sly IPC elite. Watch attentively for a while. Captain Cromwell says, This has nothing to do with the price the IPC have offered. The Sixth Fleet's position on this matter cannot be changed by price, or it goes against our values. IPC rep says, I understand that you value your contracts and your honor, but I implore you to think about this carefully. Are you sure that people on your ship share your firm beliefs, Captain? You have no family, no children, no one to be concerned for, so you battle for your beliefs. You would even take them to your grave. But what about them? Do they feel the same? You imagine yourself a martyr, a hero, but do not forget, when it comes down to it, you are no more than just a group of mercenaries, warmongers that settle matters for credits. Do you not think the afterlife has a place for you, Captain? Kill him! Go, Captain Cromwell, go! I have never believed in life after death, Mr. Thompson, nor do I think that you believe in these ideas that you spout. You do not understand me, let alone the men by my side. There is one thing that you should have understood by now. The reason that I am the person sitting here in discussion with you is not because I am some so-called captain, but because I am the only person that can withstand your obsession with money. Honestly, it's taking all of my strength not to spit in your face. I will give you 5 minutes to take your paper scraps and get lost back in your ship. Tell the IPC directors the Sixth Fleet shall visit Pier Point one day. The Interstellar Energy War, eh? The trading, yeah, I like the trading cards. Oh, there's a clue right in front of the tub I didn't see. There is an envelope lying on the bottom of the dream device with no signatures or markings on it. You slide your fingers inside in the already torn envelope and pull out a yellow-tinged letter. The letter is covered in dense scribbled writing. It took a while for the synesthesia beacon to be able to translate it. Leslie Dean's Rebirth Project. To the loyal fans of Leslie Dean, thank you for accepting our invitation. Now, I'll explain all the details and steps that the Leslie Dean's Rebirth Project entails. Oh boy. Step 1. We'll raise enough money through crowdfunding to purchase Leslie Dean's memory storage from the Epsilon Merchant Guild. What the fuck? We'll conduct a thorough study of Leslie Dean's memory storage to ensure every participant has an in-depth understanding of Leslie Dean's personality, character, and life. Step 3, we will visit Penacony and create a synesthesia dreamscape with the dream technology there. By drawing from Leslie Dean's memory storage and our impression of him, we will reconstruct the body, mind, and spirit of the cosmic star in the dreamscape. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the witnesses to Leslie Dean's short-lived yet scintillating career. His sudden demise has left us all devastated. If you feel indignant about his fate, join the Leslie Dean Rebirth Project. We will have the opportunity to make up for their regrets and bring Leslie Dean back to his brilliant life. Interesting. There's a lot of information here. Let's summarize the main points. The person that lives here is not Leslie Dean. The real Leslie Dean died a long time ago. However, his memories have been preserved as memoria. A group of Leslie's fans had found a way to pool their funds and purchase his memories, taking it with them into Penacony. God damn, dude, I am not beating the pre-played allegations. I pretty much guessed this whole thing from the start. But earlier this stream, I literally like predicted like this sort of thing happening. I said like, what if, because the Oppenheimer quest made me realize that like someone's consciousness could essentially live inside of the dreamscape. So I wondered, if you can dream up anything within the dreamscape, I wonder what would happen if someone dreamt up like an actual person and then that person became like their own person within the dreamscape. Would be interesting. That's like essentially what's happening here. We need to make him less smart. A group of Leslie's fans had found a way to pool their funds and purchase his memories, taking it with them into Penacony. This I didn't guess, but I guessed the actual, like he's not an actual person. He is actually dead, and they like dreamed him up with his memories within the dreamscape. Then they entered the dream as a group and connected their individual consciousness networks to recreate the image of Leslie Dean through a synesthesia dreamscape. The Leslie that I met in the dream, though infused with the memories of that cosmic star, was nothing more than a fabricated fantasy. So the owner of this room must be the fans, I assume? Who is in this room? Oh, it's, you. Panicked cleaning lady. Is she one of the fans? Who are you? The gentleman living in this room should have been, he should have already checked out of this room? Did I forget to lock it after I finished cleaning? Well, if it wasn't locked, where did the guest in this room go? This gentleman has already left Penacony. Tell me. I will not tell anyone. Okay, I beg that you do not please tell anyone about this, or else I know the family will deem me negligent in my duties and forbid me from ever dreaming again. God damn. I heard that this client was forced to leave and he was behind on his room fees. He had been in Penacony for a very long time, but he didn't look like a rich man to me. Many people are willing to pay any price to experience the dreamscape. They go as far as to spend every penny to their name just to be in Penacony. Honestly, this is not my first time seeing a client like this, and I have not been around here very long. I have told you everything I can. If you don't mind, could you please leave this place? I need to hurry up and tidy up this room. There are other guests that wish to move in. The client in this room was forced to leave, having exhausted all of their savings. With the letter I read before, I could assume that they were one of the fans that assisted in reconstructing the image of Leslie Dean inside the dream. I wonder if this will affect Leslie in any way. I should return to the dream and check on him. Yeah, so I'm assuming there might be a choice to tell him the truth.
Sure, I put it in my pocket.
There might be a choice to tell him the truth, and then there's probably also going to be a choice to let him continue existing in the dreamscape or not. I think we should tell him. I think we should, if that is the case, I think we should absolutely tell him the truth. I think he has the right to know the truth.
Still early.
I think everyone has noticed by now that I am like honest to a fault and believe. I'm not a fan of like white lies or little white lies, even if they're meant to protect someone. I'd rather rip the Band-Aid off and face reality. And so I think we should tell him the truth, but ultimately whether or not he continues to exist, I think is his decision as a person, because I do believe he is even though he was dreamed up, he seems cognitive enough to be like considered his own person and has his own soul at this point. Those are my opinions at the moment. Yo, it's Robin. Welcome to my, whoa. So this is why he hates Firefly. What? Who even mentioned Firefly? This fucking chat, man. You've returned, Max. I was hoping that I could muster more of a friendly attitude, but I don't know why. I have been feeling dazed and nauseous since what happened before. Oh, we fucked with him. My bad, dude. I just cannot seem to muster any energy. I hope you can understand. Do not worry. I think I know why. The fact that you have come back to see me, does this mean that you have come to an understanding of my situation in reality? Please, tell me the truth, Mr. Max. I think I am ready to accept it, no matter how hard reality is to accept. You tell Leslie the truth. He is just a fantasy created by a group of crazed fans, and the true cosmic star has long since passed. You didn't mention Firefly because you'd rather not speak her name at all? I cannot believe it. Oh my fucking goodness. I think everyone should have the right to choose equals I hate Firefly. Stop bullying Firefly. I cannot believe it, bro. This fucking chat. You mean I don't actually exist? Leslie's once glistening eyes suddenly lose their brilliance, as his face fades from the color of golden wheat to pale, and then pure white. Veins on either side of his graceful neck begin to protrude as his pulse becomes visible to the naked eye. You suddenly realize that this moment of despair weighs on him as heavy as a century of suffering. But his downtrodden demeanor does not last long. Just as the last glint of light is about to fade from his eyes, a new flame kindles in his pupils. Thank you, Mr. Max. The truth was extremely important to me. Nice. I understand now why those memories that were supposed to belong to me felt so distant and strange. I finally understand. I am the Leslie Dean that exists inside other people's ideals, yet I am far from being the man himself. The reason for my existence is to take his place, but I could never become him. That's crazily deep and philosophical for a fucking thing that people just dreamt up, by the way. Like, I can't believe he's saying this. Many people are paying a price to maintain the existence of this body of mine. They are paying with their finances, their time, their lives, and even their selves. He thought he was him. However, Mr. Max, I wish to know, do you think that treasuring the memories of someone who has already passed is worth such a lofty price to the living? It is not at all. That's up for them to decide, yes. You are correct. This is their own decision, but I do not wish to sit idly by. It was not my personal will that I would appear in this place, though I could not decide when I came. I would like to make my own decision on when I go. Yeah, and that's also what I was saying. Though he did not decide when he came, it should be up to him to decide when he goes. Max, would you help me once more? I wish to summon the people that created me. No matter how sweet the dream, delving in too deep will only lead to suffocation. I should help them face their realities. Let me help. Now we're going in. Unlock the emo dial. My homie after I make him dream himself into my waifu as a joke, bro. He's self-aware. You have entered Leslie Dean's Emoscape. Find the creators of this synesthesia dreamscape and free them from their obsessions. Oh, okay. This is my... No, that's not right. This is a world constructed by Leslie's followers. This is where they created me. This is the so-called synesthesia dreamscape. Being in this place, I feel like I am looking into a mirror. However, what this mirror reflects is my eternal organs. It allows me to use my own soul up close. But if I look closely, all I can see is a void. A true soul cannot simply be created from thin air. My apologies, I am complaining without just reason. It is time for us to go liberate those souls that truly do exist. We need to get fucking Skrullum over here, bro. Skrullum would find this guy fascinating. Robert. What stands before you is a simple hotel door. However, you have a strong feeling that what lies beyond this door is far from a simple room. Robert. That is the name of the master of this place. Let's go inside, Mr. Max. I am prepared to face my creator. Push open the door. Witness Robert's stories. Robert's best friend. Great news, Robert! Green-Ear Josie got a hold of the source of the ancient dreams of distant stars. For real? Where'd he get that? Is it high def? It's 16K res. At least that's what he said. Well, you want to rent it? 16K res. I don't have any money at all. My mom cut off my allowance ever since she caught me secretly renting tapes last time. What? What's wrong with liking movies? Plus, this is Leslie Dean's debut work. Your mother has no taste at all. Don't worry, I'll cover it this time. Come over to my place after school next time and we can watch it together. Thank you, Harry. Robert, I feel like our senses were linked for a moment then. His home planet is an impoverished land that has been under IPC sanctions ever since the Interstellar Energy War. Oh. It's connected to the war? Interesting. Okay, this just got a little more interesting. His home planet is an impoverished land that has been under IPC sanctions ever since the Interstellar Energy War. The only way they were able to watch movies is by renting tapes from smugglers at a high price. That's how it works in a lot of other countries too. I don't know if people realize that, but like video games and or entertainment media, etc. in a lot of other impoverished countries, developing nations, etc. like smuggling entertainment like into the country is like a lot of times the only way people can get their hands on it. Harry is Robert's best friend, and he's like an older brother to him. I can sense that Robert relies on him greatly. Let's keep watching, Mr. Max. Continue to witness Robert's stories. Where are we going next? Oh. Now he's a little older. You need to accept reality, Rob. Harry is not here anymore. We still have so many films we haven't watched together. Purple Rain. Harry's favorite movie is Purple Rain. We promised one day we would meet the real Leslie Dean and get an autograph from him. Aww. Wake up, Rob! We live in a world without hope. These concepts of interstellar travel and cosmic star have nothing to do with us. I am trying to keep you from these things because... No, I don't want to hear it. I want to leave this place. I want all of this to be gone. You don't understand what makes something beautiful. None of you understand. Only he does. Harry is so optimistic, ever strong, but also ill-fated. To have his life cut so short by an accident at this stage. Having lost his best friend, Robert was on the verge of collapse. He felt anger and rage towards everything around him, just injustice and despair. So he began to search for a way to escape. In doing so, he found me. Let's keep watching, Mr. Max. Reminds me of vinyls reproduced on ultrasound scans to distribute in the Soviet Union. I have never heard of this. That sounds fucking incredibly fascinating, though. Reproduced on vinyl scans to distribute in the Soviet Union because of the sanctions? That's insane. What the fuck? I've never heard of that. A picture of two people together, Robert and Leslie Dean. Aw. Wait a second. Leslie's face is adorned with the expression you would expect from a huge star, bright, confident, and just the right amount of pride. Standing next to him, Robert appears dry and plain. He is by no means unattractive. It's just standing next to the great Leslie Dean in his prime, he seems unremarkable in comparison. They look like two NPCs to me. Sorry. Robert's mouth is slightly upturned at the corners, as if he is trying his hardest to give a satisfactory smile to the person behind the camera, but his empty eyes betray him. He is drowning. Uh-oh. Oh, he's sleeping. Robert was able to leave his hometown, albeit using methods that he would not easily share with others. He began a journey of losing himself, trying to find the Leslie Dean that exists in his ideals. What he never realized was, though he thought he had been fighting back all this time, he was really just running away. Running away from the fact his best friend was dead. He lost his friend. The loss of his friend had been haunting him this whole time. He thought that if he only found me and fulfilled their dream, then the dark shadow of their past might disappear. He locked himself in a world of only Leslie Dean. He could not bring himself to face the true source of his suffering. However, when this bubble that gave him a place to hide suddenly burst, he no longer knew where to go. So that's why he went into this undertaking, giving up on himself to maintain a false ideal. What do you think we should do? We have to make Robert remember. We have to make him remember that light he once had in his life. In this story, I am no more than a scapegoat. We have to allow Harry to become Robert's star once more. Please, help him, Max. Oh, so we're gonna recreate his... Are we gonna recreate his friend Harry and let him actually reconcile with, or face the actual truth of his despair? That'd be interesting, maybe. Take a photo to Robert and Harry together. Use the function button. Oh, we're gonna give him the picture. Oh, because he's sleeping with the picture of the star and himself. We're gonna give him a picture of them in their childhood. That's cute. Turn on the TV, change the phonograph on the table. Oh, turn off the TV. There was a clip of Leslie Dean being interviewed by a famous talk show host playing on the television. You cannot hear their conversation clearly, but you can see two people with beaming smiles. Their dancing eyebrows and unturned smiles are proof that their joy is not manufactured in any way. Turn off the television. The moment you press the button on the television, Leslie Dean's soothing voice comes to a sudden stop, and it echoes into the void around you before disappearing entirely. The silence that now covers this spiritual space suddenly feels like a deafening clamor. You feel a little lonely on Robert's behalf, but for the sake of his life, you must bear and process his loneliness by himself. Aww. I wonder if Leslie was based on James Dean. Who's that? Here's a Guardian article on it if you're interested. The pics look epic. Oh, of the... Yeah, this sounds fucking crazy. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna bookmark this and read it later. That sounds fascinating, though. I've never heard that story before. He's an American actor from the 50s. I also thought he was based on James Dean. Would make sense. Should we pull that up real quick? Because I do like the real life implications between inspirations in video games. Said James Dean, actor. Pull up the Wikipedia here. James Dean. James Brian Dean was an American actor who became one of the most influential figures in Hollywood in the 1950s. Despite a career that only lasted 5 years, his impact on cinema and popular culture was profound, even though he appeared in just 3 major films. These films include Rebel Without a Cause, in which he portrayed a disillusioned, rebellious teenager, East of Eden, 1955, which showcased his intense emotional range. He died at just 24. Holy shit. Okay, that's totally got it. Cause of death, a car crash. That's totally got to be what inspired this. These films include Rebel Without a Cause, in which he portrayed a disillusioned, rebellious teenager, East of Eden, which showcased his intense emotional rage, and Giant in 1956, a sprawling drama released shortly after his death. All these films have been preserved in the United States National Film Registry by the Library of Congress for their cultural, historical, and aesthetic significance. His life was cut short by a car accident at the age of 24 in 1955, leaving him a lasting symbol of rebellion, youthful defiance, and the restless spirit. Dean was the first actor to receive a... How do you say that? How do you say that, chat? Posthumous Academy Award nomination for Best Actor for his role in East of Eden. The following year, he earned a second nomination for his performance in Giant, making him the only actor to receive 2 acting nominations. In 1999, he was honored by the American Film Institute, being ranked as the 18th greatest male film star from the Golden Age Hollywood. Time recognized Dean as one of the all-time most influential fashion icons. Dean's film roles and style had a strong impact on Hollywood, capturing the spirit of the 1950s youth and creating an enduring legacy that shaped American pop culture and defined rebellious countercultural attitudes for generations. I've never heard of this guy. I'll have to check out his movies too. Interesting. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, chat. Y'all get me with y'all understand my interest in like finding the inspirations behind fiction. That's cool. You talked about Rebel Without a Cause in uni last week in history seminar? What? Basically the 1950s Rebel? Huh. All right, and now we change the photograph. Gently, you remove the picture of Robert and Leslie from the table and replace it with that of 2 young childhood friends. You are aware that no matter how much noise you make in this space, it is unlikely to have any real effects on Robert. But you still wish to complete this operation gently and carefully. That should be enough, right? Even if the beginning of this process is painful, I hope that he can recall his childhood friend and remember who is truly important to him. As for whether to move forward or continue to wallow, we cannot make the decision for him, but at least we have given him the opportunity to truly face what he feels inside. I hope that he can reclaim his life. How should we test the results? I think there is only one way. The greater the effect of our results, the weaker the foundations of this body should become. When the time comes, I should be able to feel the effects of our action, what the effects of our actions have brought. Let's go, Mr. Max. There are others awaiting us. You have done what you can to aid Robert. Perhaps he will awaken from his dream, leave this place, and find the next creator. Oh, we gotta go one step at a time. This was only one person. Okay. I was gonna say, that was kind of short compared to the other ones. Find the second creator of the Synesthesia Dreamscape. Jillian. Jillian. That must be the fan's name. Let's go, Mr. Max. Let's see what has happened to her. Push open the door. It seems I have already dominated the entire world. Jesus. All of those standing there are her imaginings of Leslie Dean. That's insane. I can remember certain moments they were truly uncomfortable. I remember crazed fans hiding on unexpected street corners, spying, taking secret pictures, and sending messages that would chill you to the bone. This is the burden that stars and public figures must bear. Though a lot of people think that these byproducts are nothing in comparison that fame and wealth to the fame and wealth that they can enjoy, it seems that Miss Jillian was also one of these crazed fans once, fanatic to the point that she still continues to maintain this version of me even after I am gone. I wonder if she has even realized that this sick love has begun to destroy her life. Let us awaken her, Mr. Max. I will not allow slander to his name. Leslie Dean is perfect. I would give up everything for him. This is love. This is love. It's a stan. Oh, we have to dispel the dreams themselves? Yeah. I would give anything for him. My money, my life, my ideals. Destroy the fantasy. Such heavy emotions. What do you expect as a response to this, Miss Jillian? A person who can abandon everything for their idol, including their very cornerstone of human life, dignity. If I am frank, someone like this, they will only fill me with fear. Please don't call. How does the Stan song go? Please don't call, I'm wondering why. Got out of bed alone. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. No one should live a life like this. You should work to try and reclaim the things in life that are truly yours, Miss Jillian. The 10 hours of streaming are showing. I just returned and I'm already muting. Y'all know Stan? Come on, man. Eminem Stan? That's a banger song. That's a generational song for sure. I would give anything for him. My money, my life, my... Bye-bye. This is love. You knew that song, you grew up with it? Yeah, that's a banger. I love him deeply. I love him so much. Destroy the fantasy. I'm sorry, Miss Jillian, but this is not love. People who do not love themselves always misinterpret the meaning of the word love. Love is something that everyone must sense within themselves, but you gave up on yourself long ago. You chose obsession instead. I love him deeply. I love him. Can I get a bye-bye? He is mine. He is mine. Mine! Destroy the fantasy. What's wrong, Leslie? Nothing left to say? I think we have found the source, Mr. Max. Oh, no, let me talk to the other ones. Whoops. I can sense it. A powerful desire that came pouring from the base of their heart. It's powerful, terrifying desire for possession. The root of this desire has grown too deep. I will not be able to handle this alone. Oh, it's going to be a fight. Mr. Max, will you take action? The negative memes affecting Miss Jillian have grown so powerful that we will only be able to dispel them with an even greater power. Okay, I'm ready. I just have to defeat it, right? I think so. Sometimes violence is the only way to combat something that does not respond to logic. Yes! Baseball bat time! He is mine. He is mine. Be careful. It is extremely aggressive. He is mine forever.
Time to say bye. Boom.
Boom. Wow, damn, that was easy. I hope we've done enough. When it comes to Miss Julian, perhaps this was the only method to open her eyes. I am sure that many people have attempted to lecture her about this in the past. I imagine she's long since become numb to reason. Inside the spiritual space, Leslie suddenly falls backwards. He staggers and stumbles a couple of steps before forcing him back to his feet. Oh, he's disappearing, I think. He's where actually it's working. Are you okay? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. I can feel it. The foundations that compose this body are gradually collapsing. I think this means that our work has not been done in vain. Let us continue to the next location, Mr. Max. I imagine someone else is waiting for us there. Huh. Wait, who's that girl? What the fuck? Oh, is this her? I didn't even notice. Was she here when we walked in? I didn't even see her. Or maybe she wasn't here. Jillian? Jillian looks towards you, her face awash with loss and bewilderment. But she nodded slightly thereafter as a gesture of gratitude towards you. From this moment on, her life began anew. Huh. Even though I guess that, like, Leslie Dean was gonna be like a dream, like not a real person, like something that someone dreamed up within the dreamscape. I saw that coming from like a mile away pretty much and guessed it pretty early on. I did not see this coming about. Like the man's like essentially self-suiciding to help the crazed fans that worshipped him. That's cool. Leslie Dean, the dream Leslie Dean, the GOAT. Find the third creator of the Synesthesia dreamscape. Flora. I wonder what kind of life this woman lived. Let's go, Max. Wait, Flora? Uh-oh. What a beautiful name. They must just be someone with the same name, surely. Sorry, this name just seemed to rouse my memories. Let's go, Mr. Max. We must be quick. I don't know how much longer this body can hold on. Uh-oh. Final boss, push open the door. This is gonna be a really fucked up stalker fan. Flora, it's really her. Who is she? She's my former assistant. Oh. But why would she? I never thought that she would have such a strong obsession. There must be more to her than meets the eye here. Let's get a closer look, Mr. Max. Mr. Dean, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Flora, our company's most promising young worker. From today forth, she will be your personal assistant. His eyes are even more mesmerizing in person. Mr. Dean, hello. I look forward to learning from you in the future. Oh no. She was originally a fan that became his assistant because she was so obsessive. It's a pleasure, Miss Flora. You really are a charming young lady. I'm sure we will work wonderfully together. Mr. Dean, I will have Flora accompany you to tomorrow's shoot so we can get used to working in the environment. You don't mind, do you? I will work my hardest. I will not let you down. Flora, stay cool. You must stay professional. Mr. Leslie, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Leslie seems exhausted. Mr. Leslie? I'm not hungry. But you haven't eaten anything all day. Perhaps this is a bad time. I told you I'm not hungry. Can you not hear? This shoot was scheduled for 10 a.m. tomorrow. I will contact the crew and have them push it back. Today is your birthday, but today is your birthday. Please make sure to get some rest this evening, Mr. Dean. Good night. Watch it be that he mistreated her and she wants revenge. That'd be interesting too. Wants revenge on just a dream or some shit. I'm kind of sad. Flora's friend. What's wrong, Flora? Why are you crying? Don't keep this bottled up. You can tell me anything. I mustn't complain. I'm his assistant. I'm fine. I'm honestly fine. Lately, you've been looking sad. Did something happen at work? I'm honestly fine, Lisa. Don't worry about me. I cannot harm his image. Didn't you mention a cake store that you liked before? How about we go and check that out this afternoon? She didn't want to harm his image by complaining. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Give us a smile. Where's that bubbly, happy Flora we all know and love where is that bubbly, happy Flora we know and love gone? I've told you everything I needed to. Now, at this crucial juncture, I'm not even sure what to say. Leslie. Ah, I see. Flora, you know, don't you? After this tour, I will be switching agencies. Idiot. Of course I do, Mr. Dean, but at least for today, I am still your assistant. Idiot, idiot. I was wondering, would it be possible? Mr. Dean? Idiot, idiot, idiot. Uh-oh. Forget it, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Every adventure must come to an end someday. Take care of yourself, Flora. Thank you. Take care of yourself, too. I love you, you idiot. May we meet again. May we meet again, Mr. Dean. Bro's face. People's emotions are complicated. You really were a jerk. People's emotions are complicated. That they are, Mr. Max. In life, is there anything more painful than missing a chance? This is all my fault. I was slow, unreasonable, obnoxious. Thankfully, it seems fate has gifted me another chance. Through my body, though my body no longer remains, I still have the opportunity to change something in this way. I wish to speak with Flora, Mr. Max. I will not miss out again this time. She must not waste her life on a memory. These wounds that were once caused by Leslie Dean, I will now sew them shut myself. Dude, what a goat this Dream Leslie is. He knows, like, helping these people will erase him too, and he still wants to go through with it. Grant Leslie Dean a second chance to free Flora from her agony. Flora has been suppressing her feelings for Leslie Dean, and even when Leslie died, now Leslie gains a second chance to reciprocate the emotions Flora never revealed, and Leslie intends to seize this chance. Flora! Mr. Dean, why are you still here? Your flight is about to take off. If you don't hurry... Relax. They will not leave without me. Have you forgotten who I am? Causing trouble again, I see. Don't fret about such small things. More importantly, do you have something you want to say to me? Mr. Dean, please don't make jokes like this. The flight is about to take off and everyone is waiting for you. If you keep acting like this... No, Flora. I will not go. Tonight, I will bid farewell to a woman. This woman has played an irreplaceable role in my life, even if she does not know it. Kind, meticulous, patient. She has more good qualities than I could ever list. With her by my side, my life could have been smoother. She took on the weight of my responsibilities so that I could continue to focus on my own career. I took everything she did for me for granted. Only after all this time did I realize how childish and idiotic I was. I hope that she can forgive me for this. But there is something more important than all of this. If I had not turned back, if I had never had this conversation, her life would fall to the depths, and I would personally have caused her unhappiness. I would never forgive the version of myself that would do this. So Flora, I will not leave until you unravel that knot that is consuming you from within. Leslie, you idiot. You really are. I always loved. No, that's not right. I will always love you. Mr. Max, I have realized something. May I share it with you? I'm listening. There was a moment just now. I suddenly felt like all the problems that had been bothering me before were no longer important. Yeah? Was it Flora that helped you realize this? I think so. Who am I? This question has been following me since the moment I first took this form. When I was reading Flora's memories, I felt like I was inside of a painting for the first time. Her words and emotions truly shook my heart. At that moment, I finally believed I no longer need to doubt my own existence. I am an extension of the life of Leslie Dean. I am composed of Leslie Dean's memories, along with the people's ideas and impressions of him. I have started to feel that these two things are enough to form a person, to make me. I no longer need this hollow body to prove my existence. Thank you, Mr. Max. Without your help, I would never have been able to do any of this alone. Let us leave this place. I am feeling tired. Congrats on fixing Leslie Dean's emo dial TikTok! Aw. Leave Flora's synesthesia dreamscape. Leslie's response to Flora's feelings will hopefully grant her solace and allow her to begin anew. All the creators of this emoscape have left. It is time to leave this realm.
It's still early. Where to now?
You have helped Leslie Dean in freeing the people who created him, and now he has no regrets. Talk to him and conclude this bizarre journey. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure! We're back, Mr. Max. Leslie's voice is growing weaker, his skin and clothing slowly growing as transparent as light muslin? He's fading away like a fate servant! The cityscape of Penacony reflected on his body, half illusion, half true. No blood or bones could be seen under his skin, only candles and starlight. Leslie Dean Bizarre Adventure. We need the sparkles that come up when a fate servant disappears. He's like disappearing like a fate servant. The true fate collab was here all along, exactly. Wait, he actually was like a servant that was summoned too. If you want to think about it that way. He was like the Leslie Dean servant that was summoned. This is the Fate collab early. My body feels so light, so powerless. My mind, I feel it growing thin. My senses are becoming dull. You're disappearing. The dream is over. But I don't know why I feel at ease. I've never felt this peace of mind inside the dream world like this. I feel I can see myself. The Leslie Dean inside this body, it's as if he's smiling at me and saying, well done. It's strange to say it. I was so scared before of losing myself, but ever since you told me the truth, I've been gaining the courage to let go. After experiencing all of this with you, I feel even more determined. I know that I have done the right thing. Mr. Max, may I ask you one final question? Ask away. In the future, after I disappear, how do you think people will remember the name Leslie Dean? He is the star who will never die. He is a loving man. He is a noble man. I like that one, the top one. He's the star who will never die. Leslie Dean, the cosmic star. Oh, that's the name of the quest. Cinema. Indeed, Leslie Dean was born for the silver screen. That star once shined bright in the sky, even if it was just a fleeting moment. There are those who would remember his brilliance forever. I should be grateful to those people that used the dreamscape to create me. They gave their passion and their lives to create me, so it was my duty to repay them and help them move on. They created an opportunity for me and allowed me to give Leslie Dean's story a greater ending. After experiencing all of this with you, I feel like I truly lived. Even if I am wrong, this is something that I will treasure above all. We may never meet again, Mr. Max, but I pray that the gentle universe blesses your every breath, my friend. Aww. My favorite movie is The Mint-Colored Galaxy. If you get the opportunity, I hope you will watch it together with the one you love. Celebrity. So many people desire to become a transient and fleeting flame. Oh, as if that's the word for their celebrity. A celebrity is a transient and fleeting flame. I like that. The Big Fort Penacony done. I shall watch it with Firefly. Kill him. What? Penacony does it again. Yeah, that was goddamn. The side quests in this fucking Dreamscape were crazy good. East of Eden, witness the story of a fleeting cosmic superstar. What was the name of the quest, the last one? Something Rose? What was the name of that one, chat? The Rose one we just did? Envision a Rose Forthcoming. Yes, that was it. Envision a Rose Forthcoming was definitely my favorite. That shit made me cry, man. God damn. I was not expecting to have a side quest make me cry when I started streaming today. Holy shit. What a banger. No, yeah, I was asking about the last one because I wanted to rate like which ones were my favorite. This one was probably on the lower end, even though I did like it. They were all really good. I'd probably rate it Envision a Rose Forthcoming as the top. That was definitely my favorite. The first one we did, the Oppenheimer one was really good too. I think the Empress's one was probably my second favorite, or it was like tied with the Oppenheimer one. I thought both of those were really good. And then this one was like right under that, even though I really like this one as well. They were all really good. Like I don't want to, even though I'm rating them, I don't want anyone to think I like thought little of any of them. They were all really good. But the Envision a Rose Forthcoming was definitely my favorite. God, that shit was so fucking good. Let's try talking to him again, I guess. We may never meet again, Mr. Max, but I pray the gentle universe blesses your every breath, my friend. Oh, he's not gonna... I thought he was gonna disappear. I'd say even the side... Yeah, I'd say the side quests were better than the companion mission for sure. Absolutely. Writing-wise, anyways. The only thing I really liked about the Black Swan companion quest was just the ending. The ending implications were kind of interesting. The ending implications for the overall story later on were interesting, but yeah, I was not a fan of playing detective with Sparkle. Oh my fucking god, that shit was annoying me. I was really annoyed by the time we got to the second one, and I was like, this is just the same fucking shit. Sparkle's just leading us on a wild goose chase. Were these bottles, are these bottles floating, or were they just talking to each other? What do you mean, what? There's two inanimate objects talking to each other in front of us. Are you hallucinating? What? Poor bottle. They all say it's weird for us two bottles to stay together. Rich bottle. Huh? Poor bottle. I thought those people were just nosy, but now, are you really happy with me? Rich bottle. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot the ice cream acrobatics show at the park is about to start. Let's go there. Poor bottle. I've been thinking about this. Maybe we should just break. Yeah, Rich bottle. Yeah, I prefer the sea urchin flavor too. It looks so funny. Poor bottle. Are you even blank listening to me? Bro fucking cursed. Are you listening to me? All right. We'll visit the movie theme park after the show. Call me at 10 o'clock. Still as undisturbed lake. You're hallucinating. Oh, bro. Why is Max talking to a bench? Weird. There's some weird shit going on here in Penacony.
What a scam.
Start a bottle side quest? That sounds funny. All right, I think, are we ready for, we got to start watching shit soon. We're 10 hours, we're nearly 10 and a half hours into this shit, so I think it's time. That's all the side quests, right, for now? Let me look at the map. I know that y'all said there's like hidden world side quests, but those were the major ones, right? Those were the major ones that might have like significant story implications, which is why I wanted to do them for before we actually hop into 2.1 next weekend. I keep clicking the wrong fucking thing. It's at missions. Here we go. Okay, yeah, we've done all of these. We did the companion side quest, and we did all 4 of these. They were all, yeah, these were definitely better written than the fucking Sparkle and Black Swan one, but there were implications in here that were interesting at least. But goddamn, these were all fucking good. Envision or Rose Forthcoming was definitely my favorite. That shit made me cry. Holy fucking shit, it was so good. These were all really well written, though. I liked them all. All right, time for movies. Movie time.
Well, isn't this a dream?
Were you by the Clocky statue? We were over there earlier, yeah. Where you turn in the, oh, we might have, after doing those, we might have more tickets to turn in or whatever. The companion quest was buns. It had some interesting implications at the end of it. With Scampo and Black Swan for sure.
Time outweighs money, buddy!
Oh, yeah.
Tick-tock! Oh, boy! I've eaten too much this time!
Oh, boy! What is real? Interesting. I'm not going to read that until the end of Penacony, but I have that on Gallagher already. Let me go to inventory here. I think I've already put 2 in. Okay. Glad I didn't buy another one. Superimpose. Bam, bam. There we go. Cool. How did they get away with the Mickey Mouse voice? I think it's public domain now, actually. You can't, I don't think Disney can copyright Mickey Mouse, right?
Cake, soda, fresh baked pizza.
Yeah, after things have been around for so long, they become public domain. Is it 100 years? I think. After things have been around for 100 years, the copyright wears out and they can't be copyrighted anymore. Sparkle and Scampo got into Honkai Impact 3rd somehow.
This is ridiculous.
His voice isn't as aggressively Mickey in Chinese and Japanese. They went really hard on it. That's awesome. Look at their rings, bro. What rings? Shut the fuck up. Wait, can I go up here? Oh, I can't. Interesting. All right, I think we're good though. That's everything, right? Yo, shout out to the fans. Shout out to the homies. Are there rings in the room with us? Oh, it's just the steamboat Willie Mickey in public domain, but he doesn't talk, I don't think. Mickey Mouse is currently still owned by Disney. Gotcha. Change your companions so we can dox your characters? Absolutely not. I will not have people be continuously making fun of my relics when I'm still doing traces for characters, man. God damn it. I finally got a lot of the major traces done for my characters. Kafka's are basically all done. They're 8 out of 10, but I'm stopping there, and now I can farm like relics for her. Same with Black Swan. Natasha's been like pretty much done for a while. Argenti, same with Argenti. I guess I could level up his basic attack one more time. Sparkle needs a lot of work. Look at Sparkle's traces. Ew. Sparkle's gonna be the character I work on next, I believe. She needs a lot. Where's Lingsha? As soon as I have access to this shit, I promise you, she's gonna be used. My fucking god. Still better than Natasha without the traces? Holy shit, I have over 1 million fucking... Oh yeah, I have my Bronya. I haven't worked on her at all. I should probably work on her. I don't really know what characters I'd use with Bronya at the moment, because I feel like most characters that are hyper carries I would use, such as Dill, for example. I obviously use Sparkle with Dill. I guess Fei Xiao in the future, especially because if I get fucking Bronya's 4th Eidolon is a what's it called, a follow-up attack. If I actually eventually did get that, she'd go really well with Fei Xiao, I think, right? Change your companions will help you? Yeah, right, dude. If you are pulling for Sunday, just forget about building Bronya somewhat, yeah. Alright. Anyways, I think it's time for movie time! Let me get rid of that. And main menu from here. Oh boy! I did see the ult in Honkai Impact 3rd makes it turn-based for a moment. It's pretty cool. Did my game fucking freeze when I tried closing it? I tried closing the game and I just got a black screen. What movie will it be? We're watching trailers. It actually did. It closed. What the fuck? It crashed. Yeah, let me pull up the old YouTube playlist.
Hello, friend. How have you...
Friend. All right. We got my Honkai Star Rail stuff to watch on stream playlist up. I wanted to pull up this first because this is the interaction with Aventurine that I missed, that everyone was like yelling at me again about. I'm pretty pissed that I missed it myself, but before you actually leave the lobby area, after your first interaction with Aventurine, you can talk to Aventurine and he'll give you money. You have the optional talk to Aventurine up there that I missed, unfortunately.
Hello, friend. How have you been? I sincerely hope you don't mind. My apologies for any perceived slight. To show my sincerity, I offer you 10,000 credits as a gesture of goodwill. How upright. I like you. I must have you as a friend. Here, 20,000 credits. Please excuse me, I have some matters to attend to, so I must depart. But I'm sure we'll meet again soon.
Dr. Ratio. I'll pay you $100 to fuck off. Yeah, literally. 20,000. Max missed out on a fortune. Nah, dude. Yeah, chat was making it seem like I did though. Back when I missed that, chat was like, "You just missed out on 2 billion credits, Max." I was like, "Fuck that." There's no fucking way they actually gave you that much. 20,000 is nothing. Yeah, in Lost Belt 6, no. There is a moment in Lost Belt 6 where Morgan, the queen, has a moment like that where you talk to the queen and she literally does the fucking. How much does she give you? Anyone who's played Lost Belt 6? Any Fate fans? How much does Morgan give you? She actually gives you a lot. The one hit, yeah, she gives you 100 million QP. Yeah, that shit. She does that in the story, and it actually gives it to you in game. It's crazy. 100 million QP. Morgan treats us better. 20k is 20k. That's crazy. All right. So that was just the interaction with Dr. Ratio. Now we get the other, oh boy, the other Clocky cartoon series. We did not watch this one. We only watched the ad for Penacony last time. Yeah, wait. You're right. Firefly had 10k. He doubled the amount. He doubled Firefly's savings with us, bro. That's crazy. The alligator! TikTok! Hey, wait, that's us! What the? Bro, reverse time. It's actually a fucking Tom and Jerry episode. Yeah, Tom and Jerry. Lucky a low-key criminal. Whoa, wait. It's that cool guy in the background there. Look. The alligator has it. Bro is pissed. Ain't no way. Bro, what the fuck? The guest room. What the fuck? Is that Misha? Oh shit. He's slippery. Bro. Rules are meant to be broken. Wow. Clap. Our bat? Wait a second. Wait a second. Drew, okay, here's another trailer for 2.0.
Have you heard of Tatalov, the Garbage King?
One can't discuss the planet of festivities without mentioning the watchmaker.
He's our king, as well as the manager of all the waste in this world.
Fortune, fame, status. He built everyone's futures with his bare hands.
He uplifts trash cans that are humble and suppresses those that are violent.
As his inspiring story became known across the cosmos, those with a dream flocked to Penacony in droves, eventually building the planet of festivities we have today.
Aww.
However, since the thing from beyond the sky arrived here along with the eternal freeze, Tatalov's eyes have been blinded. I implore your help to restore peace to the trash bags. Then we'll be able to launch a counterattack against that undeserving king.
Follow me, you two. Let me give you a taste of the adult world.
It is time. The disgrace is too much to bear. We must force the Garbage King to mend his ways under the banner of Skyfire.
Hey, wait! What kind of nonsense is this?
What the fuck? This was an ad for Penacony, bro. Why not have a dream, the great Tatalon? Oh my god.
Wait! What kind of nonsense is this?
Amazing. All right, here's the live action White Knight trailer. We're not watching the animated one because I have been told that the anime references things that have not happened yet in a way like an anime opening has, and I want to steer clear of that stuff until after I've experienced them personally. So some people I know don't consider stuff that has no context to be a spoiler. I personally do, so that's why we're skipping it. Ooh. Title drop.
I want you to show me your fantasy. No past and no future. That's what I need. The groove takes it over. We'll wait and see. Even I might blank out you and me. I thought that dream could light away. Take me higher, take me away. Whoa, oh, be my savior, take me away. Take me away. Deep and dark once more, you're hosting a magic show. I cannot escape. There's nothing else left for me to do. Going to the other side, other side. I don't
put away. I do have my cigar though. That's right, boys. Get down. Yeehaw! Anyways. Yo, what's this? Yo, the dream fades away like so much sea foam. I think that's a fake quote. If one dreams at midnight. All right, behind the scenes now. This one I'm excited for because I heard people say they talk about the inspirations. I asked my Discord if all of these videos were okay to watch, and they said this one they talk about the actual like inspirations behind Penacony. So I'm actually really interested to watch this one.
从空间站到贝洛伯格，再行至仙州罗浮，开拓者乘坐星穹列车驶过宇宙间的万象世界。如今，匹诺康尼发来邀请，停驻在星中的步伐即将再度启程。这场开拓之旅的前方将会有什么样的惊喜呢？今天我们来到了米哈游，走进崩坏星穹铁道项目组，从游戏的创作者口中挖掘这个世界背后的故事。
What the fuck?
社会之星匹诺康尼是一座悬疑
What?
项目组从游戏的创作者口中挖掘这个世界背后的故事。社会之星匹诺康尼是一座悬于银河的星际酒店，一片光怪陆离的梦想之地。
Pay close attention. She said excavate. Just I figured that with a shovel, of course. Oh, I thought she meant she was about to go get the game creators to talk whether they liked it or not.
创作者口中挖掘这个世界背后的故事。
Oh man.
社会之星匹诺康尼是一座悬于银河的星际酒店，一片光怪陆离的梦想之地。在无所不可的大都会中，人们用梦想创造财富和奇迹，享受一场又一场纸醉金迷的盛宴。谁又能想到，这片人间仙境隐藏着不为人知的过去？听说烧鸡老师是药学专业出身的，这个跟匹诺康尼有什么联系吗？
啊
This is the guy everyone loves, right? I asked my Discord about this guy. It's him. It's the guy. I've heard that the Honkai Star Rail fandom, or not just Honkai Star Rail, sorry, the Hoyoverse fandom loves and hates this guy because they love the stories that he writes, but hates how they make him feel because he hurts their feelings with his stories. But he's the writer for Penacony, and he's also written stuff for Honkai Impact 3rd, and supposedly what I've heard is he enjoys killing off characters quite a bit, so that's why people have a love-hate relationship with him. Anyways.
听说烧鸡老师是药学专业出身的，这个跟匹诺康尼有什么联系吗？
啊？
就盘尼西林、阿司匹林、匹诺康尼，听上去像是什么药物？
匹诺康尼这个名字是结合了 Pinot 和 Colony， 它原本是一个公司
wait, it actually is. What? When I was talking about this earlier, I was talking a comment referenced it in one of my VODs recently. They said, and every time I hear Penacony, I think of penal colony, and that is actually what it is. Okay, I thought that was just a theory. I didn't know that was actually confirmed. Okay, so that is actually where it comes from because it was originally a jail. Makes sense. All right.
是结合了 Pinot 和 Colony， 它原本是一颗公司建造。
And for those who don't know, I talked about it earlier this stream when I was going over my schizo theories, but penal colony is a distinct colony, an area where you specifically send prisoners that are isolated from civilization, that are forced into labor without pay, and it's supposed to be like a prison camp, essentially. So you're forced into an area that is a colony, and you're forced to do labor, and that is your like prison sentence, essentially. And that is what Penacony originally was an IPC prison planet created by the IPC, as you can see right there. It originally was a prison planet created by the IPC, so it was a penal colony, and so it makes sense that if you fuse those two words together, you get Penacony. Wow, very cool.
匹诺康尼这个名字是结合了 Penal 和 Colony， 它原本是一颗公司建造的监狱星嘛，被押送到这里的囚犯都会进行永无宁日的劳作。那在漫长的意志回收工作当中，就出现了一种特殊的现象，也就是联觉梦境。借此，人们得以在夜晚的梦中相会。比起白天苦涩繁重的劳役，反而是梦中的生活会显得更加自由一些。那之后，万界之癌就爆发了，又经历了许多事情，这里变成了宇宙中的灰色地带。有
That's all really important lore right there. What the fuck? Hang on, let me go back. So prisoners who were brought here were subjected to endless
被押送
labor.
到这里的囚犯都会进行永无宁日的劳作。那在漫长的
And over the lengthy work process of memorial retrieval, because what Pom-Pom, before we even went there, Pom-Pom talked about how this area in the universe was leaking a lot of memoria, right? And so their lengthy work process was of memoria retrieval.
的意志回收工作当中，就出现了一
And in that process, a special phenomenon manifested.
种特殊的现象，也就是联觉梦境。
The
借此，
synesthesia
人们得
dreamscape.
以
Though that people meet in their dreams at night, through that people meet in
在
their
夜
dreams at
晚的梦
night.
中相会，比起白天
And compared to the arduous labor experienced in the
苦
day,
涩繁重的劳役，反而是梦中
life in the dreams was much more carefree.
的生活会显得更加自由一些。那之后，万界之癌就爆发了。
And then later, the cancer of all worlds broke out, and many things happened. That's when the IPC stopped, or that's when the Penacony planet stopped being a prison planet, and that's when like the family took over. Was around the time the Stellaron crisis emerged in the universe.
又经历了
I remember that specifically because it's mentioned in the databank lore card for Penacony.
许多事情，这里变成了宇宙中的灰色地
This became the gray area in the cosmos.
带，又投入家族怀抱。
And later ended up getting embraced by the family. Gradually, it became the land of dreams that it is today.
一步步变成了如今的梦想之地。所以，如今天鹅绒般华贵的大都会是建立在苦涩的铁锈位之上的，这种对比非常的有趣，就想保留下来。
既然如此，有考虑过用安眠药作为名字吗？
是这样的，你也不希望我们打开地图列表会看到右边是一行行什么一甲基五苯基七氯132氢2氢14苯并2氮杂浊2酮之类的，对吧？
作为继贝洛伯格和仙舟之后的又一个全新世界，匹诺康尼的风格基调是一个艰难的选择题。权衡观众的认可度、文化的时髦值，还有跟游戏的适配程度，经过重重筛选之后，制作组终于确定了匹诺康尼的文化风格——爵士时代。
What the? She stole bro's
在确定
coffee.
这个风格之前，有什么被你们狠心抛弃的其他方案吗？
有的。 在早期的构想中，也考虑过维多利亚时代，用蒸汽朋克去作为最重要的视觉表现。
Wait, a Victorian era planet would have been dope. I hope they go back to using that in the future for another planet.
在确定这个风格之
Were there other choices before deciding on this style of the Jazz Age?
前，有什么被你们狠心抛弃的其他方案吗？
有的，在早期的构想中也考虑。
In our early ideas, we also considered the Victorian era. That's like Bloodborne vibes for those who don't know. The Victorian era is that sort of vampire hunter European vibe.
过维多利亚时代，用蒸汽
steampunk as our main aesthetic presentation, which they kind of preserved that still in what we have today.
蒸汽朋克去作为最重要的视觉表现，整个世界就是一座巨大的。
Okay, they wanted the original steampunk. That's where they got the clock from, was the steampunk aesthetic, I assume.
钟表，人们生活在不同的钟表结构。
People would live in different clock structures.
甚至在这里，时
And here even time can be a resource distributed between the poor and the rich. That'd be interesting. How would that play out exactly? Like, some zones in the areas would just have like way more time than others? Huh. I'd be interested to see how that was executed.
人之间流通，不过在推进的时候发现，好像怎么做都和贝洛伯格有点相似。
Yeah, be a little too similar to Belobog.
不过在推进的时候发现，好像怎么做都和贝洛伯格有点相似，匹诺康尼还是应该有更多属于自己的特色才行。从故事上面来讲，我们也十分需要一片群星荟萃的舞台，所以经过了很多推敲，最后主题还是变成了爵士时代和梦想之地。
The Jazz Age
也
and
有
the
些
Land
想
of
法被保
Dreams.
留了下来，比方说停滞的时间这件事嘛。现在的匹诺康尼根据时刻被划分为了12片不同的梦境，代表了当地的一种享乐主义信仰。一天的每时每刻，人们都能用不同的方式享受快乐。
少基老师会更希望生活在哪个时间呢？
午夜前的那一刻吧。自由美好的夜晚永远不会结束，属于明天的那些压力、烦恼、痛苦也永远不会到来。这一刻
The golden hour
静止不变的，相信这也是当代许多人都会面临的一种生活状态。也正因如此，一座故事中的理想中的美梦乐园应该能够满足这个朴素的需求，能够让人轻而易举地理解并共情。
连一刻也来不及为落选的维多利亚哀悼，美术团队就要紧锣密鼓的进。
The same.
让人轻而易举地理解并共情。
That would have ate. Isn't there this movie called In Time? Like that one movie In Time? Oh, is that an actual thing? I've never heard of that. Not even sparing a moment to mourn over the Victorian theme that didn't make the selection. Just like me for real.
一刻也来不及为落选的维多利亚哀悼，美术团队就要。
The art team had hurried to embark on exploring and creating a all new style.
紧锣密鼓地进入对全新风格的探索和制作。在梦想之地的主题下，诸多天马行空的设想接连出炉。大家似乎忽略了一点：梦境并不全是美好的事物，世间还有名为噩梦的存在。
What the fuck? Is that Pom Pom? What is that? Is that all on a whiteboard too? What the fuck? All hail Pom Pom. Lovecrafty and Pom Pom? Bro's got the 3 eyes like Eris Morn. What is this baby it's holding in its hands too? This is how Pom Pom was born canonically in my head now. Pom Pom's the baby of this giant fucking thing. What the fuck, bro? This is crazy. Pom Pom when you break something on the train. With the UFO above him, bro, this is crazy. The final HSR boss.
在匹诺康尼的美术创作方面，最大的感受是什么呢？
痛苦吧。
展开说说。
因为主题是梦境嘛，所以在一些概念的设定上，其实是会非常的宽泛，找不到具体的锚定点。那我们要把抽象的概念转换成具象的视觉表达的话，然后再转换成核心的包装方向，其实这是一个非常痛苦的过程。就比如说，当时我们要设计一个跟噩梦有关的怪物，然后收到的需求呢是这种怪物，它是悲伤啊、傲慢啊这种情绪具象化而成的，但这种概念其实很虚。就比如说，你要跟我做一个很愤怒的怪物，就仅靠这些描述，我其实根本就没有办法锚定成一个固定的风格。所以当时我们的状态就是白天上班要做噩梦，晚上做梦要上班。等一下，一直在抱怨工作是不是不太好？
没关系，我们的后期老师会屏蔽掉不合适的内容
啊。好的。那在那之后呢，我们就进行了深入的沟通，才确定了这些一系列的怪物呢是跟记忆有关。然后所以说，我们就采用了忘却之庭相关的元素，镜子啊、水晶这些元素，然后再把它们跟爵士时代那种华贵风格相结合，顺着这个思路一点点往下推呢，我们才完成了这些敌人的创作。
She's dripped out, man.
别人的不幸是蜜糖的味道。在美术老师的痛苦挣扎之下，一座浮夸奢靡、纸醉金迷的城市就此被搭建出来。这里的人们奉行糖浆主义的生活方式，沉沦在盛会、歌舞和糖浆饮料的快乐中。街边的喷泉是快乐水，天上的烟花是快乐水，水龙头里流动的也是快乐水，就连汽车里烧的也……
Even the fuel for the cars is the soft drink.
外形很特殊，为什么会设计成圆形的？
是这样的，我们一开始设想过，把整个城市设计成一个大型弹珠机，人们乘坐的弹珠在城市中来回穿梭。一方面是能体现出上世纪美国传统娱乐向电子娱乐升级的一种意识形态，另一方面也能让整个城市给人一种只会出现在梦境之中的感觉。 这个想法虽然没有最终被采用，但弹珠作为交通工具的设定还是保留了下来，还形成了一种跨区域移动手段的小玩法。
就像是那些下载之后还给你装回来的流氓软件一样。
我更愿意称之为游戏策划的一种执念吧。然后这种交通工具设定上叫做囚笼，取自这个曾经是监狱型的押囚车。囚笼外壳上的编号代表着它的交通路线，跟公交车号是一个道理。
They say these were the prison cells? This vehicle is called a spheroid.
交通工具设定上叫做囚笼，取自这个曾
It was once a prisoner transportation vehicle on the prison planet. Oh, okay.
曾经是监狱型的押囚车。囚笼外壳上的编号代表
The serial number on this spheroid shell represents its
表着
route.
它的交通路线，跟公交车号是一个
Just
道
like
理。
bus numbers.
如
Oh, okay.
果2个囚笼相撞，会不会诞生出一种名为台球的运动项目？
这
She's asking the very intriguing questions here.
是个很新颖的玩法，不过我们还没有设置这样的内容。说起运动，倒是有一种叫做囚笼竞速的比赛，目前最炙手可热的选手是一只巨型太空仓鼠。
坦白说，我是反对动物表演的。作为匹诺康尼史上最具商业价值的囚笼手，仓鼠球骑士还作为客串角色被纳入当地最有名的动画 IP《钟表小子和他的伙伴们》。诙谐幽默的喜剧剧情，可爱丰满的卡通角色，复古独特的画风，让他受到了不少人的追捧，至今已连载1集以上。有考虑过可能会受到历史函吗？
这种风格并不是的专属啦，它来源于上个世纪的美国动画。
Have you considered the possibility of receiving oh from Disney? Oh, they're talking about Disney. Oh, that's fucking funny.
可能会收到的律师函吗？
这种风格并不是的专属啦，它来源于上个世纪的美国动画。那这种动画风格因为角色的身体可以随意拉伸的特征，所以被称为橡皮管动画。
在游戏里有这种风格的角色吗？
举例来说，有个橡皮管风格的闹钟怪物，很讨厌，啥都不干，只负责把人摇醒，然后发现你了之后，就会当场翻脸过来揍你，梆梆2拳。那我们在实际制作的过程中呢，我们就发现越是接近2D 动画的东西，在3D 层面的实现难度就越大。所以说，在动画感方面，我们至少修改了几十版方案来还原2D 动画的那种质感。
哇哦，
在各种层面上，这个闹钟都很容易勾起人的杀意。
是的。
正所谓日有所思，夜有所梦。当你对一件事物的执念越深，它就越有可能出现在你的梦中。作为在群星间旅行的无名客开拓者，可谓是见多识广。所以你能解释一下这个怪物吗
？Oh no！
你就说执念大不大吧。毕竟都在做梦了嘛，就想着一定要加点特别光怪陆离、荒诞的东西进去，最好是第一眼就能让人目瞪口呆的那种。抱着这样的想法做了一些尝试，最后就这张图就出现在大家的屏幕里了。反正我是目瞪口呆了，就决定了它一定要在匹诺康尼出现，也同时还形成了一个新的地图生态小玩法。
梦里啥都有，可以说是匹诺康尼最贴切的解释。正是因为梦境中有无限多的可能性，玩法设置上也非常的丰富和自由。在这里，你可以变身为钟表小子动画里的角色，凭借体型优势探索未知的区域，也可以通过视觉上的错觉实现一步登天的壮举。
Oh my goodness, the puzzles are so good too.
在这么多玩法中，有什么开发过程比较痛苦的经历吗？
应该是梦境迷踪吧。你可以试玩一下。这个玩法就是通过镜面的反射之类的现象，给钟表小子造出一条通往终点的道路。它非常的烧脑，但烧的是策划的脑，因为这个玩法用到了很多的视觉误差，比如说彭罗斯阶梯什么的，对空间想象能力的要求非常的高，设计的难度也很大。一些关卡的设计想秃了同事们的头啊！我们绞尽脑汁设计的关卡，把难度控制在大家都
You say it makes the coworkers go bald?
一些关卡的设计想秃了同
Some of the level designs almost make our coworkers go bald.
同事们的头啊！我们绞尽脑汁设计的关卡，把难度控制在大家都能通关的程度，最终得到内部人员实际的反馈就是
通关了，就这。
对，就是这种费尽心思降低难度，然后被嘲讽的感觉也挺痛苦。
Oh, that's good. Oh, I love this. The pain of receiving such vicious mockery after we spent so much time reducing the difficulty.
降低难度，然后被嘲讽的感觉尤其痛苦。
你们可曾想过挣脱地心引力的束缚，自由探索这个世界？遗憾的是，游戏中的角色似乎没有进化出膝盖我是说歪轴。但是开拓者总有办法让地图的各个方位都遍布自己的足迹。有考虑过拓展一下游戏探索体验吗？比如说加个跳跃键什么的。
梦里啥都有。我们有考虑过打破开拓者不会跳跃的固有印象，做一些有意思但不复杂的新尝试。然后因为规则就是用来打破的嘛，
Rules are made to be broken.
梦境这个概念延展了很多无视物理规则的玩法。走墙就是基于克服重力这一点所做的延展。角色可以走上墙壁，充分探索室内的立体空间。
所以在工作量上，一个地图的设计成本也会变成原来的4倍。
按照立方体来计算的话，准确的说是6倍以上的工作量。
为什么要设计6边形的地图呢？
我们没有设计6边形的地图，而是立方体它本来就是6个面，并且实际制作过程当中，一个关卡其实也不只有6个面。
所以我们的地图是4边形，没错吧？
这个设计其实初衷是为了不要浪费美术大佬的设计，毕竟我们最初的几个世界都太平了，一些精心制作的场景并没有充分的让玩家感受和认知，所以才有了走墙这个玩法的诞生。
美术老师一定很高兴你们能这么想。
除了保证游戏性和跑图体验之外，还要顾及美术表现和性能。这个要求就导致了我们大量的试错和返修。最复杂的那个走墙迷宫嘛，策划做了20几版白盒，美术老师也跟着改了20几版，
也就是6乘20 ，120多倍的工作量。
要不我们还是按4倍工作量来算。
从另外一个视角看待这个世界，往往会有一些新奇的收获。摆脱固有的定式和框架，一种全新的感觉会冲击你的大脑，你的思维仿佛在抽水马桶中被冲刷，你的世界发生翻天覆地的变化。
Bro is walking away in the background with the sword, bro. Wait, is he on the floor? Oh my god, he killed his ass. Look, he's on the floor there. Oh, he's walking away in the
往往会有一些
background.
新奇的收获。摆脱固有的定式和框架，一种全新的感觉会冲击你的大脑。
Look, he's walking away with the sword there, and bro is on the ground dead.
你的思维仿佛在抽水马桶中
The art department was not happy.
被冲刷，你的世界发生翻天覆地的变化。没错，我说的就是云3D。
Can I get a salute in chat
在
for my
做
boy?
走墙这个玩法的场景的时候，您认为最大的困难是什么呢？
是策划，不过已经被我们解决掉了。
是被解决掉了。
Bro, what did you think was the greatest challenge?
是策划。
The designers.
不过已经
But we took care of that.
被我们解决掉了。
是被解决掉了。那除开策划之外，还遇到过什么困难吗？
由于空间视角的转换，在游玩途中呢，晕3D 是一个比较正常的事情。在游戏中，我们通过限制玩家的视角来尽可能保证玩家的游玩体验。当玩家走到对应位置的时候，我们会通过后台运算，把相机调整到一个比较舒适的角度。
但是作为地图的设计者，你们在制作过程中会晕3D 吗？
是会晕的。完全是靠着自己的专业素养在硬撑着不适的工作。为了适应节奏，我们也钻研出了一些比较骚的办法。因为晕3D 的原理和晕车是一样的，你的眼睛在接触到的画面和潜艇器感受到的身体运动不一致，就会产生眩晕感。有这种症状的同学会通过吃一些比较酸的梅子，或者到窗前远眺来缓解症状。甚至我们还准备了一些晕车药，以备不时之需。通过大量的人工自适应甄别，我们也尽量改善了玩家的游玩体感。
真是很独特的解决方式呢。既然说到晕车药，我还有个问题想了解一下。
请说。
你有没有觉得匹诺康尼这个名字像是个药名？在这次采访中，我们见证了一个概念如何一步步形成一个鲜活的世界，也见证了很多鲜活的人因为这个世界变得半死不活。有人穷尽自己的想象力，有人绞尽脑汁为它赋予外形，还有人忍受着身体的不适。 这一切的努力都是为了给玩家送上一份最棒的游戏体验。在采访的最后，我们问了这些创作者想对玩家说的话，这是他们的答案。
都说了跟药物没什么关系。
下次海田非常简单，
白天上班做梦，晚上做梦上班。
哎，结束了吗？可以走了吗？
我不是游戏的创作者，但是我觉得。
Aren't we done? Can I leave now? Oh, this is so good.
最棒的游戏体验。在采访的最后，我们问了这些创作者想对玩家说的话，这是他们的答案。
都说了跟药物没什么关系。
I already said it's got nothing to do with medicine.
下次海田非常简
单。Answer is very easy again next time.
简单。
白天上班做梦。
Dreaming at work in the
晚上
day.
做梦。
Working in dreams at night.
哎，结束了吗？
Are we done? Can I leave now? That's so
可以走了
funny.
吗？
我不是游戏的创作者，但是我觉得应该凑个热闹。
最后，祝大家做个好梦。
Awesome. That was sweet. I like that a lot. Give that one a like for sure. All right. Okay, here's another documentary one. Knowing the Universe. We watched this before on the Eurilo 6, and the Eurilo 6 one was really good, and then we also had one for Xianzhou Lafu. So they've done one for every planet so far. And I really like these. They basically, again, it's just like a mini doc series of them talking about the making of the destination and the inspirations behind it.
你是否有过这样的梦境啊？在梦里，你一次又一次地回到那场让你为之冒汗的紧张考试，亦或是成为了某款游戏作品的梦中一刻，在星间旅行途中帮助需要帮助的人，结交值得信赖的伙伴，顺手来拯救几次世界。梦境世界为我们提供了一个充满想象力与真实感的空间，有时甚至让人感到流连忘返。但无论是美梦还是噩梦吧，大多都存在一个难解的问题：我们难以用主观意愿去干预这个空间。那么，梦境能否被我们控制呢？本期英雄研习会就让我们一起来寻找答案。
Knowing the Universe. Believe this is episode 3 of the series.
大家好，我是硅谷苍龙，很高兴能与大家一起探索星穹下的秘密。一直以来啊，梦境与现实是许多科幻作品垂青的。
So they talked about how when setting up the game, they talked to that French astronomer, right? That helped them talk about making the universe itself in Honkai Star Rail and setting up a lot of the basis of the scientific foundations of it, which was really interesting. And now it seems like they have this guy's a PhD in neurobiology, a Chinese academic of Science University. They had him help out with the making of all the dreamscape stuff. That's really interesting. I love that's how it's so grounded in fucking like real life. A lot of it has like real life scientific inspirations behind it. Is so cool. They get actual professionals to help the writers, I assume, make the world around it in the game.
能与大家一起探索星穹下的秘密。一直以来啊，梦境与现实是许多科幻作品垂青的题材之一。从沃卓斯基姐妹的《黑客帝国》到克里斯托弗·诺兰的《盗梦空间》，从博尔赫斯。
Literally the two things that I've like talked about the most in my playthrough was The Matrix and Inception, and bro just name dropped both of them. That's crazy. I knew there had to have been inspirations there, but it was just a shock to me to hear them both back to back like that. That's crazy. Inception is a banger movie, yes.
好，我是硅谷苍龙，很高兴能与大家一起探索星穹下的秘密。一直以来啊，梦境与现实是许多科幻作品垂青的题材之一。从沃卓斯基姐妹的《黑客帝国》到克里斯托弗·诺兰的《盗梦空间》，从博尔赫斯的《环形废墟》到厄修拉·勒古恩的社会性的梦境，科幻作品的爱好者们一直在探索着梦与现实的边界。在崩坏星穹铁道中啊，各位开拓者将前往由梦境与现实相互交织而成的梦想之地匹诺康尼。在现实中呢，匹诺康尼是一座悬于银河中的星际酒店， 而在梦境里，匹诺康尼则是一座川流不息的大都会，它包容一切，鼓励人们用梦想创造财富和奇迹。而帮助各位开拓者游走于两个空间的手段，则是躺进酒店客房中，看起来像是浴缸的入梦池，然后入梦。这像极了我们平时进入梦乡的方式啊，躺到床上然后做梦。20世纪中叶啊，科学家们首次通过研究发现了快速动眼睡眠，并将其与梦境联系在了一起。在此之后呢，学界普遍认为动物睡眠主要分为2个阶段：快速动眼睡眠与非快速动眼睡眠。通常两者会在睡眠过程中交替出现。在此期间呢，虽然身体肌肉放松，基本还是处于睡眠麻痹的状态。然而，如果我们观察此时的脑电波的话，就会发现大脑中的某些区域则持续维持着活跃，这与清醒状态下的脑电波图样非常相似，眼球也会快速移动，仿佛在扫视着什么东西一样。但这不代表非快速动眼睡眠阶段就不会做梦了。虽然在此期间啊，大脑活跃的表现将降至最低，人体将获得完全的舒缓，但这时也会做一些相对情景简单的梦，只是大多数人都记不得做过了这些梦而已。我们能够记得的梦境呢，大多都来自于我们即将苏醒时做的梦。这个阶段我们大多都处于快速动眼睡眠，因此梦境往往也就更加光怪陆离一些。我们在梦中经历种种逼真的体验，但是事后回想，又经常会觉得梦境里的种种荒诞与不合理。尽管我们身处梦中时，往往意识不到这些违和感。那为什么梦境中的真实感能与荒诞并存？在我们做梦的时候，大脑究竟在干什么呢？恰巧啊，来自挪威的心理学家、神经学家、诺贝尔生理学或医学奖获得者爱德华·莫泽教授也来到了匹诺康尼，让我们有请教授为我们答疑解惑。
I'm happy to be here talking to you. Thanks a lot for inviting me.
Okay, so he's a PhD in neurobiology. That's the one I read earlier. And then this new guy, Edvard Moser, Norwegian psychologist and neuroscientist. He had the Nobel laureate in sociology. Am I saying that right? Or medicine of 2014. Huh.
So my name is, as I said, Edvard Moser, and I'm a professor of neuroscience in Norway, and I work on the brain and also the relationship to behavior and try to understand how the brain works. So dreams are both realistic and not realistic. They contain some realistic elements, and those are, of course, based on our active experience. First and foremost, our memories, what we experienced during the day. Sometimes also older memories, things that happen far into the past. They are the material that are used for dreams, and then they're recollected, often in a different order. And in addition then, dreams are also unrealistic because quite often those elements that we recall from memory are put together in ways that couldn't happen in a real way. There's also less control from what we call the frontal parts of the brain, those that control in a wake state, they control everything and organize it. We know what's going on.
我大概明白了啊，其实做梦的本质呢，就是部分脑区的活跃，然后调动了存储在大脑不同地方的记忆的碎片，来创造出了如此具有创造力的梦境，而这也构成了梦境真实感的来源。但是呢，与此同时，我们负责逻辑啊、理性啊，最重要的一块脑区主要是前额叶等相关的脑区，它的功能的缺失，使得大多数人的梦境在演绎的过程中会走向荒诞，甚至无法意识到自己在做梦。而在很多科幻作品中啊，人物角色会清晰地认识到自己正在面对一个荒诞的梦境，并尝试在梦境中控制自己的行为，甚至让梦境走向依照自己的预期发展。那对于这类设定，我想知道 Moser 教授是如何评价的呢？
Yeah, it's interesting whether we can influence the content of the dream and even our actions in the dreams. So it's true that in movies it is indeed suggested that sometimes you can actually influence your dreams. So if you think very much about a particular topic that should appear in the dream, it's more likely that it will appear in the dream. But I wouldn't say this is a reliable method for controlling the content in a dream. Because you may perhaps dream about this particular thing that you decided about, but the rest then goes by itself.
这让我想起中国也有句古话嘛，叫日有所思，夜有所梦。近年来啊，我知道也确实有。
Wait, what's the Chinese saying? That which one thinks about during the day is what one dreams about at night. Oh.
有所梦。近年来啊，我知道也确实有一些研究发
I
现。
know that as a kid I was so fascinated with like lucid dreaming, and I don't think I ever was able to do it myself. But I know that if you want to lucid dream, a popular way to do it was to think about or they were just talking about controlling your own dreams there. But that's the like the trick that I read about as a kid was you're supposed to think about what you want to dream about and try to constantly think about that as you're falling asleep, and you're more likely to have a dream about whatever you're thinking about when you fall asleep.
在睡眠前进行自我暗示，往往能够增加对梦境的控制，这也被称为所谓的自我暗示法。比如啊，我在睡眠之前尝试集中冥想。 让自己放松的场景，在梦境中就更容易进入期望的空间。
If you want to control the content of a dream, then perhaps it's more likely in the early morning, and that's because the later during night there are more and more dreams, and you get more and more awake. You're getting then towards the boundary between dream and the awake state. So as you approach the awake state, perhaps you can control larger aspects of what you're dreaming.
This is truly my fucking dream, boys. Holy shit, let's fucking go.
也就是说啊，我在清晨惊醒后，如果我怀着想见喜欢的角色的心情，立刻重新睡个回笼觉，就更有机会在梦中遇到他了。那按照刚刚的探讨啊，如果只靠自己，我们对于梦境的干预依然是非常有限的。那如果再借助一些外力呢？ 我曾经看过一种实验形式啊，科学家们使用可以刺激外部感官的设备来辅助。
There's also a thing you can do to help lucid dream is if you get into the habit of doing something to make sure you're awake, such as clocks, I've heard, don't work in dreams, which is interesting that Clocky is there in the dreamscape. Huh, I never thought about that before. But clocks are not supposed to work in dreams. And so one way to lucid dream, I've read about when I was a kid, when I was like really obsessed with lucid dreaming, is if you had a watch on and you get used to checking that several times a day, and you get into the habit of making sure you always check your clock and check that it's working, and that can tell you that you're like awake. If you did that in a dream, the clock would not be working, and that would make you realize that you're in a dream, and then you're able to take control of the dream from there. Journaling your dreams also helps a lot. The more you do it, the more your dreams you'll remember after waking up. Huh. To be fair, Penacony's not a simple dream. That is true. What's another one? Pinching yourself, obviously. Pinch me, I must be dreaming. I'm trying to think of other things that you can do that I've read about to get into the practice of for lucid dreaming. I can't remember, but there's a lot of like silly stuff like that.
实验人员在梦中报
Writing, signs, etc. Yeah. They don't persist. Yeah, if you write in a dream, or if you try to read something in a dream, usually it doesn't work out, which in Penacony, when you go to the real dream at one point, there's a stack of books and you can read it. And I remember the the dialogue saying that you try to read the books, but they're not in any legible handwriting that you are familiar with. And that's like what would happen if you tried to like read something in a dream, I believe, as well. It wouldn't be any legible handwriting that you could actually understand.
保持清醒，比如通过在实验人员睡觉的时候，使用固定频率的灯光来对其进行照射，让对方在睡眠中认识到本不该出现的连续的闪光，从而引导对方在梦中做出进一步的反应。对于这种方法，我想知道 Mulder 教授是如何评价的呢？
It is true that light cues can be used like any sensory cues to influence the content of the dream. There are examples from other sensory systems, but you could use lights, present a sleeping subject with a light, and then train the person in advance. There's some probability that the person will then incorporate this into the dream. Maybe I should mention a study that was published in Nature just a few weeks ago. It's quite interesting. They had human subjects who were sleeping. They then trained them to and instructed them in advance was that they should do during the dream. Then a person would ask them either to smile or to frown with the eyebrows, right? Do one of the two things. They could actually train them to do this, even if they were dreaming. So that means we can be trained to be responsive to cues from the outside.
Wow, I didn't know that.
也就是说，在完成了一定训练的前提下，我们确实更有可能借助外界刺激所带来的暗示，实现对梦境的影响。只是它们影响效果暂时还相对比较有限罢了。不过这类研究也让我想起了另一个看上去比较玄乎的手法，那就是听我说，教授，催眠这个手法是真实存在的吗？它真的能帮助我们控制梦境吗？
Hypnosis is a real thing. It is actually a different state of mind. There's a different kind of consciousness where the subject is very much concentrated on one thing. And that's usually how you induce hypnosis, that you ask the subject to concentrate completely on one thing. But those people are able to block out the outside to a large extent, and then they can actually be asked to follow instructions and do things until, if you want, a pre-agreed cue, and they sort of wake up. Freud, for example, used this in his early work with his patients. So he used hypnosis, had them to remember things that were difficult to remember because it was a lot of repression. In the same way, you can use hypnosis also for treatment.
I was trying to figure out why they were talking about this and how this would... I was trying to figure out why they were talking about this and how this might relate to the Penacony storyline. It's the fucking harmony shit that fucking Robin did to us when we first entered the dream, when our character wasn't really there, and then it went through the eyes of Robin and you had this like sort of harmony glow on the outside. She was hypnotizing us. Oh. Huh. Blade rerun is the only thing keeping me alive. My hopes and dreams. He will come back. Blade, come back. People in my scat are going crazy. That's got to be what that was. The harmony hypnotizing, huh?
And purposes to bring up dangerous, threatening feelings and have subjects discuss them in a more relaxed way. It's somewhat different from dreams, but it is certainly a different state of mind, just like sleep and the different types of sleep.
也就是说啊，当下或许确实有一些手段可以去帮助或者说引导某些特定的人员去干预自己的梦境。
A lucid dream.
以当前的技术，确实还很难找到一个能100%掌控梦境的方法。
It is true that you can influence dreams to some extent in a limited way by influencing certain aspects to happen in a dream, but to control the full narrative, the full story of a dream, that is not something we can do under normal circumstances, and that's because of the random nature of dreams. But dreams can still be an inspiration for fiction, so I think no one can take that from us.
在凯瑟琳中，主人公现实生活中的焦虑，在梦境之中化为了恐怖的生死追逐。在《心灵杀手》中，主角陷入梦魇与现实的
Yo. Is that Persona? What's this one back here? I only know Alan Wake, I'm sorry. Oh, is it Catherine? Oh, okay. I haven't played Catherine. I really want to, though. I remember watching PewDiePie's playthrough of it fucking years ago. And then this is definitely Persona. I recognize the cat there. Alan Wake's a banger game, too.
夹缝之间，不得不直面自己最深的恐惧。而在《女神异闻录5》中啊，星之怪盗团潜入由坏人潜意识形成的殿堂中，在欲望构成的迷宫中盗取对方心中的恶念，借助于对梦境的隐身表达，我们得以窥见隐蔽于现实生活海面下的庞大冰山。
Persona mentioned.
或许有一天啊，我们也能真正来到梦中的匹诺康尼，畅饮苏乐达，乘坐囚笼竞速，享受他人的奇诡梦境。但我们与一个如同匹诺康尼。
I'm personally so fascinated with the psychology behind VR as well, because as someone who has experienced VR and I like to experience VR specifically when I'm under the influence of certain substances, and that's like kind of my personal therapy. It's a very crazy, surreal feeling that is very dreamlike. And there were moments back, I got my VR headset way back in 2020, 4 years ago, during the COVID pandemic, of course. Best way to spend the pandemic was in a VR headset, right? It's so fucking dystopian. There were moments when I would spend like 8 hours a day, like in my headset at one point when I wasn't working, and it would start to affect my dreams where I would dream about being in VR, and there were moments where my alarm clock would go off, and I would wake up and I would be conscious, but I thought that I was still in VR even though I was woken up in reality, and I would literally try to turn off my alarm clock by like pointing like a controller that wasn't even in my hand, because like when you're in VR you like kind of point the controller at shit, and like there's a little laser pointer on the controller and you can like click on things and click on menus and stuff, and I tried to turn off my alarm by pointing a controller that like wasn't even in my hand, and like tried to use the laser pointer to turn off the alarm. And then I realized like a few seconds later, like, what the fuck am I doing? This sounds like a problem. That's kind of scary. That's what I'm saying. Like that's like a psychological thing though. Like I remember writing it down because I thought it was so profound. And I was like, I gotta be able to like share and write this experience down, because like that's fucking crazy. Bro was actually going schizo. I think, well, here was my theory on it. My personal theory was that it was some kind of psychological thing in my brain that was not blurring the line specifically between reality and VR and dreams, but specifically between VR and dreams, because I think VR and the crazy weird things that happen in VR as you're going around, you're in a video game, and like it's a surreal experience being in a VR setting, and it can trick your mind into thinking that was a dream, right? And so I figured my mind was like thinking VR itself was a dream, and then confusing that with my dreams itself, and somehow those both blended together into reality. Is fucking weird, very surreal experience, but I remember writing that down. That it hasn't happened since either. Like I've been in VR plenty of times. That only happened one time where I woke up and tried to turn off my alarm clock with like a little laser pointer, and that like blew my mind that happened, and it was so profound that I wrote it down. And I also don't dream in VR anymore. That was specifically a thing that happened when I was in VR for like long periods of time, for the first time as well. Like I had never been in VR before that, but I started using VR for the first time and went like really deep into it to the point where I had never used VR before. And then I went to a point where I was using VR for like 8 hours a day for multiple days a week. And that somehow like bled into the dreams somehow. I don't know. Surreal experience though. Fucking very weird. It's probably mild hallucinations caused by a combination of the substances and maybe stress. Well, no, that was before I was even using substances though. That was because I didn't start using substances with it until 2022. So this was before the substances even. It was just sober VR in my dreams, which is very fucking weird. They do say to take like 15-minute breaks every hour when using VR. My ass was not doing that shit. Oh, then that's even more worrying. Yeah. Very fucking weird. It hasn't happened since though. So I just remember it being like so fucking weird, and I remember going online and trying to see if anyone else had experiences like that, and there were other people that had dreams in VR, but never something like them waking up from a dream where they just were in VR and thinking they were still in VR. I didn't find anyone else who had a similar experience like that, but there were other people that have had dreams like in VR before, which is weird. Which makes sense. I mean, people have dreams that they're like in video games all the time, so that makes sense. It was just the fucking weird, surreal experience of waking up and like trying to turn off my alarm clock with a fucking VR remote. Crazy.
但绚烂梦境世界的距离还很遥远。我没有一劳永逸控制梦境的
Could be muscle memory, yeah.
美梦与噩梦不过是一墙之隔，难辨规律。我们还是要面对现实中让你紧张的考试，还是要通过相处去结交值得信赖的伙伴，还是要脚踏实地干好手头的事项，来确保世界有序的运转。但在这里，我们也能学到真实的知识，拥有真挚的友情，并确确实实地感受到这个世界因我们而改变，因我们而向前。 恰如 Emily Dickinson 那首诗一样 ，Dreams are well, but work is better.
Oh, I like that. Oh, that's a banger. Oh, and he spins the top just like Inception. Cinema. Banger. All right, what's next? Oh, Penacony's main theme is pure magic. So this is by Jonathan Barouch. I can't believe I'm not subbed to this guy. This is the person that made the Eurilo 6 music analysis that we watched way back after we finished Eurilo 6's story. They made a mini documentary on the tones of wildfire. It's how embers become wildfire, I think was the name of that video. Banger video, highly recommend it. But they also made a video on Penacony's main theme, and this whole video was made during the 2.0. This video was made during the 2.0 release, and so there shouldn't be any post 2.0 spoilers in this video. So let's give it a go.
The doors to Penacony were flung open earlier this week, both in and out of game, and with this grand opening came the YouTube stream It's Always Night in Penacony. One of the main events in the stream was a Penacony Moonlit Medley, played by the Sweet Dreams troupe, which I assume was assembled for this specific purpose and will never be heard from again. But hey, that's showbiz! And the medley starts with music we've heard before in other promotional media, such as the fictional Come Dream With Us travel advertisement. This time, though, it had a dramatically different effect on me, mostly because hearing it on its own instead of as background music during something else is a very different experience, and part of it is the mix. This recording has a really good mix. I've been looking forward to Penacony for months, but it's always been less, oh, what marvels await us within, and more, I wonder what kind of hell this will turn out to be. I'm wary of Penacony, as are most players. For one, it's based on the US, and speaking as someone who lives here, that doesn't inspire confidence. Also, we know that Penacony used to be a penal colony run by the IPC, but they got Better? That's suspicious. And to make things worse, Duke Inferno of the Annihilation Gang got an invite. So my compliments to the family for their creative sense of judgment. From the start, Penacony has felt to me like an anglerfish, luring in victims from across the universe only to snap its jaws shut. And these exchanges between MiHoYo president Dawe and Honkai writer Xiaoji don't put my worries at ease.
基调真的是非常的温暖，非常的阳光的。
不过以我对项目调性的了解啊，你们不会做了什么不通关就会醒不来，在梦里死亡也会导致现实中死亡这种设定吧？
不必困扰。
But in fairness, for all I know, Xiaoji could be telling the truth because... Okay, no, something really bad is gonna happen. Every time Penacony has claimed to be a happy place, my eyebrows have ascended into the stratosphere. But you know what changed my mind? 2 minutes of instrumental music. Penacony's main musical theme totally disarmed me, and for the first time, I wasn't just excited to see Penacony's secret. I became excited to see its lie. This is completely unlike anything we've heard in the Honkai Star Rail soundtrack before. The tone this sets is complex and filled with personality, and it bodes well for the story it accompanies. We've only listened to 8 measures, and already I have a lot to talk about, so let's get in there. So at the very beginning, we hear crickets chirping because nighttime, because sleep, because dreams. You get it, moving on. Out of the crickets, we hear a cymbal slowly roll in. That immediately provides the main thing this track is about: anticipation. Muted trumpet is a staple of American jazz, and so one of the many United States cultural references we'll come to see all over Penacony. Cultural association makes us think of urban cityscapes and classy nightlife. When the piano comes in, it forms a sweet major chord with the trumpet, which establishes the tone of the music as more bright than dark. But it's a close race. That trumpet line is certainly quite dark. This contradiction comes down to the notes being played. This music is written in the key of A, which means that A is our tonic pitch, the one we use as a reference point for all harmonies. A major is made of these notes, and A minor is made of these notes. In this piece, we mostly hear C sharp as opposed to C natural, but we usually hear F natural as opposed to F sharp. This is an unusual combination that results in music that sounds mostly bright at its core, but has significant dark features. And this is actually part of a greater pattern in the music. We end up with a lot of unusual note combinations because of how often the chord progression features half-step movement. A half-step is the distance between 2 touching piano keys, and wiggling back and forth across a half-step feels unsettling. For example, this little wiggle is in Für Elise.
Huh?
And of course it's in the Jaws theme too. I'm gonna be so mad if that gets copyright claimed. So here's the thing. Penacony's theme is mostly major chords, but there's so much half-step movement between them that we end up with a potent ebb and flow of anticipation. Half-step movement also frequently involves notes from outside any given key, so that's why we're getting the darkness of that F natural, for example. In this passage, all of the chords in red are major, but the half-step movement, highlighted in yellow, keeps them from feeling innocent. And then the last thing I'll talk about in this opening bit is the trumpet melody in measures 3 and 4. That high note is the second note in the A major scale. The letter name is B, but whatever. What matters is that it's the second note in our key. The second degree in major and minor scales is pretty unstable, by which I mean we don't like to stay on it very long as listeners. It's pretty close to our tonic pitch A, which again serves as an anchor point, so staying on the second note feels unfinished. Eventually, we'd like to move to solid ground, like A or C sharp. In particular, since it's the highest note here, it feels like the trumpet is reaching for something it can't quite grasp before retreating back the way it came. For me personally, this increases the allure of Penacony and makes it seem like something to long for. When the second degree is used as a high note like this, it often gains a yearning quality, which you can hear in Voice of No Return from Nier Automata's soundtrack. You know what else builds anticipation? Huge thank you to my Patreon subscribers. If you like my videos and want to help me keep them coming, that's exactly what these wonderful folks are doing, and you can join them by using the link in the description. Also, okay, you caught me. This video is sponsored by Honkai Star Rail, but only because I already play and talk about the game, so I don't see an issue, do you? You were supposed to say no, but that's fine, we'll work on it. So you know what else builds anticipation? The massive increase...
I'm also going to link this guy's video in the chat right now. And for anyone who go support the video, go support his channel. This guy makes phenomenal videos. We watched the Eurilo 6 one on how embers become wildfire, and the Eurilo 6 soundtrack analysis was really good. But for anyone who's watching the VODs, any videos we watch on stream, they're almost always linked in the description as well. So any videos we watch this stream or in previous streams, you can always find the videos linked in the description below. I always make sure to credit the videos and creators of the stuff we watch. So make sure to check that out and give the creator some support.
Increase in energy as the piece goes on. Listen for how the entrances and exits of different instruments impact the emotional qualities of the piece. Like, my god, it just keeps one-upping itself. Beyond the entrances of various instruments, the ramp-up gets really intense here in Measure 13 because we get to this arrival point but then continue building tension anyway. And as the chord progression fails to stop not stopping, the trumpet and strings participate in this highest note contest, adding density and urgency to the overall chords. But after that, everything gives way to piano and very high strings, which are gossamer and dreamlike. They somehow got the piano to sound like a dark music box, which adds to Penacony's theme of sleep. These markings you've been seeing in the music are called glissandos, which instruct the performer to play pitches.
He hasn't mentioned it yet, I don't think. I wonder if he's going to mention the clock, because I thought that was really interesting, how a lot of the tracks have a clock ticking in the background, I noticed, and I like that a lot.
In between the ones written as smoothly as possible. On trumpet, there's no real way to slide between notes, so you hear the notes change in quick succession. But violins are fretless, so their glissandos slide in a cinematic, eerie way. This also adds to the reaching quality in the high notes of the melody, since we hear the pitch extend upwards instead of just hearing the low pitch and then the high one. The rest of what we hear in these first 2 minutes of the music is mostly these ideas we've discussed in various new combinations, instruments coming in and out, moving in half steps, and using unusual chord progressions to create unexpected but satisfying arrival points. After this opening 2-minute section, there's a round of improvised solos on trumpet, alto sax, and electric guitar, followed by a disco rendition of the main theme. But I'm not qualified to analyze jazz solos, and
his analysis is on this live performance from the It's Always Night in Penacony, I think. So that I don't think they had a TikTok sound effect in the background of that. They used the cymbals on the drum set, I think.
I don't know much about disco, so I'd better quit while I'm ahead. But the full medley is a lot of fun to listen to, and I've linked it in the description with a time code. As for how 2 minutes of music completely changed my expectations for Penacony, it's pretty specific and personal, but maybe you can relate. When I was a little kid, I was pretty easily scared. Even though I loved going to theme parks, I knew something there would prove to be a little more than I could handle. Whether it was the simulated peril of a dark room ride, the dizzying height of a kiddie coaster or an animatronic ogling me in a way I didn't appreciate, something was going to test my bravery, probably multiple things. But the magic and thrill of exploring these wonders was always far stronger than my fear, and so I kept going, because I knew that whatever I saw next, it would be amazing. And that's what this piece reminds me of. I think Honkai Star Rail may have bottled their own special brand of mouse magic here. Penacony is almost certainly a trap, but because of this piece of music alone, now the bait is actually tempting for me all the way through the fourth wall. As I walk up to the front desk at the Reverie Hotel, I feel like a kid again. I'm a little frightened of what I'll find in the dreamscapes, but I'm hungry for it anyway.
Cinema. Banger. Yeah, and here's that video. If you guys haven't seen how embers become a wildfire, this is it's a 30-minute long video, much longer than this one, and goes over the whole story of Yurilo 6 and how the track Embers and a lot of the other motifs used throughout the tracks in Yurilo 6's story literally explode in a burst of wildfires in the ending, and that's what made that story so fucking fantastic for a lot of people. So definitely go check out that video too if you haven't. All right. I know we're getting close to 12 hours. We're going to keep going anyway because I feel like there's some stuff I can cut down. I know I took a few bathroom breaks and all that, so we're going to keep going and finish up the rest of this playlist. So now we're actually into the trailers. This is the Myrid Celestia trailer, a revisiting of past dreams. This is the story trailer for Black Swan.
A dazzling item. Are you looking for its owner?
Sorry.
Allow me to divine, using your memories as a medium.
Yo, Aventurine in the background. She's so pretty. Whoa! Miss Clocky! Oh, I'm down bad. Sparkle! Whoa! Gamba! Whoa, do you see the eye pop out of there? Oh, it's the Mr. Eye. The Mr. Edward or whatever. His eye popped out of the fucking Gamba machine. Wait, did I skip it? Where's the Gamba machine again? It was Mr. Edward's eye. I never did the companion quest, but this is probably how she was following Sparkle. She also has like a pretty significant impact on the dream, which I don't know how important Black Swan's role is going to be by the end of all this, but I feel like it's pretty important just because of the fact of how a memo keeper can affect a dream. Oh, wait, she had a Black Swan. Wait, that's cool. Look, it turns into... The cat in the photo turns into a Black Swan. Welt?
Did you hear that? Don't go over there. Where's that?
Acheron.
Let's go find out.
The truth does not lie. Neither do memories. predestined paths have already converged. She has arrived.
Excuse me, has anyone found a makeup mirror? Thank you. I was looking.
Hey, yo. Robin, that dude, what's his name? Duke Inferno, Firefly, Aventurine, Acheron, Sparkle is the last one. You can see her mask there. Huh. He dead!
That menacing infernal fire absorbed.
God damn it, that motherfucker really is dead, huh? I was holding out hope they were lying to me when they said fucking Acheron killed his ass.
Absorbed by the vast, profound sea. And that sea surprisingly dwells on the planet of festivities.
Oh! Banger. Black Swan's trailer, Lullaby, Honkai Star Rail.
What are you afraid of? Relax. This is just a dreamscape. Life is a winding labyrinth. With memories, our sole companions. People believe they're facing the present and the future, yet fail to realize we're all moving toward the past. Memories are different.
Oh!
There's more than one destiny to choose from. The road ahead is visible. Open your eyes and face your fears. How else will you find the answer? There might be death. Or another price to pay.
What's that mean?
But fear not. Unless I erase them, you won't forget.
Unless I erase them. Hey, yo. And then Keeping Up with Star Rail. I don't think we need to watch the Keeping Up with Star Rail ones because they're just about gameplay. I'm pretty sure we watched the Keeping Up with Star Rail one. That was the only Black Swan trailer we watched when I rolled for her initially, just because I was curious how she played. So I'm gonna skip over the Keeping Up with Star Rail ones because I know they just go over gameplay for the most part. Animated short Harmony greets the new year. No Rondo today. We don't have time. I'm sorry.
Is this?
It's what the Xianzhou people use in their traditional dance. Dragon's form and lion's likeness. Put them on. You two will be performing shortly.
You'll see, little boy. Let's go!
Wait a minute. Let me give them some eyes first. That's what brings them to life. All right, on with it.
What the hell is happening?
Everyone! Dragons and lions, we're second to none. So give us a cheer. It's time for some fun.
Honkai Star Rail anime when?
Has begun.
The Jade Gate shines in
Whoa,
brilliant solar
I like
might.
the animation change.
Both heaven and earth alike are bathed in light. Toward the sun, the dragon starts to soar, as echoing through the clouds, the lions roar.
Our general and Dill Pickle.
As tearing through the lands, the lion flies. Both wind and rain imbue the mountain air. The one without the other, half is fair. In evil's grasp, the Xianzhou starts to quake. The land submerged in turgid evil's wake. Throughout the dells are felt the scars of war, in biting wind and barren sands and more.
God, Xianzhou OST is so fucking good, man.
The lion, weak from battle, all alone. Outnumbered in the order 10 to 1. How then is the battle to be won?
Save her, Fushuan!
Yet dragon, lion, both return to fight. The battle shared in memory, burning bright. In evil vanquished lies tomorrow's curse, from which we reap the joy of laughter, wine, and mirth.
Cinema. QQ! Hue hue! Oh my god, the birds. Aw. Aw, cute. Yeah, we're already over 12 hours and up in time. I'm gonna have to cut down the VOD just a bit. That's why I'm trying to speed through these. We're gonna skip the Misha one. We'll watch the Keeping Up with Star Rail next time, maybe. Let's get through the Myrid Celestia trailer with Sparkle now. Misha, I'm sorry, we gotta hurry up a bit.
It doesn't matter who I am off stage. All the audience needs to know is that when I'm on stage, I'm just Sparkle. It's you, my beloved mask. When I'm happy, you're smiling too.
So I learned today through the Black Swan and Sparkle companion quest that what's his name? Scampo has a mask as well that he kind of left behind, and the whole reason he helped Sparkle was just to get his mask back, which is really interesting. I definitely think there's going to be a 5-star Scampo in the future because of that. Will be interesting to see for sure.
When I'm angry, you're still smiling. When I'm sad, you keep on smiling. You're like a veil that I can hide under. The one wearing the veil, that's Sparkle.
Can I get a smile in chat? Smile.
It's you, my beloved mask. When I'm happy, you're smiling too.
Oh!
When I'm angry.
That's like an orchestra version of her trailer song that I've heard before. That's cool. Because we watched her trailer before when I pulled for her. That's cool. Listen to the background on violin.
My beloved mask. When I'm happy, you're smiling too. When I'm angry, you're screaming too. When I'm sad, you're crying too. You're like a mirror, showing my reflection. The one in the mirror, that's Sparkle. It's you, my beloved Mass. When I'm happy, you're screaming. When I'm angry, you're crying. When I'm sad, you're smiling. You're like a face staring at me. I'm not Sparkle. No, I am Sparkle. So, when I realized life was just a play, I wanted to leave the stage. Because off stage, there's an even bigger stage. What do you say? Who's the real Sparkle?
Yeah, I remember watching this trailer and being so interested to find out more about her character because this whole thing right here towards the end made her seem like such a more complex character. But from what I've seen in Penacony, she's just like she's like a Harley Quinn Joker like inspiration, which I wasn't a big fan of. So I mean, there's plenty more, like Penacony's not done yet. She's got plenty of more time to grow as a character, but I was kind of disappointed after watching this trailer to find out that she was kind of just like a jokesy side character that I was hoping they were going to delve way more into her with this stuff right here, into the psychology of what the fuck was going on with her, but I guess there's still time to. And then the monodrama trailer, of course. This was the one before I even started Honkai Star Rail. I think I saw this trailer on Twitter back when I was rolling with her, or rolling for her, because this was like the closest I had ever gotten to playing Honkai Star Rail before the Fate collab announcement was I saw this trailer and I was like, who is she? She got the yandere vibe.
Bullet left. Wanna play a game? What's your wager? The life of a faker. Looks like someone's in my way. So what? Let me tell you what foolishness is. Pretending to be smart like you do. Then, what is a fool? Knowing when to act clueless. Like I do. Do you get it now?
Like, what the fuck is going on with her character here? Like, it makes it seem like she's got like a multiple personality disorder, but like this doesn't come up in the what I've seen in 2.0 anyway, like at all. And I was kind of disappointed with that. Like, she seems like such a more complex character in the trailers they showed.
Is elation. Me. I am elation.
I love this shit here. God, the psychedelic animation here is crazy.
Were you scared just now?
Fucking Last Supper. All right, and then not gonna watch the Keeping Up with Star Rail one. We'll watch the A Moment Among the Stars. I don't think I've seen this. This is only 50 seconds long, though.
The world's just like a big non-stop circus, showcasing beasts brawling all day and night. Bears on unicycles, lions leaping through fire hoops, monkeys juggling bowls. Me? I'm happy being a side character in the background, cheering on those who have the limelight. Then at the climax of the performance, bang! Sparkling like fireworks into brilliant colors. You think the leading character would dare do this?
Maybe I spoke too early, chat. That kind of like foreshadows her having some big climactic moment later in the story. Okay. Maybe there's way more to her than meets the eye. Fucking elation, man. Aha! Can I get a aha in chat? Anyways, chat, that is gonna have to do it. Fun stream though. We're over 12 hours, only 18 minutes at the moment. It's 12 hours and 18 minutes in, so I'm gonna have to cut down a little over like 20 minutes maybe for the YouTube VOD, but hopefully I can do that with all the bathroom breaks and etc. I took in that 30-minute moment when it took me to find the angry emotion at that one point. When is next stream? Probably next weekend, unfortunately. But this was a long one, so I'm pretty winded. I'm gonna go ahead and edit this. We will start 2.1. Jesus, I'm so tired. I can't even think straight. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. Was really fun. I enjoyed. We went over my schizo notes earlier this stream, at the beginning of this stream. Then we went through all the side quests. Oh my god, they were so good. The roses, the one with the girl that we had to convince to not jump off the building, was such a that was easily my favorite side quest in this game so far that I've played. Oh my god, that story was so good. It had me crying. That one was really good. And then we went over some of the trailers at the end. Well, the trailers I haven't watched in Rondo, we will definitely sneak in there next time we do some trailer watches. I just had to hurry it up because YouTube doesn't allow VODs or videos in general to be over 12 hours, so I have to make sure that the video is condensed into 11 hours and 59 minutes, unfortunately. So thanks for watching, everyone. I love you all. I'm going to hop off now before I go any longer and I have to cut even more out. All right, peace out, everyone. Love you all. Leave a like on the video. Leave a comment down below if you're watching on YouTube. Really appreciate the interactions. They help out the VOD get out to more people, so I appreciate that. But thank you all so much for watching, and I will catch you all in the next stream for 2.1, but I'll see you all then. Bye-bye. Have a good week, everyone.